My girlfriend clearly knew that the poison in her body could only be cured by the spider herb. Yet for my sake, she was willing to give the life-saving medicine to that scheming girl. She only begged me to stay by his side through his final days. After being reborn, when faced with the same choice again, I took the life-saving medicine without hesitation. Yan Mengyao looked sadly at the surveillance footage on her phone, feeling an emptiness in her heart. She knew it was just a dream, but she never expected the dream to be so short. So after going in such a big circle, that man still came for the herb. But Lu Yan had said it was for her. Yet now he still secretly came to take it himself. Was she really that unworthy of trust? Even though she already knew he would do this. Why did her chest still hurt so much? The moment I took out the herb, Yan Mengyao immediately turned off the surveillance feed. She hugged her knees, curling herself up and covering her eyes. Beside her, the assistant Zhang Ting asked softly, "Miss, should I bring him back?" Yan Mengyao said hoarsely, "No, let everyone completely let him go." Zhang Ting sighed and could only obey. After getting the herb, I headed straight for the kitchen. Still unaware of what had happened upstairs, only feeling that the first-floor hall was strangely quiet, an hour had already passed after the medicine was prepared. As I carried the medicine upstairs, I happened to run into Zhang Ting coming downstairs. When she saw me, Zhang Ting froze slightly. "Why haven't you left yet?" I frowned in confusion. "Left for where? Wasn't I staying here tonight?" Zhang Ting's brows twitched. Her gaze fell onto the bowl in my hands, and she couldn't help asking, "What is this?" I looked at the person standing right in front of me. "It's medicine I made for your young lady. If it cools down on the way, the effect won't be as good." Zhang Ting looked at me seriously. "For my young lady? Is my young lady sick?" My footsteps halted. So Yan Mengyao being poisoned was something even her trusted aide didn't know about. Thinking of this, I looked at Zhang Ting with some sympathy. "It has nothing to do with you. Go back and sleep." Zhang Ting felt like she had suffered 10,000 points of damage inside. How could her young lady's matters have nothing to do with her? I didn't continue bothering with this woman and walked straight to Yan Mengyao's door, raising my hand to knock. At that moment, Yan Mengyao was hugging her knees, curled up in the corner, letting herself be swallowed by the darkness. Hearing the knock on the door, she said irritably through the intercom, "Nobody is allowed to disturb me." Hearing the voice coming from Zhang Ting's communicator, I couldn't help being stunned. What happened to her? Zhang Ting opened her mouth, not knowing how to explain. Was she supposed to say that her young lady thought I took the medicine and ran away? So she locked herself up all alone. She couldn't explain it clearly, so she simply left it for us to solve ourselves. Thinking this, she knocked hard on the door. "Miss, Mr. Lu is here." In less than 3 seconds, the door opened with a click. Yan Mengyao stared blankly at me outside the door. "Why are you?" Her gaze landed on what I was holding. "What is this?" I looked at her helplessly. "Let me come in first. If we keep standing here, it really will get cold." Yan Mengyao stepped aside to let me in. As I walked toward the table beside the bed, I explained, "I originally wanted to tell you first, but when I knocked, you didn't respond. I thought you were asleep. So I took the initiative and brewed the spider herb first." After speaking, I picked up the bowl of medicine and walked over to her. "Come, drink this." Yan Mengyao didn't take it and continued staring at me stubbornly. For me, I looked puzzled. Who else would it be for? Yan Mengyao felt as if she had just ridden a roller coaster. The heart that had fallen to rock bottom gradually began to warm again. But immediately afterward, she realized a problem. "How did you know I needed this medicine?" Since Lu Yan could brew medicine for her, he must already know about her poisoning. But she hadn't even told Zhang Ting. So, how did he find out? I lied without changing my expression. "Don't you know I'm skilled in Chinese medicine? When I held your wrist today, I already figured it out. Quick, drink the medicine. If it gets cold, the effect won't be good." Yet Yan Mengyao still didn't take it. Thinking about my unusual behavior tonight, she felt like she had grasped the truth. Was it because of this that your attitude toward me suddenly changed? The truth she vaguely inferred instantly dragged her warming mood back down to the bottom again. So he only became nice because the medicine would be used on her. I looked completely confused. "What are you talking about?" Yan Mengyao said dejectedly. "Once I drink this bowl of medicine and the poison is cured, you'll no longer feel guilty and can completely cut ties with me, right?" My face was full of question marks. I never expected that a casual lie from me would make her overthink this much. For a moment, I felt both annoyed and amused. If I wanted to cut ties with you, I could have just handed you the medicine. Why would I promise to stay with you? Yan Mengyao, do you not trust me? Or are you lacking confidence in yourself? Yan Mengyao let out a bitter laugh. Muyan, you're the only person in this world who makes me feel insecure. She had always been heaven's favored daughter. Yet she had stumbled badly because of me. She had even become jealous of a woman who was inferior to her in almost every aspect, simply because that person had almost monopolized all of my attention. This time, I fell silent for a long while, then stopped explaining further and casually handed the medicine back to her. Anyway, the medicine is already prepared. The prescription for Su Linyan's mother isn't this one. If you don't drink it, it'll really go to waste. This time, Yan Mengyao didn't refuse again, but her heart was still shrouded in gloom. She believed that the way I changed the subject and my attitude was practically a death sentence for her. If this was what Lu Yan wanted, then she wouldn't let herself become a burden to him anymore. After finishing the bowl of herbal medicine, Yan Mengyao's brows unconsciously furrowed, while the corners of my eyes and lips were filled with smiles. Is it bitter? Yan Mengyao wiped the corner of her lips. It's all right. My fault for not preparing candy for you. Yan Mengyao was amused. No need. I'm not a child. Then Yan Mengyao suddenly realized that what I had just said didn't sound like something Lu Yan would say. And if he really wanted to leave her, he definitely wouldn't go through so much trouble. Before she could look up to confirm it, a shadow suddenly fell before her eyes. I leaned closer and cupped her face with both hands. Then let me share some of it for you. After saying that, I kissed her. Yan Mengyao's pupils suddenly contracted, as if all her senses vanished in an instant. A trace of warmth struck directly at her soul. The ambiguous atmosphere in the bedroom kept rising. Both of them seemed to be stirred emotionally by the kiss. Not long after, they both fell onto the soft bed together. I barely regained a trace of rationality. You just finished your medicine. Lie down and rest first. The desire in Yan Mengyao's eyes was still thick and intense, as she stared at me obsessively. Muyan, I already gave you a chance to leave. You were the one who walked back in. If she had never possessed him, she would rather hurt herself than see me frown even once. But now that she truly had him, she could never let go again. Whether Lu Yan loved her or not, he should never even think about leaving her side again. Seeing Yan Mengyao lean closer toward me, I gently pressed down on her shoulders and pulled the blanket over her properly. Then I sat on the chair beside the bed and looked at Yan Mengyao gently. Be good and get some proper rest. Your body will recover faster that way. Yan Mengyao looked at me dreamily. Her red lips parted slightly after pressing together. And at this moment, I already was so exhausted that I didn't even have the strength to open my eyes. So I didn't hear clearly what she said, and missed the nearly pathological obsession and possessiveness in her eyes. The next morning, as soon as I opened my eyes, I saw Yan Mengyao staring at me without blinking. There was a faint dark shadow beneath her eyes. My brows twitched, and I quickly reached out to take her pulse. Only after confirming the poison was completely cured did I finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then another guess surfaced in my mind. Could it be that she watched over me all night without sleeping? Thinking that, I asked it directly. Yan Mengyao stayed silent for a long time. I was afraid. Afraid this was all just a dream. Afraid that once I woke up, everything would disappear. I sighed softly in my heart. Don't be afraid. I will never leave you. Yan Mengyao's heart trembled as she raised her arms and buried herself in my embrace. You said that yourself. I nodded. I said it. After speaking, I patted her arm. I need to get up. But not only did Yan Mengyao refuse to let go, she hugged me even tighter. Where are you going? I raised a hand and pinched the bridge of my nose. Was it just my imagination? Why did it feel like Yan Mengyao had become even clingier after one night? Of course, I'm going to the company. You know better than anyone how busy things are at my position. Yan Mengyao's lips moved slightly, but she said nothing. Yet I keenly noticed what she cared about, and suddenly felt like teasing her. I almost forgot Su Linyan is still at the company. Hearing that, Yan Mengyao tightened her arms around me again. You're not allowed to go. She instantly panicked. Seeing this, I smiled. If you won't let me go to the company, how am I supposed to fire her? Yan Mengyao froze in shock. What did you say? I repeated each word clearly. You heard me right. I said I'm going to kick her out of the company. What? Do you have a problem with that? Yan Mengyao only felt like she was still dreaming. After breakfast, Yan Mengyao insisted on following me to work. I forcefully tucked her back into bed. After leaving Yan Mengyao's residence, I walked straight toward a Maybach parked by the roadside. When Assistant Shen Bingbing saw me approaching, she immediately got out of the driver's seat and skillfully opened the rear door. President Lu. I nodded in response and bent down to get into the car. On the way to the company, Shen Bingbing kept glancing at me through the rearview mirror, as if she wanted to say something, even though I was resting with my eyes closed. I couldn't ignore her burning gaze. If you have something to ask, just ask. Shen Bingbing cleared her throat lightly. President Lu's private affairs are not something a subordinate has the right to inquire about, but if President Lu wants to talk about them himself, then as your special assistant, I'll naturally listen attentively. I nearly choked, wondering if I was usually too easygoing. What kind of special assistant teases their boss like this? But despite the thought, I didn't think there was any need to hide this from her. I broke up with Su Linyan. My girlfriend now is Yan Mengyao. Just keep that in mind when you see her in the future. Although she had already suspected it, hearing it directly still surprised Shen Bingbing. Then a smile curved her lips, and her eyes filled with relief. Congratulations, President Lu. There's something I've wanted to say for a long time. They had reached rush hour traffic, and Shen Bingbing stepped on the brake, her thoughts becoming clearer. Now that she knew her boss had moved on, she no longer had any reservations. I've always felt that Director Su wasn't worthy of you. I never understood why you chose her, and why you ignored Yan Mengyao, who surpasses her in every way and is deeply devoted to you. But fortunately, you've changed your mind now. It's not too late. Nothing is too late. But we had already missed an entire lifetime. If I hadn't been reborn, then just as Yan Mengyao had said, there wouldn't have been another chance for us to meet in the next life. As for why I chose Su Linyan before, it's not like I was blind and ignored a woman whom I admired in every way, only to choose someone inferior to Yan Mengyao in every aspect. The truth is, Su Linyan and I had already fallen in love in our ancient life incarnation, and we died for love together. I was born carrying the memories of that first life, so after coming to the modern world, there was no way I wouldn't look for her. Nor could I give any other woman a chance. After all, loyalty is deeply rooted in my view of love, but after finding Su Linyan in my previous life, I never looked down on her difficult circumstances. I even comforted her, saying that she only suffered because she lacked the memories of our past. I brought her into my company and promoted her all the way to become the company's second-in-command. I even helped her, an illegitimate daughter of a wealthy family, return to her family and reclaim her status, and worked tirelessly to manage her family's business for her. Yet in the end, I met such a tragic fate. Thinking back to the vow we made when we died for love, to stay devoted through 3 lifetimes, and love each other until death, it now feels like a joke. I looked at the scenery rapidly retreating outside the window, and felt a trace of anticipation for what would come next. Su Linyan, you owe me for the previous 2 lifetimes. And this time, I'm going to collect that debt properly. After arriving at the company, I ignored the greetings from employees along the way and headed straight for the president's private elevator. While pressing the button for the top floor, I instructed Shen Bingbing, notify all senior executives. We'll hold a meeting in the main conference room in half an hour. Also, check whether Su Linyan has arrived. If she hasn't, call her and tell her to come. After a brief pause, I added, even if she's in the hospital, getting in 4, bring her here. Shen Bingbing nodded. The first step of my revenge. Of course, the first step was to drive Su Linyan out of the company. If she wanted to use me as a stepping stone and treat my assets as capital for returning to her family, then it depended on whether I would give her that chance. Just as I was thinking this, there was a knock on the office door. I picked up the folder and got up to open it, only to see Su Linyan standing outside with an anxious expression. Lu Yan, I finally found you. What happened to you last night? I heard from Aunt Lee that you didn't come home all night. Were you really with Yan Mengyao the whole time? By the end of her question, jealousy was obvious in her tone. I didn't answer her question. Instead, I glanced at the hand wrapped in thick white bandages. How's your hand? Thinking of her injury, Su Linyan's eyes suddenly darkened, but hearing my concern, she immediately started playing the sympathy card, trying to make me feel sorry for her. The doctor said I should be hospitalized, but I was worried about you, so I only had it simply bandaged. Don't you know medicine too? Take a look and tell me if it's been treated properly. I walked past her and headed toward the elevator. Su Linyan hurried after me. Now that I knew her true nature, even being in the same enclosed space as her made me feel uncomfortable. Fortunately, the conference room floor wasn't far from the top floor. Just as Su Linyan was testing the waters and about to speak again, the elevator dinged and stopped. After stepping out, I took a deep breath of fresh air and walked straight toward the main conference room at the end of the corridor. Shen Bingbing was standing by the conference room door and opened it for me. President Liu, everyone has arrived. Su Linyan glanced suspiciously at Shen Bingbing. For some reason, she felt that the way Shen Bingbing looked at her today was rather strange. Shen Bingbing pretended not to notice and followed behind me carrying the documents she had just collected. Under the watchful eyes of all the senior executives, I calmly walked to the head seat at the conference table and sat down. With a loud smack, the folder was thrown onto the conference table. Drawing frequent glances from the executives, I rested my chin against the back of my chair and said, "The reason I called everyone here today is to announce adjustments to the positions of certain executives." After speaking, I turned to look at Su Linyan, who had just sat down. During her tenure as director, Director Su abused her position and repeatedly misappropriated company funds, causing serious damage to the company's interest. After careful consideration, it has been decided to terminate her employment contract with the company. After a pause, I looked again at the stunned Su Linyan. Director Su, will you resign voluntarily, or wait for the company to dismiss you? As soon as the words fell, the entire conference room fell silent. Not only was Su Linyan completely dazed, the other executives were equally stunned. As if they couldn't believe what they had heard. Everyone's first thought was that the couple had gotten into a fight. Some were secretly delighted, while others tried to mediate. President Liu, isn't this punishment a bit too harsh? Although Director Su made mistakes, she has also made contributions. Under her leadership, the sales department's performance has steadily improved. Besides, the misappropriation of funds is already in the past. Director Su has already repaid the money. Can't we use another form of punishment? I looked at the person speaking. Su Linyan really was capable. In less than a year after joining the company, she had already won over a veteran executive to speak on her behalf. Director Zhao Yuan, are you saying that all of the sales department's achievements were solely Director Su's contribution, and that something as serious as misappropriating company funds can simply be brushed aside? Is that what you mean? I didn't mean that. Sweat formed on Zhao Yuan's forehead. After receiving Su Linyan's pleading glance, he could only continue persuading me. And everyone knows that couples are bound to have disagreements. I'm just worried that if you two are too stubborn, things will become difficult to resolve later. I let out a cold laugh. Then I suppose I should thank you for your concern. I wouldn't dare. Zhao Yuan waved his hands and said he wouldn't dare. Yet he still wanted to continue persuading me when I interrupted him. Director Zhao, am I the president? Or are you the president? Zhao Yuan immediately fell silent and threw Su Linyan a helpless look. Su Linyan cursed him inwardly as useless and could only place her hopes on me. I didn't refuse. If executive dismissals didn't require a formal meeting and a chance to hear opinions, I wouldn't even bother with the process. After dismissing the executives, Su Linyan immediately stood up and leaned forward, drawing an alluring S-curve. She lifted a finger and tilted up my chin. Her sexy voice carried a hint of temptation. Mu Yan, I need an explanation. I chuckled softly. You misappropriated company funds, and now you're leaving. What's the problem with that? Su Linyan frowned at me. You know that's not what I'm asking, and if you were angry because of that, you wouldn't have waited until now to confront me. You certainly wouldn't have personally paid back the missing funds for me. Would you? The smile on my face nearly cracked. Was she reminding me how stupid I used to be? You really want to know the reason? I folded my arms, though I remained seated. My gaze toward Su Linyan was full of contempt. When I loved you, I could put you on a pedestal. Now that I don't, what do you think you are? Su Linyan suddenly clenched her fist. Her chest rose and fell violently. Mu Yan, you're the one who pursued me first. And now you can just stop loving me. Then who do you love? Yan Mengyao? My face was full of impatience. That's none of your business. And don't make yourself sound like the victim. Do you really love me? Or was I just a tool for your return to the family? I think you know the answer better than anyone. Su Linyan, I have never done anything to wrong you. But what you owe me you won't be able to repay in this lifetime. Su Linyan felt a trace of guilt, but after hearing my final sentence, she sensed there was more behind it. Just as she was about to speak, I shoved her aside. Submit your resignation yourself. Don't make me repeat myself. After saying that, I left without looking back. The executives who had been dismissed thought the couple would talk things out behind closed doors and that the matter would be settled. Instead, they saw Su Linyan carrying her belongings and walking out of the company building in a daze. Soon, rumors spread throughout the company. Meanwhile, when Yan Mengyao woke up, she saw a woman in a white coat talking with Zhang Ting. Miss, you're awake. The moment Zhang Ting saw Yan Mengyao open her eyes, she immediately hurried over. Yan Qingyu walked over to the bedside, munching on sunflower seeds, and took Yan Mengyao's pulse. The poison has been completely cured. When you said yesterday that you were giving the medicine to someone else, you nearly scared me to death. How did you suddenly change your mind afterward? Before Yan Mengyao could answer, Zhang Ting explained, it was Mr. Lu who made the decision to brew the medicine for Miss. And Mr. Lu and our Miss are together now. Thinking of the sympathetic look she had given me last night, Zhang Ting suddenly felt wronged. Miss, why didn't you tell me you had been poisoned? You think I wanted to come? I was just worried about you. Yan Qingyu rolled her eyes at her, and then asked, but wasn't that guy completely obsessed with that Su Linyan? Now he's suddenly treating you so well, and chose to be with you. Don't you suspect he has some ulterior motive? Yan Mengyao's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Even if he has some motive, so what? I'd willingly give him anything he wants, even my life. Hearing that, Yan Qingyu couldn't help cursing. Are you crazy? You're always offering up your life at the drop of a hat. Is your life really worth so little? Zhang Ting quickly handed her a cup of tea and attentively massaged Yan Qingyu's shoulders, thinking that aside from her young lady's cousin, who else of the same generation would dare speak to her like that? Even after drinking the tea, Yan Qingyu wasn't any calmer. After several more cups, she set the teacup down on the table and straightened her collar. All right, as long as you're fine, I'm relieved. I've got a mountain of work waiting in the lab. I'm leaving. No need to see me off. Although Yan Qingyu said there was no need, Zhang Ting still arranged for someone to drive her to the airport. After getting up, Yan Mengyao looked around the empty villa and suddenly felt uncomfortable. Even though Lu Yan had only stayed here for one night. Thinking of this, she looked at Zhang Ting. Get the car ready. I'm going to pick up. She paused before continuing. My boyfriend after work. After receiving Su Linyan's resignation letter, I made a few personnel adjustments. And then, as usual, sat in my office, handling work matters. When it was time to get off work, I rubbed my temples and picked up my phone for a look. It was filled with call and message spam from Su Linyan and her brother. Without even reading them, I deleted everything and blocked both of them. As a public figure, Suzy was heavily disguised, wrapped up from head to toe. Even his most devoted fans might not have recognized him, but I recognized him at a glance. Su Linyan had misappropriated company funds multiple times to secure resources for Suzy, trying to make him a star as her second bargaining chip for returning to the Su family. After all, the Su family of the imperial capital was in the entertainment business, having a popular young celebrity as a son, even an illegitimate one, was still attractive to the head of the Su family. Suzy stepped forward and grabbed me. Brother-in-law, why didn't you answer my calls? What's going on between you and my sister? Why did you make her resign? Yan Mengyao had been about to get out of the car when she saw me come out, but after hearing Suzy's words, her hand paused on the car door. Zhang Ting turned around from the driver's seat. Miss, did you hear that? Mr. Lu fired Su Linyan. Looks like he really wants to be with you. As she spoke, she glanced into the rearview mirror, only to find that Yan Mengyao didn't look particularly pleased. Yan Mengyao wasn't as delighted as Zhang Ting had imagined. After all, She had known since the morning that I was going to dismiss Su Linyan. What really bothered her was that brother-in-law. The woman whose focus had gone astray was already drowning in jealousy. I immediately shook off Susie's hand. You already know that she resigned. Didn't she tell you the reason? Susie was momentarily speechless. This version of me felt unfamiliar to her. But weren't all those things approved by you? My sister worked tirelessly for the company. She has both merit and dedication. What I do is none of your business. Understand? If you think it's unfair, go report me to the Labor Bureau. Now move aside, and don't make me repeat myself. Panic flashed through Susie's heart. Brother-in-law. I shot him a cold glance. Who's your brother-in-law? Su Linyan and I have already broken up. Don't call me that again. My girlfriend might misunderstand. Those words stunned not only Susie, but also the surrounding employees, who all widened their eyes in shock. They had already guessed something about their president's breakup. But now that he had a new girlfriend, many of the executives couldn't help but worry. Su Linyan had just left. Was another one coming? Because of my status, everyone subconsciously felt that whenever I dated someone, I was practically doing charity. Just then, a wave of gasps spread through the crowd. Who is that? She's gorgeous. Is she some celebrity? Why haven't I seen her before? I've seen her. I think she's been to our company. As the discussions grew louder, everyone looked toward Yan Mengyao, who was walking over. Confusion appeared on every face. Why would the eldest daughter of the Yun family come here? Is it for business cooperation? But if so, why come at quitting time? Just as they were wondering, they saw Yan Mengyao walk straight to my side and stop. She looked at me with a bright smile. Ready to go. I'm here to take you home. Seeing this, the employees present all stared in disbelief. A bold speculation took root in everyone's mind. For not choosing someone like Yan Mengyao, yet being completely devoted to his sister, but seeing the scene before him, he found it unbearably dazzling. I ignored Susie. More accurately, from the moment Yan Mengyao appeared, my eyes never left her face. What are you doing here? Yan Mengyao lowered her head and smiled softly. I'm here to pick up my boyfriend after work. That one sentence was practically a public declaration. The crowd instantly erupted. So she really is President Lu's new girlfriend. I smiled too. Let's go. Susie suddenly rushed forward. You can't leave. You're cheating on my sister. What did my sister ever do to you? For you to throw her away after using her? How can you do this to her? Everyone looked at the hysterical Susie and instinctively stepped back. Who is this guy? He's acting like a madman. So this is Director Su's brother? Director Su has already been kicked out of the company, okay? Still, doesn't anyone think he looks like a celebrity? Wait, I remember now. He looks like that actor, Susie. Come to think of it, they both have the surname Su. Could they really be siblings? When Susie realized someone had recognized him, he immediately shut his mouth. He shot me a resentful glare, then turned and left. After getting into Yan Mengyao's car, I rolled down the window and looked at Shen Bingbing. I have a task for you. Chairman Meng of Waxen Entertainment is considering leaving the board of directors. Get in touch with him and acquire all the shares in his hands in my name. Waxen Entertainment's headquarters is located in Shenxi. It is the entertainment company signed by Susie. Shen Bingbing was somewhat puzzled. How did I know about Chairman Meng's intention to withdraw? But she didn't ask further. She simply nodded in agreement. Zhang Ting watched Shen Bingbing leave. As she started the car, she looked into the rearview mirror and asked, Miss, are we going back to Yujing or to Diwan? Yujing was Yan Mengyao's residence. Diwan was my home. Both were located in the most expensive area of Shenxi. Yan Mengyao looked at me, her eyes questioning. I replied calmly, Diwan. Yan Mengyao let out a soft sound. Her tone carried some disappointment. Zhang Ting silently slapped herself. Why did she even ask? She could have just driven us to Yujing. Wouldn't her young lady take it out on her later? The two people in the back seat paid no attention to Zhang Ting's dilemma. I looked at the woman whose ears practically drooped. Amused, I rubbed her head. You don't want me to go back. Yan Mengyao looked at me pitifully. What do you think? I sounded troubled, but I still have some important documents at home that need to be handled. How about tomorrow? Yan Mengyao nodded. Okay, whatever you say. After saying that, I kissed Yan Mengyao on the forehead. It was only a fleeting touch. Yan Mengyao chased after me unhappily. You weren't like this yesterday. Then she pressed me against the car door and aggressively kissed me again. Listening to the intimate sounds coming from the backseat, Zhangting silently raised the partition. Her face alternated between red and pale. Her pre-departure suspicions had been confirmed. But at this moment, she wanted nothing more than to kick over this bowl of dog food. The car drove all the way to D1. Zhangting cleared her throat lightly. Miss, we've arrived. Reluctantly, Yan Mengyao pulled her lips away. Go on home. Blushing, I opened the car door. As soon as I got out, I took a deep breath of fresh air. Only when a cool evening breeze blew toward me did it dispel some of the chaos in my mind. I patted my cheeks. Only then did it occur to me that wasn't I the one who had pursued Yan Mengyao first? How had I ended up being completely overwhelmed by her? Still questioning my life, I walked all the way to the entrance of a detached villa and pressed the doorbell. Before long, the door opened from the inside. A housekeeper in a blue-gray apron smiled and greeted me. Mr. Liu, you're back. Dinner will be ready soon. I nodded and hummed an acknowledgement as I walked in. Where did you go last night? You didn't come home all night. The moment I entered the living room, I was met with a harsh interrogation. Su Linyan's mother, Qinhui, sat in the center of the sofa with her arms crossed, looking as though she were putting me on trial. Li Yanfang awkwardly tugged at her apron. Mr. Liu, I forgot to mention it earlier. Mrs. Su came by. She's been waiting for you for quite a while. I crossed my arms and leaned against the wall at the corner. Looking at Qinhui with ridicule, I said, what does where I went have to do with you? Looking at your attitude, someone might think this is your house. Qinhui was stunned, as if she suspected she had heard me wrong. How dare you speak to me like that? Linyan was injured last night. Don't tell me you didn't know. I let out a mocking laugh. So I know she was injured, and Qinhui was both angry and confused by my indifferent attitude. But since I had given her an opening, she couldn't be bothered with anything else. I heard from Ziz that Linyan was injured because of you. It's one thing that you didn't stay in the hospital to take care of her, but shouldn't you at least give her an explanation? I looked at Qinhui as if she were a joke. Why don't I just give the company to her as well? Qinhui's eyes lit up, though she still maintained her airs. Everything you own belongs to Linyan anyway. Even if you don't give it to her now, you'll have to give it to her eventually. I slammed the teacup onto the coffee table. The Qing dynasty has been gone for over 100 years, and you're still living with that outdated mindset. What? Qinhui was stunned by the insult. When she finally realized what I'd said, she flew into a rage. How dare you insult me? You're getting out of line. Believe it or not, I'll make Linyan break up with you. I looked at her mockingly. You don't need to bother trying to break us up. Your precious daughter has already been kicked out by me. And now, please get out of my house immediately. As soon as I finished speaking, Qinhui froze for a long moment. What do you mean? You and Linyan broke up? That's impossible. She knew how devoted I had been to her daughter. That was why. Even though I was the president of a major corporation, she had always dared to manipulate me. And now I was saying I'd broken up with her daughter. I leisurely admired the colorful expressions on her face. Don't believe me? Then call her and ask her yourself. When I say kicked out, I don't just mean we broke up. Her position is gone too. Qinhui's face turned pale. She hurriedly took out her phone and called Su Linyan. The moment the call connected, she immediately bombarded her with questions. I couldn't hear what was being said on the other end, but I could clearly see the color draining from Qinhui's face. It faded little by little, until she was nearly as pale as a sheet. She didn't even mind my disrespect anymore. She sat down beside me and said ingratiatingly, Xiaoyan, Mom was wrong. I shouldn't have come to you without knowing the whole story. Did something happen between you and Linyan? Tell Mom, and I'll definitely teach her a lesson for you later. Just don't stay angry with her. Looking at Kinhai's fawning expression, I stood up in disgust. You really know how to bend and stretch. Then I pointed at the door. I'll say it again. Get out. Kinhai's face was full of anxiety and pleading. The arrogance she had when she first arrived was gone, but I didn't want to say another word to her. Annie Lee, throw her out from me. Annie Lee, who had remained silent until now, heard my order and immediately looked troubled. Mr. Liu, whatever it is, talk it out properly. Mrs. Qin is right. It's normal for young couples to have disagreements. If you make things so tense now, how will you resolve it later? I gave her a cold smile. Annie Lee, have you forgotten who pays your salary? Annie Lee immediately fell silent. She turned to Qin Hui instead. Mrs. Qin, you should leave. At this point, Qin Hui couldn't keep lingering. For someone used to being domineering, lowering her head once or twice was already her limit. After being humiliated by me repeatedly, she lost her temper. You'd better remember this. You're just an orphan from an orphanage. This time, you're the one giving up on Linyan. Don't regret it later. Once our family returns to the Su family, even if you kneel and beg Linyan to take you back, I won't let you through the door. After saying that, Qin Hui stormed out. But what she didn't know was that by the time their family of 3 returned to the Su family, my status would be equally beyond Su Linyan's reach. I leaned back against the sofa, feeling exhausted. The spacious living room felt unusually lonely. Before long, my phone started ringing. I glanced at the caller ID, and my tone softened slightly. What's wrong? Yan Mengyao's pleasant voice came through the receiver. Are you in a bad mood? I rubbed my temples. Is it that obvious? You could tell just from my voice. After a moment of silence on Yan Mengyao's end, did Su Linyan's mother come looking for trouble? I suddenly sat upright, got up, and walked out of the villa. Glancing around, I saw the black Bentley, still parked where it had been. The driver's seat was empty now. I quickly walked over and knocked on the rear door. The door opened immediately, revealing Yan Mengyao's exquisitely sculpted profile. I opened my mouth, and after several breaths finally voiced my confusion. Why haven't you left yet? Yan Mengyao paused briefly. I wanted to wait and drive you to work tomorrow. Seeing that I said nothing, she lowered her head guiltily. I didn't want to disturb you, but when I saw the person who just came out, I guess what happened. I was worried you'd feel bad alone, waiting just to drive me to work. I didn't know whether Yan Mengyao was crazy, or if I was. You stayed here, planning to spend the night in the car? Yan Mengyao didn't answer. She lowered her head even further. I felt like my heart was about to explode, desperately needing an outlet for my emotions. I ended up dragging the guilt-ridden Yan Mengyao back into the villa. The dishes on the dining table were no longer steaming, but they were still edible. I took out 2 bottles of Bordeaux red wine from the cabinet. While letting them breathe, I shot Yan Mengyao an exasperated glare. Eat. Yan Mengyao lowered her head and apologized. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please don't be angry. I glanced at the wine breathing in the ice bucket and smiled while biting my chopsticks. I'm actually going to reward you. A reward for what? What do you think? I kicked the question back to her and lowered my head to continue eating. After dinner, I poured the decanted wine into our glasses. I clinked mine against Yan Mengyao's. To your recovery from illness, and to the poison leaving your body, to my new beginning, and to clearing out the trash around me, to the second day of us being together, and every day that follows. Without waiting for Yan Mengyao's response, I drained the glass in one gulp. Then I poured myself another glass and tapped it against hers again. Why aren't you drinking? It's not like the wine is fake. Isn't it worth celebrating with? With that, I emptied another glass, just as I reached for a third. Yan Mengyao pressed a hand over my glass. You're drunk. I raised an eyebrow. Are you kidding? I've only had 2 glasses. Yan Mengyao still wouldn't remove her hand. Stop drinking. I gave in and let go. I'll listen to my wife. I looked at Yan Mengyao with smiling eyes. Lu Yan, if you don't want to be unable to get out of bed tomorrow, then stop looking at me like that. Even knowing I was drunk, she was still thrilled by that casual wife. I had called her. Did I have any idea how weak her self-control was around me? Yet I kept teasing her without restraint. My alcohol-hazed eyes seemed to be trying to understand what she meant. Then, whether I understood or not, I crooked a finger at Yan Mengyao. Come here. Lu Yan can never be allowed to drink again. That was Yan Mengyao's first thought. Before long, I was no longer clear-headed. In a daze, I held the woman and returned to the bedroom. I raised my hand and gently stroked Yan Mengyao's cheek. Why are you so good to me? Before she could answer, I continued, in this lifetime, let me be the one to spoil you. What? Yan Mengyao didn't quite catch that last sentence, but I refused to repeat it. Yan Mengyao smiled and kissed me on the forehead. Why aren't you happy that I'm treating you well? I mumbled, then somehow started overthinking again. No matter how capable I am, if I come from a poor background, will some people always look down on me? Yan Mengyao's expression softened, though she didn't know exactly what I was thinking. I grabbed her collar and asked, will your parents dislike my background too, and stop us from being together? Hearing that, Yan Mengyao finally understood. Thinking of Qin Hua leaving the villa, a dark look flashed across her eyes. She reached out with her slender hands and held mine. My parents won't, she said solemnly. They'll only admire how exceptional you are, to come this far despite growing up in those circumstances. My confused eyes blinked. Really? Yan Mengyao nodded seriously. Really. My parents are very open-minded, and they respect my decisions. If you don't believe me, I'll take you home to meet them tomorrow. When I still didn't respond, Yan Mengyao felt a little disappointed, but she didn't expect someone this drunk to understand every word she said. She took out her phone and made a call. Then she raised the temperature of the air conditioner a little and patiently helped me take off my shoes. By the time Yan Mengyao was finished, Zhang Ting had just arrived at D1 carrying a pot of hangover soup. After sending Zhang Ting away, Yan Mengyao held the soup in one hand and helped me sit up with the other. Be good. Drink this before you sleep. I leaned closer and sniffed it. Immediately, I turned my head away in refusal. Yan Mengyao couldn't help but laugh. The scene felt strangely familiar. I drank the herbal medicine, and you're still complaining about the smell. I still refused. Yan Mengyao coaxed softly. Be good. Drink it. Or do you want me to feed you another way? I reached out to take it, then caught her off guard. I poured both the soup and its contents into the trash can beside the bed. Before Yan Mengyao could react, I lifted my head and kissed her lips. The next day, I was groggily awakened by a ringing phone. As soon as I answered, I heard Shen Bingbing's anxious voice. President Lu, check the trending searches. Susie posted on Weibo, smearing you and the company. The company's stock price has already started to fall. Hearing Shen Bingbing's words, I merely responded with an indifferent "Oh. It's not a big deal. You've been with me for so long. How can you still be so flustered? I was actually worried Susie wouldn't cause trouble. Now he's practically handing himself over. It's exactly what I wanted. Once again, Shen Bingbing was impressed by my confidence. Sorry, President Lu, I overreacted. But what Susie posted is infuriating. He even bought trending topics and hired trolls, combined with his fans. Weibo is flooded with people cursing you right now. I just can't stand it. I said calmly, it's fine. Let them curse, as long as the entertainment industry is involved. These online wars are always intense. In my previous life, I helped Su Linyan manage Tianyu, which controlled half of the industry. I'm very familiar with this sort of thing. Shen Bingbing asked, President Lu, shouldn't we release the evidence of Su Linyan's embezzlement? I smiled. Of course we'll release the evidence. But not just that. We'll talk once I get to the office. Your job is to reassure the shareholders. What I want isn't merely clarification. I want to kill two birds with one stone. Yan Mengyao looked at me, her eyes full of excitement and anticipation. Amused, she pinched my earlobe. It looks like you already guessed Susie would do this. I chuckled. I just think that with his personality and brains, he wouldn't let this go. And he couldn't come up with a better way to attack me. Yan Mengyao smiled. Do you need my help? I shook my head. Yan Mengyao had already avenged my previous life. This time, I wanted to do it myself. On the way to the company, I casually opened Weibo. I immediately saw a trending topic about the incident. It was ranked number 1. The president of Lu Group cheats on a rising star. Suzy speaks up for justice. When I opened the trending topic, the top post was a lengthy statement posted by Suzy on his personal Weibo account. It focused on how Su Linyan had worked tirelessly and selflessly for me, while accusing me of discarding her after using her. It essentially painted me as an ungrateful scumbag and portrayed Su Linyan as a tragic heroine. Perhaps because he was wary of Yan Mengyao, he never explicitly named the person I had supposedly cheated with. As I scrolled through it all, I felt nothing in particular. Only when I saw comments insulting Yan Mengyao did my expression turn cold. I silently added those people to my blacklist. Yan Mengyao glanced at me. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." I put away my phone and adjusted my expression. "I was just thinking about dealing with Suzy later. I'm a little excited." Yan Mengyao looked at me for a long moment. She finally voiced the question that had been buried in her heart. "Did something happen between you and Su Linyan in the blink of an eye?" My attitude toward Yan Mengyao and the Su family was like night and day, if not for the fact that my personality. "I can't tell you yet. Can you give me some time? After all, the fact that I died tragically and was reborn sounds far too absurd. Not to mention that in my first life, I was actually someone from ancient times." Even though Yan Mengyao and I had already crossed the final line, I still didn't have the courage to reveal everything now. Yan Mengyao wrapped her arms around my waist. "If you don't want to talk about it, then don't." What she really wanted to ask was whether, after my issues with Su Linyan were resolved, I would stop wanting her. She feared she was just my backup plan, a tool I was using to get back at Su Linyan. She was afraid that if everything returned to how it was before, she wouldn't be able to stop herself from locking me away. These past 2 days had been the happiest time of her life. If hope was given to her, only to be taken away, it would be no different from taking her life. After arriving at the company, I compiled the evidence of Su Linyan's repeated embezzlement and posted it through the official account. I didn't add a single extra word. At that moment, Shen Bingbing knocked and entered, placing a document on my desk. "President Liu, this is Chairman Meng's share transfer agreement. It only needs your signature." I reviewed the contract and nodded approvingly. "Well done." Then I signed my name on the signature line. "Get the car ready." Shen Bingbing nodded. "President Liu, where are we going?" The corner of my lips curled upward. As Waxing Entertainment's newest shareholder, of course I'm going to greet everyone and get acquainted. Inside Waxing Entertainment's office, Suzy watched Lu Group's falling stock price with a smile. "So what if he's a CEO? Doesn't he know how much influence I have in the entertainment industry? How dare he put on airs in front of me? I'll make his company go bankrupt." His assistant Xiao Qiao handed him a freshly brewed coffee. With a flattering smile, she said, "He dared to make me lose face in front of the company. I'll make him kneel in front of everyone in the entire company and apologize to me." The moment he finished speaking, the lounge door was slammed open. Su Linyan stormed in with a furious expression. "Who told you to post this on Weibo?" Suzy froze. "Sis, I'm standing up for you. What's with that attitude? Lu Yan treated you like that. Are you still unwilling to make a move against him? Besides, I'm only teaching him a lesson when he can't take it anymore and comes begging us. If I'm in a good mood, I'll let him off." Su Linyan looked at him as if he were an idiot. "I don't know whether to call you naive or stupid. You think something this small can shake Lu Group, but Lu Group's stock price is already falling." As Suzy spoke, he saw the stock price on the screen suddenly stop falling and begin surging upward at twice the speed. His assistant Xiao Qiao turned pale. "Brother Z, quick, look at Weibo." What happened on Weibo? Wasn't everyone still cursing Luyan? Suzy grabbed his phone in panic and saw several explosive trending topics. The truth behind Suzy's sister's resignation. Parasitic siblings get what they deserve. Suzy's eyes widened. What the hell is all this? He clicked into one of the trending topics. The direction of the comments had completely reversed. Suzy actually has the nerve to post on Weibo and accuse someone. Doesn't he realize where all that money went? The only reason he has his current status is because his sister embezzled company funds to buy resources and opportunities for him. Looking at the overwhelming criticism, Suzy felt his hands and feet turn cold. How could this happen? The embezzlement was something that got you to where you are today. And yet you didn't even ask me first. You acted on your own. Suzy realized he had made a huge mistake. Then, what should we do? Sis, let's release the fact that Lu Yang covered the missing funds for you. That would prove everything was voluntary and had nothing to do with us. Su Linyan was so angry that her head hurt. Will you shut up already? After Lu Yan's clarification, people have already formed a first impression of him as someone endlessly tolerant of his girlfriend. Even if we release evidence that he covered our debts, it would only reinforce Lu Yan's image as a devoted lover. The one getting cursed will still be us. Suzy panicked. Sis, aren't you going to help me? It wasn't easy for me to reach my current status. I don't want to leave the entertainment industry. Su Linyan pinched the bridge of her nose. Everything her brother had today was built through her hard work. How could she possibly abandon him? Do this. Post a public apology. Say that you didn't know about my embezzlement. That way, at least, we can protect you. I'm just an ordinary person. I don't care if they curse me. Suzy quickly nodded. Okay, I'll post it right away. However, just as he picked up his phone, the lounge door was pushed open again. The assistant to the director of artist management walked in. Mr. Su, this lounge no longer belongs to you. Please pack up your belongings and leave immediately. What? This time, not only was Suzy stunned, but Su Linyan also frowned deeply. What do you mean? Explain yourself clearly. The female assistant adjusted her glasses. If you don't believe me, go out and ask around. Su Linyan's chest heaved violently. Only now did she realize how serious things had become. Suzy held a high position among the company's artists. Yet no executives had come to discuss crisis management, so they had already decided to blacklist him? No, that couldn't be right. This matter wasn't serious enough for that. With proper PR, it could easily be handled. Remembering what the assistant had just said, she walked out of the lounge. As soon as she reached a corner, she saw a group of people gathered and gossiping. Have you heard? Suzy got blacklisted. Serves him right. No wonder he had no powerful backing, yet had such great resources. That guy is such an ungrateful wolf. Exactly. But is this really enough to get him blacklisted? He's still hugely popular. He brings the company a lot of profit. Why would management be willing to dump him? Rumor has it, the company got a new shareholder. He directly ordered the blacklist. Hearing those words, Su Linyan froze in place. A new shareholder, just as she wondered who it could be. A series of footsteps sounded behind her. Su Linyan turned around, and her blood immediately boiled. A group of waxing executives and shareholders were escorting people toward them. Of the two being surrounded, one was Waxing's president, Feng Lidao. The other was me, the man who had fired her yesterday. Feng Lidao raised a hand. Allow me to introduce him. This is our company's new director, Mr. Lu Yan. Everyone, give him a warm welcome. The crowd immediately burst into applause. The employees exchanged glances, all wearing expressions of sudden realization. Just then, someone who clearly loved watching dramas stepped forward. From the front, isn't that Suzy's sister and manager, Su Linyan? As soon as those words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned towards Su Linyan. Their gazes shifted back and forth between her and me. Su Linyan stared at me without blinking. Do you really have to destroy us completely? Sensing the tension, Feng Lidao quickly waved his hand. Everyone, disperse. Get back to your work. Although everyone wanted to stay and watch. After a moment, only Su Linyan and I remained. Destroy you completely. I savored the phrase and found it rather amusing. Your former position was given to you by me. Susie's current status was built by me. I'm merely taking back what belongs to me and returning everything to its starting point. How is that destroying you completely? Su Linyan took a deep breath. What exactly happened? Lu Yan, you know what I'm asking. Even if I'm doomed, at least let me understand why. Before I could answer, Suzy came running over. Sis. The moment he saw me, his expression changed instantly. It was you, wasn't it? The company wants to blacklist me. You were behind it. I let out a cold laugh. So, what if I was consumed by hatred? Suzy screamed and lunged at me. I'll kill you. I didn't even blink. I grabbed his swinging arm and twisted it hard. A loud crack rang out, followed by Suzy's agonized scream. I tossed him aside like a chicken. By the time Su Linyan reacted, Suzy was already sprawled on the floor. Z's. Su Linyan hurried over and helped him up, her gaze toward me icy to the core. I'll remember what happened today. I hope you won't regret it in the future. His eyes were filled with coldness. Regret? The thing I regret most is falling for her. And in doing so, I betrayed Yan Mengyao, who loved me so deeply. But fortunately, I still have a chance to make amends. After leaving waxing, I made a phone call. When the call connected, a somewhat rough voice came from the other end. Who is this? Hearing that voice again, I still felt a little uncomfortable. Su Mingwei, the only legitimate heir of the Su family, and Su Lingyan's half-brother. Who is this? If you're not going to talk, I'm hanging up. Su Minghui. I called out his name. Su Mingwei was startled. Who are you? Who I am isn't important. I just want to remind you of something. Watch out for your father's illegitimate daughter. She's been trying to return to the Su family and fight you for the inheritance. Mr. Su, don't be too confident. In my previous life, even though Su Mingwei strongly opposed it, he still couldn't stop Su Lingyan's family of 3 from returning to the Su family. In this life, although they no longer have my help or the leverage to attract the Su family patriarch, I know Su Linyan well. She won't stop until she gets what she wants. What do you mean by that? And who exactly are you? I hung up the phone and added the number to my blacklist. I'd already said everything I needed to say. If Su Mingwei still didn't stay alert, there was nothing I could do. At worst, I'd handle it myself. Directly across from the cafe stood a high-end private club. The outdoor viewing terrace on the second floor faced directly toward the cafe's transparent glass wall. Jia Wanning was discussing business with the person in charge of the Shenxi branch. A casual glance later, she suddenly stood up. What's wrong, Miss Jia? Li Jin, who was beside her, also turned to look at her. She immediately became alert. Jia Wanning stared fixedly at me. That man. LV Jianfeng followed her gaze. Then he smiled and said, Miss Jia has been living in the imperial capital, so you may not know that he's far from an ordinary man. Jia Wanning was no longer in a hurry. She slowly sat down before asking, how so? LV Jianfeng continued. Miss Jia may not know him, but you've surely heard of Lu Corporation. During his leadership, an artificial intelligence company emerged out of nowhere. Since its founding, the company has risen rapidly, and in just 3 years, its market expanded across most of the world. It became a leader in the AI industry. As someone at the center of the business world, Jia Wanning naturally knew about it. However, information online about the president of Lu Corporation was extremely scarce. There was neither a name nor a photo. People only knew that he was a man and seemed quite young. He mainly operated around Shenxi, Seeing Jia wanting deep in thought, LV Jianfeng stopped keeping her in suspense. He is the president of Lu Corporation. This time, Jia Wanning was truly shocked. What? From LV Jianfeng's words, she had only assumed that the man held an important position at Lu Corporation. She had never expected him to be the president himself. Previously, when she heard he was young, she thought he would at least be over 30. But this man looked to be only around 20 years old. Or perhaps he simply looked young. If that was the case, then maybe she had mistaken him. Thinking that, she became distracted. Since you know him, Mr. LV, do you know how old he is? LV Jianfeng replied enthusiastically. I was just about to tell you. That man is only 19 this year. Seeing Jia Wanting freeze, LV Jianfeng assumed she was shocked by just how young Lu Yan was. He sighed emotionally. He's the same age as my son. But my son is still in his senior year of high school, and he can't even understand functions properly. Jia Wanting felt her heart pounding so hard it was about to leap from her chest. Even her voice turned hoarse as she asked, You're saying he's 19? LV Jianfeng smiled and said, Miss Jia, do you also find it unbelievable? For people like us, who are already past 50, it's hard to admit that we've been outperformed by a boy who just came of age. But after spending several years in Shenxi, you have no choice but to acknowledge him. Despite his youth, he's no less capable than us veterans in the business world. Jia Wanting listened while forcing herself to stay composed, so she wouldn't reveal too much. She picked up her pen and signed the document. Then she handed it to LV Jianfeng and said, This project has been approved, Mr. LV. Don't disappoint me. Of course, I will do my utmost. LV Jianfeng accepted the approved documents with both hands. While expressing his gratitude, he added, I've also prepared a banquet for you, Miss Jia. Please honor us with your presence. Li Jin thought to herself, How can this man be so oblivious? Can he see that Miss Jia can barely sit still? LV Jianfeng didn't know. But after following Jia Wanting for so many years, Li Jin had long guessed the reason for her reaction. Come to think of it, that boy's eyes really did resemble Madam's when she was young. With that thought in mind, she stepped forward and declined politely. President Jia has never liked formalities. Doing your job well is better than anything else. Besides, President Jia has other matters to attend to. You should head back first. After LV Jianfeng left, Jia Wanting immediately headed downstairs. She didn't even wait for the elevator, but when she walked out of the club, the seat where I had been sitting was already empty. I had already left. Even Li Jin was stunned. Miss, should we go to his company instead? And everything he had experienced over the past 19 years, down to the smallest detail. Meanwhile, in a hospital ward, Suzy was crying so hard he could barely catch his breath. Look how brutally Lu Yan attacked me. I feel like my hand is ruined. Su Linyan was irritated as well, but she still comforted him and pulled him into her arms. The doctor said it's only a minor fracture. Just watch your diet, and you'll recover after a while. Suzy continued. But, are we really going to let this go? Su Linyan gritted her teeth. Of course not. Once we return to the Su family, everyone who has bullied us will pay the price. Suzy looked up at her. But now you've lost Lu Corporation as a bargaining chip, and I've been blacklisted by the company. Su Mingwei is still blocking us in the Su family. Will Dad really accept us? Su Linyan said dismissively. Do you think I wouldn't leave myself a way out? Even if this path is cut off, we still have the option of a marriage alliance. A marriage alliance? Suzy's eyes immediately lit up. You still keep in touch with Brother Hauken, right? Song Hauken was the only son of the Song family in the imperial capital. When Su Linyan was in the imperial capital, she had approached him before. If the head of the Song family hadn't looked down on her background, and if she hadn't met me, a better stepping stone who came to her door, she wouldn't have given up on Song Hauken and turned to me instead. Although she chose Lu Yan, she had always remained in contact with Song Hauken. Combined with her deliberate manipulation, he always believed it was his father who had forced them apart. As a result, He never really blamed her, and instead always felt guilty toward her. Now that I had abandoned her, there was no need for her to keep hiding it. Yes, we're still in contact. Once he convinces his father, we'll get married. Suzy was instantly overjoyed. That's great. The Song family and the Su family are a perfect match. And brother Song Haoken is the Song family's only son. If the two of you get married, and everyone finds out, the Su family might even invite us back. As he spoke, his expression darkened again. You never should have given up on brother Haoken. Although the Song family is only ranked 8th among the elite families of the imperial capital, they're still a prestigious family with generations of history. Lu Corporation may look good now, but how long can such a young company maintain its glory? Besides, he's just an orphan from an orphanage. Even if he manages to enter high society, people will still look down on him. He thinks that getting together with Yan Mengyao will let him become part of the upper class. Even the Song family cares about one's background. After hearing Suzy's words, Su Linyan's gloomy mood over the past few days finally eased. She pulled out a few tissues and handed them to Suzy. Wipe your face. Song Haoken will be here soon. Don't let him see you like this and laugh at you. Suzy took the tissues in a daze. Brother Haoken is coming. Isn't he in the imperial capital? Why would he suddenly come here? Su Linyan explained. The old master of the Zheng family in Shenqi is celebrating his 80th birthday. The Song and Zheng families have been close for generations, so he's here for the celebration. Meanwhile, in a luxurious reception room, when Yan Mengyao saw the woman walk in, she waved Zhongting away to make coffee. What a rare guest, Sister Wanning. What brings you to Shenqi? All of a sudden, Jia Wanning tossed her car keys onto the coffee table. She walked over and sat on the sofa opposite Yan Mengyao. She looked completely at ease, as if she were in her own home. I was about to ask you, why have you been staying in Shenqi for so long? Yan Mengyao raised an eyebrow. A teasing smile appeared at the corner of her lips. Let's see what kind of man has managed to charm you. Yan Mengyao nearly choked. Jia Wanning paid little attention to Yan Mengyao's reaction and instead answered her original question. I came here to inspect and approve a project. And besides, she straightened up slightly, and the light in her eyes seemed to brighten. I think I found my younger brother. Hearing that, Yan Mengyao became serious. Are you that certain? Have you done a DNA test yet? Jia Wanning unconsciously rubbed her hands together. Not yet, but I have a feeling that person is my brother. Do you know that kind of intuition? Among all the people we suspected before, including those who looked a lot like my mother and tried to impersonate him, none of them ever made me feel this way. Yan Mengyao looked puzzled. Then why hesitate? Why not take him for a DNA test? Instead, you came here to pass along a message from my mother. Is that really more important than finding your brother? Of course not. Since she wasn't certain yet, she didn't mention that the person might actually be the president of Lu Corporation, and the closer she got to uncovering the truth, the more nervous she became. Yan Mengyao seemed to understand her feelings and chose not to ask further. Just then, Zhongting walked over with 2 cups of coffee. Yan Mengyao took a sip and casually asked, if you've really found him, your brother should be about the same age as me, right? Jia Wanning nodded. Yan Mengyao looked at the face that had suddenly become hostile toward her and couldn't help laughing helplessly. It's not even certain that he's your brother yet. After being interrupted like that, she couldn't be bothered to ask about his birth date anymore. She hurriedly clarified. Besides, I already have a boyfriend. Jia Wanning was surprised to hear that. Before she could ask further, her phone received a text message. It was from Li Jin with news about her younger brother. She immediately lost interest in Yan Mengyao's love life I've delivered Annie's message. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving, without giving Yan Mengyao a chance to see her off. Jia Wanning got into a black sedan parked by the roadside. Li Jin, who was in the driver's seat, handed her a thin file. Miss, according to my investigation, that young man's name is Lu Yan. He's 19 years old, but his birth date is unknown. In addition, he has no parents. Before the age of 5, he lived in Nanling Orphanage. We couldn't find any other information. Hearing that he was an orphan with no parents, Jia Wanning felt both excited and heartbroken. She was excited because the possibility of him being her brother had increased. But when she thought about the hardships he might have suffered as a child, her heart ached. But why can't we find any other information? The Jia family may not have a top-tier international intelligence network, but with our status equal to the Liu family, we shouldn't be unable to investigate a person's background. Li Jin shook her head. This subordinate is incompetent, but his information looks as though it was deliberately erased. Only these basic details remain. No matter what I tried, I couldn't uncover anything else. Jia Wanning looked thoughtfully at the file, placed in order with District 7. Then she glanced at her watch. What about the appointment I asked you to arrange? Li Jin replied. It's been scheduled. Tomorrow morning at 10. Jia Wanning nodded. Just as she was about to say something else, she heard Li Jin add, Miss, District 7 rejected our request. Jia Wanning looked up at her. Why would they reject it? You didn't contact Yabai, did you? Yabai was one of District 7's core members, but also the most mysterious and unpredictable. Whether he accepted jobs depended entirely on his mood. No, I submitted it directly through the official website, and it was rejected in less than an hour. The confusion in Jia Wanning's eyes deepened. Then let's stop investigating for now. The most important thing at the moment is to determine whether Lu Yan is really my brother. In the president's office of Lu Corporation, I was wearing a strangely shaped earpiece, listening to someone from District 7. One of District 7's for elders, Kai, was grumbling on the other end. The Jia family's young lady from Wagwo tried to investigate you, and I rejected her request. Don't I get some kind of reward? No. How heartless. But do you have some kind of grudge against her? Why is she investigating you? Do you need District 7 to send people to help? No need. Goodbye. After saying that, I cut off the connection, leaving Kai on the other side of the ocean fuming helplessly. After shutting down my computer, I called Shen Bingbing into the office. Prepare the car. Shen Bingbing glanced at the time. President Lu, aren't you waiting for President Yun to pick you up? Ever since her boss had gotten together with Yan Mengyao, she had rarely had the chance to moonlight as a driver. Yan Mengyao handled most of the commuting. I replied, why should I wait for her to pick me up? Can I pick her up from work instead? Yan Mengyao had left work early on purpose, planning to pick me up like she had yesterday. But the moment she walked out of the company, she saw a Maybach parked at the entrance. Miss, doesn't that look like Mr. Lu's car? Zhang Ting had barely finished speaking when the rear window rolled down. It really is Mr. Lu. Zhang Ting's mouth fell open. Mr. Lu, why are you here? I rested my elbow on the car window frame. I looked at Yan Mengyao and curled my lips into a smile. Why else would I be here at this hour? Of course, I'm here to pick your young lady up from work. Yan Mengyao lowered her head and smiled softly. Her long eyelashes cast delicate shadows. Bathed in the glow of the setting sun, she looked dreamlike and enchanting. My heart skipped a beat without dignity. I thought that if it weren't for Su Linyan, in my previous life, I would probably have fallen for this captivating beauty long ago. I coughed lightly to cover it up. Then I tapped the window frame and said, get in. Yan Mengyao answered softly and had just opened the car door when Zhang Ting suddenly called out, Miss, do you know what you look like right now? Yan Mengyao narrowed her eyes. Zhang Ting's heart trembled, but she still bravely said, like a shy bride on her way to the wedding sedan. Shen Bingbing and I both burst out laughing. Compared to Zhang Ting's boldness, I felt I managed my staff rather well. Yan Mengyao crooked her finger at Zhang Ting. Come here. Zhang Ting immediately hugged my leg. Mr. Lu, save me. A dangerous smile appeared on Yan Mengyao's lips. It seems you don't plan on going home. After saying that, she ignored Zhang Ting, bent down, and got into the car. Seeing Yan Mengyao get in, Shen Bingbing started the car and asked, President Lu, Where are we going? She still didn't know the two of us were already living together. She thought this was just a simple case of picking up a girlfriend from work. I turned my head and looked to Yan Mengyao for her opinion. Before Yan Mengyao could answer, Zhang Ting sprang back to life. Assistant Shen, you don't get it, do you? With the relationship between Miss Yan and Mr. Lu now, it doesn't matter where you take them. It's all the same place anyway. Yan Mengyao raised an eyebrow. This time, she didn't refute it. Shen Bingbing seemed half confused, but after hearing my instructions to head home, she finally understood the destination. Before driving off, she turned back and glanced at Zhang Ting once more. Miss Zhang, are you sure you're not coming back with us? No need. I still have to drive Miss Yan's car back. Zhang Ting waved her hand, as if thinking of something. She looked at Shen Bingbing with a gleeful expression. What goes around comes around. Assistant Shen finally gets to experience what I go through. After saying that, she turned and left, giving no chance for further questions. Shen Bingbing was indeed confused, but she soon understood. Recalling Zhang Ting's words, she listened to the intimate sounds from the back seat and couldn't help but think that she had also followed her boss and Su Linyan before, yet she had never seen the two of them kiss. It seemed Su Linyan truly had been an exception. Just then, a ringtone broke the intimate atmosphere in the car. Breathing heavily, I gently pushed the emotional Yan Mengyao away. I picked up my phone and glanced at the caller ID. What's wrong, Xiaohua? There was a brief pause on the other end. Then a sweet, youthful female voice came through. I asked the doctor, are you doing okay over there? Yan Mengyao couldn't help glancing at me several times. She knew I had a younger sister, the daughter of the orphanage director who had once taken me in, but she had never seen how we interacted. She didn't know that whenever I spoke to that girl, I became like this, as though all my sharp edges and masks had been put away. Even my voice was filled with gentleness, though she hated to admit it. Yan Mengyao couldn't stop herself from feeling jealous. Lu Xiaohua had no idea that her future sister-in-law had just tipped over a whole jar of vinegar. I'm fine over here. I just wanted to ask, did you break up with Su Linyan? I asked. You saw it on Weibo. Lu Xiaohua's voice carried an unmistakable sense of relief and happiness. Brother, you've finally seen the truth. Hearing the relief in her tone, I suddenly felt ashamed. Both my assistant and my sister could see what I couldn't. How could I not understand? It was only because of the life and death devotion we shared in the first life, that even after knowing Su Linyan was using me in this second life, I never gave up. I only thought that everything would be fine once she regained her memories. Brother, do you have a new girlfriend now? Lu Xiaohua's voice pulled me back from my thoughts. I responded, glancing at Yan Mengyao. With a smile, I said, I'll bring her to meet you when I have time. As soon as I finished speaking, a long silence came from Lu Xiaohua's side. Just when I thought the call had disconnected, Lu Xiaohua finally spoke softly. Is she in Shenxi too? I'll fly over tonight and check her out for you. I instinctively asked, don't you still have a competition? Then I immediately understood her concern and couldn't help laughing helplessly. She's someone I've already chosen. Don't worry. That only makes me more worried. You just broke up with Su Linyan, and you've already decided this is the one. After saying that, she hung up. After the call ended, I turned to look at Yan Mengyao. You don't have anything to say. I could clearly feel that her emotions had fluctuated while I was on the phone. Ever since I said I would introduce her to Lu Xiaohua, Yan Mengyao had stopped being jealous. Hearing my question now, she asked, Lu Yan, am I really the person you've chosen? I raised my arms and hugged her back. Yes. Yan Mengyao looked at me with happiness written all over her face. That answer is enough for me. The next day, as usual, I was working in the president's office. At 10 o'clock, I heard a knock on the door right on time. Come in. Click. The door opened. Jia Wanning walked in with Li Jin. The moment I saw Jia Wanning, the corner of my mouth twitched. She had obviously dressed up with great care. Anyone who knew would think this was a meeting between two company executives. Anyone who didn't know better would think she was here on a blind date. I wasn't unfamiliar with Miss Jia. As the head of the Jia family in the imperial capital, she had a single mother renowned as a powerful businesswoman, and Miss Jia herself had perfectly inherited her mother's style and bearing. But according to rumors, she was cold and aloof, and never spent much effort on dressing up. So, What was going on today? If I hadn't seen her in my previous life, I would have thought she was someone else. Seeing my reaction, Lee Jin immediately sensed trouble. Had they overdone it? She remembered how that morning, her young lady had said she was going to meet her brother and needed to dress magnificently, even though Lee Jin repeatedly emphasized that no DNA test had been done yet, and he might not even be her brother. Her young lady still spent 3 hours trying on outfits in front of the mirror. Nothing seemed satisfactory. In the end, Lee Jin had to decide and put together this look for her fashion indecisive boss, but it seemed to have backfired. I was the first to break the silence. President Jia, what an honor. Pleasure to meet you. The moment I finished speaking, Lee Jin noticed her young lady visibly stiffen. She suddenly couldn't bear to watch. Having followed her young lady for so long, she knew very well that her boss was a top-tier brother obsessive. She thought about her little brother so much that she was almost possessed by the idea. Jia Wanning had no idea what kind of image her subordinates had secretly created of her. Upon hearing my voice, her eyes lit up with surprise. You know who I am? Lee Jin realized that in front of her brother, her young lady's IQ dropped to 0. I found Jia Wanning's reaction somewhat strange. President Xia's face appears on the covers of financial magazines all the time. It would be difficult not to recognize you. Jia Wanning quickly regained her composure. You're the kind, President Liu. At such a young age, you've already founded Liu Corporation. You're the one who makes me feel inadequate. The conversation once again turned into mutual business flattery. I curled my lips slightly, then stood up and walked toward the reception sofa. President Jia, there's no need to be nervous. Please, have a seat. Shen Bingbing, go make some coffee. Shen Bingbing nodded. Before leaving, she secretly glanced at Jia Wanning. After we sat down face to face, I got straight to the point. President Jia, what brings you here today? As far as I know, the Jia family's businesses don't involve artificial intelligence. Or are you planning to expand into this field? Jia Wanning smiled. If I said yes, would President Liu be willing to do me that favor? I pondered for a moment. The Jia family had enormous resources, and I knew a thing or two about Miss Xia's business style. As long as there was no foul play, working with them would be a guaranteed profit for me. I tapped the armrest twice with my index finger. Then what area are you interested in? Manufacturing or investment? Jia Wanning answered immediately. I paused in surprise. Just investment? Yes. What do you think, President Liu? I immediately became wary. The shareholder structure of Liu Corporation had already reached a stable balance. A small investment probably wouldn't interest the Jia family. Realizing I had misunderstood, Jia Wanning quickly interrupted. I mean investing without taking any shares in Liu Corporation. She actually wanted to add that dividends didn't matter either, but she held back, worried that I might become suspicious. Now I was genuinely surprised. Investing without taking equity wasn't unheard of, but this was practically the same as handing me money for free. That didn't seem like the Jia family's style. No matter how upright Miss Jia might be, she couldn't possibly be so enthusiastic about charity work. Thinking that, I voiced my question. Jia Wanning thought to herself, no wonder he managed to reach this position at such a young age. If Lee Jin knew what her young lady was thinking, she would definitely grab her by the shoulders and shout, wake up. He isn't even confirmed to be your brother yet. What are you so proud of? President Liu, if you're not comfortable, I can sign a guarantee. I interrupted her. Wait, can I ask why? Because you're my brother. I'd gladly invest in you. Naturally, Jia Wanning couldn't possibly reveal her true thoughts. Since Liu Corporation was founded, its status in the business world had steadily risen. Although the Jia family had missed the best opportunity, they still wanted a share of the profits now. Would President Liu be willing to give me that opportunity? I stayed silent for a long time. I remained cautious. I can't just take advantage of you. You should review the company's performance summary first, before making a decision. As I spoke, I looked toward Shen Bingbing, who had just entered carrying coffee. Bring over the company's recent development report. Shen Bingbing nodded and left. After taking the file Shen Bingbing handed me, I was about to pass it to Jia Wanning when she stood up and walked around the coffee table. She sat down beside me, looking as though she intended to read it together with me. Since President Liu is being so considerate, I'll gladly accept your kindness. The strange feeling I'd had since meeting Jia Wanning grew even stronger. It intensified at that moment. Why did she have to sit beside me just to read a document? What was wrong with this woman? Jia Wanning pointed to a section of the report. President Liu. Could you explain this part to me? I don't quite understand it. Suppressing my unease, I lowered my head to look at the section she indicated. While my attention was diverted, Jia Wanning quietly raised her other hand and reached toward my hair. From Shen Bingbing's angle, she couldn't see Jia Wanning's little move behind my back. But from Li Qian's angle, everything was perfectly clear. Her heart rose into her throat along with Jia Wanning's hand. It was as if I had eyes in the back of my head. I turned around and grabbed Jia Wanning's wrist. The easygoing expression on my face vanished. It was replaced by a trace of anger. Miss Jia, please show some respect. Jia Wanning froze. She hadn't expected me to be so perceptive. Li Jing could barely bear to watch the embarrassing scene. Her young mistress had always been upright and honorable. This was the first time she had done something so sneaky, and it had backfired, since she had already been caught. Jia Wanning stopped trying to hide it. Mr. Liu, you've misunderstood. I just think you look a lot like the younger brother I've been searching for all these years. That's why I wanted to take a strand of your hair for testing. I didn't have time to explain it to you. I'm truly sorry. I was stunned. As for myself, I had rarely looked into my background in this lifetime. I only remembered that right after I was born, I was kidnapped by a man wearing a black hood. After a long drive, once he was sure he had shaken off anyone tracking him. The man, whose face I couldn't see clearly, covered my mouth and nose. He tried to suffocate me. The man probably never imagined that a newborn baby could possess an adult's mind and know how to hold its breath and play dead. When he noticed the baby's struggle gradually stop and felt no breathing, he threw me into the grass by the roadside. I waited until the kidnappers left, and when I sensed passers-by nearby, I burst into tears to attract attention. And that was when I met the orphanage director who later adopted me. Thinking about it now, if I hadn't been born with memories from my previous two lives and managed to save myself in that critical moment, I would have died the day I was born in this life. I didn't blame my biological family for failing to protect me. After all, what happened was probably something no one could have anticipated. But because I wanted to find Su Linyan, and because I worried that growing up under my family's care, I just never expected that 19 years later, a member of my family would come looking for me. After recalling those memories, I didn't respond to Jia Wanning's apology. Instead, I asked another question. So the reason you investigated my background was because of this? Jia Wanning was stunned again. President Jia, are you underestimating me? I said with a smile. If someone investigated my background and I didn't notice at all, then the CEO position should be given to someone else. Jia Wanning felt both ashamed and relieved. Seeing that I wasn't angry, she apologized once more, then directly stated her request. Since you already know, Mr. Liu, would you be willing to take a DNA test with me? When Shen Bingbing came in, carrying coffee, she heard those words. As she set the coffee down, her eyes moved back and forth between her boss and Jia Wanning. Maybe it was just her imagination, but they really did seem somewhat alike. My gaze settled on the rippling surface of the coffee. My fingers lightly tapped the armrest. Seeing me hesitate and remain silent, Jia Wanning became uneasy. Our whole family has been heartbroken and filled with guilt over my little brother's disappearance. But too many things happened back then, and everything came so suddenly. Not only was our newborn brother kidnapped, our father also suddenly disappeared. On top of that, relatives and shareholders took advantage of the situation. Our mother nearly didn't make it out of the delivery room. All these years, we've never stopped searching for him, even though we knew that under those circumstances, the chances of survival after being kidnapped were slim. We never gave up on you. If you really are my brother, could you give us a chance? That's right, Mr. Liu. Li Jin agreed. The three young ladies have almost gone crazy missing their little brother. Although Madame is usually quiet and reserved, she often spends an entire day in the room prepared for the young master of the Jia family. They've been looking forward to reuniting with him every single day. I looked at Jia Wanning's almost pleading eyes. My expression became somewhat unnatural. Aside from Yan Mengyao, I'd never seen another woman of such status act so humbly in front of me. I could easily handle people who played tricks and schemes with me. What I feared was someone like this. I may not even be your brother. You don't need to speak to me in that manner. As I spoke, I raised my hand and pulled out several hairs with the roots attached. I handed them to Zhao Wanning. I have other things to do this afternoon. You can go do the DNA test yourself. Shen Bingbing looked worried and reminded me. President Liu, if you don't go with her and just hand over your hair like this, aren't you worried someone might use it for another purpose? Out of consideration for Zhao Wanning's presence, she didn't say the rest, but the implication was obvious. Before Zhao Wanning could speak, I replied first. Then I'm assigning you a task. Accompany President Jia to the DNA test. You don't need to follow me. Only then did Shen Bingbing feel relieved. Understood. Zhao Wanning wasn't offended by the conversation between the two of us. Instead, she felt comforted by my level of caution. She solemnly accepted the hair I handed over, sealed it in a sterile sample bag she had prepared beforehand, then looked at me deeply. She didn't call me President Liu or Mr. Liu. When I'm done with the DNA test and the results are out, I'll come find you. Actually, we can still. I raised my hand and interrupted her. I've looked over this cooperation proposal. You're practically handing me money. We haven't even confirmed whether I'm your brother. I'm not going to take advantage of this. Take it back. Seeing how firm I was, Zhao Wanning could only swallow the rest of her words. She signaled Li Jin to take it, and then extended her hand toward Shen Bingbing. No, President Jia, please go ahead. Shen Bingbing was nearly frightened to death by the gesture, not to mention Zhao Wanning's distinguished status. Even if the DNA test proved they were related, she would still be her boss's elder sister. How could Shen Bingbing dare walk ahead of her? Zhao Wanning said nothing more and took the lead in leaving. Her steps remained steady and composed. But Li Jin, who knew her well, could still detect a trace of urgency beneath the calm. After leaving the company, Zhao Wanning opened the car door, got in, and immediately made a phone call. Back in the imperial capital, Yang Wanyan of the Jia family was handling work in her study. After receiving Zhao Wanning's call and learning that they might have found her son, she immediately jumped to her feet in excitement. I'm coming to Shang City right now. Zhao Wanning hurriedly stopped her. We still don't know for sure, Mom. Just have your hair samples flown over by air courier. I'm worried that testing only mine won't be accurate enough. The family butler, Lu Dexuan, also persuaded her. Madam, please calm down. This isn't the first time we've found someone who might be the young master. Your health is what matters most. Only then did Yang Wanyan slowly sit back down. How many more 19-year waits do I have left in me? Yang Wanyan had no time to dwell on it. She quickly pulled out a sufficient amount of hair and sealed it in a sample bag. She performed the entire procedure with practiced ease. Steward Lee, have a helicopter deliver the hair samples immediately. I had no idea that because of my situation, the Jia family had once again been thrown into turmoil. To be precise, although I had agreed to take the DNA test, I personally didn't care much about the result. With my current status in society, I could live very well even without family. Besides, Yan Mengyao had already said that as long as my parents didn't object, nothing could stand in the way of us being together. Pushing all of that to the back of my mind, I took out the invitation from the Zheng family that I had received a few days ago and made a phone call. Not long afterward, a blonde woman with blue eyes, wearing sunglasses and carrying several bags, walked in. Did you miss me? I glanced at her. Cut the nonsense and get my clothes and shoes ready. Not offended in the slightest. She grinned and replied, At your service. The woman before me was none other than Diana, the top stylist known as the Hand of God. Currently working for Waxing Entertainment, she was considered the godfather of styling. In the entertainment industry, even top-tier celebrities had to wait in line if they wanted her services. And even then it depended on her mood. Yet she always responded whenever I asked for help. While I was changing into formal attire in the lounge, Diana bit into an apple and said indistinctly, "I just got back from a business trip, and I heard you've become one of our company's shareholders. Congratulations. So, are you planning to keep me?" I shot her a glance. "I already have a girlfriend." "Thank you," but Diana looked as if she had discovered something unbelievable. "You really cheated?" "I thought that idiot Susie was just slandering you." "Nicely done. So who is your girlfriend now?" "Stop gossiping." I walked over and sat at my desk. "Can you start styling me now?" Diana lightly brushed her fingers across my cheek. Smiling faintly, she said, "Right away." Meanwhile, Yan Mengyao checked the time and was about to call Lu Yan when the office door was pushed open. Zhang Ting poked her head inside. "Miss, Mr. Lu is here." Yan Mengyao thought I had come to pick her up again, but Zhang Ting's expression seemed a little odd. "What is it?" Her voice abruptly stopped the moment I stepped into the room. My handsome appearance made Yan Mengyao's breathing noticeably quicker. She stared at me without blinking. Unable to say a word for a long moment, I walked over to Yan Mengyao. Bracing both hands against her desk, I asked, speechless. Yan Mengyao closed her eyes briefly. Her chest rose and fell sharply as she blushed. "Where are you going?" she asked. I looked at her curiously. "Didn't you receive the Zheng family's invitation?" "I did, but..." She paused and pressed the intercom. "Move tonight's video conference to tomorrow," Zhang Ting immediately exclaimed. "Miss, that's an international video conference. We've been preparing for it for over a month." Before Yan Mengyao could continue, I interrupted her. "If you're busy, you don't have to go. I don't even like attending these banquets, but Uncle Zheng helped me out when I first started my company. I can't refuse him." Yan Mengyao's voice carried a trace of jealousy. "You've dressed up this handsomely, and you're going to a banquet alone. Those rich young ladies will be captivated. I'm going with you." I glanced at her, but she ultimately couldn't bring herself to bite hard. "I'll come find you after the meeting. If anything urgent comes up, give me a call." Night fell. The city lights came on. Outside the Zheng residence, one luxury car after another arrived. Father and son of the Zheng family stood smiling at the entrance, greeting every guest who arrived. When I arrived, the bustling entrance suddenly fell silent. Gasps could be heard everywhere. Zheng Wuqiang was momentarily stunned when he saw me. Then he pulled his son forward. Usually, my attention is focused on President Lu's abilities and vision. Today I finally realized that President Lu's looks are no less impressive. Dressed up like this, even celebrities would pale in comparison. I handed him the gift I had prepared in advance. "You're too kind, Uncle Zheng. Your presence alone brings honor to us, President Lu." "Why bring a gift as well?" Zheng Wuqiang said reproachfully, while happily accepting the gift box. He handed it to the butler nearby. I smiled slightly. "Zhao Long, this is the big brother I often tell you about." Zheng Wuqiang nudged Zheng Long forward. "He's only 19, and he's already the CEO of a publicly listed company. In the business world, he's even better than you and me. Look at yourself. You're still a month away from turning 19, and you can't even rank in the top 500. All you do every day is play around. I don't expect you to be as outstanding as Mr. Lu. But if you were even 1/10,000th as capable, I'd worry less." I know. You say it 800 times a day. Aren't you tired of it?" Zheng Long brushed his father's hand away. He shot me a casual glare. "You stay here and greet the guest. I'm going to find my cousin." "You brat." Zheng Wuqiang watched Zheng Long run off. He could only glare in frustration. Then he turned back to me with a smile and said, "Please forgive him, President Lu. This kid has been spoiled by me. When I get back, I'll definitely give him a good scolding." I felt a bit of a headache coming on. I knew Zheng Wuqiang meant no harm. He just had a common flaw shared by many parents. But it had also unintentionally earned me some resentment. And judging from Zheng Long's words, this clearly wasn't the first time he'd heard such comparisons. "President Zheng, your way of raising children is indeed a bit questionable. Everyone has their own aspiration. Don't push your child too hard." Yes, Absolutely. President Liu is right, Zheng Guoqiang said as he summoned a waiter. President Liu, please come inside. I nodded and followed behind the waiter. Inside the banquet hall, Zheng Long came jogging back. He headed straight towards Song Haoken. Song Haoken reached out and caught him. Weren't you greeting guests outside with your dad? Why did you come back? Zheng Long frowned and said irritably, It was because I ran into that guy. It's one thing for my dad to talk about him at home, but he even compared the two of us right in front of him. It's seriously driving me crazy. Song Haoken looked puzzled. Which guy? The president of that company. What's his name, Liu Yan? Zheng Long curled his lips. Does that guy have a grudge against me or something? He makes me live in his shadow every single day. The moment he finished speaking, Song Haoken and the Su siblings nearby all changed expressions. Susie's face instantly filled with hatred. He's here too. Yeah, Zheng Long nodded. My dad practically worships him. How could he not invite him? Ms. Su noticed Song Haoken's gloomy expression. She quickly took his hand. Gently comforting him, she said, Don't take it to heart. Just treat him like he's invisible. My heart belongs only to you. As soon as she finished speaking, a wave of gasps and exclamations came from the crowd. Ms. Su instinctively turned her head. The moment she saw me walking toward them, she froze on the spot. She had always known I was handsome, but she never imagined I could look this stunning. Susie tugged hard at her from the side. Sis. Ms. Su suddenly came back to her senses and quickly withdrew her gaze, yet from the corner of her eye, she still couldn't help glancing in my direction. Seeing how distracted she was, Song Haoken unconsciously gritted his teeth. His gaze toward me was filled with gloom and hostility. After the initial amazement faded, many entrepreneurs approached with champagne glasses to greet me. A high society banquet is, to a certain extent, also a networking event for prominent figures in the business world. Because my company held a leading position, and because I rarely appeared at such events, I was surrounded by guests not long after arriving. Zheng Long looked at me, the center of attention, and then at the neglected Song Haoken. Unable to hold back, he stepped forward to complain on his cousin's behalf. Those who know better would think this is my grandfather's birthday banquet. Those who don't would think this is President Liu's personal banquet. The moment President Liu arrives, he steals the spotlight. Does he not respect the Zheng family? Or does he simply love showing off? He deliberately raised his voice, causing the entire banquet hall to fall silent for a moment. The people surrounding me all turned their heads, wondering what Zheng Long was trying to do. Just then, someone suddenly said, Isn't that Director Su from Liu Corporation? That single remark caused a huge stir. After all, the relationship between Ms. Su and me was no secret among the city's upper class, especially after yesterday, when such a huge commotion erupted on Weibo. People are naturally fond of gossip. Any lingering affection she had felt for me vanished instantly. Susie hated it most when people mocked his sister. He immediately wrapped an arm around Song Haoken's shoulder and fired back. We should thank President Liu for letting her go. Otherwise, how could my sister and brother Haoken get back together? His actions and words immediately drew everyone's attention to Song Haoken. Someone couldn't help asking, Who is this gentleman? Zheng Long immediately stepped forward and introduced him. His name is Song Haoken. He's a young master of the Song family in the imperial capital. The Song family is one of the 10 great families, someone exclaimed. Zheng Long shot that person a look as if to say, Isn't that obvious? And you probably don't know this either. My cousin's girlfriend is also from one of the 10 great families. She's a daughter of the Su family, and she and my cousin are a match made in heaven. So what if someone else is capable? At the end of the day, he's just an orphan, whose parents are unknown. My fingers tightened around the champagne glass, looking at the group opposite me. I raised my glass with a smile. Miss Su is indeed a perfect match for Mr. Song. After all, an illegitimate daughter is still a member of the Su family, isn't she? The moment those words left my mouth, a wave of gasps swept through the hall. Among wealthy families, bloodline mattered most. A legitimate child and an illegitimate one were worlds apart. Compared to an orphan of unknown parentage, an illegitimate child was often looked down upon even more. Many people had been wondering why, if Miss Su was truly from the Su family, she was working under me. Now they suddenly understood. Su Linyan looked as if she had been slapped across the face. How dare you? My smile widened. Am I wrong, President Lu? Slandering your ex isn't exactly the behavior of a gentleman. Song Haokan stepped forward with an open and graceful demeanor. I know you still can't let Linyan go, but since the two of you have already separated, you should at least leave each other some dignity. Don't you agree? Mr. Song truly lives up to being the young master of a prestigious family. The smile on my face remained unchanged, but if I remember correctly, ever since I arrived here, I haven't gone looking for trouble with anyone. When Mr. Zheng charged forward on your behalf and insulted me with his words, what were you doing? Why didn't you remind him to mind his manners? Song Haokan's expression stiffened. Enough. Zheng Long stepped protectively in front of Song Haokan. I think being a CEO is wasting your talent, President Lu. With that sharp tongue, you should be performing stand-up comedy. Besides, don't you think you're acting a little like someone who's embarrassed and angry? Or is it like my cousin said, you still have feelings for my cousin-in-law? As he spoke, he seemed to think of something and tapped his chin thoughtfully. Wasn't it said that President Lu has a new girlfriend? Why didn't you bring her tonight? Zheng Long clearly assumed that my so-called girlfriend was either fake or far inferior to Ms. Su. He smugly waited for me to embarrass myself, completely missing the sudden change in the expressions of the Su siblings. I looked at Zheng Long with a half-smile, pretending not to understand the implication behind his words. I replied, she had something to do and couldn't make it. Couldn't make it. Or too embarrassing to bring out. I savored that phrase and couldn't help laughing. Mr. Zheng seems to know more about my girlfriend than I do myself. Stop pretending. If she's really that impressive, bring her here. I heard President Lu used to take Lin Yanji with him everywhere. Why is it that now that you've got a new girlfriend, you're keeping her hidden? Even if my cousin-in-law is an illegitimate daughter, she still comes from a wealthy family. Don't tell me President Lu got heartbroken and started lowering his standards. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present turned to me expectantly. By this point, they had all become curious about my new girlfriend, especially since my behavior did seem a bit secretive. Just then, the sound of high heels clicking echoed from the entrance. It was accompanied by a young woman's amused voice. Miss, someone says being with Mr. Lu is lowering yourself. The moment that voice sounded, most of the people present froze. The Su siblings, however, turned pale. Yan Mengyao walked straight up to me as if no one else existed. She wrapped her arm around mine and said aggrievedly, they've provoked you this much, and you still didn't use my name. Am I really that embarrassing to show off? I looked at her seriously. Why did you come so early? Did your meeting finish already? Yan Mengyao glanced around at everyone. A meeting can always be postponed, but if my boyfriend is being bullied, I'm afraid I won't be able to stop myself. I might just bite everyone here out. If anyone else had said those words, they would certainly have been ridiculed. But the speaker was Yan Mengyao. From the moment she entered, everyone present had already become restless. Since Yan Mengyao was managing her family's branch company here, most of the business executives present recognized her face. But who could explain to them that the girlfriend they assumed Lu Yan was too embarrassed to introduce was actually Yan Mengyao, and the way she treated Lu Yan left everyone utterly dumbfounded. President Lu's girlfriend is actually Yan Mengyao. I thought someone like Miss Yan would always be aloof and untouchable, even when she's in a relationship. But look at the way she treats President Lu. Zheng Long just said that he was lowering himself and that his girlfriend wasn't presentable. That's absolutely ridiculous. How can an illegitimate daughter of the Su family possibly compared to the eldest daughter of the Yan family. Su Linyan's expression could no longer be described as merely unpleasant, yet she couldn't find a single word to refute them. In the past, she could rely on my affection to act arrogantly in front of Yan Mengyao. Now that she no longer had me, she finally realized that she was nothing in front of that woman. Zheng Long's face alternated between pale and flush, but more than anything, he was in disbelief. Even more shocked than him was Song Haoken, who had barely spoken the entire time. People from outside only knew about the 10 great families of the capital, but no one understood their significance better than someone like him, who had grown up there. The higher a family ranked, the greater the gap became. Among the 10 great families, only the Jia family could rival the Yan family, even the Ji family, which ranked third, was worlds apart from those two. Moreover, Yan Mengyao was old Master Yan's only daughter, born when he was already advanced in age. Within the Yan family, she was cherished beyond measure. Someone like her was beyond anything Song Haoken would even dare dream of. While everyone was lost in thought, Suzy suddenly let out a cold laugh. You don't actually think that just because two people are together? Only Zheng Long fearlessly chimed in. Getting back together, you should first see whether you're worthy. What's so impressive about winning someone over? If her parents don't approve, you'll never be accepted. You all seem to know my parents better than I do. Yan Mengyao appeared to be smiling, but there was no warmth in her eyes. I've let things slide long enough. You two still dare speak like this in front of me? Are you tired of living? Suzy and Zheng Long instinctively shrank their necks. Why, what are you trying to do? Yan Mengyao frowned and ordered. Zhang Ting. Upon receiving the order, Zhang Ting immediately led her people forward and grabbed Suzy and Zheng Long. Slap, slap, slap. When the crisp, resounding slaps rang out, everyone was stunned. Only when Suzy cried out in pain did Su Linyan rush over desperately. What are you doing? Zhang Ting's usual laziness had completely disappeared. Her gaze was as sharp as a freshly honed blade. Miss Su, if your brother can't control his mouth, then a lesson is only appropriate. If you insist on meddling, what suffers won't just be his face, understand? Su Linyan suddenly clenched her fist. Her eyes were filled with bloodshot veins. It wasn't that she cared that much about Suzy. Yan Mengyao's actions were essentially grinding her dignity into the dirt compared to Su Linyan's struggle. Song Haoken acted as though he couldn't hear Zheng Long's screams at all, standing off to the side and doing his best to minimize his presence. For a time, no one in the banquet hall even dared breathe loudly. The only sounds were the repeated slaps and the two men's wailing. Wah, Zheng Long sobbed. Seeing his son's face swollen like a pig's head, Zheng Wuqiang lost his temper. Miss Yan, you must give me an explanation for this. Yan Mengyao looked completely composed. Instead of asking me for an explanation, why don't you ask your precious son what he just said? Seeing how calm Yan Mengyao and I were, Zheng Wuqiang turned suspiciously to look at Zheng Long. When Yan Mengyao arrived, he had already learned about our relationship. He still remembered the scene of Zheng Long throwing a tantrum at the entrance. If he had really said something inappropriate in front of Yan Mengyao, even Zheng Wuqiang might not be able to protect him. Zheng Long felt guilty, but he still couldn't swallow his anger. With Zheng Wuqiang present, he gathered his courage and shouted, no matter what I said, she had no right to treat me like that. And was I wrong? Lu Yang came from an orphanage. He's simply not worthy of becoming the Yan family's son-in-law. Hearing this, Zheng Wuqiang's vision went dark. Before he could react, a cold and indifferent female voice came from the entrance. If even the Jia family's young master isn't worthy, then who exactly do you think is worthy? Everyone turned toward the voice. They saw Jia Wanning, the eldest daughter of the Jia family, walking in with a group of people. Inside the banquet hall, many people looked at the newly arrived Jia Wanning in confusion, unlike Yan Mengyao, who frequently oversaw the branch company here. Jia Wanning had always remained in the capital. There really weren't many people present who recognized her, though there were some. A wave of commotion swept through the crowd. The Jia family's young master, Yan Mengyao, was also stunned. She recalled what Jia Wanning had said, that her younger brother was half a year younger than she was. Then she looked at me, calm and completely unsurprised. A troubling thought surfaced in her mind. Could it really be such a coincidence? Jia Wanning didn't care what anyone present was thinking. The moment the DNA test results came out, she felt like her heart was about to explode. She wanted nothing more than to rush over immediately. The people near the entrance automatically stepped aside. Jia Wanning quickly walked to my side. She pulled me into a tight embrace. "Little brother, I've finally found you." Shen Bingbing, who had come along, said at the right moment, "The DNA test results are out. Congratulations, President Liu. You found your family." The expressions on everyone's faces were incredibly colorful. No one had expected that attending a birthday banquet would let them witness so many dramatic scenes. I was held tightly in Jia Wanning's arms and felt somewhat uncomfortable, although she was my blood relative in this life. We actually hadn't met many times. Sensing Jia Wanning's body trembling slightly from overwhelming excitement, I couldn't bring myself to push her away. I could only look helplessly toward Yan Mengyao. Sure enough, Yan Mengyao's face was covered with frost. Yet she didn't dare move. After all, that was her future elder sister-in-law. Zhang Ting cautiously leaned close to Yan Mengyao's ear and whispered, "Miss, if Mr. Liu really is the Jia family's son, your relationship is going to face quite a few obstacles. Everyone knows that the three Jia sisters are absolutely obsessed with their brother. Back then, when he was kidnapped, most people thought the child was probably doomed. But for 19 years, the Jia family never gave up. The reward kept increasing year after year. The three sisters practically wanted to paste missing person notices on their foreheads for someone who also went missing. Their father never received such treatment. I never even saw them searching for him. That alone shows how important his status is within the Jia family." Yan Mengyao shot Zhang Ting a vicious glare and said, "Shut up." Suzy and Zheng Long's faces were burning hot. It was hard to tell whether it was from the beating they had received or from the ridicule and mockery around them. Zheng Wuqiang was deeply uneasy because his son had consecutively offended both the Yun and Jia families. More importantly, the Zheng family still hoped to cooperate with Jia Corporation's branch in Shenxi. After Jia Wanning calmed down a little, she finally let me go. Her gaze drifted toward Yan Mengyao, conveying a look that said, "We'll settle this later." She then turned to Zheng Wuqiang. "Yesterday, I reviewed a proposal for a new project from our branch company. It seems President Zheng also participated in the bidding." Zheng Wuqiang's heart skipped a beat. The muscles in his face began twitching involuntarily. "President Jia, Jia Wanning raised a hand and interrupted him. "You should understand what I mean. The Jia family will not cooperate with any family that has bullied my brother. Please take care of yourself." Although he had already guessed that this would be the outcome, after hearing Jia Wanning's words, Zheng Wuqiang's face still turned pale. Knowing he had caused trouble, Zheng Long nervously tugged at his sleeve. Zheng Wuqiang responded with a backhanded slap. "It's all because of the trouble you caused. I thought that since you lost your mother young, I should spoil you a little more. Instead, I've spoiled you into becoming lawless." Jia Wanning had no interest in other people's family affairs. She turned to look at Su Linyan, her brother, and Song Haoken. Jia Wanning looked at the Su siblings with eyes as cold as winter frost. "On my way here, I looked into things. To return to the Su family, Miss Su deceived and took advantage of my brother's feelings, using his hard work as a stepping stone to climb higher. You've really outdone yourself. Despite her overwhelming anger, her words still carried an innate elegance and composure. The more she acted that way, the harder it was for Su Linyan to read her intentions. Suzy raised a hand and shielded Su Linyan behind him, with swollen lips stained with blood. He muttered indistinctly, "What do you want?" Even if she used him, Lu Yan was the one who approached my sister first. "Ask him if you don't believe me." As he spoke, he pointed at me. Jia Wanning did not question me as he expected. She simply continued, "I don't like using violence, so there's no need for you to be nervous. Besides, my brother came to his senses early. Everything you got from him has already been returned in full. I'm not so ruthless as to hound." To stray dogs to the end, Su Linyan and her brother both breathed a sigh of relief. But the next moment, Jia Wanning added, however, "If you want to return to the Su family, forget it. Not a chance." As she spoke, she glanced at the silent Song Houken. "If you want to marry into the Song family, fine, as long as the head of the Song family agrees. The Jia family will focus all its firepower on the Song family. Before you can even become a Song daughter-in-law, the Song family will disappear from the imperial capital. Then we'll see whether the Su family head still acknowledges you." Everyone present inhaled sharply. Song Houken felt as though he'd been struck over the head. Although Jia Wanning was speaking to Su Linyan, he knew perfectly well that she was warning him as well. If he denied Su Linyan that opportunity, the Song family could still be preserved. Meanwhile, the Su siblings were completely stunned. Jia Wanning was completely cutting off their path back to the Su family. After saying all this, Jia Wanning paid no attention to the reactions of those present. She reached out and hooked her arm through mine. Her gaze was so affectionate it could drown a person. "Xiaoyan, shall we go?" Her ability to change expressions in an instant left everyone present speechless. I looked at her seriously. I still hadn't fully recovered from what had just happened. Since my rebirth, I had never experienced the feeling of being with family. Back at the orphanage, Aunt Fang did give me a little extra care, but there were so many children there that she couldn't devote too much attention to me alone. Come to think of it, in both my lives, this was the first time I'd experienced having family stand up for me. It wasn't a bad feeling. It's just that the name Xiaoyan seemed to have been used only by Aunt Fang. Even Yan Mengyao always called me Lu Yan. While I was lost in thought, Jia Wanning called me again, worry visible in her eyes. I snapped back to my senses and replied softly, "Let's go." Things had already escalated this far. There was no way I could stay for the banquet any longer, since Jia Wanning and I were leaving and had practically crashed the event. Yan Mengyao naturally wasn't going to stay either. After we left the Zheng residence, I was just about to introduce Yan Mengyao to Jia Wanning, when Jia Wanning had already turned around. With a smile that wasn't quite a smile, she looked at Yan Mengyao and said, "So, you're the boyfriend Miss Yun was talking about?" Yan Mengyao's brows twitched involuntarily. With a stiff smile, she said, "Sister Wanning." Jia Wanning narrowed her eyes, a dangerous glint flashing within them. "You're not family yet." "Who said you could call me sister?" Yan Mengyao looked at her pitifully. "Sister Wanning." Just as Jia Wanning was about to say more, her phone rang. She glanced at the caller ID and said to me, "It's Mom calling." I still wasn't used to Jia Wanning speaking to me in the tone of an older sister. Jia Wanning let out a sigh. She walked to the side and answered the call. However, the voice she heard wasn't her mother's, but her second sister's. "Jia Wanning, so unless I use Mom's phone, you won't answer my calls, huh?" Jia Wanning pressed her lips together slightly. Without the slightest guilt, she replied, "You kept calling all day long. I got annoyed and blocked you." Jia Qingyin was speechless. Beside her, Yang Wanyan urged anxiously, "Quick, ask your sister. Has the paternity test result come out yet? Is he really your brother?" Jia Qingyin was also eager to know about her brother, so she could only put that grievance aside for now. "Did you hear, Mom? Are the results out? Is he our brother?" Jia Wanning turned to look at me. "Yes." Jia Qingyin shot up from the sofa. "Butler, prepare the helicopter." Yang Wanyan had also heard Jia Wanning's answer. Tears of joy immediately filled her eyes. We finally found him. Thank heavens. We've finally found your brother. Jia Wanning knew very well that once Jia Qingyin heard the news, she would definitely rush over immediately, so she quickly stopped her. Don't come yet. My brother still doesn't seem fully able to accept everything. If all of you show up at once, you might scare him. Let me talk things through with him first, then I'll bring him back to the capital. Jia Qingyin said excitedly. Can you even handle that? If not, let me do it. Jia Wanning replied coolly. Don't forget, I'm still your older sister. While Jia Wanning was on the phone, Yan Mengyao held my hand with a pitiful expression. Your sister doesn't seem to want us to be together. I comfortingly squeezed her hand in return. Don't worry, she probably just found me, so it's hard for her to process everything. But no matter what happens, I'll always stand by your side. Yan Mengyao wrapped her arms around me tightly. A sly smile flashed across her eyes. As long as you don't leave me, I can accept anything. Zhang Ting rolled her eyes dramatically beside us. Why did she feel her young lady was acting all clingy? Back at the Jia family residence in the capital, after hanging up the phone, Jia Qingyin looked at her mother. Mom, now that we've found my brother, are we really not going to Shenxi? She suspected Jia Wanning was just stalling them. She probably said that because she wanted some alone time with their brother first, to build a relationship. Your sister is right, Yang Wanyan said. Although she was eager to meet her son as soon as possible, she still had many concerns after hearing Jia Wanning's words. Your brother was taken away right after he was born. Who knows how much hardship he's suffered over the years. Deep down, he must blame us for failing to protect him. Let's not pressure him too much. Give him some time to process everything. Once your eldest sister has talked things through with him, it won't be too late for us to see him. We've waited all these years already. A little longer won't hurt. Seeing that, even their mother had spoken, Jia Qingyin could only nod obediently. Just then, Yang Wanyan pulled up the phone number of her third daughter, Jia Xiaoxiao. Jia Qingyin immediately covered her hand. Mom, you're calling Xiaoxiao? Mrs. Jia asked in confusion. What's wrong? Your sister doesn't know the news yet. A mischievous smile curled on Jia Qingyin's lips. If you tell her that our brother has come home, aren't you worried she'll come back and compete with us for him? After all, you know her. She's ridiculously clingy. The moment our brother comes home, she'll probably monopolize him. Then how are we supposed to bond with him? This time, Mrs. Xia's expression turned serious. After a moment of thought, she nodded. You're right. Xiao Xiao has finally become interested in something. Let's let her train outside for a while longer. In Shenxi, a perfectly good banquet had turned into such a mess. Zheng Luoqiang no longer had any desire to continue hosting it. After our group left, he forced a smile and dismissed the remaining guests. Then, without even looking at the culprit still present, he turned and went upstairs. Looking at Susie's swollen pig-like face, Zheng Long knew he probably didn't look much better himself. But when he saw Song Haoken, whose hair was not even slightly messed up, he suddenly realized something. Cousin, when those people were bullying me just now, what were you doing? Su Linyan had at least tried to stand up for Susie. And to put it plainly, Zheng Long had been defending Song Haoken, but when he was being beaten, Song Haoken simply stood by and watched. Song Haoken's expression turned awkward. I never asked you to say those things, and that was Yan Mengyao. Even if I wanted to help you, I was powerless. Enough? Zheng Long roared at him. Even if you were afraid of Yan Mengyao, you could have gone to get help. I must have been blind to help you. With that, he also turned and left. In the blink of an eye, only Song Haoken and the Su siblings remained. Just as Song Haoken was about to leave, Su Linyan grabbed his wrist. Haoken. Even though she only called his name, Song Haoken understood what she meant. Linyan, can you let me calm down first? Su Lingyan's heart panicked. Even though she already had a bad feeling, she still wanted to try to keep him We even overcame your father's objection. Please stop making things difficult for me, okay? If it were only a matter in Shenchi, my father might still indulge me. But if I have to gamble the entire Song family on it, forget about him agreeing. I wouldn't agree either. Before coming to Shenchi, my father had already chosen a school overseas for me to continue my studies. I'm sorry. Let's break up. After saying that, without looking at the siblings' expressions, he turned and walked away. After Song Haoken left, Suzy stomped his foot in frustration. None of them can be relied on. Then he looked at Su Linyan. Sis, what do we do now? Can we really never return to the Su family? Su Linyan said nothing. Her expression kept changing. After a long while, she clenched her fist as if making up her mind. There's only one path left now. Because of Jia Waning's presence, our group did not choose to return to the residence where Yan Mengyao lived. Instead, we went to my villa in Diwan. Looking at the exquisitely decorated, luxury villa, Jia Waning felt somewhat relieved. While glad that I was doing well now, she didn't dare imagine what kind of life I had lived before. However, when she saw Yan Mengyao follow us inside, her guard immediately went up again. You only needed to bring him home. Why are you coming into? Before Yan Mengyao could respond, I took her hand and looked at Jia Waning. I think I need to make something clear. Yan Mengyao is my girlfriend, and we're both adults now. We have the right to decide how our relationship works. If having family means interfering in our relationship and making her suffer, she had always cherished this relationship with fear and caution. When my family appeared, she resorted to little schemes because she was afraid I would abandon her. But now, I didn't even care about acknowledging my family for her sake. Did that mean that her place in my heart was more important than family? If Yan Mengyao's heart felt like the warmth of early spring, then Jia Waning's mood was like the depths of winter. Especially when I called her Miss Jia. It left her feeling utterly chilled. Yet beyond the hurt, she was even more shocked. As far as I know, you and Su Linyan just broke up a few days ago. How did your feelings for her become this deep so quickly? I didn't expect anyone to understand the sudden shift in my affections. After all, something like reincarnation was too unbelievable. I hadn't even told Yan Mengyao. So, how could I explain it to others? In my previous life, Yan Mengyao gave me the only life-saving medicine she had. She never forced me into anything. After my death, she dragged her broken body along, avenged me for what I could not avenge, and fulfilled the love we never finished. And where was my family? They never came to find me in my previous life, though I don't know why they found me in this life. Their place in my heart could never compare to Yan Mengyao's. I'm sorry. I looked at Jia Waning. But I'll say it again. If you want to acknowledge me as family, then please respect my choice. Jia Waning took a deep breath. Then she immediately changed her attitude. Your sister was wrong. Don't be angry. I wasn't trying to make things difficult for her. So if I don't interfere in your relationship, you'll agree to acknowledge us, right? Yanyan, you know that. Mengyao can't stay in Shenchi forever. If you want to be with her, sooner or later you'll have to come to the capital. Yan Mengyao froze. Was she being used by Jia Waning? This woman had just disliked her, yet now she was using her to persuade me to acknowledge my family. She was truly cunning. My lips twitched slightly. I had actually thought about this before. Besides, the company I founded was no longer what it used to be. Among the company's key personnel, very few were locals of Shenchi. I had long wanted to relocate the company to the capital. In my previous life, when the timing was right, and to help Su Linyan manage Tianyu, I moved the company to the capital. In this life, both my family and my lover were there. There was no reason not to move. Thinking of that, I nodded. Give me some time to handle the company's relocation. Hearing my affirmative answer, Jia Waning immediately pulled me into a hug. Your sister will help you. At the sight of that, Yan Mengyao's face darkened again. When Jia Waning finally let go, Yan Mengyao wrapped her arm around mine possessively. Her tone wasn't exactly friendly. The household staff have been dismissed. Big sister, find yourself a guest room. After saying that, she pulled me upstairs. Jia Wanning watched our backs and felt an inexplicable sense of melancholy, but the sadness didn't last long before she cheered herself up again. Right now, her brother was merely distant from her. Once they built up their bond, her position as his sister would be secure. As for Yan Mengyao, she had no idea that her future sister-in-law already held a grudge against her. The moment we entered the bedroom, she pressed me against the door and kissed me fiercely. I turned my head away, avoiding her advance. What's wrong? Yan Mengyao lowered her head and rubbed against my neck. That's my sister. Yan Mengyao's voice was sour with jealousy. She's still a woman. I raised my hand and ruffled her hair. Like coaxing a child, I leaned forward and kissed her. Feeling any better, Yan Mengyao licked her lips. She was clearly pleased, but she still acted tough. No. I knew her too well. But I continued to indulge her. So, what do you want? Yan Mengyao looked at me shyly. Do what I wanted to do last night. The next morning, I was unusually looking forward to sleeping in. When a somewhat urgent knock sounded at the door, Yan Mengyao wanted to answer it for me, but I pushed her back into the blankets with one hand. I didn't even need to guess who was outside. I could argue reasonably with Jia Wanning and stop her from making things difficult for us, but there was no way we could calmly let Yan Mengyao answer the door. After tidying myself up, I opened the door and asked Jia Wanning, Sis, what is it? Jia Wanning froze. The words she was about to say vanished completely. She stared at me blankly, unable to believe what she had heard. What did you call me? I couldn't quite understand her excitement. I'd already thought it through yesterday. Since I had decided to acknowledge my family, there was no point in keeping my distance. Besides, calling Jia Wanning anything else would feel awkward. With that thought, I called her again without hesitation. The next second, she pulled me into a hug. Her voice was filled with excitement and joy. I'm here, little brother. I sighed helplessly, wondering why she loved hugging so much. Although there was nothing inappropriate about her embrace, my girlfriend happened to be very jealous. I didn't even need to turn around to know the one on the bed was jealous again. I raised my hand and patted Jia Wanning on the shoulder. Changing the subject, I asked, Sis, what did you come to see me about? Remembering the purpose of her visit, Jia Wanning released me. Her expression turned serious. Su Minghui is dead. I was stunned. What? Thinking I didn't know who he was, Jia Wanning added an explanation. Su Minghui was the only son of the Su family head's first wife, which makes him Su Lingyan's half-brother. Of course I knew who Su Minghui was. What I hadn't expected was his death. In my previous life, he had still been alive and well at this point. I'd even spoken with him on the phone just a few days ago, hearing news of his sudden death. I couldn't help but be affected. I grabbed Jia Wanning's sleeve. How did he die? The Su family had been trying to cover it up. Jia Wanning held my hand, sharing a bit of warmth. But there are no walls that keep secrets forever. What we can confirm for now is that he died in a private club while with a woman. The head of the Su family is probably desperately covering it up because it's embarrassing. Although she phrased it tactfully, anyone could understand what she meant. Su Minghui had spent his days indulging himself, living a life of excess and pleasure. It was only a matter of time before his body gave out. But in my previous life, at this exact time, he had never been close to death. Unless Yan Mengyao, now fully dressed, walked over. She first studied my expression, then said to Jia Wanning, You just cut off Su Lingyan's path back into the Su family, and then Su Minghui dies. This isn't as simple as it looks. Jia Wanning nodded. I thought of that too. But the head of the Su family has gone to great lengths to hide it. He even had the body buried overnight, so gathering evidence will be difficult. And there's something else. I had already expected this outcome. To the head of the Su family, the most important thing was still the Su family's business, no matter how suspicious Su Minghui's death was. Right now, Only Su Linyan could inherit the Su family. Seeing my brows tightly furrowed, Jia Wanting gently smoothed them with her hand. Yan, don't worry. Anyone who has bullied you, your sister will never let them off. So what if she returned to the Su family? At most, she'll drag the entire Su family down with her. When we return to the capital, I'll help you deal with the Su family. I shook my head. Pulling down Jia Wanting's hand, I said, Sis, stay out of this. Whether it's dealing with Su Linyan or the Su family, I'll handle it myself. Yesterday was the first time I experienced what it felt like to have family backing me up, and with so many people present. When Jia Wanting used threats to cut off Su Linyan's path, I didn't stop her. But revenge is more satisfying when taken personally, especially for a blood feud like this. Otherwise, what would be the point of my rebirth? Although I hadn't anticipated Su Minwei's death, if Su Linyan were really that easy to deal with, I wouldn't have fallen into her hands in my previous life. Thinking of this, a trace of excitement curled onto my lips. I'd been worried that Su Linyan would be defeated too easily. Now things were finally getting interesting. Jia Wanting asked hesitantly, Yan, between you and Su Linyan, is it really just a relationship issue? I kicked the question back to her. Sis, what do you think? Without waiting for her answer, I sneered and said, as long as I'm around, she'll never get what she wants. Even if she does get it, the grudge between Su Linyan and me is far more complicated than it appears on the surface. Since I had no intention of explaining further, they couldn't exactly press me for answers. Over the next few days, I handled the procedures for relocating my company. A week later, after wrapping up all my affairs in Shen City, I returned to the capital with Jia Wanting and Yan Mengyao. Knowing I was coming back today, Mother Jia and Jia Qingyin were so excited that they didn't sleep all night. They stayed home all day, unable to focus on anything else. They seemed to check the time every few seconds. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the roar of a helicopter landing echoed through the garden. The anxious hearts of Mother Jia and Jia Qingyin instantly felt relieved, and they hurried toward the garden. At that moment, Jia Qingyin's height and long legs became a clear advantage. With every few steps, she left Mother Jia farther behind. Ignoring her mother's complaints, Jia Qingyin quickly made her way to the garden. Her eyes locked onto me, as if guided by a tracking device. I had just stepped off the helicopter and hadn't even had a chance to take in my surroundings when a gentle breeze carrying a faint perfume scent swept toward me. Jia Qingyin rushed forward and pulled me tightly into her arms. Little brother, your second sister finally gets to see you. Hearing her call herself my second sister, the hand I had instinctively prepared to push her away slowly relaxed. At the same time, I couldn't help wondering, is the Jia family's love of hugs hereditary? A strange feeling rose in my heart. I had thought that facing family members who were practically strangers to me, I wouldn't feel much emotion. But seeing the woman before me in tears, I actually wanted to reach out and wipe them away. Perhaps this was the bond of blood. Seeing me remain silent, Mother Jia stepped forward and hugged me tightly. Mom is sorry. I failed to protect you. You must have suffered a lot all these years, haven't you? Feeling a little helpless, I gently patted her back. No. I've lived quite well. When I was little, in the orphanage, there wasn't much I could do. So, life was a bit difficult. But once I got a little older, I was able to support myself. Mother Jia froze for a moment after hearing my reply. Then tears of joy streamed down her face, yet she still couldn't believe what I meant by living well. She assumed I was only trying to comfort her, and my thoughtfulness only made her feel more guilty than heartbroken. Back then, Mom was powerless to do anything. But now that we've found you, I'll definitely make it up to you many times over. Your second sister will too. Jia Kinging took out the gift she had prepared in advance and stuffed it into my hand. My supplementary card has no spending limit. There's no password either. Use it however you want. Over the past few days, she had racked her brain, trying to think of a suitable gift. After all, almost everything needed in daily life had already been prepared by Jia Wanning. So instead of a gift, I really don't need money. Even if you give it to me, I won't use it. Jia Kinging was left speechless. Seeing the faint smile on Jia Wanning's face, she immediately assumed her sister had already given me a supplementary card. It made sense. An idea she could think of. How could her outwardly cold, but inwardly cunning elder sister not have thought of it first? In an instant, Jia Kinging's frustration surged. She turned around and shot a fierce glare at her assistant Zhang Ying. It was all because of that fool's terrible idea. Mother Jia, ignoring the sisters' silent rivalry, opened the wooden box she had been carrying. She took out a jade pendant and placed it around my neck. This is Mom's gift for you. Yan, you must wear it often. I lowered my head and looked at the pendant set with an ancient piece of jade. A sense of unease rose within me. After being reborn with memories intact, having experienced something so absurd and unbelievable, I had come to believe in certain things. In my previous life, I had visited many temples and ancient monasteries. If I wasn't mistaken, the jade pendant Mother Jia gave me contained traces of her blood and hair. It could help ward off disasters and misfortune from me. But all those misfortunes would be transferred to her instead. I immediately raised my hand to remove the pendant, but Mother Jia stopped me. Yan, please don't refuse your mother. Looking at Yang Wanyan's eyes, which were almost pleading with me to accept it, I suddenly felt the pendant in my hand weigh 1,000 pounds. After a long pause, I replied hoarsely, okay. I'll treasure it carefully and make sure I don't get hurt. Compared to the warmth of our family reunion, Yan Mengyao standing nearby looked like a complete outsider. Ever since Mother Jia and Jia Kinging arrived, their eyes had never left me. A voice filled with delight and excitement suddenly rang out. I heard my son-in-law is back. Where is he? Hearing that voice, Jia Kinging and the others immediately twitched their brows. They turned around and saw Yan Mengyao's mother, Wu Shuman, walking over with her husband, Yan Ruiqian, as if she hadn't even seen her own daughter. Wu Shuman walked straight past Yan Mengyao and headed directly toward me. So this is my son-in-law. What a handsome young man. Jia Kinging immediately pulled me behind her and stared at the young couple with full vigilance. My brother was only just found. How did he suddenly become your son-in-law? Only then did I realize that I had forgotten to introduce them. Yan Mengyao quickly stepped around Jia Kinging and walked to my side. Holding my hand, she stepped forward. You all know Mengyao already, right? I'd like to formally introduce her. She's my girlfriend. Wu Shuman immediately beamed with joy. See, even without us adults interfering, Yan and Mengyao still ended up together. This is destiny. Before coming here, she had already learned about our relationship. Otherwise, she wouldn't have called me her son-in-law the moment she arrived. Thinking this, she opened a brocade box and took out an ancient-looking ring, engraved with a Kilin totem. She grabbed my hand and was about to put it on me, murmuring happily, a gift from my daughter-in-law, Jia Kinging. Upon seeing the ring that symbolized the Yun family's legacy, was startled and immediately pulled me away. Yan, you're only 19 this year. Why are you in such a hurry to throw your life away? Let your second sister tell you this. Women are all trouble. Don't let her fool you. All the women present fell silent. The one Jia wanting followed back to the Su family after reconciling. Is the perfect cautionary example. If you still don't know how to restrain yourself, do you want mom to bury another child? Jia Qingyin looked at Jia Wanting as if she were a monster. Our brother has a girlfriend, and you're actually not opposing it. You've changed. Jia Wanting thought to herself that of course she opposed it, but the scene of me defending Yan Mengyao was still fresh in her mind. And after spending the past few days together, she had realized that I responded to softness, not force. She wasn't going to be like Jia Qingyin and keep dancing in a minefield. As for Yan Mengyao, she could enjoy herself for a while longer, suppressing the resentment in her heart. Jia Wanting put on a rather helpless expression. But the two of them are already together. We can't just tear apart a loving couple. The most important thing right now is earning our brother's favor. She would leave the role of villain to her second sister. Jia Qingyin took a deep breath and ran a hand through her hair. Are you okay? Mother Jia was already used to the sisters constantly butting heads. Thinking about Jia Qingyin's temperament, she walked toward Yan Mengyao's family with a conciliatory smile. Jia Qingyin speaks her mind. I hope you won't take offense. Now, Ningyin, that's too distant of you to say. Wu Shuman didn't look upset at all. Do I look like someone who argues with children? Besides, everyone knows these three sisters are obsessed with their brother. It's perfectly normal that they can't accept it right away. They'll get used to it after some time. Jia Qingyin rolled her eyes. They've only been together for a short time. They might break up tomorrow for all we know. Shut your mouth. Yang Wanyan glared at Jia Qingyin again. Then she looked at Wu Shuman and her husband. I've watched Mengyao grow up. There's nothing wrong with her character or morals. I don't have any objections. Wu Shuman happily hugged Mother Jia. I knew you were the best. At that moment, she looked no different from a young woman acting spoiled toward her best friend. But Mother Jia suddenly changed the topic. Xiao Yan has only just been found. He hasn't even spent time with his family yet, and the two children are still young. We don't plan on letting him get married so early. You scared me to death. I thought you were going to say something else. Wu Shuman said while patting her chest in relief. Do I look like such an unreasonable person? For all these years, I've seen how much you've missed your child. How could I let Xiao Yan return and immediately deprive you of the chance to be together as mother and son? Besides, even if they get married, Mengyao would still live in your home. Yan Mengyao was speechless. Mother Jia smiled and checked the time. She turned to the butler and instructed, have people begin preparing the banquet venue. Since Xiao Yan has returned, it's time to hold a family recognition banquet. The butler immediately nodded. Yes, madam. Yang Wanyan looked at me. Yanyan, are there any friends you'd like to invite? I'll have invitations sent. I paused for a moment, knowing this was inevitable. I don't have many friends in the capital. I'm not sure if they'll have time to come. I'll call them myself and ask. Yang Wanyan nodded. Jia Wanting took out her phone. I'll contact a stylist. Later, I'll have Mengyao get dressed up as well, so she won't embarrass our Yanyan. As she spoke, Wu Shuman placed the brocade box containing the ring into my hand. I almost forgot. I haven't given you my gift yet. I didn't know the meaning of the ring, but judging by its quality, it was obviously no ordinary ring. Unsure what to do, I looked toward Yan Mengyao. She gave me a slight nod. Jia Qingyin could only glare angrily from the side, unable to stop this exchange. We'll come by later. After Yan Mengyao's family left, I followed my family back to the main villa, while Jia Wanting was leading me upstairs. Jia Qingyin pulled Mother Jia aside and said, Mom, how could you agree to let my brother be with that girl from the Yun family? You know their family. She stopped mid-sentence, but the meaning was obvious. If not for that, she wouldn't have risked being hated by me. To stop them from being together. Mother Jia looked uneasy, but still said, Mengyao is a good girl. And just as your sister said, they're already together. I can't bring myself to break up a loving couple. Jia Qingming fell silent for a long time. When she finally spoke, her voice was tense. Whether that girl from the Yun family is worthy depends on how she performs from now on. If she passes my test, then even if it means betting the entire Jia family, I'll protect them. But if she doesn't, even if Xiaoyan hates me, I'll break them up. Meanwhile, I knew nothing about the conversation downstairs. After following Jia Wanning to my room, I was stunned the moment I stepped inside. If Jia Wanning hadn't told me it was a bedroom, I would have thought it was an entire luxury apartment. What surprised me even more was the walk-in closet, filled with every imaginable item. Given my current status, it wasn't as though I'd never seen such things before, but I certainly wouldn't turn a place meant for sleeping into something this extravagant. Xiaoyan, I arranged all of this for you. Jia Wanning, the head of the entire Jia consortium, no longer looked like a powerful executive. The way she stared at her younger brother was like a giant pet waiting for praise. I glanced at her helplessly. Big sis, are you trying to make me switch careers and open a mall? Jia Wanning was slightly startled, not expecting me to joke around. She pointed at several rows of transparent cabinets. This side is the clothing section. Pick something first. The shoes that match the outfits are over there. She pointed to the adjacent wall, then glanced at the time on her watch. I'll go see when the stylist is arriving. After saying that, she turned and left the room, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. She happened to run into Yang Wanyan and Jia Qingming, who were coming upstairs together. Jia Wanning paused, apparently thinking of something, and looked around. Xiao hasn't come back. That's strange. Jia Qingming folded her arms and answered seriously. I figured, since Xiao finally found something she cares about. I didn't let Mom tell her that our brother was found, so it wouldn't distract her. They were both crafty enough to see through each other. How could Jia Wanning not understand what Jia Qingming was really thinking? Still, it suited her just fine. Jia Wanning reached out and patted Jia Qingming's shoulder. Very thoughtful of you. Meanwhile, at the border of China, a woman dressed in black camouflage had a foxtail grass stem in her mouth and a rolled-up portrait in her hand. So we're heading to Ling Country next. A man beside her nodded. His eyes were filled with the weariness of endless travel. I wonder when we'll finally find the Lord's wife and child. A scar-faced man gulped down half a bottle of water, then wiped his mouth. Doesn't the lady of the Jia family in China look pretty similar? Why not bring her back? The scar-faced man rubbed the back of his head and glared. That boy's eyes looked quite similar to the portrait. As soon as he finished speaking, he got smacked again. Are you addicted to hitting me or something? What if you beat me, stupid? The scar-faced man wore the fiercest expression while saying the most cowardly words. I'm saying, what if he's the Lord's son? Why don't we get a strand of his hair and bring it back? So, you're saying the Lord's wife is dead? Otherwise, how would he end up an orphan? The man in black camouflage spat out the foxtail grass from his mouth. Besides, only the boy's eyes resemble the portrait. If we ran a DNA test on everyone with a slight resemblance, we'd drain the Lord dry. As he spoke, he unrolled the portrait again. What era are we living in? We're still using a portrait to find people. If we at least had a photograph, it'd be much easier. Let's go. The Lord was hypnotized. The fact that he can still remember the rough appearance of his wife and child is already impressive. Instead of complaining here, we'd better get back to searching. In the blink of an eye, evening arrived. The entire Jia residence was brightly lit. Servants and staff were all at their post, busy with preparations. The banquet venue had been set up in the open-air garden. A long dining table was draped in white cloth, covered with all kinds of exquisite pastries. A champagne tower shimmered with changing colors under the lights. Vibrant flowers lined both sides of the red carpet, stretching outward from the archway and making the entrance breathtakingly beautiful. The entire venue was filled with a joyful atmosphere, while still maintaining an air of elegance. Outside the Jia residence, luxury cars arrived one after another. Members of the capital's elite circle streamed in. The Jia family's status spoke for itself before the guest of honor had even appeared. More than half the invited guests had already arrived. People chatted and laughed throughout the venue. Of course, the topic always came back to the newly found young master. I never thought the Jia family's lost child would actually be found. Has anyone seen what he looks like? Who knows? But I think it's best not to expect too much. Why's that? Isn't the He family a perfect example? The biological son they found was rustic and ugly. He didn't even know how to use a knife and fork. He looked like someone who had never seen the world. After the recognition banquet, the He family patriarch never let that child appear in public again. Wherever he went, he only brought Yangzi. The Jia family's son has been living among commoners since birth. He's probably even worse than the He family's boy. My brother isn't as bad as everyone says. A young man in a light blue suit walked over holding a glass of champagne. It's not that Dad won't bring him out. He just doesn't like crowded occasions. The newcomer was none other than He Keokxiang of the He family. Having their gossip overheard by the person involved, several people present looked rather embarrassed. But He Keokxiang didn't seem angry at all. After all, they weren't talking about him. Besides, young Master Jia may not be as bad as everyone says. We'll know what he's really like once he appears. His seemingly supportive words actually reignited the discussion that had just died down, as everyone speculated about how rustic and unattractive the Jia family's young master might be. The music suddenly changed. Then Madame Xia's gentle, yet dignified voice rang out. Thank you all for waiting. Everyone immediately turned around. They saw Madame Jia and Wu Xiumin walking forward while holding a young man's hands. The rest of the Jia and Yun families followed behind them, like bodyguards. The close relationship between the Jia and Yun families was no secret in the upper circles of the capital, so no one was surprised to see them appear together. However, when they finally saw the true face of the Jia family's young master, everyone was stunned. Some were even left speechless. For a long time after the two families appeared, the venue remained completely silent. The moment they saw us, everyone present couldn't help holding their breath. The crowd was captivated for quite a while. When they finally came to their senses, the entire venue erupted. That's the young master the Jia family just found. He's unbelievably handsome. Not just his looks, his presence is incredible too. Who was it that said he was rustic and ugly? Doesn't that feel like a slap in the face? The young masters present had all been raised in wealthy families, yet none of them seemed more outstanding than the Jia family's young master. Hearing the comparisons mixed into the praise, Yan Mengyao and my two sisters narrowed their eyes. As for the wealthy young masters being compared, quite a few of them darkened their expressions. The moment I appeared, they were already feeling threatened. Now that they were being publicly compared and overshadowed, they felt even worse. He Keokxiang, however, maintained a graceful and genuinely appreciative demeanor. Looking at my strikingly handsome face, he smiled and praised. Young Master Jia is truly impressive. The moment you appeared, all of us brothers felt rather inferior. As soon as he said that, someone teased him. Even our great scholar feels inferior when it comes to looks and bearing. Young Master Jia may indeed be unmatched, but when it comes to talent, there's no one in the capital who can compare to you. A young man with pink hair, Fu he added. Our brother Chao is a master-level Gukan virtuoso, the last disciple of Wen Song. At such a young age, he has already become the vice president of the Capital Gukan Association. He doesn't rely on his looks for a living. The people around them were visibly shocked. They had long known that He Keokxiang was Wen Song's disciple, but the position of vice president of the Capital Gukan Association and the support of the association members. But when it comes to the art of the Gukan, I'm still far behind my master. How old is your master already? Besides, he's a national treasure of the Gukan world. Who could possibly compare with him? To have achieved what you have at your age is already remarkable. Exactly. Since you've been promoted, your Gukan skills must have improved again. You've got to give us a performance. It's been ages since I heard you play. The last time I heard your Gukan was at the Liang family's birthday banquet. He Keokxiang quickly waved his hand. Today's banquet belongs to young Master Jia. How could I steal the spotlight? If anyone is going to perform, It should be young Master Jia himself. As he spoke, he turned to look at me. Then he covered his mouth as if he'd misspoken. His tone sounded slightly uneasy. Young Master Jia has such an elegant bearing. You must have some talent to back it up, right? The moment those words left his mouth, the expressions of both the Yun and Jia families darkened. Jia Qingyin narrowed her eyes at He Keokshong. Then she looked toward Jia Wanting as if she had been amused by anger. Big sister, have I seemed a little too easygoing lately? People are actually daring to provoke our brother now. Whenever she was truly angry, her voice would become very soft. So apart from the nearby members of the Yun and Jia families, almost no one else heard her. Yet her voice carried an overwhelming sense of pressure, like the stillness before a storm. I squeezed her hand reassuringly. Then I turned to look at He Keokshong. I do have some talents, and the one I'm best at happens to be the guqin. Would this young master be interested in listening? Jia Qingyin stared blankly at her own hand. She was so excited that she didn't even hear what I said. Did my brother just hold my hand? She might not have heard clearly, but everyone else heard every word. The crowd instantly became alert. His expression, however, was somewhat dismissive. Young Master Jia, you said you're skilled at the guqin? I smiled. Is there a problem with that? Of course not. He Keokshong looked as though he had finally met a kindred spirit. It's usually hard for me to find someone who understands. Knowing that young Master Jia shares the same interest, I'm delighted. I originally had no intention of showing off at young Master Jia's banquet, but hearing that you're proficient in the guqin, I couldn't help getting excited. Would young Master Jia be willing to exchange pointers with me? I raised an eyebrow as well. Was this guy serious? Although I was born into a military family in my ancient life, my mother came from a scholarly household. When I was hailed as the greatest talent in the capital, this man's ancestors probably hadn't even been born yet. Contrary to what I expected, the moment He Keokshong proposed a match, everyone present began worrying about me. After all, in their eyes, He Keokshong was already a master-level musician. Competing with him was practically asking for humiliation. They all assumed that unless I was foolish, I would surely refuse. Yet the next moment, they heard me say to He Keokshong, then I'd be honored to accept. So he really is overestimating himself. What a waste of such a handsome face. Mother Jia and Wu Shuman also looked at me in confusion. Yan. I gave them a reassuring look, and then asked, do we have a guqin at home? Jia Wanting hesitated for a moment. Big sister didn't know you could play the guqin, so I didn't prepare one. Jia Qingyin shot her a look that clearly said, what's the use of you? At the same time, her mind started racing. The rejected welcome gift from earlier had practically become an obsession for her. Now, a brand new opportunity had appeared. Thinking of this, she took out her phone and sent Zhang Ying a text message. Seeing the interaction among them, He Keokshong was afraid I would use the lack of a guqin as an excuse to back out. I'll just have someone bring my guqin over. After saying that, he turned around and made a phone call. The efficiency of people from wealthy families was impressive. Not long after, the gleaming guqin was delivered. Holding the guqin in his arms, He Keokshong carefully placed it on a hastily prepared table. Then he turned to me. Young Master Jia, who should go first? I raised my chin slightly. You first. Then I'll embarrass myself first. He Keokshong slowly lowered his fingers. They lightly rested on the strings. With a gentle pluck, he displayed the bearing of a refined scholar. Everyone's attention immediately focused on him. They silently wondered what piece he would play. Only when a complete melody flowed forth did they recognize the composition. Excitement instantly spread. It's Floating Fae, Master Wen Song's signature piece. This piece is truly beautiful. Even someone like me who knows little about the guqin listens to it often. He's definitely playing it better than before. I used to think his rendition of Floating Fae was still a bit immature, but now he's become so proficient. No wonder he could be promoted to vice president of the Imperial Capital Guqin Association. This piece isn't something many people can master. For young Master He to play it this well, he truly deserves his title as Master Wen Song's sole disciple. Listening to the crowd's praise, He Keokshong couldn't stop smiling. He played with even greater enthusiasm. With such a masterpiece presented first, the pressure on young Master Jia was enormous. People began worrying about me again. Is there even any point in competing now? He opened with the trump card. There's no room left for anyone else to shine. Young Master Jia, maybe you shouldn't continue. No one will laugh at you. After all, everyone here knows just how formidable young Master he is. Young Master Jia probably didn't realize that when he hastily agreed to the challenge. Backing out now would be perfectly understandable. Some people kindly advised me to withdraw. Although Mother Jia and the others were upset, they also hoped I would give up. The calmest people at the scene were Yan Mengyao and me. The reason Yan Mengyao remained calm was because she believed I would never fight a battle I wasn't sure of winning, even though she had never heard me play the guqin. As for me, rather than calm, I seemed dissatisfied. Even my brows were slightly furrowed. However, this expression of mine looked like nervousness to everyone present. When the piece finally came to an end, He Keokshang raised a hand and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He let out a soft breath, then turned to look at me standing nearby. Young Master Jia, are you still going to play? The way he said it made it obvious that he had taken the crowd's comments to heart. If you don't want to play, that's fine too. As for the piece I played today, consider it a gift to celebrate your return to the family. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw me frown and say seriously, first, you played one note incorrectly. Second, this piece must be played with emotion. You can't focus only on technique and proficiency. Most importantly, the tone of this composition contains suppression, sorrow, resistance, peace, and several other elements. You played it far too cheerfully. It lacks respect for the piece itself. The moment I finished speaking, the entire venue fell silent. He Keokshang was completely dumbfounded. Then, as if angered into laughter, he replied in a sharper tone, it seems young Master Jia knows quite a lot to criticize a performance that even my master approved of as worthless. Before he could continue, I immediately asked, everyone has their own interpretation. I won't argue with the rest of your points for now, but you said I played a note incorrectly. Then tell me, which note was wrong? I paid no attention to his frustration. Instead, I seriously pointed out the mistake. At the transition into the man section, it shouldn't be an open tone produced by plucking 3 strings together. It should be a shifted position on the 3rd string, combined with the left hand to produce a harmonic tone. When He Keokshang heard what I said, he realized that I did know a thing or two about the guqin. However, he completely disagreed with the mistake I pointed out. I've practiced this piece no less than 800 times, if not 1,000. Aside from my master, probably no one is more familiar with this piece than I am. The section young Master Jia mentioned is clearly an open tone produced by plucking 3 strings together, not the harmonic tone you're talking about. This is my composition, and I created it in my previous life in ancient times. How can I possibly remember it wrong? I let out a cold laugh. Wrong is wrong. If you use the open tone from plucking 3 strings together here, listen carefully. Does it really fit the transition in melody and emotion? If Elder Wim plays it that way, then he played it wrong too. The moment I said that, everyone present froze. Then laughter broke out. Did I hear that right? Young Master Jia is actually questioning Elder Wen. What a fearless calf that isn't afraid of tigers. Someone daring enough to say Elder Wen played it wrong. I'm afraid young Master Jia is the only one. Mother Jia and Wu Shuman exchanged glances. Neither of them knew what to say. After all, neither understood the guqin. And my claim that Wen Song had played it incorrectly was indeed beyond anyone's expectations. Yet there was Jia Kinging, who loved stirring up trouble. If my brother says it was played wrong, then it was played wrong. Do you have a problem with that? As she spoke, her gaze swept across the crowd. That icy look frightened everyone into instantly shutting their mouths. Even He Keokshang looked as though he wanted to laugh, but didn't dare. He calmly rose to his feet and looked at me. Young Master Jia, if you don't want to perform, no one is forcing you. There's really no need for this. And it's one thing to criticize me, but my master has achieved his current status through talent recognized by everyone. To claim that he played it wrong is honestly rather disrespectful. For a moment, the way everyone looked at me became difficult to describe. If you don't dare compete, there's nothing wrong with withdrawing. Besides, everyone's already given him a way out because he can't win. He's just nitpicking. He's even dragging Master Wen into it. That's both narrow-minded and foolish. However, most people only thought these things privately. No one dared say them aloud, except for a few reckless young masters who feared nothing. So that's why he's been harping on this. He heard Brother Chao's performance and got scared. That's why he won't go on stage. If you're afraid, just admit it. Yet you drag the top authority of the Gukun world into this. You really don't know your place. The moment he finished speaking, everyone from the Yun and Jia families darkened their expressions. As for Jia Kinglin, the way she looked at that person was as if she were looking at a dead man. Before she could make a move, the butler hurried over with quick steps. "Madam, Master Wen's song has arrived." The announcement stunned everyone present. Whispers immediately spread through the crowd when the Jia family invited Wen's song. They probably never expected their newly returned son to be this bold. "Now this will be interesting." The crowd's whispers weren't loud enough for the Jia family to hear. But judging from their expressions, it was obvious they weren't saying anything nice. Mother Xia's heart was in turmoil. She hadn't invited Wen's song, which meant only one person could have done it. Thinking of this, she looked at me questioningly. I gave her a reassuring glance. That was as good as admitting I had invited him. However, Mother Xia wasn't reassured at all. My earlier remarks were still fresh in her mind. Sooner or later, those words would reach Wen's song. Sure enough, the moment Wen's song came into view, He Keokxiang hurried forward with delight. "Master." Then he continued walking toward me. Before he could take more than 2 steps, He Keokxiang approached him again. "Master, I just performed your famous piece at the banquet. And the Jia families." This young master insisted that I played it wrong. Not only me. He even said that you were wrong too. Yang Wanyan closed her eyes briefly. When she opened them again, her gaze had turned sharp and cold. Jia Wanyan and the others also looked at He Keokxiang icily. No matter what happened next, they would stand firmly by my side and never let me suffer the slightest grievance. Only my gaze remained calm and undisturbed, even carrying a faint trace of amusement. He Keokxiang thought that after saying this, Wen's song would fly into a rage or mercilessly mock me. Instead, Wen's song froze for a moment, then asked nervously, "Which part did he say was wrong?" He Keokxiang blinked. He seemed unable to process it. Only after Wen's song asked again did he awkwardly repeat the mistake I had pointed out. Then everyone watched as Wen's song walked solemnly toward the Gukun placed at the banquet venue. After taking a seat, he played that note both ways, then repeatedly performed the passage before and after the transition. Soon, a look of sudden enlightenment appeared on his face. Immediately afterward, he stood up, walked past the bewildered He Keokxiang, and headed toward me with an anxious expression, thinking Wen's song was about to do something to me. Yang Miaoyan instantly released her full intimidating aura. Jia Wanyan also quietly stepped in front of me. "Master Wen, I'm sorry. I remembered that section incorrectly. Please don't be angry." Wen's song looked like an elementary school student who had made a mistake. He stood before me with his head lowered and his waist slightly bent, looking extremely restrained. It was as though he was waiting for me to pass judgment. After Wen's song called me master and apologized, the venue fell into a deathly silence. Only when Jia Wanyan let out a light cough and stepped aside from in front of me did everyone finally recover from their shock. Then came an explosive uproar. Holy crap! What did I just hear? Master Wen actually called the Jia family's young master, and judging from his tone, it really was him who played it wrong. A national treasure-level Gukun master is acting so respectful toward young Master Jia. There must be something wrong with my eyes. The guests in the banquet hall were all shouting excitedly. As for He Keokxiang, who had just been promoted to my grand disciple, his expression was terrible, but more than embarrassment, he was filled with disbelief. The master he worshipped like a god was actually my disciple. The world had to have gone mad. The Jia and Yun families were hardly calm either. The angrier they had been moments ago, the prouder they felt now. Wu Shuman even stepped forward and pinched my cheek. "Xiao Yan, you're incredible. Has our girl married above her station?" no matter what the people around him said. Wen Song never straightened his bowed back. It was as if he wouldn't give up until I reprimanded him. I raised my hand and pulled Wu Shuman's hand away. Looking coldly at Wen Song, I said, "There's nothing wrong with misremembering, but your judgment in choosing disciples is truly terrible. You should know perfectly well what the tone of this piece is, and you still approved of him playing it like that." Wen Song trembled as he accepted my scolding. When he heard me mention his approval of He Keokshang, a trace of confusion appeared on his face. After thinking carefully, he shook his head vigorously. "Master, I wasn't approving of him. He used to play so terribly that he couldn't even get through the whole piece smoothly. Now that he's finally improved a little, I merely nodded, because Master once told me that even a foolish disciple needs encouragement sometimes. That's exactly how you taught me back then." He Keokshang looked horrified. The crowd burst into laughter. Listening to the unrestrained laughter around him, He Keokshang wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. The more smug he had been when he challenged me, the more he regretted it now. Yet despite everything happening before him, he still felt as though he were dreaming. How old was the Jia family's young master? At that moment, a young master stepped forward and grabbed He Keokshang's arm. Looking at the crowd, he sneered, "That's enough from you fence-sitters. Cut it out. Weren't some of you mocking young Master Jia just now too? Now that the situation has reversed, you're all acting like you knew it all along. How shameless can you be?" The people who had been mocking me most enthusiastically immediately fell silent. Their expressions turned awkward. At that moment, He Keokshang finally seemed to recover from the shock. He strode toward Wen Song. "Master, you're joking, right? Young Master Jia is so young. How could you possibly have taken him as your master? And this famous piece of yours has been around for years. It's always been played this way. How can it suddenly be wrong just because he says so?" Wen Song's expression instantly darkened. "There is always someone better. Just because you became successful at a young age doesn't mean no one can be more talented than you. You ask me why? I question myself because of what my master said, because he is the one who composed this piece." After saying that, he turned around and resumed his respectful demeanor. "Master, I didn't know this rebellious disciple would disrespect you. But don't worry. From today onward, he is no longer my disciple." As soon as those words fell, He Keokshang's face turned deathly pale. He looked at me in disbelief. Young Master Jia is so young, yet his attainments in the Gukan surpass even my master now. Surpass even Master Wen? Then shouldn't you show everyone what you've got and prove your ability? The moment he said that, the crowd collectively gasped. Deep down, they had to admire He Keokshang's boldness. His words were clearly aimed at Wen Song, openly questioning whether everything was just an act staged with young Master Jia. Everyone else understood the hidden meaning. How could Wen Song not understand it? He immediately flew into a rage. "Are you accusing me of lying? I've reached my current position. Why would I do something that ruins my own reputation?" He Keokshang seemed to have given up caring. The Jia family is powerful and influential. Who can say for sure? Besides, am I wrong? Wen Song was so angry he almost laughed. He wanted to say more, but I stopped him with a glance. Since I agreed to this competition, I certainly won't back out. After speaking, I walked toward the Gukan place nearby. I'll also play bandits. And while I'm at it, I'll teach you how this piece is really meant to be played. He Chaoqian's expression darkened. Wen Song, meanwhile, instantly swept away his earlier gloom. Excitement filled his eyes and brows. To hear Master play bandits once more, even if I get bitten by an ungrateful wolf, it'll be worth it. He Keokshang, who had just been called an ungrateful wolf, looked even uglier. But even now, he still couldn't believe that I was really that skilled. Just as I was about to sit down, Jia Kinging suddenly pulled me back. "Wait, little brother, we're not touching that idiot's Gukan. Use the one your second sister bought for you." He Keokshang, who had once again been labeled an idiot, looked helpless. I looked at her in confusion, as if asking where the Gukan she bought was. Jia Kinging glanced at her watch. "Why is Zhang Ying taking so long?" The moment she said that, Zhang Ying's panting voice came from behind the crowd. Breathlessly, "Second miss, I got it. The guest immediately made way. An assistant Zhang Ying ran over, handing the gukin she was carrying to Jia Kangin. Jia Kangin placed the newly purchased gukin on an empty table. She turned to me attentively and said, "There wasn't much time, so I could only buy a gukin for now. Later, your second sister will have a custom one made for you as a gift." I was about to say there was no need. After all, once I finished playing today, I had no idea when I'd play again. But seeing the eager and affectionate look in Jia Kingin's eyes, I swallowed the words back. "Thank you, second sister." Jia Kingin froze on the spot. While feeling relieved that she had already set down the gukin, she asked blankly, "What did you call me?" Before I could answer, she turned around and grabbed Jia Wanning by the neck, shaking her wildly. "Little brother called me second sister." Jia Wanning darkened her face and pulled her away by the wrist. "Get lost?" Everyone present was dumbfounded. They never imagined that the fierce second miss of the Jia family had such a side to her. However, as I took my seat, their attention returned to me. After learning that I was Wen Song's master, they didn't question its authenticity like He Keokshong, but they were all extremely curious about how I played the gukin. I hadn't touched a gukin in a long time, yet I remained completely calm under everyone's gaze. After a brief tuning, I gently plucked the strings with my index finger. It felt as though everyone's heartstrings trembled along with it, as a stream of sorrowful notes flowed out. Even the last traces of noise at the venue fell silent. I focused intently on the gukin beneath my hands, yet my mind seemed to travel through time, returning to my first life in ancient times. It was late autumn. The frontier war was critical. For months there had been no word from my father and brothers. Yet helpless, I was still too young and could only wait at home with my mother. It was during that time that, carrying both worry and hope for victory, I composed this piece. The opening melody was mournful and subdued, like the sobbing of the autumn wind, lingering softly around everyone's ears. Those listening to the music all felt a heavy sense of oppression. Before their eyes was no longer the modern Jia family garden. No one even dared breathe loudly, as if they themselves were about to march onto the battlefield. Then the melody shifted again, surging with overwhelming force, like warriors roaring before battle. My fingers moved across the strings, so quickly they became after images. No one knew how much time had passed, when a resonant hum rang out as though signaling something. The horn of victory sounded. Our soldiers pressed their advantage, reclaiming lost territory and crushing the defeated enemy. By now, everyone present was overwhelmed with excitement. Every face was filled with the exhilaration of triumphant victory, as if they themselves had won the war. As the final peaceful and lingering notes faded away, I finished playing the gukin. Yet everyone present remained in the same posture, wearing the same expressions, clearly still immersed in the music and unable to come back to reality. Yan Mengyao stared at me intently. A certain suspicion in her heart was almost ready to surface. At the back of the crowd, another gaze stood apart from all the others, crossing over everyone's heads and locking firmly onto my face. Su Linyan knew that the Su family receiving an invitation must have happened without Jia wanting or me knowing. So after arriving, she tried her best to minimize her presence. She hadn't even brought along her mother and younger brother, who were like ticking time bombs. When she saw me make another stunning appearance, she couldn't describe what she was feeling. She didn't think she would ever fall in love with anyone. Compared to power, love was far too illusory. So the trace of regret in her heart was probably because she had never expected my background, and as a result, lost the support of a powerful family like the Zias. But after hearing this gukin piece, a faint ache rose in her heart. It felt as if she had once lost something important. She remembered me saying that the two of us had shared a previous life in ancient times. At the time, she had treated it as a joke. Could it actually be true? Of course, it wasn't possible that I hadn't noticed Su Linyan. I didn't care whether she embarrassed herself or not, but throwing her out on the spot would inevitably make everyone suspicious and curious. That would only give the capitals, upper-class society more unnecessary gossip. Jia Wanning was probably thinking the same thing. That was why she hadn't confronted Su Linyan. As long as she behaved herself at the banquet, we could temporarily pretend she didn't exist. The numbness in my fingers gradually faded. I stood up and looked coldly at He Xiang. So, have you learned it now? Those words seemed to flip a switch. The crowd suddenly snapped back to reality. Only then did they realize goosebumps had spread all over their bodies. Holy crap, that was incredible. That was absolutely mind-blowing. That wasn't just a Gukin performance. It felt like I had just watched an ancient war epic. I've never felt this immersed even in a movie theater. When young Master He was accusing Master One of favoritism earlier, he didn't look like an artist at all. But thanks to his persistence, we got to hear such an amazing Gukin performance. Haha, listening to the relentless ridicule around him. The color drained from He Xiang's face once again. As a member of the Gukin community, he understood better than anyone except one song just how breathtaking my performance had been. It turned out that he was the one who didn't know his own limits. Yang Wanyan looked at her son with eyes full of emotion. While feeling proud of me, she also regretted missing so much of my growth. The crowd was still praising me nonstop, when someone suddenly said, "If my calculations are correct, young Master Jia is only 19 this year, right? He only became an adult recently. To have reached such a level in Gukin at such a young age is unbelievable. He's that young? Then shouldn't he still be in school?" Only then did Yang Wanyan realize that she hadn't even asked about my education. "Xiaoyan, your school registration should still be in Shen City, right? After today, Mom will have someone transfer it over." I couldn't help but smile. I've already graduated. Hearing that, Mother Jia froze. The others present also stopped chatting. They looked at one another, exchanging glances, their expressions becoming strange. A young master covered his mouth and laughed. Graduated at 19. Was it high school, middle school, or elementary school graduation? Ever since I appeared, many of the wealthy young masters had been extremely displeased with me. These people were not only jealous, but also sounded a strong alarm in their hearts. Compared to them, the resources I had access to while growing up were limited. Yet the moment I returned, I stole the spotlight, making all these wealthy young masters look inferior. How were they supposed to maintain their status in high society afterward, now that they had finally found a flaw? Someone immediately made an issue of it. Almost as soon as that person finished speaking, another young master chimed in. No wonder young Master Jia is so skilled at the Gukin. Could it be because he skipped school and focused solely on that? If young Master Jia didn't attend school and spent all his time practicing the Gukin, then being good at it isn't surprising. After all, He Xiang never neglected his studies, and he graduated from a prestigious university. When you put it that way, there's really nothing to mock him for. If he had focused solely on the Gukin instead of balancing school, his level might not have been any worse than someone's. He Xiang hadn't expected the situation to turn around again. The gloom from his earlier humiliation vanished instantly. Although his eyes were full of delight, he still pretended to be modest and said, "The university I attended isn't that prestigious, mainly because the Gukin took up a lot of my time. Balancing both was truly difficult. As for academic achievements, young Master Ruan is the one everyone admires. He graduated from the world's top university." Prudence. As he spoke, he turned toward Ruan Qiaoming, who had remained aloof and silent the entire time. That's not a fair comparison. Who can compare to Brother Q? Getting into Prudence is already a 5S level challenge, and graduating is said to be twice as hard. How many people in all of China can even get in? And that school doesn't accept people through connections, even in the elite circles of the capital. Throughout history, only eldest Miss Xia, eldest Miss Yan, and Brother Q got into that school on merit. Although the university you attended isn't as prestigious as Brother Q's, it's still considered a well-known university in China. That's certainly better than someone who never even attended university. Dragged into the conversation, Ruan Qiaoming finally broke his silence. You're all impressive too. Besides, university is just part of one's resume. As long as you've experienced it, there's nothing to regret. Though his words sounded humble, his expression was filled with pride. A young master said with a grin, "Other than those who aren't old enough yet, everyone here has attended university, right? Looks like young Master Jia is the only exception." The young masters present took turns, mocking my educational background, leaving no room for others to speak. With every word they said, Yang Miaoyan, and the others looked increasingly upset, just as Jia King's patience was reaching its limit. The butler came running over again. "Madam, Elder Tan has arrived." Yang Mengyao was so angry she nearly lost her composure. Hearing that, she couldn't immediately recall which Elder Tan. The butler looked puzzled and quickly explained. "The one who used to be a professor at Prudence." Even before the explanation was finished, everyone present had already widened their eyes in shock. In the entire capital, there was only one person worthy of being called Elder Tan, the only Chinese scholar who had ever taught at Prudence, the titan of the academic world, Tan Yusin. Who else could it be? Ever since retiring, he had lived a secluded life. A man who never accepted invitations to banquets or social gatherings. Why would he suddenly appear here? Compared to Master Wen's Song, who was still frequently seen in public, Tan Yusin, who was practically living in seclusion, attending a wealthy family's banquet, was something no one had expected. After coming back to her senses, Yang Mengyao felt rather foolish. She suddenly realized she had wasted over 40 years of her life. She couldn't believe she had failed to see through. A mere child after all these years, the guest, unaware of the truth, began discussing excitedly again about this heavyweight figure's arrival. The Jia family really is impressive. They even managed to invite Elder Tan. But his timing couldn't be worse. An academic giant shows up right after young Master Xia's education is questioned. Doesn't that just make things awkward for their own son? Did you forget what Madame Jia said about transferring young Master Xia's school records? That clearly means she didn't even know. He had already dropped out. I guess life really is fair. People who excel in one area may be worse than ordinary people in another. Listening to the gossip, the young masters exchanged glances, all looking eager to watch the drama unfold. As if recalling something, He Keokshang turned to Ruan Qiamin and asked, "Young Master Ruan, isn't Elder Tan your mentor?" "That's right." Another young master seemed to remember as well. "I recall that Elder Tan was a professor in artificial intelligence, and Brother Q's company is also in the AI industry." The fields matched perfectly. At the mention of Tan Yusin, Ruan Qiamin's expression became much more respectful. The arrogance from before completely disappeared. "That's right, Elder Tan is my mentor. I just didn't expect him to come in person." As he spoke, he looked toward the Jia family and took a glass of champagne from a waiter. "I haven't seen my mentor in a very long time, knowing that he enjoys a quiet life. I didn't want to disturb him. Thanks to the Jia family's invitation this time, I finally have a chance to catch up with my mentor. I won't say much more. Let me offer young Master Jia a toast." The moment he said that, the crowd remembered how everyone had just been mocking my education. They had just been saying that Elder Tan's arrival was poorly timed. Yet Ruan Qiamin used the occasion to raise a toast and thank me. It was practically a provocation. Can young Master Jia really tolerate that? However, contrary to everyone's expectations, I showed no sign of anger. Faced with Ruan Qiamin's provocation, I didn't even acknowledge it. To me, even making eye contact with him would have been a waste of time. From the very beginning, Ruan Qiamin had noticed that I remained remarkably calm no matter what happened. It was as if everything was completely under my control. No matter how hard he tried, he could never grasp the essence of that unshakable composure. Just because I could play the guqin, was I really able to ignore all my other shortcomings? Ruan Qiamin couldn't figure it out. Just then, the sound of a cane tapping the ground echoed through the hall. Everyone turned around and saw Tan Yusin approaching, wearing a traditional Tang suit with one hand behind his back. The moment he saw Tan Yusin, Ruan Qiamin completely forgot about me and hurried forward excitedly. "Professor Tan, long time no see." Tan Yusin paused, He raised the hand behind his back and adjusted his glasses. After staring at Ruan Qiamin's face for a few moments, he asked in confusion, "Have we met before?" Ruan Qiamin's face stiffened. Wu Xiumin could barely suppress her laughter. The others present were stunned for a second, then burst into laughter as well. "This is killing me. Is Elder Tan really Ruan Qiamin's mentor? Or should we ask whether Ruan Qiamin actually graduated from Prudence at all?" He Keokshang stepped in to smooth things over. "Young Master Ruan did graduate from Prudence. There's no need to doubt that. I've seen his diploma myself. Elder Tan is probably just getting old, and he teaches so many students every year. It's normal if he can't remember everyone." Ruan Qiamin shot him a grateful look. Then he patiently explained to Tan Yusen. "Professor Tan, I'm Ruan Qiamin. You even supervised my graduation thesis. Don't you remember?" Tan Yusen still looked confused. Clearly, he had no interest in continuing the discussion. "I'll check the student roster later. Step aside for now." Before Ruan Qiamin could react, he walked right past him and came to me. Then he instantly changed expressions. "You brat. You never came to visit me after graduation. I had to travel all this way to see you. What kind of student are you?" Though his words sounded reproachful, anyone could hear the affection in his tone. The moment Tan Yusen finished speaking, the venue once again fell into eerie silence. The anger on Yang Mengyao's face had yet to fade. Before it turned into astonishment, Ruan Qiamin's carefully maintained composure shattered again. His face was full of disbelief. The young heirs looked as though they had seen a ghost. After recovering from their shock, the crowd erupted in an uproar. "Young Master Jia is also Elder Tan's student. He graduated from Prudence too. Isn't he only 19? Now that I think about it, doesn't Ruan Qiamin's earlier thanks sound hilarious? He invited his own mentor. It has absolutely nothing to do with Ruan. And he Keokshang said Elder Tan was old and couldn't remember his students. Then how come he remembered young Master Jia?" The ridicule and gossip struck Ruan Qiamin like a barrage of slaps across his face. He was so ashamed he wished the ground would swallow him. "But how can I possibly be a Prudence graduate? I'm only this old." Thinking that, he stepped forward and voiced his confusion. "Professor Tan, did you mistake him for someone else? Young Master Jia is only 19 this year. How could he have already graduated from university?" Tan Yusen chuckled. "University graduate. Jia Yan has already earned his PhD. As he spoke, he casually sized Ruan Qiamin up. "You graduated from Prudence, right? Don't you know Prudence has a gifted youth program?" The crowd immediately sucked in a sharp breath. Ruan Qiamin was dumbfounded. Of course he knew Prudence had a gifted youth program, created specifically to recruit prodigies from around the world. Every student there was a genius among geniuses. If admission to Prudence itself was already devilishly difficult, then the gifted youth program was pure hell mode. It was said that since Prudence was founded, only 2 Chinese students had ever been admitted. He wasn't surprised that Yan Mengyao was one of them. But this young man in front of him was the other one. What he could think of, others could think of too, which was why everyone reacted so strongly. No wonder young Master Jia graduated so early. He's a prodigy. A prodigy just like Miss Yan. Come to think of it, Miss Yan isn't even 20 yet. When people say she graduated from Prudence, everyone acts like it's perfectly normal. But when it comes to young Master Jia, you all assumed he dropped out just because he graduated at 19. You people are unbelievably hypocritical. This is hilarious. A bachelor's degree holder acting superior in front of a PhD. But did he really graduate from Prudence? Now I'm starting to wonder again. Haha. Wu Xiumin turned to look at Yan Mengyao. You knew all this, which is why you've been so calm. Yan Mengyao rubbed her nose, then nodded. Wu Xiumin was about to ask more, when Tan Yusen suddenly slapped his forehead. Looking at Ruan Qiamin, he said. Ruan Qiamin's ashen face immediately regained some color. This turn of events was completely unexpected, but he didn't want anyone questioning his education. Thinking this, he heard Tan Yusen continue. You're the one whose thesis was rejected 17 times, and who took an extra year to graduate, right? He's the senior I told you all about. While Jia Yan finished his bachelor's, master's, and PhD in 3 years, and kept pace with that lucky girl Yan Mengyao. Without falling behind in the slightest, his tone became increasingly proud. The guests in the banquet hall burst into laughter. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. A thesis rejected 17 times. Seriously? Prudence is hard to graduate from, but not that hard. No wonder Professor Tan only remembered young Master Jia. 17 thesis rejections, and an extra year before graduating. If I were him, I wouldn't want to remember that student either. Why is everyone focusing on young Master Ruan? Am I the only one who thinks young Master Jia is amazing? He finished his bachelor's, master's, and PhD in 3 years, and he's also a master-level Gukun player. I wouldn't even dare dream of that. The endless ridicule and discussion seemed ready to drown Ruan Qiamin. At that moment, he wished he could crawl into a crack in the ground. Although he had graduated a year late, he had still earned his degree. Besides, Prudence was notoriously difficult to graduate from. He wasn't the only one who had been delayed. So he had never thought much of it. In fact, he had always been proud of graduating from Prudence, but now it had turned him into a laughingstock. Wu Shuman turned to her daughter again and asked the question she hadn't been able to ask earlier. You and Jia Yan met while studying at Prudence? Yan Mengyao nodded. Wu Shuman continued. Did you already like him back then? Yan Mengyao blushed and glanced at me. Her eyes brimmed with gentle affection. Yes, unlike the harmonious atmosphere among the Jia and Yun families, ever since my academic credentials were revealed, the expressions of the young heirs had remained grim. After being humiliated twice in a row, they had become much more cautious. Ruan Qiamin looked like a frostbitten eggplant, completely drained of energy. While Tan Yusin and I were catching up, He Keokxiang walked over to Ruan Qiamin and comforted him, saying, Young Master Ruan, don't be discouraged. You founded Shuang Hua Technology through your own abilities, without relying on your family, and carved out your own place in the AI industry. Hearing that, the light gradually returned to Ruan Qiamin's eyes. He regained his composure and turned to look at me. Since young Master Jia has already graduated, where were you employed before this? The expressions of Jia Qingyin and the others darkened immediately. Meanwhile, Yan Mengyao and Jia Wanning looked at them as if they were idiots. Just as Ruan Qiamin was feeling pleased with my silence, a gentle and refined voice suddenly came from behind him. Excuse me. Ruan Qiamin instinctively stepped aside. When he saw the woman approaching, he froze. Assistant Shen, what are you doing here? Shen Bingbing stopped walking and replied politely, I'm here to deliver something to my CEO. Ruan Qiamin's eyes widened instantly. Your CEO is here. Where is she? Beside him. He Keokxiang asked in confusion. What CEO? Why are you so excited? Of course it's the CEO of you, the leading company in the AI industry. Knowing that you CEO was present, Ruan Qiamin's tone unconsciously became flattering. I've always wanted to introduce Yu's AI technology into my company. I've tried making appointments many times, but the CEO of you is extremely busy and never seems to have any free time. I never expected her to attend this banquet. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present widened their eyes and began looking around excitedly. The CEO of you is actually here. That CEO is way too mysterious. There isn't a single photo of her online. I heard the CEO of you is very young. Yang Miaoyan also looked around curiously. Even though she lived in the capital, she didn't know the CEO of you either, so she definitely hadn't invited her. But if her son had invited her, why hadn't anyone shown up yet? Shen Bingbing smiled and walked straight toward me. President Liu, the paperwork in the capital has been completed. Once you sign, you can officially be relocated here. The moment she finished speaking, everyone present was completely dumbfounded. Mother Jia stiffly turned her head. Her eyes were filled with disbelief as she looked at me. Jia Qingyin's reaction wasn't quite as dramatic, but she felt that her worldview had been completely overturned. Thinking back to how she had given me a supplementary bank card, she was so embarrassed she could almost dig a magical castle out of the floor with her toes. No wonder her little brother had said he wasn't short of money. She had thought he was just being polite. Meanwhile, Wu Shuman and her husband turned to Yan Mengyao. Their eyes seemed to be saying, "Just what kind of luck did you hit the jackpot with?" Completely forgetting that their own daughter was outstanding in every way as well. Since Xia Wanning already knew my identity, she remained just as calm as Yan Mengyao. Unlike the Xia and Yun families, who were simply shocked, the expressions on the faces of the young heirs present could only be described as priceless. As for Ruang Qiuming, it was as if he had fallen into an unbelievable nightmare. He unconsciously staggered backward, shaking his head continuously. Impossible. How could this be? After the others recovered from their shock, the crowd erupted once more. So this was where my composure and confidence came from. What was laughable was that he had thought he could regain some ground in his career. Instead, he ended up in an even more embarrassing position and completely lost any chance of cooperating with you. Jia Qingning turned and glanced at Zhang Ying, who was standing nearby. Did you write them all down? Jia Qingning looked coldly at the young heirs in the hall. Go ahead. The moment she gave the order, Zhang Ying immediately led a group of people into action. Every young master who had mocked me was seized and dragged out. What are you doing? Let go of me, hey. Amid waves of shocked cries, all the spoiled heirs who had ridiculed me were thrown out of the venue. Jia Qingning clapped her hands and smiled at those remaining. We've cleaned out some trash. The banquet may continue. Throwing out half the young elites from the city's upper class circled during a banquet and calling them trash. Probably only Jia Qingning could pull that off. Yet their parents didn't dare object. Instead, they were worried sick, wondering whether the Jia family would target them in the future. Everyone else felt fortunate that they hadn't said anything inappropriate, and with those examples before them, plus the fact that there was no longer anything about me to criticize, the rest of the banquet passed without incident. When the banquet ended and the guests were nearly gone, Su Linyan walked up to me. Can we talk? Yan Mengyao frowned. Xia Wanning shot her a glance. We were already generous enough not to throw you out earlier, and you still dare come over? Mother Xia and the others looked at Xia Wanning in confusion. Xia Wanning ignored her mother's questioning look and stared coldly at Su Linyan. Why are you still here? Leave. I cut her off. Let's go. You only have 5 minutes. Yan Mengyao grabbed my wrist. I reassuringly held her hand in return, letting the warmth of my palm comfort her. Don't worry. After saying that, I went with Su Linyan to a spot near a rock garden. I looked at Su Linyan and asked bluntly, what do you want to say? Su Linyan looked at me. You don't seem surprised at all that I showed up here. Have you been keeping tabs on me all this time? I glanced at my watch. You have 4 minutes left. Su Linyan swallowed, her throat moving slightly. I've started to believe what you said about our past life, but I still don't understand. We once shared such deep feelings. Why did you suddenly come to hate me so much? I didn't answer her question. Instead, I crossed my arms and leaned against the rockery. Su Mingwei was killed by you, wasn't he? Su Linyan's eyes narrowed, trying to get information out of me. You hate me that much? You want me dead? I raised a finger and shook it. Has no one ever told you? The best way to take revenge on someone isn't to kill them, but to make sure they can never obtain what they desire most, or let them have it and then lose it completely. After all, the feeling of falling from heaven into hell is far more devastating than never having touched heaven at all. Isn't that right? Su Linyan's expression turned cold. You want to use the Jia family's influence against the Su family. I let out a cold laugh. You've known me for so long. Do I look like the kind of coward who relies on others for revenge? Hearing that, Su Linyan regained her earlier composure. You may be a leading company in the industry, but it has no overlap with the Su family's businesses. How are you going to bring me down? Even if you wanted to acquire us, use liquid capital isn't enough to buy the entire Su group. I smiled. It was as if I were laughing at her naivety. An acquisition would only help you cash out your assets. Do you think I'm an idiot? As for how I'll deal with the Su family, just wait and see. 5 minutes are up. Goodbye. After saying that, I ignored Su Linyan's expression and turned around to leave. My steps were noticeably quicker on the way back. The moment Yan Mengyao saw me approaching, she immediately walked toward me. I opened my arms and pulled her into a hug. I'm back. Yan Mengyao softly hummed in response in my embrace. Jia Qingyan's eyes blazed with anger. Where's that woman? She's gone. Little brother, how do you want her to die? Sliced up or chopped into mince? Second sister, after everything that happened just now. Jia Qingyan had also learned about the grudge between me and Su Linyan from Jia Wanling. She was now completely in a rampaging state. If she hadn't been stopped, she probably would have already gone to take Su Linyan's life. I smiled. Looking at Jia Qingyan, I said, trash like that isn't worth dirtying second sister's hands. I can deal with her myself. A bloodthirsty glint flashed through Jia Qingyan's eyes. Second sister isn't joking with you. Don't be fooled just because she's returned to the Su family. It would still be easy for me to make her disappear. My tone also became serious. I'm not joking with you either, second sister. This is a grudge between her and me. I want to settle it personally. But that doesn't mean I won't need the Jia family at all. As he spoke, he turned to Jia Wanling. Big sister, does the Jia group have an entertainment company? Jia Wanling nodded. There is one, but that's only because third sister suddenly wanted to act and started it with some friends. Jia Qingyan laughed and picked up the story. That idiot spent 3 days on set, complained about the mosquitoes in the mountains, and ran away. Oh, right, Xiao Xiao is your third sister. She's out traveling around doing photography now. I couldn't get hold of her to tell her about you. Jia Wanling shot Jia Qingyan a warning glance before continuing. Since Xiao Xiao gave up on acting, the Jia family hasn't really managed Xingsh Entertainment. We only left managers there to oversee things. It's called an entertainment company, but it's really just a studio with a few artists. But why are you asking about it, little brother? I thought to myself, number wonder I had only met 2 of my sisters so far. What I want to ask is, big sister, could you let me manage Xingsh Entertainment? Jia Wanling looked at me. You mean? I nodded. That's right. The Su family's main business is the entertainment industry. I want to use Xingsh to compete directly with Chanyu Entertainment under the Su group. If big sister trusts me, you can hand Xingsh over to me. You give me a studio, and I'll give you the strongest entertainment company in return. Jia Wanling glanced at me. What kind of nonsense are you talking about? Why would I not trust you? It's just that you already have you. And now you want to run an entertainment company too. Can your health handle it? And you heard what I said earlier. Xingsh is practically an empty shell right now. Meanwhile, Chanyu controls nearly half of the entertainment industry. If Su Linyan finds out you've taken over Xingsh, she'll definitely figure out what you're planning. And she'll surely throw obstacles in your way. It's not that I doubt your abilities. It's just that you've never been involved in the entertainment industry. And the Su family controls enormous resources in that field. If they decide to suppress you, Xingsh will barely have any room to survive. I smiled. You is already very mature as a company now. And Shen Bingbing is fully capable of standing on her own. I'll appoint her as acting CEO. Aside from major decisions, she'll handle all day-to-day operations. As for running an entertainment company, I know what I'm doing. Big sister, don't worry. In my previous life, most of Tianyu's operations were managed by me. In theory, no one is more familiar with the entertainment industry than I am. And besides, I know Tianyu's internal affairs inside and out. No matter how difficult it is, bringing them down is only a matter of time. When Shen Bingbing heard this, she couldn't help feeling flattered. But after the lesson she learned last time, she tried hard to maintain a calm and steady demeanor. She couldn't embarrass her boss. After I said that I planned to shift my focus to the entertainment company, Yang Miaoyan immediately sensed that something was off. Xiao Yan, between you and that girl from the Su family, is there really only this much bad blood? Being used emotionally doesn't seem like enough reason to want to drive someone into bankruptcy. Jia Qingyan immediately became furious again. Only that? Just that alone makes me want to tear her apart. Making her go bankrupt would already be letting her off easy, okay? I couldn't explain the matters of past and present lives. I merely smiled and said, maybe I'm like second sister. I hold grudges. Wu Shuman flicked Yan Mengyao on the forehead. Why are you so useless? You knew Xiao Yan back when you were in school, and you still let someone else beat you to it. Yan Mengyao didn't say anything, but my heart ached. How could that be her fault? Yan Mengyao was such a proud person. Yet she had lowered herself before me countless times. It's just that, in my previous life, my heart belonged entirely to Su Linyan, and I had never given her any response. Thinking of this, I reached out and held Yan Mengyao's hand. Looking at Wu Shuman, I said, Annie, you're being too harsh. It was I who lacked judgment before. I let down Mengyao's feelings for me, but that won't happen again. Wu Shuman looked at Yan Mengyao with satisfaction. See how much Xiao Yan protects you. He won't even let his future mother-in-law criticize you. From now on, you'd better treat Yan Yan well, understand? Yan Mengyao tightened her grip on my hand. You don't need to tell me that. Wu Shuman yawned. Alright, it's getting late. We should be heading home too. Xiao Yan, would you like to come visit the Yun family with Annie? Jia Qingning immediately pulled me over protectively. No, thank you, Annie. It's already very late. My little brother needs to sleep too. Yan Mengyao held onto my hand, reluctant to let go. She knew that on my first day home, I should naturally spend the night with the Jia family. But ever since we got together, we had never spent a night apart. Suddenly making her sleep alone was something she wasn't quite willing to face. Jia Wanning looked at Yan Mengyao with amusement. My little brother needs to sleep. No matter how reluctant Yan Mengyao was, she could only let go of my hand. However, at that moment, I quickly leaned over and whispered something in her ear. Yan Mengyao's eyes immediately lit up. She lowered her gaze to hide her delight. Annie, we're leaving. Our little interaction lasted only a moment, and no one present noticed it. Mother Jia smiled and nodded. Shen Bingbing left with them as well. The next morning, after breakfast, I drove alone to Shinch Entertainment. After passing through the revolving glass doors, I was heading to the designated conference room to handle the management handover, when I bumped into someone. The moment Chen Jing saw my handsome face, she froze. I quietly sized up the girl before me as well. Chen Jing. I silently repeated the name in my mind. Based on the timeline, she should still be a second-tier celebrity. When I followed Su Linyan to the capital, in my previous life, she had already transferred to Tianyu Entertainment. So before joining Tianyu, she had actually been with Shinch. Seeing her expression, I found it a little strange. I subconsciously asked, Are you alright? Chen Jing pressed a hand against her wildly beating heart. I think something's wrong. I immediately suspected she was trying to scam me. She had clearly been walking just fine, and I was the one who bumped into her. Thinking this, I reached out and took her wrist, placing my fingers lightly on it. I checked her pulse. Chen Jing stared at the hand holding hers. The place where I touched her felt as though it had been shocked by electricity. It tingled pleasantly. Before she could recover, the warm touch on her wrist had already disappeared. I looked at her and said, There's nothing seriously wrong with your health. As soon as I pushed open the door, I saw a man and a woman sitting calmly on opposite sides of the conference table. Before coming here, I had done some research. I knew that one was named Zhu Feng, and the other Kai Min. They held the positions of director and manager respectively. Neither of them was particularly old. When they saw me enter, Zhu Feng and Kai Min exchanged a glance. President Liu, welcome. We'll fully cooperate and support your work. Clearly, both had been notified in advance. Then Zhu Feng continued, President Liu. Shinch currently has only one artist worth mentioning, but she's about to leave as well. I glanced at the two of them. You're talking about Chen Jing? Kai Min looked at me in surprise. President Liu, you know her? I didn't answer the question. Instead, I fell into thought. I knew Chen Jing would later transfer to Tianyu, but I hadn't expected it to happen this soon. Zhu Feng spoke again. We couldn't keep her. Perhaps President Liu would like to try. Although it sounded like a simple suggestion, I could tell Zhu Feng was testing my abilities. If I failed to keep her, it wouldn't change the fact that I was taking over Shinch. But making him fully submit to me would be much more difficult. With that thought, I tapped my fingers on the table. Bring me her file first. And then, have her come see me alone. Kaimin didn't catch the hidden meaning behind Zhu Feng's words. Upon hearing my instruction, she stood up. Understood, President Liu. 10 minutes later, I had just finished reading the last page of the file when someone knocked on the door of the conference room. Without looking up, I said, who had made her heart race? But when she heard that voice, she immediately thought of that handsome face, filled with confusion. Chen Jing endured her irregular heartbeat and slowly opened the conference room door. The moment she saw me, it was as if she had been frozen in place. Only when I looked up at her in confusion did she force her stiff legs to move and walk over. You're the new president of Shinch. I glanced at her chest with amusement. Feeling better now? In an instant, it brought us back to the moment we first met. I had intended to use a joke to ease the awkwardness, but Chen Jing seemed to have been struck by Cupid's arrow all over again. Her heart was beating so fast, it felt as though it would leap out of her chest. Unaware of the turmoil in her heart, I gestured for her to sit down. In a businesslike tone, I said, people naturally seek better opportunities. Your contract is about to expire, and your career momentum is quite good right now. Wanting to transfer to a major company like Tianyu is perfectly normal, but before I could finish, Chen Jing interrupted me. I'm not leaving. The words I was about to say got stuck in my throat. What? Chen Jing repeated. I said I'm not leaving. I'm renewing my contract with Shinch. I looked at her in confusion. Why? Can you understand that feeling? The feeling of preparing countless drafts and negotiation plans, only to discover they were completely unnecessary. For the first time in my life, I was left speechless at a negotiating table. Chen Jing didn't directly answer my question. Instead, she asked me one of her own. You still haven't answered my question. Why did you suddenly decide to stay? Afraid that telling the truth might scare him into not keeping her, Chen Jing made up an excuse. Shinch was founded for me and one of my best friends. Even though that girl abandoned me. After thinking about it, I realized I can't abandon Shinch. The corner of my mouth twitched. Your best friend is Jia Xiaoxiao. Chen Jing froze. You know her? I gave a soft response, thinking that I did know her. She was my third sister. Chen Jing didn't think much of it. Someone sent from Jia Corporation headquarters to serve as president, knowing members of the Jia family wasn't surprising at all. Then who should I go to for the renewal? Director Zhu. In the hallway outside the conference room, Zhu Feng watched Chen Jing emerge. After being inside for less than 3 minutes, her heart immediately sank. Kaimin also assumed that the attempt had probably failed. She said to Zhu Feng, President Liu has never worked in entertainment. It's normal to fail on the first try. Besides, even the two of us couldn't keep her. Yet Zhu Feng's expression didn't improve at all. Dingle, who had been waiting nearby, waved her hand. Jingjing. Tianyu has already sent someone to pick you up. To everyone's surprise, Chen Jing walked straight up to Zhu Feng and stood before him. I want to renew my contract. Zhu Feng thought he had misheard. What did you say? Renew my contract. Afterward, Chen Jing returned to her lounge. She took out her phone and sent Jia Xiao a WeChat message. What are you doing? If you're alive, say something. That's the reason for messages. Your best friend might ignore you, but she'll always put herself in your shoes. Looking at Jia Xiao's face through the screen, Chen Jing suddenly felt that she looked a little like Lu Yan. Maybe she was becoming obsessed. Now everyone seemed to remind her of him. I've fallen for a guy. The new president who just took over Shinch. I'm staying because of him. Jia Xiao clicked her tongue. I'm busy. Talk later. With that, she hung up. Meanwhile, in Qianyu Entertainment's president's office, after hearing the report from the person Su Linyan had sent out, Suzy laughed so hard he could barely breathe. So Lu Yan's idea of revenge is using Shinch Entertainment to fight Tianyu? Did a donkey kick him in the head? Shinch against Tianyu? That's an egg smashing into a rock. Besides, Shinch only has one artist worth mentioning, and she's about to jump ship to Tianyu. Shinch is just an empty shell. How can it compete with Tianyu, which controls half the entertainment industry? The moment he finished speaking, someone knocked on the office door. After getting permission, the HR manager entered nervously. President Su, Chen Jing, has decided to renew with Shinch. She's not coming to Tianyu anymore. If she's not coming, forget it. Suzy replied irritably. She's just a second-tier actress. Does she really think she's somebody important? As long as Tianyu lifts a finger, she can forget about surviving. In this industry, Su Linyan's expression darkened as well. He pulled up Chen Jing's latest schedule. After tapping the desk lightly with his finger, he said, as soon as she renewed her contract, she headed to the filming location for an outdoor variety show. Meanwhile, I was familiarizing myself with the company's procedures and making a few adjustments. Before I could finish reviewing them, Kaimin rushed in nervously. President Lu, something happened to Chen Jing. My fingers paused. What happened? Kaimin quickly explained. Chen Jing was supposed to participate in an outdoor variety show today, but as soon as she arrived, the director informed her that she wouldn't be filming anymore. In other words, she was kicked off the show. My expression turned cold. I'll go take a look. Not long afterward, we arrived at the filming site. After getting out of the car, I saw Dingla arguing with the director. Meanwhile, Chen Jing sat beneath an outdoor sunshade set up beside the woods. Her eyes lowered, lost in thought. As I walked forward, Chen Jing seemed to sense something and looked over. She froze for a moment, then put down the bottle of mineral water in her hand and stood up to walk toward me. President Lu, why are you here? I glanced at the celebrity guest, pausing for 2 seconds. Shin, who was standing beside the director. What exactly happened? Chen Jing scratched her hair, sounding unconcerned. It's not a big deal. The entertainment industry is like this. People fawn over the powerful and trample the weak. Out of the corner of his eye, the director spotted me approaching. A flash of amazement crossed his eyes. Which company are you signed with? Kaimin was momentarily stunned. She turned to look at our president. At first, she had been biased because of the rumors of favoritism. Later, she was shocked by my aura and status. She hadn't even noticed that our president could easily make a living off his looks. Xin also noticed my appearance and immediately became wary. I looked at the director with a cold expression. I'm not an artist. I'm the president of Kingsh Entertainment. I'd like to ask, what mistake my artist made that caused you to suddenly breach the contract and remove Chen Jing from the show? Chen Jing's ears turned slightly red. Even though she knew I was just speaking casually, a trace of sweetness still rose in her heart. After hearing that I wasn't an artist, Xin secretly relaxed. His contempt for Kingsh Entertainment extended to me as its president. Under the director's pleading gaze, he stepped forward, arms crossed, and spoke arrogantly. Kid, you're new to this industry, aren't you? In the entertainment world, some things don't need a reason. With my current status, getting rid of a second-tier actress is just a matter of one sentence. I narrowed my eyes slightly. You don't seem worried about being recorded. You're speaking so recklessly. In a public place, there are only two possibilities. Either you're stupid, or you have powerful backing. If it were the former, you'd never have made it this far in the industry. Kishin laughed as if he'd heard a joke. His assistant laughed just as brazenly. Didn't you do your homework before coming here? Brother Zheng's backing is the Jia family of the imperial capital. His girlfriend is Jia Qingyin. I was somewhat speechless. I could guess that he had powerful backing, but I never expected that person to be my own family. Second sister. It's one thing that he doesn't know I'm a young master of the Jia family, but does he not even know that King's Entertainment belongs to the Jia group? Then again, King's Entertainment ranked near the bottom among entertainment companies. There really weren't many people who could connect it to the massive Jia conglomerate. I had only found out in my previous life when King Sh went bankrupt. Kai Min was equally speechless, but since I hadn't spoken, she remained still for the time being. Seeing that I said nothing, Kishin thought I was scared. His attitude became even more arrogant. So you recorded me just now. As he spoke, he gestured to his assistant. Search him. Kai Min could no longer sit by and watch. She was about to reveal my identity. When she caught sight of Jia Qingyin walking over with a group of people, Kishin saw the woman approaching, and his eyes lit up immediately. He instantly forgot about us and hurried over to Jia Qingyin. What are you doing here? Did you come to visit me on set? Jia Qingyin looked at him with a half smile. No emotion could be heard in her voice. Who would dare bully you? Kishin turned and pointed at me. It's that guy. He tried to threaten me with the recording. A sharp glint flashed through Jia Qingyin's eyes. And what do you want to do about it? Kishin didn't sense the danger at all. In a vicious tone, he said, I'm not an unreasonable person. I just want to teach him a small lesson. Help me slash his face. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone at the scene gasped. Almost all of them looked at me sympathetically. Chen Jing stared at Jia Qingyin warily, wondering whether she should reveal her friendship with Jia Xiaoxiao. Such a connection was insignificant compared to someone's boyfriend. Just when everyone thought Jia Qingyin was about to back up Kishin, they saw her raise her hand and slap him. Did you hear that? Scratch up his face. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. For a moment, no one could tell who Jia Qingyin was talking about, or whose face was about to be ruined. Kishin was equally bewildered. Qingyin, what are you doing? I told you to ruin that guy's face. Jia Qingyin walked over to me, reached out, and linked arms with me. My little brother was finally found. I can never spoil him enough. And you want me to ruin his face? The moment Jia Qingyin finished speaking, everyone present was dumbfounded. Kishin's face instantly turned pale. The person in front of him was actually her brother. Then what had he just done? Overwhelming panic washed over him. His voice trembling, Kishin begged. I'm sorry, Qingyin. I didn't know he was your brother. Jia Qingyin sneered, and returned her own words right back to him. Then let's just teach you a little lesson. Let's ruin your face instead. Kishin nearly screamed himself hoarse. I'm an actor. My face is the most important thing I have. You can't destroy my face. I'm begging you. But Jia Qingyin acted as if she hadn't heard a thing. She turned to Zhang Ying. What are you standing there for? Do it. Zhang Ying immediately nodded. Yes, miss. The next moment, a pig-like scream rang out. Everyone present turned their heads away in fright, unable to bear watching. Then, Jia Qingyin's gaze swept across everyone there, and finally landed on director Wang Fei. In the instant her eyes fell on him, cold sweat poured down his back. She ignored him. Instead, she turned to me and said somewhat guiltily, Xiao Yan, Your second sister wasn't trying to interfere in your affairs. It's just that you just took over the company, and I was worried about you. So I kept an eye on things. And this whole matter started because of me. You won't blame me, will you? This sudden change in attitude left everyone present dumbfounded. I chuckled softly. Of course not. Jia Qingyin let out a sigh of relief. Then she turned toward everyone present. If anyone dares to spread today's events. She didn't finish the sentence. But the threat was obvious enough. Everyone instinctively shrank their necks. No one dared provoke Jia Qingyin's wrath. After giving Chen Jing a few instructions, I parted ways with Jia Qingyin and left. Dingla rubbed her stiff face, then pulled Chen Jing aside. Jingjing, are you sure you still want to pursue President Liu? Chen Jing ignored her. Instead, she took out her phone with a conflicted expression and sent Jia Xiaoxiao a message. Sis, my love story might end before it even begins. Your second sister is way too terrifying. The other side immediately replied. What does this have to do with my second sister? Chen Jing suddenly realized something. Wait. Don't tell me, you don't even know your brother has been found? Not long after she sent that message, the other side initiated a video call. The moment Chen Jing answered, she saw Jia Xiaoxiao, looking anxiously past her shoulder. Where is he? Where's my brother? It was the first time Chen Jing had seen her so flustered. She froze for a moment, before replying, he's already gone back. I'm currently at the variety show's filming location. Jia Xiaoxiao looked disappointed, but she finally calmed down a little. So the guy you fell in love with at first sight is my brother? It was the first time Chen Jing had ever felt such overwhelming pressure from Jia Xiaoxiao. She was a little stunned. Before she could answer, Jia Xiaoxiao warned, get rid of those thoughts. Otherwise, we won't be friends anymore. After saying that, she hung up. In Beatty, Jia Xiaoxiao summoned Jia San as soon as she ended the call. Book me a flight home. Before Jia San could respond, the editor beside her asked nervously. This photo series isn't finished yet. Why do you suddenly want to go home? Jia Xiaoxiao explained. I'll finish shooting it when I come back. My brother has been found. I'm going home. Jia San was equally delighted. The young master is back. I'll book the tickets right away. The editor looked as if facing a great enemy. Miss Jia, we're shooting this project with the goal of winning an award. If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait another 3 years. Jia Xiaoxiao glanced at him. I know what I'm doing. And remember this. Nothing is more important than my brother. The editor immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, Jia San asked another question. Third miss, are you sure the young master has returned? Have you confirmed it with Madam and the others? They all teamed up to keep it from me. I'm not asking them. Jia Xiaoxiao narrowed her cat-like eyes. Her gaze was colder than anyone had ever seen before. Make a call to the capital and do something for me. Jia San leaned closer to hear her instructions. His eyes widened immediately. You really want to do that? Jia Xiaoxiao let out a cold laugh. Afraid my second sister will retaliate. Jia San nodded. To be honest. Jia Xiaoxiao rolled her eyes. If you don't do as I say, I'll throw you out to feed the snow wolves right now. Jia Xiaoxiao stared at him coldly. What, do you think I wouldn't dare? Jia San shuddered. This subordinate will do as ordered. But may I ask one thing? Jia Xiaoxiao barked coldly. For Mom to join in and keep it from her. It had to be that idiot Jia Qingyin's idea. She didn't even need to think about it. She had no idea a family war was about to erupt. After parting ways with Jia Qingyin, I first went to you. After making some overall arrangements, I picked up a batch of custom-made items. Then I instructed Kaimin to drive to the underground district, where esports clubs gathered. Kaimin didn't understand why I was going there, but she didn't ask any questions and focused on being my driver. While waiting at a traffic light, a report about an esports tournament played on a giant screen nearby. Kaimin couldn't help staring at the girl on the screen. Yi Shen is incredible. She led her team to another victory last night, and she's unbelievably beautiful. She's every geek's dream girl. Even if she quit esports and entered entertainment, she'd become a huge star. I raised an eyebrow. You admire her that much? Kaimin nodded. Of course. She's the only female professional player in LoL. Kaimin answered instinctively, then realized she was talking to her boss. She immediately became restrained. Sorry, President Liu. I got too excited. I smiled. It's fine. When it comes to your idol. Kaimin instantly turned into a chatterbox. Yi Shen isn't really a celebrity, but her Weibo followers are comparable to today's top-tier stars. She's currently the #1 jungler in the country. Last year, Yanju's championship mid laner retired, and this year a rookie she trained took the stage. Nobody had faith in that female player. But the moment Yi Shen appeared, she led her team to the Global Finals Championship. Kaimin grew more excited as she spoke, and Yi Shen's coach is an absolute legend. Seeing that she was about to go on forever, I pointed ahead. The light's about to turn green. Kaimin quickly straightened up and focused on driving. Oh, speaking of that, Team N's base is also near the underground city. I had already planned this, looking at Lu Xiaohua on the screen. If it weren't for the tournament, she should have attended my family recognition banquet. The car arrived at a rather quiet restaurant. After we got there, a waiter led us to a reserved private room. Kaimin didn't even ask who I was treating to dinner. After setting down her bag, she said, President Liu, I'll be leaving first. I took the menu from the waiter and nodded. Kaimin walked to the door, but before she could open it, someone pushed it open from outside. The first thing that came into view was a pair of unbelievably fair hands. Before looking up, Kaimin almost blurted out, "Holy shit." Lu Xiaohua froze for a moment when she saw Kaimin, then glanced at me behind her, before confirming she had entered the right room. She gave Kaimin a slight nod and walked past her. When she came to my side, the icy frost in Lu Xiaohua's eyes instantly melted away. Fifth brother. She removed her mask, revealing features that looked nothing like mine, yet were equally flawless and exquisite. I handed the menu to her and said, "Order whatever you'd like." Kaimin felt like she was going insane. Everything before her felt unreal, like a dream. Could someone please tell her what exactly was going on? I smiled and explained, "This is Manager Kai. She's your fan." Lu Xiaohua's expression immediately softened. She looked at Kaimin with a smile in her eyes. "Do you want an autograph?" In Kaimin's impression, being aloof was practically Lu Xiaohua's trademark. She had never seen her smile before, let alone smile at her. Kaimin was so excited she could barely speak. But I didn't bring any paper or a pen. A waiter beside them smiled and said, "The N team's base is right here. Lu Xiaohua is a regular customer here." He had seen this many times, so he wasn't as exaggerated as Kaimin. After getting the autograph, Kaimin walked out like a wandering soul, even bumping into the door frame. I smiled and handed the black bag beside me to Lu Xiaohua. The keyboard, mouse, and everything else. They all have your names on them. The others got one too. They're getting off easy. Lu Xiaohua grumbled like a child, but there wasn't the slightest trace of unhappiness in her eyes. As she accepted the black bag, she handed me the gift box she had brought. "Congratulations on finding your family, brother." I responded softly and didn't stand on ceremony. I set the gift box aside, then took Lu Xiaohua's hand. My fingers rested on her wrist. A flicker crossed Lu Xiaohua's eyes, as if she had recalled something unpleasant. But she quickly returned to normal. "I'm fine. I've always been healthy." Only after checking her pulse did I relax slightly. "You still can't be careless. We're not sure whether that illness is hereditary. Regular checkups are still necessary." Lu Xiaohua smiled faintly. "By the way, now that you're in the capital, has your new girlfriend also come to the capital?" I smiled and said, "Do you want to meet her?" Seeing that I didn't avoid the topic at all, and that whenever I mentioned that person, my eyes were filled with the unmistakable look of someone in love, she couldn't help feeling worried. "Brother, after what happened with Su Linyan, you need to be more careful when you're in a relationship. Be on guard against people using you, especially now that your status is different. You haven't been with that person for very long. Yet they were willing to give up everything in Shen City and come back to the capital with you. Is it because of you? Or... She didn't finish the sentence, but the implication was obvious. Seeing her hesitate, I couldn't help but laugh. You don't actually think I'm a love-struck fool, do you? Lu Xiaohua looked at me as if to say, you're not? When you were with Su Linyan, no matter who tried to talk sense into you, you wouldn't listen. You willingly let that entire family live off you. And now, you've only changed girlfriends. And you're already saying she's the one you've chosen for life. You're even bringing her to meet someone who's practically family. She didn't deny that I was almost godlike in many other aspects. But when it came to judging people, she truly didn't trust my judgment. You're overthinking it. She's originally from the capital, and in every way, she's no less outstanding than I am. You don't need to worry that she has ulterior motives. I took out my phone and sent a message to Yan Mengyao. You'll understand once you meet her later. Lu Xiaohua hadn't believed me in the first place. And now she believed me even less. In her eyes, I was already among the very best. Who could possibly be even more exceptional? At that thought, a figure suddenly flashed through her mind. Miss Yan Mengyao. Back when I had been completely devoted to Su Linyan, she had often thought, if only that person were my brother's girlfriend, she would stop me from jumping into another fire pit even if it cost her life. The dishes they had ordered were brought out one after another. I told Lu Xiaohua to eat first and not wait, but how could she possibly eat? Her mind was filled with plans to deal with the second gold digger. She checked the time countless times. The food was about to get cold, and Lu Xiaohua finally couldn't hold back anymore. Isn't she coming? The moment she finished speaking, the private room door was pushed open. The moment she saw the woman walking in, Lu Xiaohua froze on the spot. She wondered if she was hallucinating because she admired Yan Mengyao. Why else would that woman appear here? Could this be the new girlfriend her brother mentioned? Just as she was thinking that, Yan Mengyao walked in, placing the box she was carrying on the table in front of Lu Xiaohua. I was a little late, because I was preparing a gift for our first meeting. As Yan Mengyao spoke, she called over a waiter, looking at the dishes on the table that were no longer steaming. She instructed, clear these away and bring a fresh set according to the original order. Everything Yan Mengyao did, after entering the room, confirmed Lu Xiaohua's guess. She inwardly cursed in shock. Her previous anxiety instantly turned into excitement and relief. So, you're the new girlfriend my brother mentioned? I couldn't help smiling at Lu Xiaohua's reaction. You already know her? Then I don't need to make introductions. Yan Mengyao also looked over in confusion. Lu Xiaohua, we met once at a business banquet before, but she probably doesn't remember me, I asked, using the tone of someone coaxing a child. So, what do you think of my new girlfriend? Has she passed your inspection? Not to mention Yan Mengyao's gift was right in front of her. Having received a gift and benefited from someone's kindness, Lu Xiaohua could only manage to say, your taste has finally become normal. Yan Mengyao's eyebrows lifted. It seemed the gift hadn't been wasted after all. After the meal, the three of us walked out chatting and laughing. The atmosphere was so harmonious that we looked like a family of three. However, the moment we stepped out of the private room, we ran into our enemies, Su Linyan and her younger brother. Su Linyan clearly hadn't expected to see me here. She initially wanted to pretend not to notice, but for some reason changed her mind and stopped to greet me. I heard you've taken over Shinch Entertainment. I looked at Su Linyan with a half smile. President Su is certainly well informed. Pretending not to hear the sarcasm in my voice, she exchanged a few pleasantries before changing the subject. But you've never worked in the entertainment industry, trying to use Shinch to fight Tianyu. Isn't that a little unrealistic? I smiled. Whether it's unrealistic or not, President Su can just wait and see. At least when it comes to Chen Jing's contract, Tianyu didn't come out on top, did it? Suzy laughed as though he'd heard a joke. Sis, does this guy really think that keeping Shenjing solves everything? If Tianyu decides to suppress her, a washed-up second-tier actress won't have much of a future. As he spoke, he suddenly seemed to remember something important and sneered mockingly. He doesn't know what Shenjing is facing today, does he? No wonder he's still happily out having dinner. Should we tell him? Suzy had expected that after hearing all this, I would look confused, or at least nervous. Shenjing's variety show today is over, isn't it? Not just today's variety show. Whether it's filming dramas or endorsement deals in the future, as long as we make a move, she won't get a single booking. Let's see how you plan to use an empty shell to fight Tianyu. Lu Xiaohua didn't know the situation beforehand. Hearing this, she immediately became furious. She was about to argue with the siblings when Yan Mengyao stopped her. She narrowed her eyes at Suzy. Looks like you've forgotten the lesson you learned at the Zheng family banquet. That seemingly casual remark instantly made Suzy cover his face and take a frightened step backward. Su Linyan pulled Suzy behind her. Ziz, what you said may sound harsh, but surely you understand the reasoning. Today's suppression is only the beginning. If you insist on going your own way, I won't go easy on you anymore. I couldn't help laughing. I just praised you for being well-informed. You sacrificed a first-tier celebrity just to suppress my second-tier artist. And this is what you call suppression. Then I hope you'll be even less polite in the future. Su Lingyan's expression stiffened. What do you mean by that? I didn't want to say another word to her. I turned to Yan Mengyao and Lu Xiaohua, giving them a look. The three of us then walked past the siblings and left. Suzy was still trying to comfort his sister. Sis, don't get nervous. He's probably bluffing. Su Lingyan ignored him. As soon as the call connected, she immediately asked, "What happened to Xin?" Hearing the reply, Su Lingyan's pupils suddenly contracted. Her phone slipped from her hand and fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. The three of us had no interest whatsoever in how the siblings reacted after learning the truth, and it didn't affect us in the slightest. After leaving the restaurant, Yan Mengyao and I walked Lu Xiaohua to a street lamp near the base, holding the gifts we had given her. Lu Xiaohua hesitated before asking, "Brother, are you sure you don't want to come inside for a while? Tiger and the others really want to see you." They were even arguing about coming with me this time. I glanced toward the base, a trace of melancholy appearing in my eyes. "No, it's fine, go back." Lu Xiaohua still wanted to persuade me, but I interrupted her. "Then would you be willing to come with me to meet my family? After all, they're your family too." Lu Xiaohua instantly fell silent. Attending the recognition banquet was one thing, but meeting them privately would only deepen her sense of loss. I smiled and patted her head. "Go on back." This time, Lu Xiaohua said nothing more. After I got into the car, Yan Mengyao immediately leaned against me. "I didn't embarrass you, did I?" I reached up and pinched her cheeks, pulling them gently. "Do you have that little confidence in yourself?" Yan Mengyao caught my finger and gave it a playful bite. "She's the only family you had. Before you found your biological family, I wanted to earn her approval. That way you won't be caught in the middle." My heart warmed. "You did great. And you probably don't know this, but before you arrived, Xiaohua was ready to tear you apart. But the moment you showed up, her attitude softened instantly. You didn't embarrass me at all, you made me look good." Yan Mengyao smiled. "Then do I get a reward?" I raised an eyebrow. "What kind of reward do you want?" Yan Mengyao didn't answer. Instead, she leaned in and kissed me. Yang Ting was already used to scenes like this. She skillfully raised the partition. The intimate atmosphere in the back seat lingered until the very end. Yan Mengyao had already melted into a puddle in my arms. "Tonight, are you staying home or coming to my place?" After a pause, she added, "I don't live at the Yun residence. I have my own place in the capital." I smiled. I'll be staying home tonight, then I'll come over later. I looked at her and shook my head. Recently, my second sister has increased security at the Jia residence. If you come, you'll definitely be discovered. Yan Mengyao could only let out a pitiful "oh." She had no choice but to accept living alone. That evening, I declined Yan Mengyao's offer to pick me up. As I walked out with my car keys, I was wondering whether I should hire a full-time driver. However, the moment I stepped out of Xincheng Entertainment, I heard a screech. A luxury convertible stopped right in front of me. The girl wearing sunglasses didn't even open the door. Bracing herself against the seatback, she jumped out. "Little brother." Before I could react, I was pulled into Jia Xiaoxiao's embrace. "Little brother, little brother, little brother," smelling the cool pine fragrance on Jia Xiaoxiao. I thought, so hugging really runs in the family. You flew back this quickly? Chen Jing had just returned after filming the variety show. The moment she arrived, she saw the siblings hugging tightly. Hearing her voice, Jia Xiaoxiao immediately pulled me aside. "Little brother, stay away from this person in the future, okay?" Chen Jing looked at us speechlessly. I asked curiously, "Why? Aren't you two friends? Besides, I'm counting on Chen Jing to make money for me." Xincheng didn't have many artists worth mentioning. Chen Jing was basically the face of the company. Jia Xiaoxiao was about to explain, but then she received a death glare from Chen Jing. She immediately swallowed her words. "Anyway, just stay away from her. Come on, third sister will take you out to have fun." Without even asking for my opinion, she dragged me into the car, started the engine, and sped away in a roar. Dingla looked at the car disappearing into the distance, then nudged Chen Jing. "Do you regret it?" Chen Jing shook her head. "Regret what? As long as I get to see him every day, I'm happy." Dingla rolled her eyes. "You're hopeless." When Jia Xiaoxiao first met me, it was as if she wanted to make up for all the lost time. She took me to every famous entertainment venue in the capital, and didn't bring me home until late at night. When we got home, we had barely stepped inside when we saw Yang Wanyan, Jia Wanning, and Jia Qingyin sitting on the sofa, looking as though they were holding a tribunal. "Why didn't you answer our calls?" Jia Wanning asked coldly. It would have been one thing if she ignored us herself, but she wouldn't even let our brother answer. "If we hadn't known he was with you, how could we have stayed calm at home?" Jia Xiaoxiao confidently pulled me along and sat down opposite the three of them. "Then why didn't you tell me that my brother had come back? If I hadn't found out myself, how long were you planning to keep it from me?" Jia Wanning choked on her words and glared at Jia Qingyin. They really were in the wrong this time. However, Jia Qingyin wasn't in the mood at all. There was even a storm of anger hidden in her eyes. She snapped her fingers. Her subordinates immediately escorted Jia San forward. Jia San's hands were tied behind his back, and a cloth was stuffed into his mouth. He whimpered desperately at Jia Xiaoxiao for help. Jia Xiaoxiao froze. "What are you doing?" Jia Qingyin sneered. "What am I doing? I assigned him to you, to protect you. And this is how you used him?" Jia Xiaoxiao looked a little guilty. "Who told you not to tell me my brother had come back? Can you honestly say Mom and Big Sister weren't hiding it from me because of your idea?" Jia Qingyin looked at her as if she wanted to eat her alive. "So, what if it was me? You lose interest in everything after 3 minutes. You're already 22 and have accomplished nothing. Our brother is only 19 and is already the CEO of you. If you don't build a career of your own, how can you have the nerve to call yourself his sister?" Jia Xiaoxiao froze. She stared at me in shock. "My brother is the CEO of you?" I had suddenly been dragged out to serve as an example while one sister lectured another. It was rather awkward. Third sister is amazing too. The rest of the Jia family may not pay attention, but I know that Jia Xiaoxiao already has quite a reputation in the photography world. My simple words of affirmation immediately made Jia Xiaoxiao feel ashamed. Jia Qingyin ordered, "I've already booked your ticket. You're flying back tomorrow. Don't even think about coming home again until you've accomplished something." "No," Jia Xiaoxiao clung tightly to me. "I just got home. At least let me spend more time bonding with my brother before I leave." Jia Qingyin glanced at her. "Do you think you have the right to refuse?" "I'm not discussing this with you." "I won't." Jia Xiaoxiao still refused to give in. Jia Qingyin looked at Zhang Ying. "Drag Jia San out and chop him up." Jia San shuddered. The muffled sounds from his mouth grew louder. Even Zhang Ying was startled. Jia Kingin's tone left no room for doubt. He can't even tell who his true master is. He dared to scheme against me. What's the point of keeping a subordinate like that? Jia Wanning looked at Jia Kingin in confusion. What happened? What did little sister do to make you this angry? After all, Jia-san hadn't been easy to train, and he had only been following Jia Xiaoxiu's orders. Logically, it shouldn't have come to the point of killing him. But judging from Jia Kingin's tone, she didn't sound like she was joking at all. Thinking back on what had happened tonight, Jia Kingin's face darkened instantly the moment she learned that it had been Jia Xiaoxiu's prank. She knew that Jia Xiaoxiu had found out about their brother. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to play such a trick on her. Anyone who dared to do that had better be prepared to pay the price. She couldn't do anything to her own biological sister. Couldn't she at least deal with a subordinate? Zhang Ying realized that as well. That only made her feel more desperate. Knowing there was no use begging Jia Qingyin, she turned to plead with Jia Xiaoxiu. Third miss, please say something. After all, Jia Sam was only carrying out your orders. You can't just let him die, can you? Of course, Jia Xiaoxiu wasn't going to ignore him. Seeing that Jia Qingyin was truly furious, with no room left for negotiation, she finally said unwillingly, I'll go back. But once I've made a name for myself, you'd better not stop me from coming home. Jia San let out a sigh of relief. His whole body was drenched in sweat. Having achieved her goal, Jia Qingyin stopped making things difficult. Let him go. Jia Xiaoxiu hugged me tightly, unwilling to let go. Little brother, wait until your third sister succeeds. Then no one will be able to separate us. I nodded awkwardly with a smile. That sounded like a pair of star-crossed lovers. Remember, you're my sister, okay? Besides, after being dragged around all night, my bones felt like they were about to fall apart. Imagine being with her every day. Jia Qingyin also glared at Jia Xiaoxiu. It's getting late. Go to sleep. Your brother needs to sleep too. Only then did Jia Xiaoxiu reluctantly let go. In the middle of the night, I slept uneasily. When I opened my eyes, I found myself staring into a pair of glowing cat-like eyes. Startled, I instinctively executed a hold and pinned the person's spine beside me to the floor. Li, little brother. Hearing Jia Xiaoxiu's voice from below, I froze. Third sister, what are you doing here? As I spoke, I released her and turned on the light. Jia Xiaoxiu rubbed her sore wrist, looking utterly aggrieved. I'm leaving at dawn. I wanted to look at my little brother a bit longer. I was speechless. Although I'd long heard that the three Jia sisters doted on their brother, but after experiencing these past 2 days, since reuniting with them, go to sleep, little brother. I'll stay here and watch over you. I definitely won't disturb you. I looked at her helplessly, with someone staring at me from the side. How could anyone fall asleep? I'm not sleepy anymore. I sighed and pulled a chair over for Jia Xiaoxiu. Let's chat. Sure. Jia Xiaoxiu curled her long legs up on the chair, resting her chin on her hand as she looked at me. What should we talk about? I casually picked a topic. Let's talk about our father. How did he disappear? Why didn't you look for him? According to what Jia Wanning told me, our father disappeared on the day I was born, but we never looked for him. Jia Xiaoxiu sounded dismissive. There wasn't the slightest respect in her tone. He's a scumbag. Why would we look for him? I froze. How so? He had amnesia back then. Our mom took him in and even arranged a new identity for him. She let him help manage the company with her, and in the end, she gave him everything. She even bore him 3 daughters, and then you. But what happened in the end? That ungrateful jerk regained his memory on the day you were born. Then, he left behind a letter and walked away, saying that he already had a family, and that he deeply loved his wife. At that, Jia Xiaoxiu let out a cold laugh. Our mother's more than 10 years of support and companionship, along with for children, couldn't compare to his original lover. He wasn't even willing to stay for one more day. He left at the most critical moment when mom was giving birth to you. A bunch of relatives took advantage of the chaos, trying to seize the company for themselves. If mom hadn't been strong-willed enough, she might not have even made it off the operating table. So why would we even bother looking for someone like that? Even if we found him, I'm afraid second sister wouldn't be able to hold back. After hearing that, a shadow couldn't help but settle over my heart. No wonder things had turned out this way. most people would probably have assumed he was dead. The fact that my mother managed to hold on and support the Jia family was truly remarkable. But for some reason, I felt the matter might not be that simple. How could it be such a coincidence? I was born that very day, and my father regained his memories on that exact same day. And people aren't made of stone. Even if my father loved his original wife more, could he really be cruel enough to leave on the very day my mother was giving birth? Thinking of this, I asked, "Did you read that letter? Was it really our father's handwriting?" "I know what you're trying to say. That letter was indeed written by him." Jia Xiaoxiao replied firmly, "The Jia family isn't made up of fools." Afterward, we checked the surveillance footage. In the recordings, we watched with our own eyes as he wrote that letter, packed up his belongings, and walked away. My heart sank. If there was no hidden reason behind it, then that man was truly heartless beyond belief. I couldn't help thinking of Su Linyan again. Although we never reached the point of marriage, good for nothing. Although Jia Xiaoxiao grumbled under her breath, when she saw that I wanted to look, she still pulled out an old-looking photo from her phone. "Here, that's him." I took the phone and glanced at it. I froze instantly. I had seen this photo before. Our 7th Division had accepted a missing person case involving this face. The client had placed the order anonymously, as if they didn't want anyone to know they were searching for this person. What's even stranger was that the mission had failed. The 7th Division's intelligence network was incredibly powerful. Even the most vicious criminals that Interpol couldn't find would take us only half a month. But this man seemed to have vanished from the face of the earth. We spent an entire year searching and still couldn't find him. 7th Master even said that if this face was genuine, then the man was probably dead, and his body had either been cremated or completely destroyed. After all, we had compared it against preserved corpses from all over the country, yet found no clues whatsoever. The anonymous client didn't seem particularly concerned about the outcome either. When we couldn't find him, the matter was simply dropped. "What's wrong, little brother?" Seeing my reaction, Jia Xiaoxiao looked puzzled. "Nothing." I handed the phone back to her. If father is already dead, then finding him doesn't really mean anything anymore. Across the ocean, inside an old and imposing castle, a handsome middle-aged man sat up in bed. After pressing the bedside intercom, he waited briefly. Soon after, I yawned 6 times in less than 10 minutes. I was practically drifting as I walked, just when I could no longer hold on, and wanted to go get some rest and catch up on sleep. There came a knock on my office door. I rubbed my temples. "Come in." Zhu Feng opened the door and walked in. "President Liu, there's trouble again on Chen Jing's side." My fingers paused. "What happened to her?" Zhu Feng explained. "Today is the opening ceremony for her new drama, but the director suddenly said he wants to replace the female lead." I frowned. "The female lead is being replaced? By whom?" "Wu Yanfan," Zhu Feng replied, then paused. He added, "She's a popular first-tier actress under Tianyu Entertainment. She even reduced her own salary to secure this role." That last sentence essentially explained why the director wanted to replace Chen Jing. After all, compared to a second-tier actress, if the same budget could hire a first-tier star with greater popularity, who would refuse? As for why Wu Yanfan would do something that benefited no one while harming others, the reason hardly required any thought. It seemed Su Linyan still hadn't learned how to behave herself. I picked up my car keys. "Give me the address of the filming location. If it were any other project, a director and production team like this wouldn't be worth keeping. But Kang Yu was different. Based on memories from my previous life, I knew this drama would become a huge hit, even though it wasn't favored beforehand, and even though many scenes were cut due to insufficient funding. It still became wildly popular. Zhu Feng felt that Chen Jing's contract dispute alone should have blown over after a small punishment. It shouldn't have warranted Chen Yu's relentless pursuit. But from what had happened over the past 2 days, it was obvious that Chen Yu was determined to blacklist Chen Jing completely. They were even willing to sacrifice their own artist just to deny her any chance of survival. There was clearly some personal grudge involved. I gave him a half smile. So what? If I say there is, what are you planning to do? Report it to higher management and have me removed from my position. Zhu Feng immediately lowered his head. I wouldn't dare. I was just curious and asked casually. I absolutely didn't mean anything else. Please don't be angry, President Liu. I had already earned some trust from him by keeping Chen Jing. I let out a cold laugh. Haven't you heard that curiosity killed the cat? Being too smooth isn't good. Being too rigid is just as annoying. In that regard, you should learn from Manager Kai. After saying that, I ignored his reaction and walked away. When we arrived at the filming site, I saw Chen Jing in the distance, standing beneath a tree with her hands in her pockets. She was clearly the original female lead of this drama, yet now she looked like a mere bystander, suppressing my displeasure. I walked over. Hearing my footsteps, Chen Jing looked up. This time, she didn't react much upon seeing me. Nor did she ask how I had found out. She simply said apologetically, I've caused you trouble again. You're being targeted because of me. So don't feel burdened by it. My words carried a soothing kind of reassurance. And you don't need to worry about your future. Since I chose to keep you, I won't betray the trust you've placed in me. Then how am I supposed to deal with the director? That's not something you need to worry about. I didn't look worried in the slightest. At that moment, I suddenly spotted Dingla. Outside a cafe across the street, the crew's director, Chen Shinhang, was standing beside her on a call. His face was tightly furrowed the entire time, not even glancing at Dingla. There was no need for Chen Jing to point him out. I headed straight over. For some reason, Dingla visibly relaxed when she saw me. President Liu, you're here. I nodded. Go keep Chen Jing company. I'll handle this. Dingla glanced at Chen Shinhang, then nodded and left. I took her place. I heard Chen Shinhang pleading ingratiatingly. President Cao, our script is really good, and we've already replaced the female lead with a top-tier actress. Are you sure you won't reconsider? We've already signed contracts, and all the props are ready. If you pull your investment now, it'll ruin me. Today is the launch ceremony for Kang Yu. I'm swamped with work. If you really want to withdraw, can it wait a few days? But I still hope you'll reconsider. Can we meet and discuss it in person? Listening to Chen Shinhang's desperate plea, a faint smile appeared on my lips. At first, Kang Yu was indeed not well regarded. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had to cut parts of the story, because they couldn't secure enough funding, combined with the male and female lead, who weren't particularly popular, and a production team with little name recognition. As a result, nobody expected this drama to become a hit. It even became popular overseas. After Chen Shinhang finished his call, I stepped forward and said, Director Chen, are you short on investment? Chen Shinhang had noticed me earlier, and he had also overheard my conversation with Dingla, so he knew I was from Shinch Entertainment. So his attitude wasn't very friendly. This has nothing to do with you people. I could barely keep a smile on my face as I said, stop bothering me already. Trading a second-tier actress like Chen Jing for a first-tier star, who comes with her own fanbase and doesn't even require extra pay. Anyone knows which choice to make. I thought to myself that he was quite straightforward. Director Chen, you've misunderstood. I only want to talk to you about investment. I know how much funding you're lacking. I can invest whatever amount you need. If the budget falls short during production, I can cover that as well. Chen Shinhang froze for a moment and looked me up and down. You're an executive at Shinch? I nodded. That's right. Chen Shinhang immediately looked disappointed. The money Shinch earns from Chen Jing is barely enough to keep the company running, and you have money to invest in me. Do you think I'm 3 years old? I smiled. Shinch may not have money, but Chen Shinhang impatiently cut me off. No money, yet you're talking big. I've seen plenty of people like you. If you don't have money, then don't make grand promises. I'd rather spend the time calling investors than waste it talking to you. As he spoke, his eyes suddenly lit up. President Xu. A well-dressed man in his 40s stopped in his tracks and looked at Chen Shinhang in confusion. President Xu, I'm the director of Kangyu. Chen Shinhang hurried forward ingratiatingly. About the investment I discussed with you before. Have you given it any more thought? I've already replaced the female lead with first-tier actress Wu Yanfan, and I have a feeling this drama is definitely going to be a hit. If you invest now, you'll make a fortune in the future. Zhu Tao had already declined Chen Shinhang's request politely. He never expected that coming out for coffee would result in running into this man again. Clinging to him like a piece of chewing gum, he was just about to ignore the man and leave when he caught sight of me from the corner of his eye and froze for a moment. His expression immediately turned respectful as he walked over to me. President Liu, what brings you here? Are you still willing to invest in me? Chen Shinhang was stunned. He looked at me in disbelief. People in the entertainment industry might love to fawn over the powerful and look down on the weak, but none of them were fools. Anyone who could make President Xu speak so respectfully. I smiled and replied, I'm here to discuss an investment with Director Chen. Zhu Tao was stunned again. He then looked at Chen Shinhang strangely. A CEO is actively looking to invest in you, and you're still trying to find other investors. Chen Shinhang looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. He practically wanted to die. Zhu Tao found Chen Shinhang's reaction rather amusing. Then he dropped a second bombshell. Even without his status as a CEO, President Liu is also the newly found young master of the Xia family. If he's willing to invest in you, there's no need to seek other investors everywhere. Originally, he only knew I was the CEO of Yoayo. Although he was based in the imperial capital, he had business dealings with Yoayo. Only after the Xia family's recognition banquet did he discover that I was the Xia family's lost son. That's enough. Seeing Chen Shinhang looking utterly devastated, I timely reminded Zhu Tao. President Xu, are you here for coffee? After years in the business world, people could easily understand the meaning behind each other's words and actions. Zhu Tao immediately got the hint and said, Then you to talk. I'll take my leave first. Let's have a drink sometime, President Liu. With that, he turned and walked into the cafe. Chen Shinhang looked at me eagerly. President Liu, are you still willing to invest in me? I looked at Chen Shinhang and smiled. Then what about Chen Jing as the female lead? The female lead will remain Chen Jing. Chen Shinhang immediately guaranteed. Once we sign the contract, I'll have Wu Yanfan leave immediately. I cursed him inwardly for being a sly old fox, but remained calm on the surface. Then Director Chen, go prepare the contract. At the opening ceremony venue, Wu Yanfan arrived late with her assistant, wearing sunglasses. When she saw Chen Jing standing there with a dark, unreadable expression, she stopped, removed her sunglasses, and wiped them as she said, Why are you still here? Didn't the director tell you that the female lead has been replaced? Chen Jing ignored her. Dingla stepped in front of her protectively. We're standing here. How is that bothering you? Besides, our contract hasn't been terminated yet. The female lead may not even be yours. Wu Yanfan sneered. Do you think I care about being the female lead of this lousy drama? If presidents who hadn't made up the difference in my salary and promised me future resources, I would never have turned down a production with a top-notch production team to take on something that clearly won't make any splash. After saying that, she ignored the two of them and walked toward the crowd. Wait! An actress in costume raised her hand to stop her. The director hasn't arrived yet. At that moment, a crew member walked over and handed her the female lead's costume. Teacher Wu, please change into this outfit first. Wu Yanfan glanced at the costume in her hands. I don't wear clothes other people have worn, and I don't wear this kind of cheap junk. The crew member hurriedly explained. But the budget is limited. If you can't secure investment, why are you even making a drama? Wu Yanfan's assistant couldn't help but cut in. Our teacher Wu has already lowered herself to join your production and even accepted a lower salary. And this is how you treat her? Wu Yanfan gave her assistant an approving look, then crossed her arms. There's no room for negotiation on the costume. Go find the director. If he doesn't make a new one, according to my requirements, I'm not filming. As soon as she finished speaking, an angry male voice rang out. If you're not filming, then leave. Who are you threatening? Chen Xinhang walked over with a dark expression. He truly hadn't expected Wu Yanfan to be this troublesome. If he had really replaced the female lead, wouldn't he have invited a living ancestor into the production? Do you even know what you're saying? Coming back to her senses, Wu Yanfan narrowed her eyes. Ever since she became famous, she had been pampered everywhere she went. No one had ever dared to embarrass her like this, especially not some third-rate director. Just because I was the one who volunteered for this role doesn't mean you can push me around. Now that he had secured investment, Chen Xinhang seemed like a completely different person. Do I look like I'm joking with you? I'm officially informing you now. You won't be filming this drama. You may leave. Seeing this, Dingla excitedly slapped Chen Jing on the shoulder. I told you President Liu would find a way. Chen Jing stared blankly at Chen Xinhang, and then at me beside her. Her heart was filled with an indescribable warmth and ache. Only then did Wu Yanfan realize the seriousness of the situation. It wasn't that she cared so much about this lousy drama. It was simply a task President Su had given her. If it fell through, how was she supposed to explain it to President Su? Thinking of that, her attitude softened. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since the budget is tight, let's forget about the costume. Wu Yanfan thought that after showing such generosity, Chen Xinhang would know when to stop. But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw him smile and say, it's not about the costume. Right now, I still think Chen Jing is more suitable for my female lead. You should leave. For Wu Yanfan, lowering her head had already been difficult enough, yet the other party still refused to accept it. How could she not be angry? High-quality productions are lining up to hire me. Do you really think I care about your drama? Remember, you're the one refusing me when my schedule is full later. Don't regret it. Even if you beg me then, I won't soften my heart again. With that, she grabbed her assistant and left. Chen Xinhang shook his head and scoffed. Then when he turned to look at me, he put on that flattering expression again. President Liu, are you satisfied with how I handled it? I ignored his attempt to flatter me. I simply said lightly, just focus on making a good drama, as long as you don't disappoint me. Chen Xinhang thumped his chest and promised, absolutely. After giving Chen Jing a few instructions, I turned around and got back into the car. Zhu Feng looked at me through the rearview mirror. Seeing the exhaustion on my face, his voice unconsciously softened. President Liu, are we heading back to the company? Although he couldn't hear what was said outside, seeing Wu Yanfan leave with a dark expression, he knew the issue had been resolved. His admiration for me grew even stronger. I rubbed my temples and responded, Then I leaned back in my seat and closed my eyes to rest. After returning to the company, I took a nap in the lounge. Once I had recovered my energy, I called Kai Min over. Besides Chen Jing, does the company have any other artists to develop the entertainment company and compete against Tianyu? Having only Chen Jing was obviously not enough. I needed to bring in fresh talent to strengthen the company. If any of the existing artists showed potential, they could also be cultivated. Ever since learning that I was Liu Xiaohuo's brother, Kai Min looked at me as if her eyes were shining. Besides Chen Jing, the company has 5 male artists and 1 female artist. After reviewing their profiles, I lightly tapped the desk. But I'm willing to give hardworking people a chance. Min took the file and nodded. I'll take care of it right away. Not long after, there was a knock on the office door. After receiving permission, a girl with a ponytail walked in. With a nervous expression, President Liu, you wanted to see me. I looked her up and down. Being noticed by an entertainment company, her appearance naturally needed no criticism. Do you have any auditions lately? At the mention of work, a spark lit up in Chi Yuan's eyes. A role in a new drama is being recast. And I want to audition. The role is He Linglong, the legitimate daughter of Prince Yang Manor. Chi Yuan looked surprised. President Liu knows about it too. Of course I knew. Feng Yihong was a top-tier director in the entertainment industry. His projects were closely watched by every major entertainment company. Even a minor role, with only a few scenes, could become somewhat popular. Just then, from the corner of my eye, I saw Yan Mengyao standing by the office door, watching me with an unreadable expression. I had no idea how long she'd been there. When I noticed her, I asked, "What brings you here?" Yan Mengyao curled her red lips slightly. "I came to pick you up from work." After a pause, she added, "You go ahead and work. Don't mind me." And I really didn't mind her. Instead, I turned back to Chi Yuan. "Act out that role for me." Caught off guard by being called on, Chi Yuan immediately began preparing herself. She blinked once, and instantly slipped into character. My eyebrows rose slightly, and I focused on her performance. By the time she finished acting, all of my initial indifference had disappeared. I hadn't expected her acting talent to be so impressive. I couldn't help but ask, "Did you graduate from a professional acting program?" I thought to myself that someone with this kind of talent wouldn't still be unknown if they had proper guidance. Although in my previous life, she never became famous, I believed she wouldn't stay buried forever. I had truly found a hidden gem. You can head back now. If there's anything you don't understand, come ask me. Having discovered such a treasure, I was in an excellent mood. I had almost forgotten that Yan Mengyao's expression earlier had seemed off. After Chi Yuan left, I tittied up my desk and headed for the door. "Let's go." But before I could leave the office, Yan Mengyao wrapped her arms around me, sensing the strange emotions radiating from her. I patted her shoulder. "What's wrong?" Yan Mengyao looked at me and asked, "Do you think people have past lives and present lives?" My body suddenly stiffened. Countless thoughts raced through my mind in an instant. I didn't answer her question directly. Instead, I asked in a trembling voice, "Did you remember something? Did she have memories of her previous life?" My reaction undoubtedly confirmed Yan Mengyao's suspicions. She couldn't describe how she felt. It seemed even more painful than when she first learned that I was with Su Linyan. "Is that why you kept rejecting me and went to such lengths to find her?" I froze. Her words didn't sound like she had regained memories of her past life. Instead, it sounded like she had guessed about my first life in ancient times. No, that wasn't right either. Even if she guessed I came from ancient times, she shouldn't have connected it to Su Linyan. "Did you watch the drama Jia Dynasty back when I couldn't find Su Linyan?" I turned the story of our first life together into a script and had it adapted into a television drama. It was because Suzy had acted in a role in that drama that I discovered him when he came to visit the set. If Yan Mengyao watched that drama, then everything made sense. "How could I not watch a drama you wrote?" Yan Mengyao held a strand of my hair between her lips, her eyes seeming to be covered by a dark mist, unfathomably deep. "So, you two were together in that lifetime, and in the end, you even died together." I immediately explained, "Mengyao, don't be like this. And that wasn't my previous life, and it couldn't really be called dying for love." Yan Mengyao continued, "Then why do you hate her so much now and choose to be with me instead?" Yan Mengyao didn't know what I was thinking. She seemed to have fallen into an obsession, her eyes gradually reddening. I couldn't see her expression, but I could feel the turmoil in her emotions. Determined, I decided to tell her about the second life. But the moment I opened my mouth, a finger pressed against my lips. "Shh." Yan Mengyao gently brushed her thumb across my lips. "Don't speak. I don't want to know anymore." She was afraid the truth might be something she couldn't bear. Once upon a time, she thought that simply having me was enough. But the human heart is always greedy. After learning how deep my connection with Su Linyan was, she felt an overwhelming urge to kill. Taking my hand, she said, "You're not going home tonight. Come to my place." With that, Yan Mengyao wrapped her arm around mine again and led me toward the exit. When we reached the company entrance, we ran into Chen Jing returning from filming. Seeing me being intimately linked with a woman, Chen Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. "You two are?" I introduced her openly. "This is my girlfriend." Chen Jing's heart skipped a beat. So President Liu already has a girlfriend. Seeing the disappointment and fleeting pain in Chen Jing's eyes, the fire in Yan Mengyao's heart burned even hotter. She still didn't know that someone in my company was also secretly in love with me. So get rid of those thoughts you shouldn't have, and keep your distance from your boss in the future. Yan Mengyao linked arms with me and continued walking forward. Because of what Yan Mengyao said, I turned to glance at Chen Jing, but Yan Mengyao pressed my head and turned it back. The entire ride back was unusually quiet. The usual flirtatious atmosphere was gone. Yang Ting, sitting in the driver's seat, felt uneasy, thinking, did those two have a fight? After returning to Yan Mengyao's residence, I didn't even make it through the door before Yan Mengyao stopped me. At the same time, all the servants and subordinates in the villa were sent away as well. Yan Mengyao, who looked like she might be accused of domestic abuse, didn't even go upstairs. She pinned me onto the sofa in the living room. She felt that the pain in her heart could no longer be healed. After learning about the love between Su Linyan and me, that had spanned to lifetimes. Since my rebirth, I had never resisted being intimate with Yan Mengyao. This was the first time that a trace of fear appeared in my heart. It felt as though I might be completely consumed, yet I still did my best to endure it, trying to soothe Yan Mengyao's rampaging emotions. Sensing something unusual about me, Yan Mengyao paused. Her mind seemed to clear for a moment as well. Staring directly at me, she asked, "Mu Yan, do you love me?" She tightened her grip on my hands. I struggled slightly. When I was first reborn, I stayed with her out of gratitude. But after spending so much time together, her face and personality had long been etched into my bones. Whenever we were apart, I would often think about her. Even though we had never gone very far physically, I never rejected doing such things with her. Even now, though her actions carried a hint of venting, I lifted my head and kissed her. "I love you." Yan Mengyao licked her lips, her eyes narrowing into slits. "Liar. But what does it matter whether you love me or not?" A trace of madness flickered in her eyes. "This time, you were the one who came to me. No matter what happens, I'll never let you leave again. If you ever try to abandon me, I'll lock you up. You won't be allowed to go anywhere, except by my side," she repeated fiercely. "I really will lock you up." I couldn't help but laugh. "You can lock me up right now if you want." Yan Mengyao looked at me seriously. I'm not joking. I'm not joking either." I continued recklessly testing the limits. "As long as you want to, you can do whatever you want of me." Sure enough, when she heard that, Yan Mengyao's gaze darkened. "You asked for this." With that, she fiercely sealed my lips with hers. The next morning, I checked the time. I was debating whether I should stop by the company when I received a call from Kai Min. After I answered, it was actually Chi Yuan's voice on the other end. "President Liu, I got the role of Yi Linglong, and the scene I drew for the audition just happened to be the one you coached me on." The director even praised me. Listening to the excited girl's voice, I chuckled and responded with a soft I offered a few words of encouragement, and after hanging up, my mood brightened considerably. Although there had been a few setbacks, overall, things were moving in a positive direction. After arranging matters for the company's artist, it was time to deal with the more troublesome issue. Thinking about the globally famous idol group I had personally built in my previous life, I explained, "I'm going to do some talent scouting and look for promising newcomers." After saying that, I gave her a reassuring look. I'll be back tonight. Yan Menyao's expression softened immediately. I'll have Yang Ting drive you. I didn't refuse. After getting into the car, I dialed the number from memory. The call connected shortly afterward. A gentle voice, warm as a spring breeze, came through. Hello. Looking at the retreating scenery outside the car window, I asked, is this Mu Yanfeng? The person on the other end paused. May I ask who this is? Listening to the noisy background over the phone, I answered with another question. Where are you right now? Mu Yanfeng fell silent again for a moment. Her voice carried a hint of caution. Who are you? What do you want with me? I didn't bother explaining further. Let's talk in person. After saying that, I hung up. Once I confirmed she was the person I was looking for, I used the phone number to pinpoint her location. I still remembered how I had discovered that girl group in my previous life. Back then, rain was pouring from the sky. I happened to be driving past a public square. Everyone else was hurrying to take shelter from the rain, but 5 young girls were dancing in the downpour, completely immersed in their performance. I stopped my car and watched them for a long time. After they finished, I signed all 5 of them. I sent them to the STAR training camp, and after a period of training, they debuted as a group under the name JRD. The name symbolized a girl's dream that could not be extinguished by heavy rain. As for why I contacted Mu Yanfeng, it was because she was the team leader and the most mature and dependable among them. Following the location shown on my phone, the door to the lounge was half open. Just as I was about to knock, I heard an indignant voice. We've been rehearsing for so long, and now you're saying we can't perform just like that? At least give us a reason. My raised hand paused. I knew that voice well. It belonged to Tong Zhan, the youngest of the 5. Through the palm-wide crack in the door, I took a quick look inside. I found that aside from Zhang Jiang, the other 4 were all present. Standing opposite them was a key staff member from Fang Zhikai's team, a man named Yuan Shiji. Judging from the confrontation, Tong Zhan's complaint had been directed at him. There were too many dancers, so we cut a few. What's the problem? Yuan Shiji's tone was obviously dismissive. Mu Yanfeng held back the nearly explosive Tong Zhan and stared at Yuan Shiji. If you're not letting us perform, then pay us what we're owed. Yuan Shiji looked as though he'd heard a joke. You didn't even go on stage, and you still want to get paid? Tong Zhan exploded again. You're the one who stopped us from performing, not because we backed out ourselves. We wasted so much time and effort rehearsing. What right do you have to withhold our pay? I really don't want to repeat myself. Yuan Shiji sighed as if helpless. His gaze lingered on the handsome faces of the group. A greedy look flickered in his eyes. No wonder Fang Zhikai saw these people as a threat and feared they might steal the spotlight. He'd rather disrupt the performance lineup than let them stay. But if you want money, that's possible too. With faces and bodies like yours, you could fetch a good price. Come to the Langson Hotel tonight and keep me entertained. Forget your wages, I can give you this much. The 4 of them seemed stunned by Yuan Shiji's shamelessness. For a moment, aside from their heavy breathing, no one said a word. Well, have you made up your minds yet? The 4 of you can come together. Let's see whether you're as coordinated in bed as you are when dancing. As Yuan Shiji spoke, he reached out toward Tong Zhan's delicate, youthful face. However, before his hand could touch her, another hand grabbed his wrist. Then came a sharp crack. Yuan Shiji's pig-like scream shattered the silence in the room. I coldly flung him aside. Pay them their wages. The 4 of them stared at me, their faces full of shock at my sudden appearance. Yuan Shiji lunged at me, his face twisted with fury. But before he could get close, I kicked him to the ground. He landed face first. I dusted off my hands and looked down at him with disdain. That's all you've got, security? Dragging his fat body upright, Yuan Shiji glared at me. Don't get cocky. When security gets here, you'll pay for this. Go ahead and call them. I waved the phone in my hand. I recorded your conversation just now. If this video gets released. I didn't finish the sentence. But the threat was obvious. A flash of panic crossed Yuan Shiji's face. He wanted to snatch the phone away. But remembering my fighting skills, he didn't dare approach. What do you want? I glanced at him. Didn't I already say it? Pay them what they're owed. The three young women had been staring in disbelief the entire time. When the focus returned to them, and they realized I was helping them, but he had no choice. He could only take out his phone and transfer the money. After the transfer, Yuan Shiji looked at me darkly. Now, can you delete the video? I looked at the four girls, asking whether they had received the payment. After receiving a positive response, I smiled, but I never recorded a video. The four girls immediately burst into laughter. Yuan Shiji had been completely played. He looked like he was about to cough up blood. What do you mean? I clenched my fist and blew on it. You want another beating? The fat on Yuan Shiji's face twitched. Pointing at me with a trembling finger, he said, "Just you wait." After saying that, he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. After Yuan Shiji left, I successfully arranged a signing meeting with the girls. After leaving the concert venue, I was about to get into Yang Ting's car when a black Hummer honked at me. A glowing cigarette ember flickered by the window, illuminating Jia Kinging's face. "Little brother, your second sister is here to take you home." Remembering the promise I had made to Yan Mengyao, I hesitated and asked, "Second sister, what are you doing here?" Jia Kinging pretended not to understand what I meant. She didn't mention my staying overnight with Yan Mengyao. "I'm here to take you home. You've been out for 2 days. It's time to come home, isn't it?" I took a deep breath. Ignoring Yang Ting's pleading gaze, I bent down and got into Jia Kinging's car. Yang Ting quickly took out her phone and sent Yan Mengyao a message. Mr. Liu was intercepted by his second sister. After Jia Kinging picked me up, she was in an exceptionally good mood. She instructed Zhang Ying, who was driving, to head home. Thinking about Yan Mengyao's frustrated reaction, she felt incredibly satisfied. The resentment buried deep in her heart when she saw that infuriating face. Sitting in the living room, chatting happily with Yang Wanyan and Xiang Tan, Jia Kinging felt awful. She had told her not to climb the wall, but instead, the woman had walked right into the house. I was even more surprised than Jia Kinging to see Yan Mengyao, but considering that the Jia residence was much farther from Fang Zhikai's concert venue than Yan Mengyao's estate, it didn't seem that strange. I just hadn't expected Yan Mengyao to pull something like this. I couldn't help but laugh. Jia Kinging glanced at the time on her watch and said with a dark expression, "Miss Yan, it's very late. Coming to my house at this hour. Don't you think you're being intrusive?" Yang Wanyan immediately glared at her. "How can you talk like that?" Then when she saw me, her expression changed instantly. "Xiaoyan, you're back. Come over to Mom." Jia Wanyan came out of the kitchen carrying a cup of coffee. As she passed Jia Kinging, she let out a gloating laugh. "Don't you have any self-awareness? You're the least welcome person in this house." Jia Kinging frowned. Is it a crime to tell the truth? Although Yang Wanyan had scolded Jia Kinging, Yan Mengyao still seemed affected by her words. She stood up. "Then I won't disturb Aunt Xia's rest. I'll come another day." Yang Wanyan immediately panicked. After glaring at Jia Kinging again, she turned back and comforted Yan Mengyao. "Silly child. What are you talking about? We'll all be family in the future. How could you be a disturbance? Just treat this place as your own home. I know you don't mind, Annie, but I don't want second sister to be unhappy." As Yan Mengyao spoke, she still stood up. "If you're not feeling well, don't go back. Xiaoyan, help Mengyao upstairs to rest." A sly smile flashed across Yan Mengyao's eyes. But she asked weakly, "Wouldn't that be inappropriate?" Yang Wanyan glared at her. What's inappropriate about it? I already told you to treat this place like your own home. Besides, you and Xiaoyan are dating. We have nothing to object to, having achieved her goal. Yan Mengyao stopped pretending and let me support her. I truly admired her scheming mind. But I cooperated and didn't expose her act. Watching Yan Mengyao's series of outrageous moves, Jia Qingyin was completely dumbfounded. After coming to her senses, she immediately objected. No way. Yang Wanyan had reached the limit of her patience. Shut up, Jia Qingyin. Jia Qingyin could only watch as I helped Yan Mengyao upstairs. Her teeth itched with frustration. Then she looked at Jia Wanyan, who was leisurely sitting on the sofa, drinking coffee without a care. Her anger instantly flared up. Are you dead or something? As the eldest sister, you didn't even try to stop her? You just let that scheming woman walk right into our home? Jia Wanyan took another sip of her coffee. She didn't even spare Jia Qingyin a glance. Does all your passion accomplish anything? You're still useless. Jia Qingyin resisted the urge to punch her. Instead, she turned to Yang Wanyan. Mom, you've been wise and sharp your whole life. How can you not see through such a lousy act? Stop arguing. Yang Wanyan rubbed her aching temples. With a sigh, she said, Xiaoyan's heart isn't at home. Rather than letting him run around outside every day. Upstairs, after helping Yan Mengyao into my bedroom, I let go of her. Stop pretending. Yan Mengyao wrapped her arms around my waist. Is my acting really that bad? I asked. You don't seriously think my mom and the others couldn't tell, do you? Yan Mengyao was silent for a moment. I know Mom is a good person. My eyes widened. You're already calling her Mom. Weren't you calling her Annie just now? In front of Mom, of course I can't be too bold. But in my heart, I've already regarded her as my real mother. Yan Mengyao walked over and sat on the bed. A spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. We can't waste the opportunity Mom gave us. 10,000 words a minute here. The next morning, Yan Mengyao and I came downstairs together, looking thoroughly pleased. At breakfast, Jia Qingyin wore a dark expression the entire time. I'm not eating anymore. After saying that, she stood up and left the table. No one tried to stop her. Yang Wanyan smiled helplessly. Don't mind her. Let's eat. After breakfast, Yan Mengyao drove me to the company. Just as I opened the car door to get out, she reached out and grabbed me. Did you forget something? I let out a questioning hum, and the next thing I knew, Yan Mengyao had pinned me against the back seat and kissed me. I was utterly speechless inside. In the end, I couldn't take it anymore and pushed her away. What is wrong with you? Unable to resist, Yan Mengyao leaned in again and lingered against me for a moment. Go to work. I shot her a look, then got out of the car. But after only a few steps, I saw Chen Jing standing at the company entrance. She was staring blankly in my direction. I wasn't intentionally spying. It just so happened. I knew she had merely passed by at the wrong moment. Earlier, I had opened the car door, and when I was being kissed, I forgot to close it. I'll go in first. Chen Jing's ears were red as could be. She turned around, wanting to flee this awkward scene. But I called out to stop her. If you're staying at Xingsh because of me, then I can give you a chance to make a new choice. After all, you've seen it yourself, I have a girlfriend. The scene from the afternoon before yesterday, when Yan Mengyao met Chen Jing, was still fresh in my mind. A suspicion I once thought impossible had been confirmed. Even if Yan Mengyao hadn't played any tricks, I would have found an opportunity to clear things up. I wanted to keep her, but not in such a cheap way. Do you not want me anymore? Hearing my words, Chen Jing immediately cast aside her earlier shyness. Her expression turned tense. I admit that I once had improper feelings for you. But after that variety show incident, I never dared entertain those thoughts again. Now I only want to stay at Xingsh. and I absolutely won't cross any boundaries. Perhaps to reassure me, she spoke more bluntly. Don't think I'm some hopeless romantic either. If you hadn't helped me resolve those two crises, I wouldn't have stayed here. And going forward, what I value most is still my career. I secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just as I was about to say something, a black sedan screeched to a stop beside us. A youthful face full of girlish charm peeked out from the car window. Yanj, we're here. I turned my head and saw that it was Tong Zan. 5 energetic girls jumped out of the car and lined up in front of me. The sight was incredibly eye-catching. Hello, Yanj. Among the 5, aside from Tong Zan and Lang Bingbing, everyone else was a little older than me, but I had accepted being called that by them. Then I introduced Chen Jing, who was beside me. This is your senior. The girls all turned to look at Chen Jing. In unison, they greeted, Hello, Senior Chen. Chen Jing snapped out of her daze. Smiling sweetly, she nodded at them. Hello, everyone. At that moment, Kaimin happened to arrive at the company. Seeing the group, she looked puzzled. President Liu, who are these beauties? Perfect timing. I have something for you to do. These are some promising talents I've discovered. Take them to the lounge and let them wait there. Kaimin nodded. Yes, sir. After the girls were taken away, Chen Jing looked at me and asked, I made myself pretty clear just now, right? So you won't try to send me away now, will you? I was never trying to send you away. Rubbing my forehead, I smiled. I wasn't even done trying to keep you. I just didn't want to do it that way. You should understand what I mean. Chen Jing let out a soft huff. In a proud tone, she said, Since you want to keep me, then you'd better treat me well from now on. Even if you recruit lots of newcomers, you can't just forget about me. She knew I wanted to expand the company, so she could never be the only artist. But seeing so many newcomers appear, calling me Yanj so affectionately, still left her feeling a little uncomfortable. She knew such possessiveness wasn't appropriate. After all, I already had a girlfriend. But she simply couldn't help wanting more of my attention for herself, unaware of what she was thinking. I smiled and nodded after hearing her childish complaint. You're one of the company's veteran members, and you're also a friend of my third brother. Whether by reason or sentiment, I could never overlook you. A smile immediately lit up Chen Jing's eyes. That's more like it. After reassuring Chen Jing, I went to draft the contracts. Afterward, I headed to the lounge where Mu Yanfeng and the others were. They were sitting on the sofa, chatting and laughing. The moment they saw me, they started to stand up and greet me. But unlike last night, I was now their boss. I raised a hand and stopped them. No need to bother with formalities. As I spoke, I sat down in the armchair opposite them. I placed the contracts on the coffee table in front of them. These are the contracts. Take a look first. If everything looks good, you can sign. While they were reviewing the contracts, my gaze swept across each of their faces. I began explaining the plans I had made for them in my previous life. After signing the contract, I'll send you to the STAR training camp. You'll spend some time there as trainees. The company will cover all tuition fees. Your dancing skills are already solid. You could practically debut right away. But when it comes to singing and managing your breath while singing and dancing, you still need practice, as well as adapting to a real stage environment. Once you're there, professionals will teach you all of that. After some time, the training camp will hold a ranking evaluation. You can try participating in it. The ranking itself isn't important. Think of it as a way to measure your progress. Although I said that, I knew these girls would achieve excellent results. All of them would rank within the top 10, outperforming many trainees who had trained for years. Thinking of that, I lightly tapped the armrest with my finger. During this period, the company will fully prepare for your group debut. This includes, but is not limited to, creating your debut song and choreography, assigning stylists, and preparing future albums. Once you've completed the evaluation, I'll bring you back. And when the timing is right, you'll officially debut. After hearing my words and reading the contract, their expressions all became serious. Before coming here, they had assumed Xingmeng was just a tiny company with barely any staff. Although it had promised them a group debut, they assumed the company probably didn't know much about developing a girl group. But whether it was the contents of the contract or what I had just said, everything reflected the professionalism of a major company. And if everything I promised could be delivered, it would clearly mean they were highly valued. The company intended to make them stars. I raised my wrist and glanced at my watch. Then I looked at the 5 silent girls. Any questions? The 5 of them didn't even exchange glances. Kiki shook her head. I slowly curled my lips into a smile. Then let's sign. I'll send you to start training camp shortly. After they signed the contracts, I kept my promise and took them there. On the way back, as we passed Tianyu Tower, I casually glanced over and saw a thin woman being thrown out of the building. The document case in her hand fell to the ground, and papers scattered everywhere. I recognized the person who had thrown her out, the manager of Tianyu's HR department. At that moment, she looked down at the woman crouching on the ground, picking up her papers. With an arrogant sneer, she mocked, "The company has supported you for so long, and you still dare ask for copyright ownership. You're a washed-up talent, living off past achievements. Aren't you embarrassed? Did you really think the company would support you forever?" After saying that, she stepped on the scattered papers and went back inside. The woman stared blankly at the footprints on her documents, then slumped to the ground in despair. Coincidentally, I knew this woman too. She was the once legendary choreographer Wei Jiaming. The reason I said once was because she hadn't produced a good work in 3 years. Everyone said she had run out of talent. Only I knew that Wei Jiaming had simply hit a bottleneck. In my previous life, when I was still at Tianyu, I could still help her and guide her through it. I never expected that without my intervention. I never expected Tianyu to throw her out so quickly. I had long known that Su Linyan was a person driven solely by profit. Thinking of this, I opened the car door and got out. Wei Jiaming looked at the boy who had suddenly appeared before her. The confusion in her eyes gradually focused. "Who are you?" I picked up the documents scattered on the ground one by one and placed them back into her briefcase. Then I said calmly, "Haven't you heard the saying? If one place won't keep you, another place surely will. There's no need to let yourself collapse because of a short-sighted and ungrateful company." Wei Jiaming quietly watched my actions. After hearing my words, her eyes became even more despondent. "But I can't create good works anymore. But now I'm not even as good as an unknown rookie choreographer. Everywhere I look for work, I hit a wall. The more famous I once was, the harsher the people kicking me while I'm down have become. I can't see any hope anymore." I pressed my lips together slightly. "Whether your talent is exhausted or not isn't for others to decide. If you're willing, you can come to Xingmeng and give it a try." Wei Jiaming froze. Xingmeng may not be doing very well right now, but you don't need to worry about that. It won't be worse than what you had at Tianyu. Wei Jiaming gave a bitter smile. The fact that a company is willing to take me already makes me feel flattered. It's just that I really can't create good choreography anymore. Are you sure Xingmeng still wants me? Who said you can't create good choreography? I retorted, "Didn't I tell you not to listen to what others say? You're just at a bottleneck. Trust me, under my guidance, you'll become even more popular than before. After all, I'm not running a charity. If Wei Jiaming were truly beyond saving, I wouldn't waste my time on her. The reason I say she's merely at a bottleneck is because nearly all of JRD's song choreographies were primarily created by her. All I did was give her a few new ideas and perspectives, and she was able to open up an entirely new world for herself. A genius is always a genius. Even after briefly losing their way, they can still return to the peak once again. With memories from my previous life, I could easily recreate all those dances myself, but that glory belongs to her. I neither want to nor will ever claim it. So even if Wei Jiaming hadn't been kicked out, I would still have gone to Tianyu to recruit her. This situation simply saved me a bit of trouble. Wei Jiaming stared at me. Everyone said her talent had run dry. Even she had almost been hypnotized by those voices and given up on herself. Yet this boy was saying she had only reached a bottleneck. It felt like hope, however faint, had suddenly been injected back into her. Like a lone traveler crossing a desert, whose body and spirit were about to give out, only to suddenly discover an oasis. Although she still found it hard to believe my claim that she would become even more famous than before. The encouragement had already changed her entire outlook. By the way, who are you? How can you be so sure Xing Meng will want me? I extended my hand toward her. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Lu Yan. I'm the president of Xing Meng Entertainment. Wei Jiaming froze again. She had assumed I was just a manager or something. She never expected me to be the president himself. No wonder I sounded so confident about hiring her. She could tell that the remark wasn't aimed at her, but at the young man beside her. Did they have some kind of grudge? I turned around and stood up, looking at the siblings. A pearl covered in dust can still shine brilliantly after being polished and placed in a new environment. But when you're blinded by profit, in the end, you may not even realize what you've lost. The smile on Susie's face stiffened. Why was he always so calm? Weren't they the ones holding the advantage? Keep talking tough if you want. A person who hasn't created anything good in 3 years is only considered a treasure by you. Then again, your company doesn't have many artists worth mentioning anyway. A broken pot, matched with a cracked lid perfect. This time, I didn't even bother responding. I simply turned and looked at Wei Jiaming. Have you made up your mind? Wei Jiaming had already stood up. She nodded blankly at me. Beside her, Su Linyan looked at me with a complicated expression. Lately, she had been dreaming every night. Dreaming about things involving me that had never actually happened. She also dreamed about things Lu Yan had told her before. The fragments were scattered, and she always felt like she was about to grasp something, yet could never quite catch it. Just as she was about to step forward and have another proper talk with me, I turned around and left with Wei Jiaming. After returning to the company, I first signed an employment contract with Wei Jiaming, then had her sign a confidentiality agreement. After that, I had someone bring coffee, clearly intending to have a long conversation. Wei Jiaming sat across from me, looking somewhat nervous, with her hands resting stiffly on her knees. I still don't have any new inspiration. Martial arts incorporated into dance? I nodded. Explosive power is very important in dance, and martial arts are a symbol of strength. Properly incorporating some martial arts into dance might bring unexpected surprises. Wei Jiaming fell into deep thought. I continued repeating the guidance from my previous life. Besides, Chanyu has many top-tier stars, but it's weak in group acts. When it comes to idol groups, you've always choreographed for solo performers. Have you ever considered broadening your scope and creating girl group dances with multiple members? Wei Jiaming's palms trembled slightly. A flash of inspiration seemed to streak across her mind. A girl group? I nodded. I'm planning to form a 5-member girl group. We're missing a choreographer. As I spoke, I placed a document in front of Wei Jiaming. This is the debut single I've prepared for them. The lyrics and composition are already finished. You can create the choreography based on it. Only then did Wei Jiaming finally understand why I had made her sign a confidentiality agreement. She read through the lyrics and score in her hands, running the melody through her mind. Combined with the hints I had just given, the flash of inspiration in her mind suddenly became clear. President Lu, I think I've got some inspiration. I'm going to try out those moves right away. I smiled and nodded. No rush. You have plenty of time to prepare. After Wei Jiaming left, I was about to make a phone call when I suddenly received a message from 7th Master. Someone else is looking for the Divine Doctor. Will you take the case? Who is it? He says his name is Song Kinking. His mother is critically ill. I checked. She's a popular female artist under Tianyu Entertainment in China. The moment I saw that name, a flood of memories came rushing back. Tell her to come, I replied without hesitation. 7th Master asked curiously, why? Is she pretty? I didn't reply. I thought to myself that Song Kinkin was more than just pretty. She was also a top goddess-level celebrity in the entertainment industry. The kind of internet-famous physique that heaven itself seems to favor. As for being one of Tianyu's artists, I don't think that will be the case much longer. She'll soon belong to my company. That's right, I intend to poach her. Meanwhile, inside a detached villa in a high-end residential area of the capital, Yan Xingyu was practically shouting at a face so beautiful it offended the heavens. She cried out, "What did you say?" Seventh Master accepted the case. Song Qingqing nodded. Yan Xingyu was so excited that she completely forgot Song Qingqing's mother was lying nearby at death's door. "I knew you had it in you. Unlike me, my cousin tried contacting Seventh Master, and even her request was rejected. So, why did he accept yours?" Song Qingqing pressed her lips together slightly and asked instead, "Can he cure my mother's illness?" Only then did Yan Xingyu realize she had gotten carried away, and quickly composed herself. Rubbing her chin thoughtfully, she said, "I'm not entirely sure. Logically speaking, your mother should be beyond saving. But if it's the divine doctor, who knows?" After all, Danon's disease was once considered incurable as well. Yet he turned the impossible into reality. Song Qingqing narrowed her eyes. "Can you leave?" Yan Xingyu was shocked. "How can I leave? I finally managed to find the divine doctor. I have to stay and see him in person. And I have a few questions I want to ask him." Song Qingqing looked unwilling. "What if you scare him away?" Yan Xingyu immediately relented. "Then I can hide in a closet." The manager beside them couldn't help clicking her tongue. "Are you really the young lady of the Yun family?" A shadow passed through Yan Xingyu's eyes, but it disappeared in an instant. "More than a Yun family daughter. I'm a doctor, okay? You people in the entertainment industry have idols. We in the medical field do too. To meet the divine doctor. What's so bad about hiding in a closet? I'd gladly crawl under the bed if I had to." Song Qingqing and her manager were completely speechless. After confirming that I would take the case, I drove to Song Qingqing's residence. Upon arrival, I carried my backpack and walked to the front of Song Qingqing's villa. I raised my hand and rang the doorbell. Before long, a woman wearing a light blue shirt, with a sharp and capable appearance, came to open the door. I recognized her as Song Qingqing's manager, King King. When she saw me, King King couldn't immediately figure out who I was. She only thought that this young man was exceptionally handsome. "May I ask who you are?" "I'm the doctor. I just received a case assignment from Seventh Master. I'm here to treat Song Qingqing's mother." King King froze for a moment, then looked me up and down in disbelief. I didn't bother being overly modest. I simply nodded calmly. King King examined me several more times, before leading me into the living room with a strange expression. The first thing Song Qingqing thought when she saw me was exactly the same as King King's reaction. "You're the divine doctor?" I smiled. "If you say I am, then I am. As long as I can cure your mother's illness." The suspicion in Song Qingqing's eyes deepened. "You haven't even examined my mother yet, and you're already so certain you can cure her." I thought to myself that of course I was certain. I had treated her mother myself in my previous life. The only difference was that back then I did it to help Tianyu keep Song Qingqing. This time, it was to poach talent from Tianyu and bring her to Xingmeng. Of course, I wasn't about to say any of that aloud. "I can, and right now, I'm the only one who can save your mother. Isn't that true? If the other doctors had a solution, you wouldn't have gone through Seventh Master to place an order." When Song Qingqing heard me mention Seventh Master, she calmed down a little, and although she hated to admit it, there was indeed no choice left but to try anything possible. With that thought, she stood up and said, "Come with me." I waved my hand. "Wait a moment." Knowing that her mother wouldn't be in immediate danger, I decided to discuss the terms first. "Let's talk about the consultation fee." The moment I said that, King King couldn't help frowning. "So even a divine doctor is this worldly?" Song Qingqing, however, remained expressionless. "As long as you can cure my mother, name your price." I raised a finger and shook it. "I don't want a single cent. But I do have one condition." Song Qingqing nodded. "What condition?" Instead of answering, I asked, "Isn't your contract with Qianyu about to expire?" Before Song Qingqing could reply, King King narrowed her eyes and asked, "Why are you asking that?" "Then it is." I paid no attention to the hostility radiating from King King. I continued calmly. "Besides being a doctor, I have another identity. I'm the CEO of Xingmeng Entertainment." Xingmeng Entertainment. A bad feeling immediately rose in King King's heart. "The entertainment company under your name?" Apparently she had heard of Xingmeng Entertainment. Unlike Zhang Jiang, she put it much more tactfully. I nodded, without the slightest embarrassment. Then I turned to Song Qingqing. and got straight to the point. My condition is that when your contract expires, you leave Tianyu and join Xingmeng. Before Song Qingqing could respond, Qingqing exploded. You must be dreaming. Do you even know Qingqing's status? Even if she doesn't stay with Tianyu after her contract ends, she'll establish her own independent studio. How could she possibly join your tiny company? Talk about asking for the moon. Qingqing's tone grew increasingly sharp. No wonder you said you didn't want money. Once Qingqing joins Xingmeng, the future profits she'll bring will be worth far more than any consultation fee. You really know how to calculate. I wasn't surprised at all by Qingqing's outburst. I calmly rested my elbow on the back of the sofa. You're right. After all, every businessman seeks profit. But do you really have a choice? I've made my position clear. If you want me to treat your mother, then when your contract expires, you'll come work for me. You have 1 week to think it over. After that week, even I won't be able to help. Song Qingqing looked at me intently. Can you really cure my mother's illness? Qingqing quickly cut in. Qingqing, this guy may not be reliable, and we still have a week. Maybe we can find another doctor who can cure your mother. I sighed helplessly. I don't think any doctor would promise to cure a patient's illness with certainty, but I already said that I can. If I fail, you can deal with me however you like. Song Qingqing nodded. I agree. Come with me. Qingqing immediately grew anxious. Qingqing. Song Qingqing cast her a cool glance. Is my career more important than my mother's life? Qingqing was instantly left speechless. I gave Qingqing a faint smile, then followed Song Qingqing upstairs. At that moment, Yan Xingyu was hiding inside the wardrobe in Song Qingqing's mother's room. Hearing the door open, she quietly pushed the wardrobe door open a crack. The next moment, a face she knew all too well came into view. She had vaguely heard that the divine doctor was a man, and since he practiced traditional Chinese medicine, she had assumed he must be at least 50 years old. After all, Chinese medicine was vast and profound. Even after all her years of study, she felt she had only scratched the surface. So, who was going to tell her that the divine doctor was actually a boy, not even 20 years old? Yan Xingyu was just about to reassure herself that way when she heard Song Qingqing say to me, "This is my mother. How do you plan to treat her?" I was about to answer when a loud thud rang out. A person came rolling out of the wardrobe nearby. Yan Xingyu flailed around several times before awkwardly pulling herself up with the bedpost. Then she waved at me with an embarrassed smile. Hi. Yan Xingyu straightened her messy hair. So, you're the divine doctor. Huh, aren't you a little too unbelievable, kid? Is there anything you can't do? Although she hadn't attended the Jia family banquet, she had heard afterward about my impressive performance there, and now she had discovered that I was the legendary divine doctor. Was there anything this guy wasn't good at? Thinking of her equally extraordinary younger cousin, Yan Xingyu couldn't help sighing. Birds of a feather really do flock together. The moment I saw Yan Xingyu, I understood what had happened. While thinking with a headache that I'd picked up another troublesome person, I also waved my hand. Since you're here, come help me out. As I spoke, I opened my backpack and took out silver needles and other medical instruments. Song Qingqing looked at the tools I had laid out. You're a practitioner of Chinese medicine? I turned and glanced at her. Is that a problem? Qingqing voiced the doubt in Song Qingqing's heart. Can someone this young really master Chinese medicine? I shot back. You wouldn't understand the world of geniuses. If you don't understand, then stop talking. Yan Xingyu walked over with a smile. Looking at Song Qingqing and Qingqing, she said, I forgot to tell you, the divine doctor really is a Chinese medicine practitioner. Song Qingqing knew that remark was directed at her and Qingqing. Although she was still somewhat uneasy, she nevertheless pulled Qingqing out of the room. After stepping outside, Qingqing put her hands on her hips and said to Song Qingqing, You don't really believe that a young man's Chinese medicine skills are good enough to cure your mother's illness, do you? But he's the divine doctor recognized by 7th Master. Song Qingqing looked at her expressionlessly. And just as he said, I really don't have any other choice, do I? Qingqing frowned. If he really can cure your mother, are you actually going to join a small company like Xingmeng? A person can't go back on their word. Song King gazed calmly toward the wall at the end of the hallway. Besides, you know this already. I was never interested in staying in the entertainment industry. It doesn't really matter where I go. But you're born for this industry. King followed her gaze. You may love racing, but you can't become a professional racer. People still have to make a living. Song King said nothing more. She merely withdrew her gaze and looked toward the bedroom door, as though staring at the operating room doors with the red light on. About 2 hours later, with a click, the door opened from the inside. As I wiped the sweat from my forehead, I said, "Your mother has woken up." King's mouth fell open in shock. Song King's glass-like eyes widened slightly as well. Her mother had been unconscious for half a month. She had thought that even if I managed to save her mother, it would take time for her to recover. Yet I had said that she was already awake. Before she could react, a familiar yet somewhat weak voice came from inside the room. King, are you outside?" Song King immediately walked into the bedroom. "Mom." At that moment, Yan Qingyu was sitting by the bed. It was this young man who treated my illness. What a remarkable young talent. And he's quite handsome too. King turned to look at me. Handsome indeed, and the kind of handsome that stands out. When she didn't know who I was, she had thought that if she didn't already have Song King under her management, she would definitely recruit me into the industry. But when she remembered why I was here, her mood wasn't quite so pleasant anymore. Now that I had cured Song King's mother, it meant that Song King would leave Tianyu for Xingmeng. And since she had worked so hard to build up such a popular artist, she would naturally follow her as well. In other words, this young man would become her boss in the future. Hong Jing seemed completely unaware of King's inner turmoil. The more she looked at me, the more satisfied she became. "How old are you this year, young man? Do you have a girlfriend?" Sensing what she was thinking, Yan Qingyu internally cursed. Before I could answer, she quickly said, "Annie, he already has a girlfriend. It's my cousin." Hong Jing responded, "Oh." Her disappointment was obvious. Song King pursed her lips and squeezed her hand. "Mom, you've just woken up. Don't think about so much. Get some proper rest. I have something to discuss with them." After saying that, she tucked her mother's hand back under the blanket. Then she turned to me. "Is my mother's illness cured now?" I handed her a prescription. "Get the medicine according to this prescription. 1 dose in the morning and 1 in the evening. After a week, she'll be fully recovered." Song King accepted the prescription. A racer dressed in a full racing suit was covered from head to toe, with only a pair of eyes exposed. And to the racer's right stood a somewhat youthful young woman. From her familiar features, it wasn't hard to tell that she was the superstar Song King. And despite being an idol with tens of millions of fans in front of this racer, Song King looked like an eager little fan. The way she looked at the racer was filled with admiration, completely different from her cold and aloof expression that seemed untouched by worldly affairs. "This was taken years ago," King explained. A photo of King and the racer she idolized, knowing that I was soon going to become her boss. King spoke much more politely. I let out a soft sound. A smile slowly appeared on my lips. In my previous life, I had never noticed this photograph. So I never knew that Song King was actually my fan. To Song King, racing was a very private part of her life. She didn't want outsiders paying too much attention to this hidden passion and source of joy. Just as she was about to urge everyone to leave, her gaze landed on my eyes and suddenly paused. Then she looked back at the eyes in the photograph. King noticed and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Song King turned back to me and asked thoughtfully, "Do you have any brothers or sisters?" Before I could answer, Yan Qingyu replied for me. Lu Yan is the young master, recently brought back to the Lu family. He has 3 older sisters. Remembering what Song King's mother had said, she deliberately added as a reminder. To be precise, aside from racing, she had no interest in anything, including the entertainment industry she was in. She mentally went through the 3 daughters of the Jia family and found that none of them matched the person she had in mind. "Let's go downstairs." In the living room, Song King looked at me expressionlessly. In a business-like tone, she said, "I won't go back on my word. When my contract expires, I'll come to you myself. Do I need to sign a guarantee?" Hearing this, King knew the matter was settled. She stopped trying to interfere. I smiled and shook my head. "I trust you." I trusted Song King's character. Song King hummed softly. "Then you should leave. Since this is a transaction, I won't thank you until my contract expires. I'm still with Tianyu. I hope you understand that." The moment Song King showed that attitude, King had been frantically signaling to her. After hearing her finish, she felt a mouthful of blood rise to her throat. Since she had already decided to switch companies, the man before her was her future boss. Who talks to their boss like that? Instead of trying to get on his good side, she was practically provoking him. Song King seemed completely unaware of her manager's worries. Although she rarely spoke, she still held a grudge. She wasn't interested in the entertainment industry and felt that working anywhere made little difference. But she hated being coerced. The young man before her had used her mother's illness to force her to switch companies. That made her very uncomfortable. The moment I looked into Song King's eyes, I knew exactly what she was thinking. But so what? I liked the way she couldn't stand me. I just wondered whether she'd keep this attitude if she found out I was her idol. "Don't worry. I won't bother you before your contract expires." With that, I stood up and left. Bye, little fan. Wait, listening to the hidden meaning. In their conversation, Yan Qingyu felt she couldn't get a word in. But seeing me leave, she couldn't sit still anymore. "We're leaving together." After learning I was the divine doctor, she had far too many questions to ask. After leaving Song King's villa, Yan Qingyu quickly jumped into my passenger seat. "Lu Yan, how did you learn medicine? How are you this amazing?" I fell silent for a moment. This medical expertise of mine was learned from my master. During that lifetime I spent in ancient times. If anyone deserved the title of divine doctor, it was my master. Even in ancient times, when medical conditions were poor, my master could still create one medical miracle after another. Aside from the Gu arts of southern Xinjiang, my master knew almost everything and taught me without reservation. Of course, I would never tell Yan Qingyu any of this. "Get out of the car. Don't be so heartless. I'm your cousin, after all." Not only did Yan Qingyu refuse to get out, she even fastened her seatbelt. "If you don't want to talk about that, I'll ask something else. How did you perform the surgery for Danone's syndrome?" "I've simulated it thousands of times and failed every time." I thought to myself, of course you failed, because I not only used a combination of Chinese and Western medicine, but also internal energy. I started the car immediately. After returning to the company, I ended up with a little tail behind me. Wherever I went, Yan Qingyu followed. If I could answer her questions, I'd say a few words. If I couldn't, I'd simply stay silent. Even so, Yan Qingyu followed me around tirelessly, as if she had endless questions. When it was time to get off work, I hurried toward the exit, planning to part ways with her. But as soon as we stepped out of the company, we ran into Yan Mengyao, who had come to pick me up. Seeing Yan Qingyu still sticking by my side, Yan Mengyao narrowed her eyes. Her icy gaze seemed ready to pierce through Yan Qingyu. Why are you here with him? Yan Qingyu's heart skipped a beat under her cousin's stare. I came to ask Xiao Yan about medicine. Yan Mengyao's expression darkened. You call him Xiao Yan? Yan Qingyu was speechless. Isn't that a strange thing to focus on? What's wrong with calling him Xiao Yan? He's your boyfriend. Can't I call him that? And what does that look supposed to mean? I already told you I'm not interested in stealing my cousin's man. Yan Qingyu rolled her eyes. After all, she had even spoken up for him in front of Song Qingqing's mother. Seeing her reaction, Yan Mengyao finally relaxed. Only then did she ask, You were consulting him about medicine. You still don't know, Yan Qingyu said with obvious glee. I quickly cut her off. You know, I understand a bit of Chinese medicine. Her skills in that area aren't great. So she came to ask me a few questions. As I spoke, I shot Yan Qingyu a warning glance. I realized this woman was really a loudmouth. She had no reservations about revealing things in front of Song Qingqing. Exposing my identity as the young master of the Jia family was one thing, but now she was trying to expose another of my secrets. Before, I wouldn't have minded Yan Mengyao knowing, but I had just rejected her request. If she found out that I was the miracle doctor she had been trying to hire, and that I had rejected her request only to accept someone else's, with her personality, just thinking about it sent a chill down my spine. I took Yan Mengyao's hand. Let's go. Yan Mengyao glanced at my somewhat guilty expression. A dark glint flashed through her eyes. But she didn't press further. Once we got into the car, Yan Mengyao kissed me as if quenching her thirst. Then, with her lips still close to mine, she asked, Are we going home tonight, or coming to my place? I steadied my breathing slightly, just about to answer, when my phone suddenly rang. I swiped to answer, and the next moment, Su Linyan's voice came through the receiver. Lu Yan, are you off work yet? Let's have dinner together tonight. It's about what happened in our previous life. Then Jia Songzhen's voice came through the phone. Lu Yan, are you off work yet? Mom personally cooked dinner today. After a pause, she added, If Mengyao is with you, you can bring her along too. Hearing the caution and eagerness in Jia Songzhen's voice, my nose suddenly stung. I had always thought that the Jia family had never raised me, so I always put Yan Mengyao first. But I had overlooked that losing me had never been the Jia family's choice. My mother had suffered all these years as well. Thinking of that ancient jade necklace, I took a deep breath. With a smile, I replied, I'll head back right now. After hanging up, I leaned into Yan Mengyao's arms. I'm going home tonight. Can you not come over today? Yan Mengyao hummed in agreement. She had heard the conversation on the phone too, so she understood how I felt. I raised my head and reached out to rub her cheek. You're being so good. Yan Mengyao caught my fingers and lightly bit them. Then do I get a reward? The moment I heard the word reward, I remembered what happened after the last one. My face instantly darkened. No, because of what I had done for her in the car. I still felt too embarrassed to face Yang Ting. What are you thinking? Yan Mengyao looked at me with amusement. With things like this today, how could I possibly ask you to do that? As she spoke, she lifted my chin. Just give me a kiss. I wrapped my arms around her neck without protest, leaning in to press my lips against hers. After driving me home, Yan Mengyao left without even coming inside. When Jia Qingming saw that I had come back alone, she was instantly overjoyed. Her enthusiasm was more than twice what it had been that morning. Jia Songzhen, meanwhile, kept putting food onto my plate. Why didn't Mengyao come eat with us? Why bring up that unlucky girl? Jia Songzhen tapped Jia Qingming's hand with her chopsticks. If you don't have anything to say, stay quiet. Jia Qingming pouted while I finished chewing my food. I casually replied, she had something else to do. Jia Songzhen nodded and didn't ask further. Instead, she turned to Jia Wanning. Why aren't you eating? I also turned to look at my eldest sister. I noticed her brows were furrowed, and she hadn't touched her chopsticks at all. I couldn't help asking, did something happen? Jia Wanning softened her expression, raising a hand to pat my head. It's nothing. Lu Yan, don't worry. I took a bite, but said, Big sis, you know what I'm capable of. Even if you don't tell me, I'll find out. Jia Wanning sighed helplessly. I didn't tell you because Su Linyan is already being dealt with by you. Why add more worries to your plate? I bit the tip of my chopsticks, looking serious. What exactly happened, big sis? After a pause, she said, she acquired a racing team overseas. This time they'll represent that country. At the World Championship in China, the team representing China belongs to the Jia group. I'm not afraid of losing. I just don't want to lose to someone who bullied you. Jia Songjin frowned slightly. Buying a foreign racing team isn't a problem in itself, but helping foreigners go against your own people, isn't that a bit shameless? I sneered inwardly. For profit, what wouldn't Su Linyan do? But how can you be sure we'll lose, big sis? Thinking I didn't understand, Jia Wanning explained. The team Su Linyan acquired is extremely strong. And there's a driver named Jason on it. He's won multiple championships. Since his debut, he's almost never lost. Our team can handle others, but against him, I can't guarantee a win. I was about to say something when Jia Qingyin slammed her chopsticks onto the table. If you ask me, we should just get rid of that guy named Su. Do we really need to make revenge that complicated? Jia Songzhen shot her a glare. Then she looked at Jia Wanning. I remember that racer from in-country didn't always win championships. Didn't he lose to some Chinese racing god once? Jia Wanning smiled. That was because back then, a racer who shone briefly appeared. But that racer left nothing behind. No name, no contact information. Finding him would be like searching for a needle in the ocean. And even if we found him, he's been retired for so long that he might not be able to win. But I reached out and held Jia Wanning's hand on the table. Big sis, let me join your team. I'll beat him for you. Jia Wanning froze. Then she laughed helplessly. Lu Yan, I know you hate Su Linyan. But you don't need to personally involve yourself in everything related to her. The Su family's main business is still the entertainment industry. If you bring Tianyu down, the Su family will basically be finished. Racing isn't like ordinary driving. It requires a high level of skill. Of course I know that, I said seriously. Big sis, I really am the racing god, the Chinese racing god who beat Jason. As soon as I finished speaking, the dining room fell silent. No, big sis, I'm serious. I deeply regretted only taking the prize money back then, while tossing away the trophy. Now I have no way to prove my identity. Just let me compete. You'll know then. I'll definitely bring the championship trophy back for you. Jia Wanning pressed her lips together. If you're really the racing god, then I definitely can't let you compete. Don't you remember you nearly lost your life back then? When he was about to reach the finish line, a hillside beside the track suddenly sent a huge boulder rolling down onto the course. At that speed, making a sudden turn was impossible. Fortunately, he managed to control the car and leap past it. Otherwise, it would have been a fatal crash. But I made it over, didn't I? I didn't think much of it at all. And that was a sudden geological disaster. It happens once in centuries. How could I be so unlucky as to run into that every time? Jia Wanning looked at me, hesitating before speaking. You've really done your homework. You already knew about Su Linyan's acquisition, didn't you? What? Jia Wanning asked. You even know what kind of accident the racing god encountered back then? She clearly still didn't believe I was the racing god, since I couldn't convince Jia Wanning. I grabbed her hand and shook it. Big sis, just give me one slot. The moment I did that, both Jia Wanning and Jia Qingyin froze, faced with their little brother's first ever act of pleading. Their first thought was, give it to him. Sigh. Why does everyone think revealing a secret identity is troublesome? What's the fun in revealing it to just one person? This time, I wanted the reveal to be spectacular. And I also wanted to see that Beauty Shang regret missing out on her idol. Jia Wanning's psychological defenses were already crumbling, though she hadn't completely lost her reason. Lu Yan, racing isn't safe. Whether you're the racing god or not, there can always be danger on the track. Sensing that Jia Wanning was wavering, I knew I had a chance. I shook her arm even more insistently. Big sis. With a bang, Jia Wanning felt her heart explode, looking into my pleading eyes. She could no longer bring herself to refuse. If the little brother wants to play, let him. We'll keep an eye on him. It's not like we'd let him get hurt. I try my best to suppress my smile. I turned to look at Jia Qingyin. Thank you, second sister. Jia Qingyin immediately grinned foolishly. Why, you're welcome. Jia Wanning cleared her throat and took out her phone. I'll have someone free up a spot on the team. You all continue eating. Jia Songjin opened her mouth several times, but in the end couldn't bear to dampen her son's enthusiasm. After dinner, the whole family except Jia Xiaoxiao was chatting happily in the living room. Then Lu Dequan rushed in looking flustered. Madam, the racing team members have all gathered outside the gate. They're protesting as a group. They're protesting letting Lu Yang compete. Upon hearing that, Jia Qingyin immediately exploded. Protesting? Have they lost their minds? What right do they have to object to our decision? Jia Wanning's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. The number of drivers allowed in the competition was limited to add one person. Another had to be removed. She had expected the drivers to protest, but not this quickly. Jia Songjin stood up. Let's go outside and take a look. When we reached the gate, I looked around. More than a dozen drivers in training uniforms were gathered together. Hearing movement, they all turned their heads. Every one of them glared at me angrily. The male drivers, surrounded by the others, stepped forward. Without any courtesy, he got straight to the point. Normally, subordinates shouldn't question their superiors' decisions, but this competition represents the nation's honor. It's not a game, President Jia. Replacing a professional driver just to make room for your younger brother. Have you considered the hard work we've put in day and night? Where does that leave the honor of our country? Jia Qingyin narrowed her eyes. Who do you think has been supporting all of you all this time? When the boss gives an order, you obey it. Why so much nonsense? As soon as she said that, no one dared openly argue back. But the anger in their eyes burned even fiercer. Clearly, they were unconvinced. I patted Jia Qingyin's hand reassuringly and looked at the drivers opposite me. Who said I've never raced before? Since I couldn't provide solid proof, I didn't bring up being the racing god again. Even if you've raced before, Mr. Lu, the male driver sneered. I doubt you've ever raced on a professional track. Professional racing isn't the same as the recreational games rich kids play. I smiled as well. I'm talking about professional racing. If you're not convinced, come race me. The moment I said that, the scene fell silent. Then, a burst of loud laughter erupted. Did I hear that right? He's challenging Brother Lei. Does he even know Brother Lei's status in the racing world? Keep it down. A rich young master needs to save face. How would he know that he just kicked a steel plate with a casual remark? Zhu Lei himself was stunned by my words for quite a while. When he recovered, his face was filled with disbelief. Are you insulting me? He folded his arms, his gaze full of contempt. If it weren't for the mess you've caused, Mr. Lu, I'd still be at the training grounds right now. Do you think I have time to play childish games with a spoiled rich kid? Jia Wanning spoke coldly. Since I was the one who decided to let my little brother join, I'll bear all the consequences myself. You only need to worry about yourselves. If I hear any more disrespectful remarks about my little brother, the team will be disbanded immediately. All the drivers were stunned. None of them had expected Jia Wanning to indulge me so much. They instantly wilted like eggplants struck by frost. Only Zhu Lei still relied on his status to keep resisting. He said with a mocking smile, I've long heard that the three Jia sisters spoil their brother without principles. Today, I've truly seen it for myself. By now, I was getting annoyed too. Sir, there's no need to keep stirring the pot. Since you're unwilling to raise me, we'll settle it on the track. A sharp glint flashed through Zhu Lei's eyes. He turned and waved at the other drivers. Let's go. After the drivers left, Jia Kinging couldn't help cursing. What a bunch of jerks. They've been spoiled rotten. If any of my employees dared speak to me like that, they'd have been dead 800 times over. Hearing that, Jia trembled beside her. Jia Wanning rubbed her temples. We still need them for the competition. We'll deal with everything else after it's over. As she spoke, she patted my head. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. Since I've agreed to let you race, I've already prepared for the worst. The worst? Just how little faith did she have in me? What the family didn't know was that this wasn't over yet. After the drivers returned, a post titled Young Master Jia Disregards National Honor, pushes out a professional racer to take the spot himself, exploded across racing forums. After reading the full story, the fans were furious. Rich kids really do whatever they want. Even a competition tied to national honor isn't off limits. Hilarious. This guy even wants to challenge Brother Lei. Who gave him that confidence? Doesn't he know that besides the racing god, Brother Lei is the best racer in China? We were already worried about facing Jason from N country. We're already at a disadvantage. And now there's another troublemaker. The competition hasn't even started, and I can already imagine how badly we'll lose. Can't someone dig up who this young master really is? I've got my keyboard ready. Without a name, it's hard to go after him. It had to be said that netizens were incredibly capable. Before long, aside from encrypted information, all the public information about me was dug up and exposed online, including my love-hate history with Su Linyan. Case solved. So this is all about getting revenge on that cheating ex-couple. One of them bought a racing team to help foreigners compete against their own countrymen. The other disregards national honor and rushes in to embarrass himself. They're a perfect match. Why even bother breaking up? Still, this guy seems pretty impressive. Highly educated and highly talented. Being a CEO is impressive too. So what? No matter how impressive he is elsewhere, that has nothing to do with the racing world. If he dares come into our territory and make trouble, he better be prepared to get roasted online. Meanwhile, inside a luxury club in the capital, a group of wealthy young heirs stared at their phone screens, laughing so hard they could barely contain themselves. Looks like we won't even need to do anything. This guy is perfectly capable of ruining himself. He's gotten used to showing off. He didn't even bother to see what kind of circle he was provoking. Exactly. Those keyboard warriors don't care who he is, especially when patriotism gets involved. This time, even if he doesn't get destroyed, he'll at least lose a layer of skin. After being frustrated for so long, we can finally vent some of our anger. Serves the Jia family right for throwing their weight around. None of them expected that these online critics would be so relentless. Ever since they were repeatedly humiliated that day, and later thrown out in public, they had been holding in their resentment. Now that I had become the target of criticism, they naturally couldn't resist kicking me while I was down. Just then, one of the young masters spoke up timidly. What if he's actually good at racing too? It was obvious he still hadn't recovered from being repeatedly humiliated by me. Don't worry about that. I've checked against the rosters of professional racers from recent years. Unless he's that mysterious racing god, he's never even raced on a professional track. The young master being challenged sneered. He looked at him mockingly. So the He family's adopted son is here too. No wonder I found it strange. Did I invite you? He Keokxiang's expression stiffened. Ever since when Song expelled him from his tutelage at the banquet, his standing in the family had worsened by the day. His adoptive parents no longer favored him, and among the capital's socialites and wealthy young heirs, he was gradually being excluded from group activities and gatherings. In the past, relying on his status in the Gukan world and his parents' affection, he had never thought blood ties were particularly important. Even as an adopted son, he could still mingle freely with the true heirs of wealthy families. But since that night, everything had changed. And it was all because of me. A flash of hatred crossed He Keokxiang's eyes. Racing, a dangerous sport like that. It's perfectly normal for accidents to happen. The forums were still full of criticism toward me, and the trend was only growing stronger. However, just as the racing fans were cursing most enthusiastically. All related posts were suddenly wiped clean, and keywords like my name or Young Master Jia were automatically censored. The accounts that had insulted me were also banned in large numbers. It was as if an invisible hand had descended to protect me. Anyone could tell what was happening. The furious racing fans were forcibly silenced, and that only made them more rebellious, using subtle hints and euphemisms to spread the story. I had no idea that more troublemakers were trying to target me, nor did I know that the internet was in an uproar over me. After helping my family deal with the protesting racers, I went home, washed up, and went straight to sleep. In the middle of the night, while I was sleeping soundly, a gust of wind swept in through the window. The moment I opened my eyes, a shadow loomed over me. Recognizing the familiar scent, my tense nerves instantly relaxed. I raised my hands and braced them against Yan Mengyao's shoulders. "Why are you here?" Yan Mengyao lay down beside me. "You're going racing?" I froze. "How did you know?" The moment Yan Mengyao heard that, she realized I knew nothing about the online uproar, and was grateful she had handled it in time. "Your second sister told me," she answered without hesitation. "Then you should also know about Su Linyan's investment in those racing teams." I lifted the blanket and pulled her inside. "This time, I'm going to make her lose everything." Yan Mengyao was silent for a moment. "Could you not race?" I blinked. "Why?" "It's dangerous," Yan Mengyao replied. After a pause, she continued. "If all you want is the championship trophy, I can win it for you." Although I had never seen Yan Mengyao race, I didn't think she was boasting at all. Based on everything I knew about her, this woman was no less capable than me in any field. "But whether or not I can win the championship, you can," Yan Mengyao said firmly. "I know you're the racing god." I looked at her in surprise. "How do you know?" Yan Mengyao opened her mouth to answer, but said nothing. "Besides, if you were the one going, I wouldn't be worried." Yan Mengyao was about to speak again, but I covered her mouth with my hand. "You know that once I've made a decision, no one can change it. And besides, I said it before, I want to take my revenge personally. If Su Linyan weren't involved, I probably wouldn't have gotten involved at all." As I spoke, I thought of something and laughed in frustration. "You know, everyone thought I was a woman." Unable to speak with her mouth covered, Yan Mengyao's gaze drifted meaningfully toward my chest. My face darkened. "What are you looking at? I'm not that small anymore, okay?" Yan Mengyao blinked, signaling that she couldn't talk. I let go of her mouth. "Anyway, I'm the one racing. Don't try to take it from me." I won't." With a quick movement, Yan Mengyao rolled over and pinned me beneath her again. "Now let's talk about something else." I grabbed the hand that had slipped around my waist and asked knowingly, "Talk about what?" Yan Mengyao slowly and deliberately lifted the hem of my pajamas and slid her hand inside. "Let's talk about whether you want it right now." Chapter 64, Slapping Faces at the Race. My comeback rate explodes. Over the next several days, the two Jia sisters and Yan Mengyao all went to inspect the location of the racetrack. Although the former still didn't believe I was the racing god, they also didn't want another accident like the one that had happened to the racing god. In the blink of an eye, the day of the race arrived. Since the event was being broadcast live, fans who couldn't attend in person were already waiting in the live stream early that morning. The comments were flying by at lightning speed. "If we curse him now, will our comments get censored? Capital really is disgusting. Today I want to see how that young master embarrasses himself. Keep banning them. Every time one account gets banned, I'll make another. Today I'm going to curse that young master to death. Go, Racing God Lei. Go, Chifeng Racing Team. Defeat Jason and bring glory to China. Go Chifeng Racing Team, except for that young master." In an upscale residential complex in the capital, Shen Qingqing fed Hong King her medicine, and then headed out fully disguised. Qing King knew that she would never miss a racing event, so she had been waiting outside early. "Let's agree on something today. Just watch the race quietly. Don't overreact, or your fans might recognize you. Sheng Qingqing ignored her and closed her eyes to rest. Meanwhile, the racetrack was already packed with people as I slowly drove my race car into the Chifeng racing team area. The moment I arrived, everyone rolled their eyes in unison. Someone's mental fortitude is really impressive. After getting roasted like that online, he still has the nerve to show up. Careful. He's powerful and well-connected. Watch out or he'll get your mouth banned too. We just need to cooperate with Brother Lei later. As for that young master, just pretend he doesn't exist. He's never even trained with us anyway. I remained completely unfazed by the racer's mockery and silently checked every component of the car's equipment and performance. Watching me tinker with the car, Su Lei couldn't help but walk over and say, the car's settings were adjusted in advance. Don't touch anything. If you mess something up and cause an accident on the track. I turned and shot him an impatient look. The expression on my face practically said, are you telling me how to do my job? Brother Lei, why bother with him? Once the race starts, we'll leave him far behind anyway. Even if he crashes, it'll have nothing to do with us. Besides, President Jia was the one who insisted he participate. If anything happens, the blame won't fall on us. A faint smile curled on Su Lei's lips as he turned and walked away. A racer wearing a foreign racing suit with blue hair and blue eyes walked over. The moment they saw him, the racers from Team China all tensed up. Su Lei, however, stepped forward and extended his hand politely. Hello, Jason. Do you still remember me? I'm Su Lei from China. Jason glanced down at the outstretched hand, let out a light scoff, and walked right past him, without even looking sideways. It was obvious he didn't think much of him. Su Lei's expression stiffened, his hand hanging awkwardly in midair. Damn, that's way too arrogant. Just because he's skilled, does that mean he can disrespect people like this? That's right, Lage. Don't bother with him. Just beat him on the track later. What's a foreigner acting so high and mighty for? On Chinese soil. Didn't he lose to our Chinese racing god back then? Not only were the racers present upset, but the livestream audience was also bewildered. What's wrong with this guy? Why is he acting so full of himself? Come on, Lage, crush him. Just because he's talented doesn't mean he gets to be this arrogant. Su Lei may be strong in China, but he's nowhere near Jason's level. Jason fans, get out of the live stream. At a time like this, you're boosting the enemy's morale and crushing our own. Have you completely bowed down to foreigners or what? Then someone suddenly asked if he doesn't even want to shake Su Lei's hand. Why did he come over to Team China's area in the first place? The comment quickly received countless likes. Soon everyone understood Jason's reason for coming. After snubbing Su Lei, he walked straight toward my race car and rested a hand on it. When he saw my delicate yet cold profile, a flash of amazement crossed Jason's eyes. There was also a strange sense of familiarity. It felt as if he had been slapped across the face. His cheeks burned with embarrassment. Meanwhile, in the VIP section, Yan Mengyao watched the scene on the screen. Her pretty face darkened like the bottom of a pot. Yang Ting swallowed nervously. She reached out and pressed a hand onto Yan Mengyao's shoulder. Miss, calm down. Mr. Liu is just being polite to a foreign friend. He's simply showing the friendliness of people from a nation known for its etiquette. Beside them, Jia Qingqing curled her red lips into a smile. I suddenly realized something. If my little brother can fall for someone else once, then he can fall for someone else a second time. You may not be able to keep your place as my brother-in-law. As soon as she finished speaking, Jia Songjin smacked her lightly on the head. Keep your mouth shut. Yan Mengyao curled her lips into a smile. Mom, what are you saying? How could I argue with my sister? Who are you calling mom? Jia Songjin snapped. Jia Qingqing and Yang Ting struggled to hold back their laughter. Fortunately, Mrs. Jia was there to keep the troublemaker Jia Qingqing in check. Otherwise, Yang Ting really wouldn't have been able to restrain her young lady's temper. Meanwhile, Jason had no idea that Yan Mengyao was giving off murderous vibes. After exchanging a few pleasantries with me, he finally revealed why he had come. Our boss asked me to pass a message to Mr. Lu. The way you keep going against him at every turn makes her think you still haven't gotten over her. If the earlier conversation had merely made Yan Mengyao jealous, then Jason's words completely shattered the last of her rationality. Miss, calm down, Yang Ting cried as she hugged the suddenly standing Yan Mengyao. How is that lingering affection? He's clearly opposing her on purpose. Let's hear what Mr. Lu says first. Go back and tell her this. I smiled brightly as I put on my helmet, and I'm here today to beat you. While I'm at it, I'll make her lose everything she invested. Jason found my words absurd. His assistant had already told him about me online. He knew I was supposedly some spoiled young master, blinded by love and revenge, someone who knew nothing about racing. But when he saw me put on the helmet, that strange sense of familiarity washed over him once again. The mocking words on the tip of his tongue changed course. Have I met you somewhere before? A smile tugged at my lips. You guess. Before Jason could react, the signal for preparation sounded. He could only suppress his doubts and return to his team's area. The moment I said I was going to beat Jason, both the racers around me and the livestream chat filled with question marks. Because Jason had just embarrassed Zhou Lei, the racers didn't want to defend him, but the viewers in the livestream had no such reservations. Did I hear that right? He said he's going to beat Jason. Truly the fearless ignorance of the uninformed. Even Zhou Lei isn't confident he can beat Jason. Where does this guy get his confidence from? Is this really the same CEO everyone's talking about? Why does it feel like he speaks without using his brain? Talking so big now. If he loses later, won't he completely humiliate himself? He's crazy, and so are you. Come on. Does anyone actually believe him? I had no idea. The racing fans in the livestream were mocking me nonstop. Of course, even if I had known, I wouldn't have paid any attention to it. As the preparation horn sounded, the commentator took his position. The audience at the venue and the viewers in the livestream chat were all hurling insults. When the race officially began, the starting referee lowered the flag, and the waiting race cars shot forward, like arrows released from a bowstring. As everyone can see, currently leading the pack is Jason from Manhwa. Following closely behind is Zhou Lei from China's Chifeng racing team. They've already pulled ahead of the rest of the field. Does this mean the champion will be one of these two? The commentator paused briefly, then brought up my situation. And where is Mr. Lu right now? He's in last place. Exactly as expected, I'd say. The booing from both the venue and a live stream instantly grew louder, mixed with cheers for the various racers. In the spectator stands, Jia Qingyin looked at Jia Wanling with a dark expression. Where did this commentator come from? Can we make him get lost? Jia Wanling pursed her lips and shook her head. He was hired by the event organizers. Even if we wanted to replace him, it's too late now. As she spoke, her expression turned cold. But since he dares to humiliate my little brother on the track, he can't blame us if we retaliate afterward. Jia Songjin clenched her fingers, her palms sweating nonstop. His ranking doesn't matter, as long as my little brother stays safe. The calmest person in the entire venue was Yan Mengyao, who knew I was the racing king. I wasn't in a hurry either. It wasn't that I was deliberately holding back at the start to show off later. The lineup positions in a racing team are carefully arranged. The stronger drivers start farther ahead, like Jason and Zhou Lei. I was placed at the very back. Of course, I'd fall behind when the race began, but now it was my time to perform. The commentator was still rambling excitedly from the platform, but from his slightly subdued tone, one could hear a hint of concern. Jason and Zhou Lei are still in first and second place. but the gap between them has widened. The third-place driver, Kim Yi of H country, can't catch up. And where is Mr. Lu now? Even now, he couldn't resist making a sarcastic remark. Last plow. Oh, Mr. Lu has already escaped last place. Not bad, not bad. The insults in the venue and livestream eased somewhat. This guy actually has some skills. So he really can race. Who said he'd never raced before? Even so, he's still pretty far behind. You don't seriously expect him to win, do you? Exactly. If we're talking about winning, it has to be Lei. But Lei is still quite a bit behind Jason. Go, Lei. Jia Wanning and Jia Qingyin exchanged a glance. Our little brother really does know how to race. Jia Qingyin grinned. Not bad. Even if we don't care about rankings. But they didn't want to hear others insulting him either. There were too many people, and dealing with them would be troublesome. Some time later, the commentator's voice became noticeably tense. Our Zule has been overtaken by H country's Kim Yuchao. He's currently in third place, but he's still close enough to second place, so it's not a big problem. Jason remains in first place, and he's far ahead of everyone else. Is Jason really unbeatable? After saying that, he subconsciously looked for my car. When he found it, shock flashed across his eyes. My car had already overtaken most of the vehicles on the track and had moved into the upper ranks. The commentator rubbed his eyes several times before confirming he wasn't mistaken. The dejected mood from earlier had unconsciously turned into excitement. Our Mr. Lu is doing pretty well. He's already stronger than most professional racers. When he mentioned Mr. Lu earlier, his tone had been dripping with sarcasm, but now that tone was completely gone. Anyone could hear the genuine admiration in his voice. Meanwhile, both the venue and the livestream had completely stopped insulting me. The question marks that filled the screen whenever I was mentioned had turned into exclamation marks. This isn't just a matter of having some skill. Those drifting corner entries, those razor-sharp overtakes, many professional racers can't pull that off so perfectly. If there weren't cars blocking his way ahead, I think he could be even farther up. I apologize for what I said before. This guy is incredible. Jia Wanning turned to look at Jia Qingyin. Do you think our little brother might really be the racing king? Jia Qingyin's eyes widened as well. I guess it's not impossible. Or maybe Zule just isn't in good form today. As time passed, even the commentator began to frown. Mr. Lu has already climbed to fourth place. He's about to catch Wang Ao's of Team China, who is in second. Jason is still firmly in first place, and he's almost out of sight of second place. It looks like there's no suspense about this year's champion. After saying that, he glanced at my position again. The moment he looked, he blurted out, "Holy crap." Realizing he had cursed on air, he hurriedly covered his mouth, but he couldn't hide the excitement on his face. Our Mr. Lu has already climbed to 10th. 9th. He just overtook Muto from country. At this point, the commentator wasn't even watching the leaders anymore. His attention was completely focused on me. 8th place has been overtaken too. Wairu from abroad has been passed. He's in 7th now. Every time he spoke, a wave of cheers erupted from the grandstands. Inside his race car, Zulei's mind was in turmoil. He had never expected that after training for so long, forget competing with Jason, he would even fall out of the top 3. He tried hard to calm himself down, thinking that as long as he remained China's top driver, it would be enough. After all, he was still stronger than all the female racers in China. Even if he didn't win the championship, who could really blame him? Just as he was comforting himself, the next moment, he saw my car rapidly closing in through his rearview mirror. Chapter 65. The Racing King turns out to be a man. The moment he saw me, Zule thought he was hallucinating. But before he could get a good look, my race car roared past him from the side. The track was an outdoor course stretching across most of the capital. Only a few sections had live camera coverage, so he had no idea how completely the audience had erupted. The commentator was so excited that he could barely hold onto the microphone. Our Mr. Lu has now overtaken Zule. He's moved up to 4th. No, 3rd. It seems overtaking 2nd place is only a matter of time. Many people in the audience had already jumped to their feet, cheering loudly. The name they were shouting had changed from Zulei's to mine. Damn, I thought he was bronze. Turns out he's actually a king. Damn. I'm starting to believe that him saying he beat Jason wasn't just bragging. Where did this gem come from? Why haven't we seen him in professional races before? With skills like these, he shouldn't be an unknown. Good thing they made the switch. Otherwise, Team China might not have even made the top 3. Shouldn't those keyboard warriors come out and apologize now? The commentator continued his live commentary. Our Mr. Liu has just overtaken Kim Yu of Country A. He's now in 2nd place. Can he surpass Jason and win the World Championship for Team China? Let's all cheer him on together. Jason likewise had no idea about the uproar at the starting area, having stood at the top for so long. Being in 1st place barely excited him anymore. He had assumed this race would be another effortless victory. That was until he spotted a tiny black dot in his rearview mirror. The previous 2nd place driver had long since disappeared from view, so this little black dot left him puzzled. As the distance closed, the black dot gradually grew larger. The outline of a race car slowly became clear. Jason was stunned. He secretly thought, that racer from H country must have some real skill. After all, they had been left so far behind and still managed to catch up. Just as he was thinking that, he suddenly realized something was wrong. That wasn't an H country race car. When he saw my face, Jason froze for a moment. Shock filled his eyes. It wasn't until my car passed him that the blurry face in his memory finally became clear. He remembered. This was the racing king who had defeated him years ago. The moment I overtook Jason. The commentator jumped up excitedly. He passed him. He passed him. Our Mr. Liu has overtaken Jason and taken 1st place. The audience rose to their feet and cheered with raised arms. It was as if I had already won the World Championship. The livestream chat also filled with congratulations. Holy crap, he actually did it. He really beat Jason. No one except the Racing King has ever beaten Jason. Guys, is it possible that Mr. Liu is the Racing King who beat Jason and won the championship back then? Girls, go check out the comparison post made by that Miss Su. The way Mr. Liu looks wearing a helmet is exactly the same as the Racing King. So the Racing King was actually a man. I always thought the Racing King was a woman. The officials never explicitly said the Racing King was female. Besides, wasn't there a famous esports player who was mistaken for a woman too? He turned out to be a man in the end. Can we not bring up that unlucky guy right now? That coward who ran away during the World Finals doesn't deserve to be compared to the Racing King. It's not even confirmed that he's the Racing King yet, but even if he isn't, anyone who can beat Jason isn't inferior to the Racing King. Jia Wanning and Jia Qingyin exchanged another glance. Both saw shock and embarrassment in each other's eyes. What is there that our little brother can't do? What exactly has he been through all these years? The two spoke in unison. Then they looked away with equally complicated emotions. Seeing how calm Yan Mengyao looked, Jia Qingyin couldn't help but ask, "Why aren't you surprised at all?" "I already knew he was the Racing King," Yan Mengyao replied. Just then, a sharp pain suddenly struck Jia Songjin's chest. Her eyelids started twitching as well. Uneasily, she grabbed Jia Wanning. "My eyelids suddenly won't stop twitching, and my heart feels uneasy too. Do you think something might happen to your brother?" Jia Wanning's expression turned serious. She looked at the dazzling young man on the giant screen. Her lips pressed into a thin line. "Logically, nothing should happen. We've been surveying the track area for the past few days. So far, there haven't been any signs of natural disasters. Given our little brother's racing skills, he shouldn't make any driving mistakes either." As she spoke, she stood up. "But little brother's current position means he's already passed half the track. We should head to the finish line and wait for him. Mom, can't you hope for something better?" Jia Qingyin stood up as well. "What you're saying is making me nervous too." Jia Songjin was overwhelmed by a strong sense of unease. She couldn't even be bothered to argue with Jia Qingyin anymore. By then, Yan Mengyao had already called for a car. Just then, two tall figures, fully disguised from head to toe, squeezed into the audience stands to keep their celebrity from being recognized. The manager had wrapped herself up tightly as well. Cap, sunglasses, and mask. Everything was in place. Did we forget to check the almanac before leaving today? We even got caught in a traffic accident. Luckily, your fans didn't recognize you, or we probably wouldn't have made it here. But thankfully, we handled it in time. The race isn't over yet. Shen Qingqing raised a hand and interrupted her. Did you hear what they were saying? The manager paused, listened carefully, and nodded. I did. They all seemed to be shouting about the Racing King, saying the Racing King has appeared. Shen Qingqing didn't respond. Instead, she grabbed a nearby racing fan and asked anxiously, "What's this about the Racing King? Has the Racing King shown up? We're not even sure it's really the Racing King." Seeing Shen Qingqing wrapped up tightly in the summer heat, the fan couldn't help but look her over several times. But that guy even passed Jason. Even if he isn't the Racing King, he's definitely not any worse. Look over there. The one on the giant screen is him. The live broadcast screen had just switched back to my camera feed. Looking at the helmeted racer on the screen, Shen Qingqing's heart trembled violently. The eyes from her memories slowly overlapped with those of the racer before her. Shen Qingqing excitedly grabbed Qingqing's arm. It's him. It really is him. Okay, I know he's your idol. Don't get so excited. Qingqing nervously glanced around. Only after seeing that no one was paying attention did she relax. But what's this about Mr. Lu? The racing fan from earlier gave her a strange look. You haven't checked the forums? This person suspected of being the Racing King is the young master of the Jia family. A post titled Chapter 66, the legendary scene reappears. The Racing King's identity fully exposed. What did you say? For a moment, Shen Qingqing thought she had misheard. He is the young master of the Jia family. You don't know the Jia family? One of the most prestigious families in the capital. Or are you surprised that the Racing King is a man? To be honest, I was shocked too. So who says men are inferior to women? As for Zule, forget him. With Mr. Lu's racing skills, he's better than every male racer on the track. Even Jason has been left far behind. Shen Qingqing unconsciously tightened her grip on Qingqing's wrist. No wonder she thought their eyes looked alike. So, I am the Racing King, the idol she had admired for so long. But what had she done to him? Qingqing was equally shocked when she learned I was the Racing King. After recovering from the shock, she understood Shen Qingqing's reaction. She simply didn't know how to comfort her. Well, he'll be your boss from now on. You should still have a chance to make up for it. Haha, cheer up. Noticing Shen Qingqing's murderous stare, Qingqing quickly covered her mouth. As I overtook the leader, some people were delighted while others were miserable. Su Linyan, sitting in the VIP section, looked so gloomy that water could drip from her face. When she first heard that I was entering the race, she hadn't taken it seriously at all. She thought I was just recklessly opposing her. But who could tell her why he was so outstanding at racing too? For the profits that would come with winning this championship, she had even endured being called a traitor and had invested heavily. Was it all going to end in failure? Why do you always have to go against me? Our Mr. Lu has already left Jason far behind. He's completely out of sight. I hope Mr. Lu can hold steady. Whether Team China can win the championship depends on Mr. Lu now. Now, let's take a look at the other racers. How did Zilei fall to 13th place? Aside from Mr. Lu, 2 other Chinese racers have overtaken him. It seems his condition today is truly terrible, because the commentator brought him up. The discussion both on site and in the live stream shifted from me to Zule. I don't think his condition is bad. It's his mentality that's weak. His mental toughness is awful. Originally, he wasn't capable of winning anyway, but he probably could have held 4th or 5th place. After Mr. Lu overtook him, he clearly started falling apart. Speaking of which, do you all remember that the original post attacking Mr. Lu was made by him? He used public opinion to smear Mr. Lu, and then got completely crushed by him. He couldn't save face. This is why you should always leave yourself some room. I used to think he was pretty miserable, but after this whole incident, he seems a bit pathetic. Even if Mr. Lu couldn't race, It shouldn't have affected him at all, right? None of the other replaced racers made as much noise as he did. Zule still didn't know that the internet had completely turned against him. Otherwise, he would have broken down even more. I also had no idea how passionately people were watching me through their screens. I only wanted to reach the finish line quickly. The road ahead was completely unobstructed, other than losing a little time while overtaking. Once I reached the front, I left everyone far behind. I even managed to put Jason a great distance behind me. The championship was practically within reach, with no suspense whatsoever. However, just as my race car was about to reach the finish line, a gigantic creature suddenly burst onto the track. Like a small mountain, it charged straight toward me. The scene from years ago replayed itself. Even I couldn't help but be startled. The audience, watching through their screens, held their breath. In shock. Holy crap! Why is there a black bear on the track? What are the staff doing? How could they let that thing onto the course? Oh my God, move. No, please don't. People in front of their screens screamed. Some even covered their eyes in fear. Meanwhile, Yan Mengyao and the others waiting at the finish line were horrified. They desperately wanted to rush forward just when everyone thought I was doomed. A miracle happened. My race car seemed to grow wings before the black bear could crash into it. The car soared over the bear's back. After landing, it continued forward without slowing, as smoothly as if it had merely crossed a speed bump. Unable to stop its momentum, the black bear slammed into the guardrail and collapsed with a howl. Yan Mengyao, Xia Wanning, and the others froze in place. The spectators at the venue stood there with their mouths agape. Even the viewers in the live stream could barely type. The reason the Racing King earned that title was not only because I defeated Jason at incredible speed and won the championship that year, but also because when a sudden rock slide occurred, I remained calm and drove my race car over the falling boulder. That jump of mine was undoubtedly a recreation of that legendary moment. It perfectly overlapped with the legendary scene etched in fans' memories. For a moment, whether at the packed venue or in the overloaded live stream, everyone exploded with excitement. It's the Racing King. It really is the Racing King. Come on, everyone, shout it with me. The Racing King has returned. This is incredible. I'd call it a miracle in racing history. I can't even describe how I'm feeling right now. Little did I know, my secret identity had already been completely exposed. To be honest, I had been terrified too. That leap over the bear had been nothing more than a reflex. My heart was still pounding, filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. The moment I crossed the finish line and got out of the car, Yan Mengyao threw her arms around me tightly. My family, too, gathered around me, still shaken. I'm sorry. Yan Mengyao's voice trembled badly. I never should have agreed to let you race. She couldn't bring herself to say the rest. Her eyes were red and misty. What would I have done if something happened to you? I was being squeezed so tightly that I could barely breathe. But feeling Yan Mengyao's trembling body, I couldn't bring myself to push her away. Instead, I gently patted her back to comfort her. I'm fine, aren't I? But what if you weren't? Xia Wanning's face was pale with fright. Do you have any idea how terrified your big sister was? From now on, I don't care what you say. I'm never letting you take part in something this dangerous again. Your second sister feels the same. Xia Qingyin spoke in an exasperated tone. After I finally calmed down my family and lover, and the black bear on the track had been dealt with, Jason's car finally appeared on the last stretch of the track. Only then did everyone realize how far ahead I had finished. Guys, if you don't even want to press that yellow button, how can I ask you to tap for updates? After getting out of the car at the finish line, Jason walked straight toward me. Yan Mengyao immediately stepped in front of me to block him. "What are you here for?" Jason stopped and didn't move any closer. Instead, he looked past her and said to me, "I remember now. 3 years ago. It was you." I didn't deny it. Turning around, I said, "Don't forget to tell him from me." Jason recalled what I had said about Su Linyan. Narcissism is a disease. It needs treatment. He couldn't help curling his lips into a smile. Some time later, the remaining cars crossed the finish line one after another, including the dejected Zule and the others. The first thing they did after arriving was pull out their phones to see what was being said online. When they learned that I was the racing king, everyone looked surprised, yet somehow felt it made perfect sense. After all, being overtaken by me had already prepared them, especially the drivers from Team China. Aside from Zule, who still looked completely dazed, everyone else stared at me with excitement, but hesitated to come forward. Seeing this, the viewers online started mocking again. Speechless now, aren't you? Just a moment ago, every one of you was supporting Zule and mocking Mr. Liu. Who would have thought he was actually the racing king? Our Miss Su kept talking about national honor and glory. To receive the trophy, a crowd of reporters surged forward. Most of their questions were directed at me. Yan Mengyao, along with Jia Wanning and her sister, watched the boy on the podium glowing like a blazing little sun. Only then did their tense nerves begin to relax, but they hadn't forgotten the most important thing. Years ago, the falling boulders on the track had been a natural disaster. It had been an accident, but what about this time? Thinking about the wild animal that had suddenly rushed onto the track, the expressions of Yan Mengyao and the Jia sisters turned grim. In the garden of a wealthy family in the capital, a young master smashed his phone to the ground after seeing me smiling and chatting on the awards podium. Is this guy some kind of monster? Seriously. Is there anything in this world that he isn't good at? I'm really convinced he grew up outside the family. So how is he outstanding in every aspect? He makes me look completely useless. Didn't he Xiong come today? Why do you care about him? He's just an adopted son. Back when he had some status in elite circles, he was worth befriending. But now, does he still qualify to hang out with us? The mentioned He Xiong was currently pacing restlessly in his room. After watching the live stream, his heart had gone cold. He hadn't expected me to be so lucky. Yet for some reason, he also felt relieved. At the time, he had been blinded by rage and acted impulsively. That was why he had sent someone to tamper with the area beside the track. Half asleep and groggy, He Xiong was suddenly drenched with a bucket of cold water. He let out a sharp scream and shuddered violently. When he looked up, he saw Yan Mengyao, Jia Wanning, and Jia Qingyin sitting directly in front of him, looking down at him from above. Though they were 3 stunningly beautiful women to He Xiong at this moment, they looked no less terrifying than demons from hell. Why am I here? What do you want? His heart pounded wildly. He remembered falling asleep, then feeling a sharp pain in the back of his neck. Before he could even open his eyes, he had blacked out. What do we want? Jia Qingyin tilted his chin up. You don't actually think we couldn't find out it was you, do you? At those words, He Xiong's heart skipped a beat. The last traces of drowsiness vanished instantly. I don't know what you're talking about. You don't know. Jia Qingyin laughed. You'll understand soon enough. Then she turned to Jia beside her. What are you standing there for? Yes, miss. Jia stepped forward, grabbed He Keokshang, and dragged him to a torture rack, binding him in place. He Keokshang immediately panicked. What are you doing? Let me go. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Jia Kingin raised a hand, stopping Jia in his tracks. Remember, you only get one chance to speak. He Keokshang swallowed nervously. I was just blinded by anger for a moment. Mr. Liu wasn't hurt, was he? And without that accident, no one would have known he was the racing king. The He family won't let this go either. Jia Kingin looked as if she had heard a joke. There is nothing in this world that I, Jia Kingin, dare not do. As for the He family, do you think the Jia family is afraid of you? Forget the fact that you're only an adopted son. Even if you were the He family's biological heir, if you dare lay a finger on my brother, don't expect to live to see tomorrow's sun do it. After daybreak, Mr. and Mrs. He received news about He Keokshang. They were so frightened they nearly fainted, yet didn't dare make a fuss. Meanwhile, another post exploded across the racing community. The Chifeng Racing Team incident. Jia Wanning used real actions to prove the price of insulting her brother. Though they didn't know the inside story, many drivers ended up like homeless strays. The first to suffer was Zule. Not only did many drivers take their anger out on him, but racing fans also launched online attacks against him, 100 times harsher than those directed at me. The accounts that had insulted me on race day faced another round of backlash. Those whose remarks were especially excessive were invited by the cyber police for a cup of tea. While the three women were getting revenge, I was sleeping soundly. It wasn't that I was careless. Something like that happening on the track had to be man-made. In the past, I would have investigated it thoroughly myself, but Yan Mengyao and my sisters said they would handle it for me. So I slept peacefully. Except for matters involving Su Linyan. I'm willing to rely on them when appropriate. Because I know this is something they genuinely want to do for me. The first rays of sunlight entered the bedroom. I had just sat up groggily when I was pulled into a possessive embrace. Yan Mengyao sat sideways by the bed. You're awake, she murmured. When did you get here? Just then, a system notification popped up on my phone. Jia Kingin's birthday is coming up. I pondered for a moment and pulled up a contact I hadn't spoken to in a long time. Send a women's shirt from the Huaguo branch office. Since I was preparing a birthday gift for my second sister, with her status and position, a gift that money could buy wouldn't be much of a surprise, so I planned to design it myself. After sending the message, I had just put down my phone when someone knocked on the office door. President Liu Kaiman still looked shocked. Sheng Qingqing from Tianyu is here. She says she wants to see you. I paused, then thought of something. A smile slowly appeared on my lips. Let her come up. Why would Sheng Qingqing come to our company? More importantly, their president didn't seem surprised at all. Apparently, Kaiman didn't follow racing. I had no intention of explaining. Maybe she thinks her company has good feng shui and wants to switch jobs. Kaiman stood there with a completely confused expression. Was her president crazy, or was she? I merely tapped the desk. Why are you still standing there? Hurry and invite her in. Kaiman nodded and quickly left without another word. Soon, the office door was knocked on again. I folded my arms and leaned back in my chair. Come in. With a click, Sheng Qingqing opened the door and entered. Even though it wasn't my first time seeing Sheng Qingqing, a flash of admiration still crossed my eyes. Most striking were her cold phoenix eyes, as though they had gathered all the beauty in the world. One extra glance was enough to make someone fall into them. No wonder she was one of the entertainment industry's top goddesses. The entertainment world never lacked beauties, but someone as beautiful as Sheng Qingqing was truly rare. That was why, despite her notorious temper, her fans constantly called her big sister and tolerated her to the extreme. I forced myself not to laugh out loud. What brings you here? I acted as if I truly had no idea why she had come, my tone laced with confusion. Didn't you say that before the contract expired, I wasn't allowed to bother you? If I remember correctly, your contract hasn't expired yet, has it? Shen Qingqing paused in her tracks. A faint blush gradually crept up her ears. Seeing her remain silent, I tapped my elbow lightly. Why aren't you saying anything? Cat got your tongue. Shen Qingqing's lips pressed into a line, looking pitiful. It was as if she had been terribly wronged. I instantly broke character, just as I was thinking of teasing her no more. Shen Qingqing gathered her courage and stepped forward. I'm sorry. You have nothing to apologize to me for. My expression turned shocked. I forced you to do something you didn't want to do, so it's only natural that you're angry. I was willing. Shen Qingqing urgently interrupted me. I was willing to become an artist under you. As if she felt anything she said sounded like an excuse. Shen Qingqing hesitated for a moment, then simply gave up. Anyway, I was wrong before. Could you please not hate me? I suddenly realized I had gone too far. Then I spoke seriously and emphasized. Shen Qingqing, listen carefully. If I hated you, I wouldn't have wanted to recruit you. And thank you for liking me. I'm honored to have a fan like you. As soon as I finished speaking, Shen Qingqing's clear crystal-like eyes widened slightly. A soft pink flush spread across her neck. She clearly hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Then, when can you give me a ride? The moment she said it, she felt she was being too eager. It's enough that you don't hate me. I still have something to do, so I'll be leaving first. Feeling embarrassed, Shen Qingqing turned around and fled. I had just been about to stop her when I heard an ouch. Two girls had bumped into each other at the doorway. Shen Qingqing steadied herself against the doorframe and glared coldly. Who are you? Don't you know how to knock before entering? The girl who had barged in froze after getting a clear look at her face. She looked astonished. Why are you here? As a second-tier actress, she had never worked with Shen Qingqing before. So it was normal that Shen Qingqing didn't recognize her. But it was impossible for Shen Qingqing not to recognize me. Well, her contract is about to expire. She'll be transferring to Xingmeng after that. Seriously. Chen Jing was shocked once again, especially after seeing that Shen Qingqing didn't deny it. A thoughtless remark slipped out of her mouth. How did you end up losing your mind too? Sensing resentment from her own president, Chen Jing quickly forced a smile. Shen Qingqing extended her hand. Hello, my name is Chen Jing. I may not be as famous as you, but I'm considered your senior in Xingmeng. Let's look out for each other from now on. Shen Qingqing completely ignored the hand she offered. She walked right past her and headed out. Chen Jing awkwardly lowered her hand. Then she walked into the office, looking back repeatedly, pointing in the direction Shen Qingqing had left. She complained to me. She's always like this. How has she not been beaten up yet? I couldn't help laughing. When it came to Shen Qingqing's personality, no one knew it better than I did, except for the people she cared about. When dealing with anyone else, her left cheek seemed to say, none of your business, while her right cheek said, none of my business. And written across her forehead was a giant, get lost. Even Chan Yu's president, Su Linyan, was someone she didn't take seriously at all. Many people thought she was arrogant and conceited. Only I knew that she simply wasn't interested in anything except racing, and couldn't be bothered with socializing. Yet somehow, a person so unsuited for show business managed to thrive in the entertainment industry, thanks to a face that could captivate the world. So her attitude toward Chen Jing didn't surprise me in the slightest. On the contrary, the timid behavior she had shown earlier would leave people dumbfounded if word of it ever got out. Just don't provoke her. She'll get better once you're familiar with each other. I offered Chen Jing a few words of comfort. What did you come to see me about? Chen Jing let out an "oh." I just came to let you know that our production team is heading south to shoot on location. I nodded without much reaction. Got it. After receiving a positive response, Chen Jing still showed no intention of leaving. She looked at me as if she wanted to say something. I raised my head in confusion. If you have something to say, just say it. Chen Jing hesitated before asking, even if Shen Qingqing joins us, I'm still your favorite artist, right? What kind of nonsense is that? Ha, I'm kidding. Before I could respond, Chen Jing bolted out of the room. After Chen Jing left, I sat in front of the computer and played games. Before I knew it, it was time to get off work. Kai Min walked into the office carrying an exquisite gift bag. President Liu, Someone asked me to give this to you. I reached out and took it. With a smile, I teased. You and Zufeng are a manager and a director. Yet you're both practically my errand runners now. Kaiman scratched her head. Our company is still small. There aren't that many specialized tasks. Besides, we're happy to be of service to President Liu. I smiled again. After receiving a call from Yan Mengyao, I waved my hand, signaling that she could leave work. Walking out of the company building, I carried the gift bag and headed straight for the black Bentley parked by the roadside. Yan Mengyao glanced at the item in my hand and couldn't help asking, "What's that?" I got into the car and placed the bag beside the window. It's the birthday gift I prepared for my second sister. Yan Mengyao paused. Her birthday is coming up. I nodded in response. Yan Mengyao's gaze kept drifting toward my gift bag. It was as if she wished she had X-ray vision. What exactly is the gift you prepared? A secret. Don't worry about that. Were those for guys behind us arranged by you? Without turning around, I pointed toward a black car behind us. Yan Mengyao didn't even look back. Did they bother you? Not really. I just feel they're a little. I thought for a moment, then I continued. Unnecessary. Yang Ting, sitting in the driver's seat, suddenly choked. In the car following behind the Bentley, the several unnecessary bodyguards all sneezed at the same time. Yan Mengyao was amused by my comment. But when she thought of yesterday's terrifying incident, the smile on her face faded. With lingering fear, she sighed. Lu Yan, no matter how capable you are, unexpected things can still happen. No matter how much power we have, we can't control everything. I don't want something like yesterday to happen a second time. If I could, I'd tie you to my side and keep you with me every second. But I know you're not someone who likes being restrained. So, the next best thing is to give you an extra layer of protection and give myself a little more peace of mind. Can you understand that? She nestled obediently into my arms. Was I really that ungrateful? How could I not understand her feelings? So I didn't insist on sending those people away. Just as we were enjoying the tender moment, Yang Ting coughed lightly from the driver's seat. Miss, where are we heading? Normally, it was his young lady who answered that question, but they were already approaching the fork in the road, and she still hadn't said anything. She waited and waited before finally asking. I felt a little awkward. Every day, this question made it feel as though a knife were held to my throat, forcing me to choose between my family and my lover. Couldn't I have both? Thinking that, I answered, "Let's go home," before Yan Mengyao could react. I reached out and cupped her cheeks. "I'm taking you home too." Yan Mengyao froze for a moment before realizing what I meant. Instantly, her eyes and brows filled with delight. Okay. The two of us rode back to the Jia residence. The moment we entered the living room, we saw a young man talking on the phone. After seeing me, the young man immediately hung up the phone. "Brother Liu, I've finally met you." I was stunned, just as I was wondering when I had gained a younger brother. I heard Yan Mengyao explain from the side. "He's your cousin's son from your maternal uncle's family." Right. I forgot to introduce myself. "My name is Jia Mao. I just returned from studying abroad." Jia Mao blinked his bright, lively eyes and looked at Yan Mengyao. "Sister Yan, what is your relationship with Brother Liu? You even came back together. Are you a couple?" Although his words sounded neutral, the way he looked at Yan Mengyao couldn't hide his affection. My eyes narrowed. I took Mengyao's hand and intertwined our fingers. "Isn't it obvious?" Jia Mao's palm tightened slightly, yet his face was full of congratulatory smiles. I used to wonder, who could possibly be worthy of someone as outstanding as Sister Yan? If it's Brother Liu, then there's no problem at all. Before coming here, I already heard from my parents about Brother Liu's impressive achievements. Honestly, Brother Liu and Sister Yan are truly a match made in heaven. It's good that you think so, I replied with a smile that didn't quite reach my eyes. Where are my mom and the others? Why are you the only one here? Aunt said she was a little tired and went upstairs to rest. Big sister and second sister haven't returned yet. Jia Mao answered every question. As he spoke, he picked up a gift box from the sofa and handed it to me. "This is a gift I brought back from abroad for you, Brother Liu. I didn't know what you liked, so I just bought something I thought would suit you. I hope you'll like it, Brother Liu. You're too kind." I didn't reach out to take it. Besides, I didn't prepare any gift for you. "Why are you being so formal with me, Brother Liu?" Jia Mao pushed the gift into my hands Aunt treats me even better than her own son. I only brought a small gift for all of you." As he spoke, he seemed to realize he had said something wrong. He quickly apologized. "Sorry, Brother Lu. I didn't mean it that way. Please don't misunderstand. Aunt definitely loves you the most, Brother Lu. It's just that you were lost when you were little, so Aunt spoiled me. You don't mind that, do you, Brother Lu?" Seeing that I didn't respond, he turned to Yan Mengyao again. "Sister Yan, look at Brother Lu." I was just being straightforward for a moment, and he got upset. "Look at me. I'm much more considerate." Without even thinking about it, I could already imagine Jia Mao's inner thoughts. Thinking of that, I ground my teeth. If Yan Mengyao didn't react, I'd make him regret it. Consumed by jealousy, I failed to notice the smile on Yan Mengyao's face stretching almost to her ears. Just then, Jia Songzhen walked down the stairs. "Lu Yan, Mengyao, you're back." Only then did Jia Songzhen sense something was off. "Why are you all standing at the door?" Jia Mao turned and looked at Jia Songzhen. His expression carried a trace of helplessness and grievance. "Aunt, Brother Lu doesn't seem to like me very much." Jia Songzhen froze. She glanced at Jia Mao, then turned to me. "Lu Yan, don't you like your cousin?" Could I really say I didn't? A trace of smugness flashed through Jia Mao's eyes. However, before he could enjoy it for even a second, he heard Jia Songzhen continue. "If you don't like him, I'll throw him out." Not only Jia Mao, even I was stunned. I quickly said, "Mom, I really don't like him much. As for why, you can check the surveillance footage." Jia Songzhen's face darkened. She turned and glared at Jia Mao. "Did you bully Lu Yan?" Jia Mao was completely dumbfounded. "No, and how could I bully Brother Lu? I even brought him a gift." After hearing what I said, Jia Songzhen narrowed her eyes. "When I used to keep a tabby cat, I had the servants pamper it until it grew fat and healthy. Later, I raised a poodle. In less than 3 months, I got rid of it." Do you know why? Jia Mao didn't know why Jia Songzhen had suddenly brought up pets, but his teeth were already chattering unconsciously. "Why?" Jia Songzhen let out a cold laugh. "Because the tabby at least knew how to wag its tail at me. But that poodle became arrogant from being spoiled. It barked recklessly at my precious son. The little bit of kindness I showed you was only because your father behaved himself. Who gave you the nerve to provoke Lu Yan?" Jia Mao felt as though he had been slapped across the face. It burned with pain. Jia Songzhen had compared him to a pet. Even I was surprised. Ever since we reconciled, Jia Songzhen had always been gentle and caring around me. Only at this moment did I see the commanding aura of a powerful businesswoman. It even reminded me of my second sister's imposing demeanor. "What are you waiting for?" Jia Songzhen gave an order. "Steward, throw him out." "Wait a second." I stuffed the gift back into Jia Mao's arms and said with a smile, "You should keep this for yourself." Jia Mao never expected that his attempt to sow discord between me and Jia Songzhen would end up backfiring so badly. After Jia Mao left, Jia Songzhen looked at me somewhat anxiously. "Lu Yan, don't listen to his nonsense. Mom never treated him that well. Before you came back, there was no way I could." "I know." I interrupted her with a smile. "I'm not stupid. I'm not so easily manipulated. Besides, I'm already grown up. How could I still be hung up on something like that?" Hearing my words, Jia Songzhen felt another pang in her heart, afraid that I might see her tears. She quickly turned away. "I'll go check whether dinner is ready, and have them prepare an extra set of dishes for Mengyao." I was momentarily speechless. Watching Jia Songzhen's departing figure, I sighed inwardly. Then I suddenly remembered something and looked at Yan Mengyao. "Sister Yan, about settling accounts afterward." Yan Mengyao didn't look guilty at all. Instead, she smiled like a sly fox. "You're jealous." I narrowed my eyes. "You're quite pleased with yourself, aren't you?" Yan Mengyao leaned closer and kissed me. "This is the first time you've ever been jealous because of me. Does that mean you're starting to like me?" I was stunned. Yan Mengyao still thought I didn't like her. At that moment, a cool voice came from the doorway. "Can't you pay a little attention to your surroundings at home?" Jia Qingyin glared at Yan Mengyao. Why are you here again? I turned to look at Jia Qingyin. Second sister. I was the one who invited her. Jia Qingyin nearly choked on her frustration. What could she do with a younger brother, whose elbow was always turning outward? She could only spoil him. Thinking of the preparations she had made beforehand, she raised a hand, and a subordinate carrying a gukin stepped forward. Little brother, I've finally finished your belated welcome gift. I lowered my head and examined it. The soundboard, strings, and every component of the gukin were made from the finest materials available today. Compared to the one I had in ancient times, it was no less impressive. It was obvious how much thought Jia Qingyin had put into it. Although I rarely played the gukin these days, I couldn't reject her kindness. Thank you, second sister. Have someone place it in my room. When Jia Qingyin saw me accept it, she was absolutely delighted. He has no other duties. His only job is to stay by your side and protect you 24 hours a day. Hearing that, Yan Mengyao's face darkened. By his side, I've already arranged people to protect him, and driving him to and from work is my job. Jia Qingyin ignored her. She simply gestured to the subordinate beside her. The subordinate carrying the gukin raised her head. Mr. Liu, I'm Jia Si. I'll be at your disposal from now on. The moment I saw Jia Si's face, my eyes lit up. Have you ever considered becoming a celebrity? It would be a waste for a face like yours to work as a bodyguard. If Yan Mengyao had only been displeased before, then after seeing the sparkle in my eyes, the anger in her heart became impossible to suppress. She gritted her teeth and glared at Jia Qingyin. Did you do this on purpose? What's wrong, Sister Yan? Not feeling confident? Jia Qingyin grinned mischievously. Our Jia Yan is quite handsome, don't you think? Please, just stop talking. Can't you see Sister Yan's eyes? She's practically ready to kill me. Yan Mengyao laughed in anger. Let her follow if you want. If she can affect my position, I lose. I inwardly groaned. I was wondering who I should help if the two of them started fighting. When Jia Songjin walked over carrying a tray. Lu Yan, Mengyao, dinner's ready. When she got closer, Jia Songjin looked at Jia Qingyin in confusion. Why are you pulling such a long face? Who upset you? Jia Qingyin pointed at Yan Mengyao. Who else could it be? Jia Songjin frowned. Are you sure you didn't provoke her first? Jia Qingyin was speechless. Mom, am I really your biological daughter? I already told you. Mom picked you up from a trash can. Jia Wanning had just returned from work. Rolling up her sleeves, she teased. I was right there when she found you. Jia Qingyin suddenly regretted kicking Jia Mao out. After dinner, Yan Mengyao naturally stayed the night. Following Jia Qingyin's orders, Jia Si had been sitting outside my bedroom window since early morning. When Yan Mengyao opened the window, she nearly knocked her off. Do you enjoy eavesdropping that much? Jia Si immediately tensed up. She neither spoke nor moved from her position. Yan Mengyao sneered. She snapped her fingers. Give the newcomer a proper welcome. The moment she finished speaking, several figures suddenly appeared from the darkness. They grabbed Jia Si at once. Outnumbered 4-1. Jia Si couldn't even make a sound before her mouth was covered and she was dragged away. Meanwhile, in a detached villa in downtown Imperial City, Jia Mao still looked furious. Looking at the couple seated on the opposite sofa, he asked, Dad, Mom, are we really just going to sit here and do nothing? The man Jia Mao called Dad was named Jia Dongmin. He appeared to be in his 40s, with the look of a mild and honest man. Back when my father and I both disappeared, almost every branch of the family tried to take advantage of the chaos and push Jia Songjin aside. Only this branch stayed quiet and kept its head down. After the turmoil settled, they were also the only branch that managed to preserve their wealth and safety. At this moment, this man who had little presence, either in the company or the family, had eyes flickering with uncertainty beneath the marks of age. Now it's not just the Jia family. From what you've said, that kid has also gotten involved with the Yun family's young lady. If the Yun and Jia families join forces, they'll be even harder to deal with than before. I don't know how that kid is so lucky. The woman beside him looked unwilling to accept it. Back then, the person handling it clearly said, the child had already stopped breathing before being abandoned, and yet he was found again, and became this capable. Jia Dongmin lightly tapped the armrest of the sofa. It seems we'll have to approach this from another angle. Early the next morning, I arrived outside Jia Qingyin's room. Before I could knock, The door clicked open from the inside. When she saw me standing outside, Jia Qingyin froze for a moment. Lu Yan, what's the matter? I was equally stunned by her reaction. Isn't today your birthday? Second sister. Jia Qingyin glanced at her watch. It really was her birthday. Ever since her little brother disappeared on the day he was born, she and the rest of the family had never celebrated birthdays again. Of course, she would never let her little brother know that. Coming back to her senses, Jia Qingyin asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Lu Yan actually remembered my birthday. She was genuinely surprised. Now that her little brother had been found, they could finally celebrate birthdays again. What she hadn't expected was that the first person to wish her a happy birthday would be her little brother. At that moment, it felt as though everything had been worth it. Jia Qingyin stepped forward and hugged me tightly. The emotions filling her chest seemed ready to burst. Honestly, no matter what gift her little brother gave her, she would have been happy, but she hadn't expected me to put so much thought into it. Because of the power behind Yan Mengyao, she had never truly approved of our relationship. Even after eventually compromising, she had never given Yan Mengyao a pleasant look. She felt that I probably resented her a little because of that. But the fact that I gave her this gift seemed to mean that this second sister of mine still held a place in my heart. Lu Yan, Jia Qingyin's voice was hoarse beyond recognition. This is the most precious gift I've received in more than 20 years. The corners of my lips lifted slightly. I raised a hand and patted Jia Qingyin on the shoulder. I'm glad you like it, second sister. Just then, click, a door along the hallway opened. When Jia Wanning saw the two of us embracing, her eyes immediately narrowed. What's wrong with you so early in the morning? The remark was obviously directed at Jia Qingyin. Jia Qingyin released me and shot Jia Wanning a triumphant look. I got a birthday gift from my little brother. I'm in a good mood today, so I won't argue with you. Jia Wanning paused. For a moment, she felt deeply moved. It wasn't until Jia Qingyin changed into the birthday outfit that jealousy finally hit her. Get away from me. Jia Wanning finally exploded. But Jia Qingyin had no intention of stopping while ahead. Ignoring her elder sister's dark expression, she reached out and brushed away imaginary dust beside the embroidery. Tell me, is there anything our little brother can't do? He personally designed this outfit. Hearing that, Jia Wanning nearly choked on her frustration. She couldn't help turning to look at me, wearing a pitiful expression without saying a word. I awkwardly avoided Jia Wanning's gaze. When your birthday comes, big sister, I'll give you a gift too. Jia Wanning felt a little better. But she was still annoyed with Jia Qingyin. Jia Yi, come over here. Keep this troublemaker away from me. But just as Jia Yi nervously approached, Jia Qingyin threw an arm around his shoulder. Doesn't this outfit look great? My brother gave it to me. Throughout breakfast. From the lady of the house to the servant sweeping the floors, everyone was shown off to by Jia Qingyin. Before long, everyone knew that I had given her an outfit as a birthday gift. After breakfast, Jia Qingyin glanced at her elder sister. What about you, big sister? Don't tell me you're giving nothing. Of course not. I already decided during breakfast. A wicked smile spread across Jia Wanning's face. That gold mine in South Africa is my birthday gift to you. So, isn't your big sister generous? After a brief pause, Jia Qingyin gritted her teeth and asked, your gift is sending me off to South Africa? You're sending me on a mission, if that's how you want to see it. Jia Wanning looked completely at ease. You know perfectly well that you're the only one who can handle this mining project in South Africa. Jia Qingyin pointed at her several times with a finger. Just you wait. She knew the mission really couldn't be done without her, but she had been immersed in the joy of receiving her little brother's gift. And this woman had chosen that exact moment to dump cold water on her. There was no way it wasn't intentional. It had to be jealousy. Just then, Yan Mengyao arrived to pick me up for work and walked in through the door. Seeing the scene before her, she couldn't help but ask, what's going on? At the sight of the newcomer, Jia Qingyin's desire to show off flared up again. She immediately abandoned her battle with Jia Wanning and walked over to Yan Mengyao. See the outfit I'm wearing? My little brother gave it to me as a birthday present. The moment the words left her mouth, I covered my face as black lines ran down the back of my head. The three of us all wore the same expression of not wanting to know her. After a brief pause, the atmosphere around Yan Mengyao suddenly turned cold. She suppressed the jealousy surging inside her and was just about to speak when I covered her mouth and dragged her outside. Let's go to work. Watching Yan Mengyao leave, Jia Qingyin snorted. You're just jealous. Yan Mengyao's emotions surged again. She was jealous. Jealous enough to go crazy. The moment we got into the car, Yan Mengyao pinned me against the window. Jia Si had already gotten into the front passenger seat. When Yan Mengyao entered the Jia residence, hearing the commotion in the back, she immediately straightened her posture. As Yangting expertly raised the privacy partition, she said, Stay calm, sisters. Only after kissing me until I could barely breathe did Yan Mengyao finally let me go, her face warped with grievance. You've never given me such a thoughtful gift. I struggled for a moment before realizing that I had once regarded Yan Mengyao as just a friend, so naturally I hadn't put as much thought into gifts for her as for my family. After we got together, she hadn't celebrated a birthday yet. No wonder she was jealous. Thinking of that, I stroked her head and comforted her. When your next birthday comes, I'll give you a surprise. Yan Mengyao said pitifully. It has to be different from hers. I suddenly felt like I was raising a child. All right. Only after getting my promise did Yan Mengyao feel a little better. When we arrived at the company and were about to enter, I noticed two people standing around the corner outside. One of them was someone I knew all too well. Su Linyan, the very person who had just made Yan Mengyao jealous. The other wasn't unfamiliar either. It was Chi Q, whose career had recently been improving. Seeing those two together, it wasn't that I wanted to suspect anything, but no one could stay calm in a situation like this. Without much effort, I quietly concealed myself and moved closer to where they were standing. Tian, you can pay your penalty fee. You just need to come over. That was the first thing I heard when I got close. I instantly exploded inside. That bastard was actually trying to poach my artist. Still, I didn't act rashly. I waited to see Chi Q's attitude first. Back then, Chen Jing had chosen to stay at Xingmeng because she liked me. But for Chi Q, the current Xingmeng really didn't have much capital to compete with Qianyu. If she truly wanted to leave, Xingmeng had no way to keep her. Faced with Su Linyan's invitation, Chi Q was stunned for a moment. Why would Tianyu want me? I'm just a nobody in the industry right now. Chi Q didn't understand, but I could roughly guess the reason. The drama Fenggao had always been a project closely watched by major entertainment companies, even though the casting had not been officially announced yet. For an entertainment giant like Su Linyan, finding out the information was still quite easy. It doesn't hurt to tell you, so you won't overthink it. Su Linyan appeared remarkably straightforward. I know that Director Feng has chosen you as the female lead of his next project, and I admit that I'm trying to recruit you because I see your value. But you should also know that joining Qianyu will definitely offer you a better future than staying at Xingmeng. After hearing her words, Chi Q nodded in sudden understanding. I know. Su Linyan curled her lips into a smile. Then if there's no problem, you can go back and pack your things. I'll take care of the rest. Wait. Chi Q interrupted her. I think you've misunderstood something. I was only agreeing with what you said, but I never said I was switching companies. The smile on Su Linyan's face instantly froze. After a brief pause, she asked in confusion, Why? I forgot to mention it. The contract we've prepared for you isn't based on your current ranking. It's based on the standards of a third-tier celebrity. Once you reach first-tier status, your benefits will be adjusted accordingly. Other than that, what else is there to worry about? Or do you not believe what I'm saying? Neither. Chi Q shook her head. You know that Director Feng has chosen me as the female lead of his next project, but you don't know that the reason I had the chance to stand before Director Feng and prove myself was because of my CEO's guidance. In other words, without my CEO, there would be no me today. I may not have made a name for myself in the entertainment industry yet, but I do know that a person shouldn't forget those who helped them. So no matter how good Tianyu is, as long as Xingmeng treats me fairly, I've never considered leaving. So, President Su, please go back. Hearing those words, I couldn't help but feel deeply moved. I was glad I hadn't misjudged her. Back then, I had only given her a little guidance. Being chosen as the female lead of Director Feng's project was still entirely due to Chi-Q's own abilities. Yet to her, it was as if I had done her an immense favor. Unlike my reaction, after hearing Chi-Q's words, Su Linyan's face completely darkened. Her thin lips pressed into a straight line. However, she wasn't someone who gave up easily. Just as she was about to continue persuading her, I stepped out from around the corner. Chi-Q jumped in surprise when she saw me. I wasn't embarrassed in the slightest about being caught eavesdropping. I clapped and reassuringly patted Chi-Q on the head. Then I looked at Su Linyan with a mocking expression. Do you know what you look like right now? Su Linyan's eyelid twitched. Even though she knew no kind words would come from me, her curiosity still got the better of her. What are you trying to say? I curled my lips. You look like a tout soliciting customers outside an ancient brothel. Chi-Q wanted to laugh, but didn't dare interrupt. Her face turned red from holding it in. You don't need to play word games with me. This time, I'll admit you've managed your people well. But even with a good opportunity, going from an unknown nobody to a first-tier star still comes with many uncertainties, doesn't it? Su Linyan regained her usual calm composure. Besides, Tianyu is already packed with first-tier celebrities. If she misses this opportunity, the one who loses out is herself, though every word sounded indifferent. They subtly carried both a warning and pressure directed at Chi-Q. I let out a cold laugh. From Chen Jing to Chi-Q, President Su seems awfully interested in my artist. If I don't return the favor, I'll look easy to bully. Su Linyan froze for a moment, then a strange expression crossed her face. What do you mean by that? Don't tell me you're planning to poach artists from Tianyu? A mysterious smile curled at the corner of my lips. You'll find out soon enough. If I remembered correctly, today was the day Shang Qingqing's contract expired. She had originally said that once she settled her contract issues, she would come to Xing Meng herself. But now, I didn't mind going to pick her up, thinking that. I turned around and tossed Chia a set of car keys. To Tianyu. Su Linyan's heart skipped a beat. What are you going there for? But I ignored her. Su Linyan had no idea what I was planning, but she followed me back to Tianyu anyway. The two of us arrived at Tianyu Tower one after another. After getting out of the car, I made no move to enter the building. Instead, I took out my phone and sent a text message. I asked how far the contract termination process had progressed. Su Linyan got out of the car right behind me. Seeing this, she couldn't help but sneer. Aren't you here to poach someone? Why stop once you get here? I smiled. The artist I'm poaching already has an expired contract. I don't need to pay any penalty fees. So why would I step onto your turf and bring bad luck upon myself? Isn't it better to just wait here and pick her up? Su Linyan froze for a moment. Then she searched her memory for Tianyu artist whose contracts were expiring, but the only name she found was someone she simply couldn't associate with the person I wanted to poach. So she asked incredulously, the person you're talking about is Shang Qingqing? Since the person was practically already in my hands, I stopped being secretive and nodded. Looks like you're not completely stupid. After receiving my confirmation, Su Linyan looked even more confused. She even felt that following me here nervously had been a foolish thing to do. Are you daydreaming or something? Shang Qingqing's contract has expired, but she's a top-tier star. Even if she doesn't renew with Tianyu, she'll probably start her own studio. How could she possibly go to Xing Meng with you? The moment she finished speaking, my phone started ringing. Seeing that it was a call from Jia Weixiang, the director of the artist management department, she didn't sense anything unusual. But the moment the call connected, an anxious voice came through the receiver. President Su, Shang Qingqing's agent just came to get her contract. He said she doesn't plan to renew it. What did you say? Su Linyan tightened her grip on the phone. Her eyes locked onto me, who remained completely calm. Did he say why she's not renewing? Is she planning to open her own studio? I was just getting to that. His tone was filled with disbelief. She's not renewing. And it's not because she's opening an independent studio. She's going to a company called Xing Meng Entertainment. Do you think she's gone crazy? With a clatter, Su Linyan's phone slipped from her hand. Compared to hearing me say I wanted to poach Shang Qingqing, the news that Shang Qingqing had decided to join Xing Meng was clearly even more shocking. She felt as if the whole world had become surreal. I leisurely admired Su Linyan's expression. and kindly picked up her phone for her. How did you get Parkinson's at such a young age? Need me to give you some acupuncture? One treatment costs 10 million. Guaranteed cure on the spot. No deception involved. At this moment, my smile looked especially hateful in her eyes. How did you convince Shang Qingqing to join Xing Meng? I handed the phone back to her. Then I said in an infuriating tone, You want to know? Well, I'm not telling you. Another surge of frustration rose within Su Linyan, but she had no intention of giving up. No matter what tricks you used, don't celebrate too early. Once I meet Shang Qingqing and find out what's really going on, whether she stays or leaves won't be up to you. The moment those words left her mouth, the company's front doors opened. A figure stepped out. The moment she saw Shang Qingqing, Su Linyan immediately steadied herself. She raised her head, about to call out to her. When she saw her walk right past her, she didn't spare her so much as a glance. Instead, almost jogging straight toward me. Her voice was delighted and soft. Did you come to pick me up? If not for Shang Qingqing's face before her, and Shang Qingqing's voice in her ears, she would have thought she had mistaken her for someone else. Who could tell her? Why the famously cold and arrogant woman, who didn't even bother to acknowledge her as the CEO, was acting like a little lamb in front of me? As if I hadn't noticed the colorful expression on Su Lingyan's face, I smiled and nodded at Shang Qingqing. Almost finished? After receiving my confirmation, Shang Qingqing's mood brightened even more. Almost. The remaining paperwork is being handled for me. Su Linyan steadied her breathing before cutting in. Qingqing, why are you going to Xing Meng? Do you even know what kind of company Xing Meng is? Anything Tianyu can give you, they can't. Only then did Shang Qingqing notice her. After hearing her words, her brows furrowed slightly, wearing an expression that said, Who are you to tell me what to do? Her tone was ice-cold. None of your business. Seeing that face practically covered with the words mind your own business, Su Linyan finally confirmed that Shang Qingqing was still the same Shang Qingqing ever since she became CEO. Which superstar in Tianyu hadn't tried their best to flatter and curry favor with her? As soon as she finished speaking, Qingqing's voice came from the doorway. Sorry. You haven't been here long, so you may not know this, but my contract is tied to Qingqing's. If she leaves, I leave too. Her lips parted for a moment. Only then did Su Linyan look toward Jia Weixiang, who had come out with Qingqing. Is what she said true? Jia Weixiang nodded stiffly. Ever since I started managing Shang Qingqing exclusively, Qingqing's contract has been tied to hers. Su Lingyan's chest heaved violently. She raised a hand to stop Qingqing. Shang Qingqing may be reckless, but don't tell me you don't know better. Leaving Tianyu for Xing Meng. Do you know what the consequences will be? Qingqing thought to herself, of course I know. But can I control this little ancestor? If President Liu had only cured her mother's illness, that would be one thing. But he's also her idol. Forget about losing resources. Even if she were sold, she'd probably help count the money with a smile. There's no need to make it sound so serious, President Su. Since you acknowledge my reputation as a top agent, you should know I'm not incompetent. Even if Tianyu withdraws its resources, with Qingqing's current status, most opportunities come directly to her anyway. There are plenty of partners waiting in line for an opening in her schedule, so there's no need to worry about her being sidelined. After speaking, she ignored Su Lingyan's reaction and walked straight toward her new boss, me. President Liu, all the paperwork is done. Shall we head to Xing Meng and sign the contract now? I greatly appreciated Qingqing's tact. Let's go. After our group left, Su Linyan smashed her phone to the ground. President Su, please don't be angry. Jia Weixiang tried to comfort her nervously. Tianyu has no shortage of top-tier artists. Someone like Shang Qingqing. It's no big deal if she leaves. In the end, She's the one who threw away a watermelon for a sesame seed. Su Linyan's eyes turned frighteningly cold. It's not going to be that easy for her to walk away unscathed. As she spoke, she instructed Jia Weixiang, release all of her dirt online, and by trending topics to push it. I want her reputation ruined. Jia Weixiang was about to nod, when he suddenly remembered what he had learned. President Su, Shen Qingqing doesn't have any scandals. How could she not have any scandals? Su Linyan frowned. Anyone who's made it in the entertainment industry, how could they not have any dirt at all? But she really doesn't. Jia Weixiang pulled a bitter face. The company investigated her thoroughly before her debut. Her background was spotless, and after debuting, she never did anything inappropriate. President Su, is there anyone in the entertainment industry more arrogant than her? She doesn't even take the company's CEO seriously. But that doesn't count as a scandal. Jia Weixiang said cautiously. She's like that in front of the audience too. She never pretended to be someone she's not. Not only do her fans love that about her, they're always worried she'll retire. Su Linyan nearly choked on her breath. Her acting is terrible, isn't it? But she's not famous because of her acting. Jia Weixiang's voice grew quieter. She's a famous pretty face actress in the industry. Even if she just relies on that beautiful face while acting, her fans still support her. It's not like no one has criticized her acting before, but she simply doesn't care. If she has no scandals, then make some up. You can do that, can't you? Su Linyan was almost too angry to get angrier. If she's famous because of that face, can't we spread rumors that she had plastic surgery? Jia Weixiang looked at Su Linyan hesitantly. Su Linyan snapped. If you have something to say, then say it. Why are you looking at me like that? Jia Weixiang almost bit his tongue. A lot of people already spread rumors about her having plastic surgery, but that issue was completely settled. Tianyu itself came forward to clear her name, and there was so much evidence that no one could possibly smear her with that again. Seeing the storm brewing on Su Linyan's face, Jia Weixiang swallowed nervously. I suddenly remembered something. Something happened before. As long as we get the person involved to cooperate with the story, not only can we ruin Shen Qingqing's reputation, we can even send her to prison. I had expected Su Linyan wouldn't let this go, but I didn't expect her to be this impatient. Not long after bringing Shen Qingqing to Xingmeng and signing her contract, a negative trending topic about Shen Qingqing shot to the top. A purple red hot tag was displayed beside it. Shen Qingqing seduces a married male colleague. Clicking into the topic, there were several screenshots taken from surveillance footage. In the pictures, a woman was pinning a man to the ground. Although the images were blurry, anyone could tell the woman was Shen Qingqing. As for the man, he was a second-tier male celebrity from Qianyu, codenamed Daihao. Because of the camera angle, his expression and actions couldn't be seen clearly. However, Shen Qingqing's disheveled clothing was plainly visible. As soon as the topic appeared, the entire comment section exploded. The first to rush into battle were naturally her fans. They mostly posted messages expressing trust in their idol, telling everyone to wait for an official response and the truth. However, when it came to an issue like this, even the fans couldn't control the narrative. Before long, the comment section was flooded by anti-fans, gossip seekers, and fans of other celebrities. Everyone picked up their keyboards and mercilessly attacked Shen Qingqing before any clarification had been released. Just from seeing a few photos, they were already eager to nail her to the pillar of shame. Inside the president's office at Xingmeng Entertainment, this is completely twisting the facts. Qingqing stared at the phone screen, so angry that her voice trembled. That man was the one who drugged Qingqing. If I hadn't arrived in time, he would have succeeded. And now they're using a few misleading screenshots to turn the tables on her. That's utterly shameless. They're obviously trying to destroy Qingqing. Unlike Qingqing's outrage, Shen Qingqing looked so calm it was as if she wasn't involved at all. It was as though even if she had to leave the industry because of this, it wouldn't matter to her. I was just as calm as she was. Looking at the photos on my phone, I tapped the images on the desk. These screenshots came from surveillance footage, which means there were cameras where the two of them were. Surveillance cameras? Qingqing looked hopeful again when she heard that. But Daihao's father is one of Tianyu's executives. Back then, Tianyu paid a huge price to compensate Qingqing and demoted his father. They cut off all of Daihao's good resources and prevented him from moving up to the first tier. They had already given us plenty of face, and Kinkin was still under contract. So, we didn't want to offend upper management too much. That's why we didn't insist on obtaining the surveillance footage. Who would have thought that at a time like this, Tianyu would use the incident to bite back? And since they only released screenshots, there's no way they'd release the full footage. They may even have already had it destroyed. I remained completely composed. Damn, Kinkin stared at the newly updated content, her eyes nearly popping out. This man is shameless. How can he lie through his teeth like that? I lowered my head and looked. A newly posted Weibo from Daihao had appeared. If those earlier photos were enough to make people speculate, then Daihao's post was practically a direct death sentence for Shang Kinkin. Hello everyone. I never wanted to talk about this before, because it wasn't something honorable. If it weren't for this accidental exposure, and the fact that I can no longer endure the abuse from Shang Kinkin's fans, I would probably have taken this secret to my grave. That day, Shang Kinkin's manager, Kinkin, asked me to come over. I thought she needed something from me. But the moment I arrived, Shang Kinkin grabbed me in an embrace. She tried to kiss me, but I dodged her. I resisted with all my strength because her status was too high. I didn't dare fight back. Fortunately, a colleague discovered us later. But because Shang Kinkin was such a big star, the company threatened to shelve me if I pursued the matter. Looking back now, I was really too cowardly. So today, I've decided to stand up and speak out. As soon as the post was published, the comment section exploded once again. What do we do now? Kinkin looked at me. Without solid evidence, even a lawyer's letter would only fool the fans. And Daihao himself has stepped forward. If we can't clear this up, even if Kinkin doesn't retire, she'll carry this stain for the rest of her life. A trace of emotion crept into her voice. Kinkin only joined Xingmeng and ended up suffering this disaster. Mr. Liu isn't going to ignore her, is he? Of course, I knew what she was thinking. Smiling, I reassured her, take Kinkin home first. I'll handle this matter. Kinkin looked a little puzzled about how I planned to handle it, but seeing how calm and composed I was, she didn't ask any further questions. Just as she was about to call Shang Kinkin to leave, she saw Shang Kinkin looking at me with delight. Just now. Did you call me Kinkin, my dear ancestor? You still have the mood to care about what people call you. You're practically finished. Can't you take this a little more seriously? You're making me look like a eunuch worrying more than the emperor himself. I couldn't help rubbing my forehead. It seemed I shouldn't be too nice to this woman. Get out. Only then did Shang Kinkin reluctantly follow behind Kinkin and leave. After the two left, I opened a software program. My fingers flew across the keyboard, moving so fast it was dazzling. Tianyu President's office. Jia Weixiang stood beside Su Linyan ingratiatingly. Ms. Su, look. I told you this method would work. Shang Kinkin's fans are famous for being difficult, but even they can't fight public opinion stirred up by something like this. Even if Shang Kinkin joins Xingmeng, she's finished. But Su Linyan wasn't nearly as optimistic. Are you sure the surveillance footage was handled properly? If it wasn't, would I dare suggest this plan to you? Jia Weixiang assured his confidently. I even hired Black Eagle, rank second among the world's hackers, to destroy that footage. Unless it's Yi Bai from Division 7. The elusive legend himself. There's no way it can be recovered. Besides, that person only takes cases involving major national security matters now. Something as trivial as entertainment industry drama would never be worth his attention. President Su, you can rest assured. Only then did Su Linyan finally relax. Then call the police. Anyone who betrays Tianyu from within must pay the price. Jia Weixiang nodded. Meanwhile, in a lounge at Tianyu, Daihao looked anxiously at Dai Yingqiang beside him. Dad, are you sure there won't be any problems with what I said? With the president backing us. What are you afraid of? Dai Yingqiang replied. Or do you still have feelings for Shang Kinkin? Are you feeling sorry for her now? How could I possibly feel sorry for her? A trace of resentment flashed across Daihao's face. Back then, she humiliated me and used her status to suppress me in terms of resources. Someone so ungrateful. I'd rather see her never recover for the rest of her life. Dai Yingqiang nodded. Then stop thinking about it. Just wait for the good news. I'm sure President Su will finally settle the score for all the grievances we've suffered over the years. Daihao nodded. Meanwhile, just after I hit enter, someone knocked on my office door again. As I uploaded the recovered video, I said without even looking up, "Come in." The door was pushed open immediately. Kinkin rushed in looking anxious. "President Liu, the police are here. They said they're taking Kinkin away." I calmly stood up from my seat. "Let's go down and have a look." Su Linyan glanced at her watch. Looking impatient, she asked, "Have the people from the police station arrived?" "They've gone." Jia Weixiang looked pleased with himself. "I specifically stationed someone outside Star Dream to keep an eye on her." He said the police have already cuffed Shang Kinkin. Su Linyan let out a hum and was about to say more when a rapid knock sounded at the door. Jia Weixiang called out, "Come in." But when he saw who it was, he frowned arrogantly. "What are you doing, rushing around like that?" "This is the president's office." President Su, Director Jia, the newcomer swallowed nervously. The company is surrounded by Shang Kinkin's fans. Su Linyan froze. Jia Weixiang looked equally confused. "What do you mean? Isn't she finished already? Why would these stray dogs come here to cause trouble?" The employee looked surprised. The two of them clearly hadn't heard the news. He didn't bother explaining further. President Su, Director Jia, please check Weibo immediately. What happened on Weibo? A bad feeling rose in Su Linyan's heart. She quickly opened her phone. A video titled, "The Truth Behind the Shang Kinkin Incident," had replaced the original accusation and shot to the top of the trending list. She hurriedly tapped on the video and saw the very footage she had ordered destroyed. Not only did it reveal the truth behind Shang Kinkin, pinning Daihao to the ground, it also showed the entire process of Daihao drugging Shang Kinkin, right up until Shang Kinkin was rescued. The responses beneath the video exploded almost instantly. In just 10 minutes, the reposts, comments, and likes had reached astonishing numbers. Looks like you really can't pick sides blindly when gossiping. So, Shang Kinkin was the real victim. What kind of celebrity spreads this stuff? He was clearly trying to destroy her. Looking back at that male star's clarification post now, it honestly makes me sick. Do those people who announced they were unfollowing her have no conscience at all? Fans who switch sides so easily don't deserve to support someone as wonderful as Shang Kinkin. Case solved. Sisters, go check the post from manager Kinkin. It was Tianyu that deliberately smeared our Kinkin. As soon as the video and Weibo posts were released, Tianyu's official account and Daihao's Weibo instantly collapsed. After enduring this for so long, Shang Kinkin's powerful fanbase and the onlookers who had been fooled all rushed into battle. They fired back with insults 100 times harsher than before. As for the anti-fans who had desperately manipulated public opinion, they vanished without a trace. After seeing all this, Su Linyan felt her heart sink. She shot a fierce look at Jia Weixiang beside her. "Didn't you say this footage had been completely destroyed? Then what is this?" Cold sweat poured down Jia Weixiang's forehead. "I'm certain Black Eagle destroyed the video. Even he might not be able to recover it himself. Could it be that Yi Bai from Division 7 has come out of retirement?" Trying to salvage the situation, he added, "How about we pay to suppress the trending topic?" "You think it can still be suppressed?" Su Linyan looked ready to tear him apart. Even she, who had only recently taken over the entertainment company, knew that with the attention this incident had attracted, the trending topic could no longer be pushed down. Not to mention how powerful Shang Kinkin's fans were. If someone could hire Yi Bai from Division 7, they certainly wouldn't just sit back and let us suppress it. Get someone to delete the accusation post. Delete Daihao's post too. After saying that, Su Linyan slumped back weakly into her chair. Jia Weixiang raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Meanwhile, in a lounge, Daihao gripped his vibrating phone, his face full of panic. "Dad, what should I do now? Am I finished?" "Don't panic yet." Even Dai Yingqiang looked deeply troubled. "Since President Su told us to post it, she should protect you." A knock suddenly sounded at the lounge door. When Dai Yingqiang opened it, he saw several police officers standing outside with solemn expressions. In an official tone, they said, "We received a report that Daihao is suspected of molestation and criminal defamation. Please come with us." With a clatter, Daihao's phone fell to the floor. Dad, I don't want to go to prison. Make them leave. It wasn't me. I wasn't the one who wanted to post it. At that point, no identification was needed. The police immediately knew who Daihao was and stepped forward with handcuffs. Dai Yingqiang hurriedly blocked them. Wait, officers. The police, however, remain impartial and stern. We are enforcing the law. Please cooperate. Dai Yingqiang clenched his fists, then turned to look at Daihao. Don't be afraid. Go with them first. Don't say anything. You shouldn't say. I'll go find President Su. Without looking at Daihao's pale face, he turned and left. Naturally, Daihao refused to cooperate. But how could one person's strength compete with several police officers? After only a brief struggle, he was handcuffed and escorted out. Along the way through the company, the celebrities and staff he passed all pointed and whispered about him, clearly taking pleasure in seeing him suffer the consequences of his own actions. However, the moment Daihao stepped outside, he realized that everything before had merely been the appetizer. The King fans gathered at the entrance were already on the verge of exploding. The instant they saw Daihao, they surged forward, shouting curses while hurling rotten eggs and spoiled vegetables they had prepared in advance. From the moment he left the company building until he got into the police car, Daihao was already covered in filth. Tianyu Entertainment, President's office. President Su, please think of a solution. Dai Yingqiang said anxiously. It was you who told Daihao to post that Weibo. Now that something has happened, you're not just going to abandon him, are you? Su Linyan rubbed her temples in frustration. She thought to herself, I'll be lucky if I don't get summoned by the police myself. How would I have the energy to protect your son? But when she spoke, her tone remained calm and composed. Tell Daihao to take responsibility for everything. For a moment, Dai Yingqiang thought he had heard wrong. But if he does that, his career will be completely ruined. Su Linyan replied coldly. His attempt to seduce and drug someone has already been exposed. Do you really think avoiding a defamation charge will save him from ruin? Then, noticing that Dai Yingqiang looked ready to fight to the bitter end, she softened her attitude slightly. Besides, you were involved in this too. Rather than everyone getting dragged down, it's better for him to shoulder it alone. But I won't treat you unfairly. Once you've stabilized the situation, I'll promote you to deputy director. After that combination of pressure and reassurance, Dai Yingqiang hesitated. His eyes flickered for a moment before he finally clenched his fists. Understood. Only then did Su Linyan breathe a sigh of relief. Yet a dark look still lingered in her eyes. Now she truly understood what it felt like to lift a rock, only to drop it on your own foot. Not only had this move failed to destroy Shang Qingqing, it had also cost her a second-tier artist and Tianyu's reputation. And then this scandal broke out. It's normal for you to resent me because of it. Then his tone suddenly changed, and his expression turned stern. But understanding doesn't mean approval. Whatever happens, I'll handle it. But now that you're part of Xingmeng, I'm your direct superior. I'll let this incident slide. But if it happens again, don't bother being an agent anymore. Qingqing immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, sir. As she spoke, she looked at my back with lingering fear. Previously, she had only thought of him as a 19-year-old kid. She assumed he became president only because of his ties to Miss Xia. Even though she knew he was a miracle doctor and a legendary racer, neither she, Yan Mengyao, nor Shang Qingqing had thought much of it. But just now, the pressure of authority emanating from him had almost made her unable to stand steady. She had never felt such overwhelming pressure. Even from Su Linyan, combined with the fact that he had miraculously obtained Tianyu's internal surveillance footage, Qingqing finally realized that he was far more capable than she had imagined. At that thought, Qingqing immediately abandoned her wait-and-see attitude and resolved to know her place. I couldn't care less what Qingqing was thinking. Subordinates shouldn't be spoiled, whether it was Zhu Feng before, or King Qin now. Those worth keeping would stay, and those who couldn't be trained would get a one-way ticket and be shown the door. Other than Yan Mengyao and my family, I wasn't particularly patient with anyone. After returning to my office, I had barely sat down when the icon in the lower right corner of my computer began flashing wildly. After watching it for a moment, your friend is bargaining with the big boss behind the group. I can use the money we saved to keep you as my sugar baby. Get lost. Use your own money to spoil someone else if you want. I can't believe you'd think of that. Besides, that friend of Yi Bai's has already helped us enough. He's working for someone else too. How can you keep troubling him like this? At that moment, another voice joined the conversation. Yi Bai, don't listen to him. But are you running into some kind of trouble right now? I was about to answer when another avatar joined the call. A deep, steady voice sounded. Yin Jin asked directly. Need money? Hearing that voice, I couldn't help laughing. It was one thing for Jin Lan to be here, but even this perennial lurker had logged on for once. But why do all of you think I'm broke? There was a brief pause. Aren't you? If you're not short on money, why would you take a job like that? Didn't you say long ago that unless it involved national security, you wouldn't take commissions anymore? Only then did I think of the video I had just restored. How did you all find out? Black Hawk has been making noise all over the hacker forums. He said he took a job to destroy a video, but someone restored it shortly afterward. Who else but you could restore a file he destroyed? So it was Black Hawk. I suddenly understood why the destruction method had looked familiar. So, just because of that, all of you think I'm broke. Not just us, he said. Because of Black Hawk's ranting, the entire hacker community is wondering whether you've run out of money. And that's why you're taking jobs like this. That's already the lowest possible price. After all, the person in charge of that group is no pushover. After saying that, I logged off before anyone could react. Seeing my avatar turn gray, Jiaolin immediately berated 7th Master. It's all your fault. We finally got everyone together. So, why did you bring that up? Are you obsessed with money or something? I was only joking. 7th Master sounded aggrieved. Besides, Yi Bai might not even be angry. You know how she is. She disappears whenever she wants, just like that miracle doctor friend of hers. If we could actually track her down, you dare investigate her? Hearing that, 7th Master and Jiaolin fell silent. Back then, they had been curious about the identity of this legendary hacker and tried to investigate her. Not only did they fail to find anything, they ended up having all their own secrets exposed. After that incident, no one dared to provoke her again. I wasn't actually angry. So, I ended the call and threw myself into my work. When it was finally time to get off work, I walked out of the company as usual. I saw the familiar car that belonged to Yan Mengyao, but I found that only Yang Ting was inside. Before I could ask, Yang Ting leaned out the window and explained. Ms. went to the docks to inspect a shipment. She asked me to come pick you up. I nodded and didn't ask any further questions. After I got into the car, Yang Ting asked, Young Master, are we going back to the Jia residence? She asked because ever since the reconciliation, I had basically been choosing to stay at the Jia residence. Thinking of Yan Mengyao's jealous look that morning, I pondered for a moment. Let's go to the manor. Yang Ting was stunned. She immediately took out her phone. I'll let Miss know right away. No need, I interrupted. Don't disturb her while she's working. I'll just wait for her there. Yang Ting obediently put away her phone. Then she smiled and started the car. Giving Miss a surprise sounds good too. I smiled faintly but said nothing. Instead, I took out my phone and sent a message home. The car drove all the way back to the manor's main villa. After dinner, I worked in the study. At 9 o'clock that evening, Yan Mengyao's convoy drove into the manor with its headlights blazing. Behind the convoy followed one heavily loaded bulletproof SUV after another. I had just finished dealing with the emails in my inbox. Seeing this, I got up and headed downstairs. The moment Yan Mengyao saw the young man walking out of the main villa, her gaze paused and she ordered, "Stop." I didn't ask what was going on. I simply lowered my head and smiled. "What? Am I not welcome?" Yan Mengyao felt like her heart was about to explode. "You know that's not what I meant." As she spoke, she stood on tiptoe to kiss me, but I covered her mouth. "So many people are watching." Yan Mengyao pulled my hand away. "Let them watch." Then she kissed me passionately. My grip on her shoulders tightened. Then I simply gave in and accepted her kiss. These were all her subordinates. If she wasn't embarrassed, what did I have to be afraid of? Throughout the long convoy, the subordinates stood there dumbfounded, never expecting their young lady to have such a passionate side. Yang Ting folded her arms, gloating in a corner. "So you all get to experience this too. Who understands the pain of being stuffed with dog food every single day like I do?" Perhaps because their emotions ran to high, the attention-grabbing kiss lasted for more than 10 minutes. Only a deliberate cough finally interrupted them. Jia Qingyin walked over, looking completely unable to bear the sight. "Are you two putting on a live broadcast? You have no shame." Lu Yan is still embarrassed, you know. Yang Ting couldn't help laughing. The only people who could publicly call their young lady shameless without her daring to get angry were Mr. Lu's older sisters. I quickly pushed Yan Mengyao away and looked at Jia Qingyin with reddened ears. "Second sister, what brings you here?" "I'm here to inspect this shipment." As she spoke, Jia Qingyin glanced at the long convoy. "Having a background in Zhuangzhou really is different. My goods get stuck halfway here, as if they've died on the road, while yours are delivered right to your doorstep." Hearing that, I couldn't help glancing at Yan Mengyao. The latter nodded, and several subordinates immediately got out of the vehicles. They carried out several crates from the back and opened them. Jia Qingyin bent down and picked up a handgun. She weighed it in her hand. Then she pulled back the slide. After examining it for a moment, she took out a submachine gun from another crate. She inspected it in the same manner. Then she looked up at Yan Mengyao. "Let's try them at the training range." With a wave of her hand, the convoy started moving again. At the underground base of the estate, "Stand farther back. Guns don't have eyes. I don't want you getting hurt." Not wanting Jia Qingyin to worry, I obediently stepped aside. After confirming I was in a safe position, Jia Qingyin pulled the trigger. Bang! Even the underground base built from special materials trembled. Jia Qingyin's eyes narrowed slightly. The casual attitude from earlier disappeared completely. This firearm design is impressive. Not to mention the previous models, this shipment doesn't look special. But its power is no joke at all. Yan Mengyao curled her lips into a smile. That person is a treasure. Otherwise, why do you think they are valued by the X-Arms group? I raised an eyebrow at her. A treasure. Yan Mengyao smiled and leaned into my arms. I'm just describing that person's value. You don't need to be jealous. Our young lady has never even met him. Before Yan Mengyao could speak, Yang Ting came over with a grin. I heard that. Even the boss of the X-Arms group has never met this person. That designer only provides blueprints online every time. Very mysterious. But someone who can design weapons like these must have real combat experience. Actual battlefield experience. I sneered inwardly. Compared to him, the people before me had probably never seen a real battlefield. Looked like, in ancient times, after his father and elder brother died one after another on the battlefield, he personally led troops in war for 3 consecutive years. The barbarian chieftains on the border had also thought he was weak and harmless at first. Yet weren't they all eventually beheaded by him, and their heads hung beneath the war banners? The people of Anxia and those old officials in the imperial court had not believed in him either. Yet in the end, they all revered him as Anxia's god of war. They relied on him to safeguard Anxia. Since that lifetime, He had begun researching artillery and firearms. After all, in an era dominated by cold weapons and constant warfare, an advanced weapon was worth hundreds of elite soldiers. So stop being jealous. Yan Mengyao's words pulled me back from my thoughts. Isn't the head of the X-Arms group mysterious too? Even if the designer showed up, he wouldn't be able to hand the blueprints over personally. I remembered that photo with no identifying information. Aside from his father, this was the second person whose background he had been unable to uncover. He had once infiltrated the internal network of the X-Arms group, yet found nothing about this arms tycoon. If the group hadn't periodically issued notices and sent intermediaries to relay assignments, he would have thought the person didn't exist. So Mr. Liu knows about that too. Yang Ting looked rather surprised. But then she remembered that I was also a CEO, and certainly not an ordinary person. The designer is a great designer, but the boss of the group isn't a good guy at all. Jia Qingyin lit a cigarette. I send that bastard so much money every year, and he still won't give me a transit permit. I was planning to use this shipment for my trip to South Africa, but now it looks like I'll have to wait another 10 days or half a month. Miss, what's wrong? Yang Ting looked suspiciously at Yan Mengyao, whose expression had suddenly darkened. And aren't you always calling me second sister? Why aren't you calling me that now? Yan Mengyao waved away the smoke in front of her. Internally, she thought, I'd like to call you a pain in the ass. It's already past 10. If you're not sleeping, we still need to. The moment I was mentioned, Jia Qingyin became much easier to talk to. She reluctantly put the weapon back into the crate. After hesitating for a moment, she picked it up again and tucked it into her waistband. Consider it a tribute to your second sister. 2 guns isn't too much, right? I might need them on this trip to South Africa. Yan Mengyao and I both twitched at the corners of our mouths. The former said, Get lost already. Jia Qingyin narrowed her eyes. Who are you talking to? Yang Ting was stunned. Where had her young lady gotten the courage to speak to Jia Qingyin like that? How stingy. Fortunately, Jia Qingyin wasn't actually angry. And you still want to marry my little brother, but once something reaches my hands, it's mine. Even if it drives you crazy, I'm not giving it back. With that, she waved her hand and left with a laugh. The group walked out of the base together. Before getting into her vehicle, Jia Qingyin turned around and hugged me. Yan Mengyao's face instantly darkened. What are you doing now? Yang Ting gasped. Her young lady was really something tonight. Jia Qingyin ignored her. Her arms wrapped tightly around the boy in her embrace, as if she were holding her entire world. Second sister is leaving tomorrow morning. It'll be a while before I get to see our Yanyan again. If anything happens, tell Jia Qingyin to handle it. If she can't solve it, go find eldest sister. And if that still doesn't work, I'll fly back myself. Whatever you do, don't let yourself be wronged. Yan Mengyao's face had turned completely dark, and there aren't many people who can make me feel wronged anyway. Jia Qingyin nodded. Her arms tightened around me once more, before she finally let go. Go on back. After watching Jia Qingyin's car drive away, Yan Mengyao grabbed my hand and led me toward the main villa. My second sister just loves making you angry. You know what she's like. So, why do you keep falling for it? Besides, she was only concerned about me. Yan Mengyao pouted and lightly bit me. I don't like her hugging you. Like soothing a child, I comforted her. She only got emotional after receiving the gift. She just gave me a hug before leaving. And it was a hug between family. You said I was jealous of a weapons designer. Aren't you being jealous for no reason to? Yan Mengyao suddenly stopped walking. A dangerous glint flashed through her eyes. When she got the gift, she hugged you too. After entering the bedroom, Yan Mengyao silently pushed me onto the bed. Just as she lowered her head, I raised a hand to stop her. Have you eaten yet? Yan Mengyao held my hand. Having you is enough. Remembering something, I stopped her again. Wait a second. Yan Mengyao paused. What's wrong? Looking straight into her eyes, I asked. My second sister said, you have connections in Zhuanyu continent. What does that mean? Zhuanyu continent was a place controlled by noble families. The X-Arms group was based there. District 7 had also once been located there. However, after clashing with the noble family, they relocated elsewhere. Yan Mengyao calmed down a little after looking at me for a moment. She sighed. We studied there, remember? My eyes widened slightly. Yan Mengyao nodded. It's the Nan Yun family of Zhuanyu continent. My breathing became a little uneven. I also understood what she meant. By being afraid I would overthink things. The noble families placed great importance on bloodlines and thought highly of themselves. Even a top-tier wealthy family, like the Jia family in Huaguo, was considered commoners in their eyes. They would never approve of marriage. Then how did you and uncle and aunt? Yan Mengyao knew what I wanted to ask and patiently explained. My great-grandfather fell in love with a girl from Huaguo. Naturally, the family strongly opposed it. To be with my great-grandmother, he voluntarily removed himself from the family registry, cut ties with the Nan Yun family, settled in Huaguo, and changed his surname to Yun. At that time, the Nan Yun family was still flourishing. Seeing that he refused to obey, they simply let him go. I picked up where she left off. But now, the Nan Yun family is short on heirs, so they've set their sights on your branch again, haven't they? As a member of District 7, even though we weren't on good terms with the nobles of Zhuanyu continent, I still knew a thing or two about them. The Nan Yun family had once ranked first among the four great noble houses. No one knew when, but they had gradually declined. Their population dwindled year by year, even lowering their standards. And choosing heirs from collateral branches was becoming difficult. But a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even in decline, the Nan Yun family remained one of the four great noble houses. If they summoned Yan Mengyao back to inherit the family, the clan would still never agree to the two of us being together. Yan Mengyao lowered her head and kissed my eyes gently in reassurance. I kept it from you because I was afraid you'd overthink it. But don't worry. I had already made thorough preparations. No matter when, I will never let anyone hurt you. You only need to focus on your own affairs, whether it's revenge or building your career. I'll take care of everything else. After Yan Mengyao finished speaking, I stared at her for a long time in silence. Ever since my rebirth, I had always thought revenge was my greatest goal. Once my revenge was complete, I believed I could live happily with Yan Mengyao. What I didn't realize was that what seemed simplest hid enormous dangers beneath the surface, and my girl had been silently carrying it all alone, just to confess her feelings to me. Before she even knew whether I would accept her, she had already put in so much effort. Yet in my previous life, because my heart was with Su Linyan, I not only rejected her feelings without hesitation, but also distanced myself from her because of it. Seeing the look on my face, Yan Mengyao thought I was still worried. Smiling, she pinched my earlobe and said, "Am I really that unworthy of your trust? Besides, there hasn't been any movement from them so far. Even if something happens in the future." I wrapped my arms around her waist and interrupted her. "Don't carry everything by yourself. You know I'm capable too. No matter what happens in the future, we'll face it together." The corners of Yan Mengyao's eyes softened, and a smile spread across her face. "Okay." The moment she finished speaking, she suddenly found herself pinned beneath me, looking at the boy above her. Yan Mengyao froze for a moment after we got together. Aside from the period at the beginning, when I constantly teased and flirted with her for some reason, I later returned to being more reserved. At this moment, I knew my behavior was rather bold, but when I remembered the pain and disappointment in Yan Mengyao's eyes, when I rejected her in my previous life, and the resolve in her eyes when she died for him, his heart ached painfully. He wanted to make it up to her in every possible way. With that thought, his hands moved to Yan Mengyao's collar and began undoing the buttons. Sensing my intention, Yan Mengyao was pleasantly surprised once again. After coming to her senses, she grabbed my hand and said expectantly, "Baby, don't you think this is a little slow? You can be more direct." When Yan Mengyao saw the change in my expression, she thought I had become shy again. She was about to turn over and take back control when, in the next instant, there was a ripping sound. Her shirt was torn open, and buttons scattered everywhere. Yan Mengyao froze again. I raised an eyebrow. Satisfied now? As I spoke, I leaned down and kissed her. Meanwhile, after returning to the Jia family estate, Jia Qingyin received a call. A subordinate reported cautiously. "They've cleared the shipment. It should arrive by tomorrow morning." Jia Qingyin raised an eyebrow, pleasantly surprised. "Not bad. I was just worried I wouldn't have it in time for South Africa." The subordinate hesitated. Jia Qingyin asked, "What is it?" The subordinate answered weakly. The people on the other side said, "Their boss wants an additional 10% interest." The smile on Jia Qingyin's face froze. The X-Arms group is already making a fortune every day. That bastard still wants to charge extra interest? Has he fallen into a money pit or something? She had no idea that she was cursing her own younger brother. After grumbling angrily, she heard the subordinate continue. They also said that if you don't agree to the extra interest, then you can keep waiting. Jia Qingyin immediately became furious. After grinding her teeth for a while, she finally ordered, "Give it to him. I want to see." The employee didn't dare call back and ask further. As for me, I'd say don't ask. If you ask, the answer is that someone has no humanity. If you ask again, it's because I did something big. After eating and drinking her fill, Yan Mengyao looked at me sleeping soundly. She was no longer as alarmed as she had been last time, and consciously called Yan Qingyu. She asked her to bring over some medicine. This time, Yan Qingyu brought an entire box of it. Before leaving, she even gave Yan Mengyao the middle finger. It wasn't until the morning of the third day that I finally returned to the company, looking exhausted. As soon as I arrived, I went to find Yi Qingshuan. "Everything for the band has been prepared. So how familiar are you with the lyrics and melodies now? Are you ready to start recording?" Yi Qingshuan was about to nod, but when she saw my weary expression, she suddenly felt a wave of guilt. "I've already mastered them. President Liu, you've worked hard. I'll do my best to record the album well and live up to your expectations." After a moment, I finally guessed where her guilt was coming from. My cheeks twitched awkwardly. I was just exhausted from excessive indulgence, okay? Of course, there was no way I could say that out loud. "Pick a section and sing it a cappella from me." Yi Qingshuan's beautiful face flushed red. "Okay." After clearing her throat, she sang the chorus of one of the songs. A look of amazement flashed through my eyes. Originally, I had only decided to use Yi Qingshuan as an experiment. In my previous life, Su Linyan had prevented me from signing her, so I never got the chance to see whether she truly had potential. Now it seemed that Yi Qingshuan was born for ancient-style music. I had a feeling this album would be a huge hit. President Liu. After finishing her song and seeing me lost in thought, Yi Qingshuan nervously gripped the hem of her clothes, like a job applicant waiting for an HR verdict. "Very good." I curled my lips into a smile. "Just get ready for recording." As I stood up to leave, she couldn't help but ask, "Did you write all the lyrics and compositions yourself, President Liu? Previously, you only said they had been in preparation for a long time. You never mentioned who wrote them." She hadn't expected much, but after going through the songs, the shock she felt was beyond words. Although she wasn't capable of composing, she certainly knew how to appreciate good music. This collection of ancient-style songs wasn't like the modern lyrics that simply piled up flowery phrases without making any sense. Nor were they songs that merely carried the ancient-style label while sounding no different from pop music. Every song was clearly crafted with great care. Every single one surpassed the hit song that had once made her famous. Just singing the lyrics alone painted vivid scenes before her eyes. In the entertainment industry, there were almost no songwriters capable of reaching this level. Even the top few masters would never compose songs for a washed-up singer like her. If these songs really were written by him, then, like everyone else, she admired talent. As a result, the way she looked at me became even more fervent. "Yes, I wrote them. There will be many opportunities for us to work together in the future. I had no intention of hiding it, but seeing the admiration in Yi Qingshuan's eyes, I jokingly decided to give her a warning. But don't fall in love with me because of it. I already have a girlfriend. I didn't want another situation like Shen Bing's to happen. Yi Qingshuan froze, then her face instantly turned bright red. I wouldn't, never. I would never dare have such improper thoughts. I didn't bother correcting her self-deprecating words. Someone will take you to the recording studio later. After saying that, I turned and left. When it was time to get off work, I had barely stepped out of the company when I heard a screech. A blue-purple Lamborghini stopped in front of me. Seeing that familiar flashy car, my eyelid twitched. Sure enough, the next moment, Jia Xiaoxiao jumped out of it. Little brother, did you miss your third sister? Your third sister missed you to death, inside the Bentley park not far away. Even though it was long past the season for air conditioning, and it wasn't even turned on, Yang Ting felt the temperature suddenly drop. She secretly glanced through the rearview mirror, and met Yan Mengyao's gaze. Those dark eyes looked like they could drip with murderous intent. I knew Yan Mengyao's car was parked nearby. Thinking of my still aching waist, the moment I landed, I quickly slipped out of Jia Xiaoxiao's embrace. Third sister, why are you back? Are you not afraid second sister will exile you again? He only thought the latter sentence and didn't say it aloud. Jia Xiaoxiao didn't notice anything unusual, scratching her head. She smiled. I've already finished my latest work and submitted it. Now I'm just waiting for the results. I froze for a moment before remembering that it was indeed time for the photography competition selections. Third sister is taking you out. Last time I came in a hurry and forgot my camera. This time, I'm going to take lots and lots of photos of you. Jia Xiaoxiao grabbed my hand and headed for the car, only to find someone blocking the door. When she saw Yan Mengyao, Jia Xiaoxiao froze. Miss Yan, what are you doing here? Yan Mengyao ignored her. Her gaze was fixed on their clasped hands. I quickly let go and laughed awkwardly. You're here. Only then did Jia Xiaoxiao sense that something was off. Her eyes darted back and forth between Yan Mengyao and me. It couldn't be what she was thinking, could it? Yan Mengyao walked to my side and intertwined her fingers with mine. Third sister, long time no see. I'm his girlfriend. Boom. It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck. Jia Xiaoxiao stood there completely stunned. Her eyes widened. Her mouth opened and closed for a while, before she finally gritted her teeth and asked, since when did this happen? Yan Yan has only just been brought back. Yan Mengyao smiled and said, we were already together before he was reunited with the family. It was like another heavy blow smashing into Jia Xiaoxiao's head. She clutched her chest and gasped for air. Yan Yan, your third sister has a weak heart. I placed a hand on her wrist, then lowered it a moment later. Third sister's heart is perfectly healthy, but third sister's heart hurts. I think it's not far from developing a problem. The tremendous shock left Jia Xiaoxiao stunned to even react to the fact that her little brother actually knew traditional medicine. Looking at Yan Mengyao, as if she were her mortal enemy, she said, right now I'm taking my little brother out to have fun. Move aside. Yan Mengyao's expression darkened. He's not feeling well. Stop dragging him around. Jia Xiaoxiao froze. My little brother isn't feeling well. What's wrong with him? Where does it hurt? Third sister will take you to the hospital. Inside, I cursed Yan Mengyao thoroughly. Why was I not feeling well? Didn't she know perfectly well? Yet she had the nerve to say that third sister shouldn't wear me out. Who exactly was the one wearing me out? Jia Xiaoxiao was confused, not understanding what was going on. She only kept worrying about my condition. Where exactly are you feeling unwell? Why aren't you going to the hospital? You can't avoid doctors forever. Even though third sister was scared of doctors as a child, the examination only lasts a moment. If you're sick, you'll keep suffering. Listen to third sister. We're not going home. We're going to the hospital first. As she spoke, she reached out to pull me toward the car. My heart tightened. I stepped forward and stood in front of Jia Xiaoxiao. Then I gently hugged her. I'm sorry. Forcing the moisture back from her eyes, she said proudly, then little brother has to make it up to third sister in the future. I smiled, then fell silent because of those words. For the next half-month, Jia Xiaoxiao was practically inseparable from me. It was as if she wanted to make up for all the lost time together. If I didn't go out with her, she would sit beside my desk and watch me work. And she never found it boring. Everyone at Shingmeng Entertainment knew that their president had an incredibly clingy older sister. The moment she lost sight of him, she would start panicking. During that period, Yan Mengyao's mood never improved. If she hadn't been certain Jia Xiaoxiao was a woman, she would have suspected that Jia Xiaoxiao harbored improper intentions. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month passed. Thanks to her outstanding performances that were mostly completed in a single take, Yi Qingshuan's album recording was finally finished. That day, Yi Qingshuan logged into her pitifully declining Weibo account and announced her new album. Shortly afterward, I liked the post and reposted it from the company's official account. Normally, given Yi Qingshuan's current popularity, few people would notice the announcement without a paid trending topic. Unfortunately, Fang Zhikai's team had been watching her closely. Almost the moment she posted on Weibo, someone rushed over to Fang Zhikai with the phone in hand. "Brother Kai, look, she keeps talking about releasing an album, and somehow it's finished in less than a month. Does she think making an album is some kind of game?" Another person chimed in. "Our brother Kai started recording before the concert, and it's only just finished now. Can an album completed in under a month even be worth listening to? Just writing the lyrics and composing the songs should take longer than that. They say slow work produces fine craftsmanship. She's rushing like she's racing toward reincarnation. Who knows how cheaply made the final product will be? Maybe she just wants to take advantage of the little remaining attention she still has." Fang Zhikai held a CD in his hand and glanced at his manager. "Why don't we help her out a little?" Knowing Fang Zhikai's character well, his manager, Zhou Hai, naturally didn't think this help was genuine. "What are you planning to do? We haven't finalized the album release date yet, right?" Malice filled Fang Zhikai's eyes. "Announce it later and release it on the same day as hers, and buy a trending topic to tie us together." Zhou Hai frowned slightly in disagreement. "Wouldn't that just give her publicity for free? Can she even make use of that publicity?" Fang Zhikai looked unconcerned. "Besides, once she's tied to me," he let out a cold laugh, "everyone will think she's riding my coattails. If she manages to make a comeback, good for her. Otherwise, she'll become the laughingstock of the internet." Zhou Hai instantly understood Fang Zhikai's intentions. A smile curled onto his lips. "I'll take care of it right away. After all, because of the buzz Yi Qingshuan created recently, President Su has been somewhat dissatisfied with you. This time, we'll crush any hope of Yi Qingshuan's comeback. Let President Su see that she chose the right person." Fang Zhikai grunted in agreement. To be honest, what Zhou Hai had said matched his own thoughts exactly. So not long after Yi Qingshuan announced her new album, another official announcement appeared along with a deliberately linked headline. #FangZhikaiNwalbum. #YeKingshuan. And Fang Zhikai's new albums releasing on the same day. Unlike the first trending topic, whose comments were full of anticipation, the second trending topic was flooded with question marks. If you hadn't mentioned Yi Qingshuan, I'd have forgotten about her. How long has it been since she said she'd return? An album made in less than a month? Seriously, that's not even enough time to write the songs and lyrics. Not only did she choose the same release date as Fang Zhikai, she even bought a trending topic like this. She really knows how to chase clout. Of all people to ride the popularity of, she had to pick Fang Zhikai. Who doesn't know Fang Zhikai is one of the biggest stars in today's music scene? Once their sales figures come out and get compared, won't she just be humiliating herself? The comment above is spot on. This woman really has no sense of her own standing. If you're at the height of your fame, fans will still support you even if you put out mediocre work. But you've already fallen this far, and your first comeback project is still half-hearted. Just as Fang Zhikai had expected, most people didn't even bother checking the posting times of the two singers' official announcement post. They instinctively assumed that Yi Qingshuan was riding Fang Zhikai's popularity, even when a few clear-headed and rational people pointed it out. Their comments were quickly drowned out by the flood of replies, especially because releasing an album in less than a month was simply too unbelievable because of the hype created by Fang Zhikai's team. Before the album had even been released, Yi Qingshuan was already being roasted by the public. Almost the entire internet was waiting to laugh at her. At Qianyu Entertainment CEO office, Suzy walked over to Su Linyan with his phone in hand. Sis, there's another good show to watch. Look at this trending topic on Weibo. As Su Linyan took the phone and began scrolling, Suzy leaned against the desk, laughing gleefully. I told you that man wasn't worth worrying about. Making an album in just 20-something days? What a ridiculous idea. With such excellent conditions at Tianyu and Fang Zhikai's top-tier production team, it still took half a year to complete the album. As he spoke, he rested an elbow on the back of Su Linyan's chair and looked at the screen together with her. This Fang Zhikai sure knows what he's doing. He created momentum in advance and tied Yi Qingxuan to himself. Once the album's sales numbers come out, her comeback will basically be hopeless, unlike the uninformed spectators online. The brother and sister could tell at a glance who was behind this series of moves. However, Su Linyan wasn't as optimistic as Suzy. Even after reading the comments, she still frowned slightly. What happened the day Liu approached Shang Qingqing still bothered her deeply, and she knew better than to underestimate him. She scrolled through page after page, but couldn't find what she was looking for. There's no teaser. They're rushing to release an album in less than a month. We don't even know how well it's been produced. How would they have the time and energy to make teasers too? Suzy looked completely unconcerned. Sis, don't tell me you're still worried about this. Having guessed Su Linyan's thoughts, he continued. The Shang Qingqing incident was just an accident. You know how eccentric that guy is. Besides, Tianyu already has so many A-list stars. Why would we need to treat him like some ancestor? Thinking about how Shang Qingqing treated her, even toward her as the CEO, Su Linyan couldn't help but agree with Suzy's words. She rubbed her temples. It seemed she had become overly cautious. Then let's add more fuel to the fire until both new albums are released. Don't let the hype die down. This time, I'll make sure all his efforts are wasted. Back at the company, Jia Xiaoxiao slammed the desk. I'm going to burn Tianyu Entertainment down. After spending time together recently, she had learned why I was managing Xingmeng and understood the tangled history between me and Su Linyan. She had wanted many times to challenge Su Linyan to a duel, but I always stopped her. Now, seeing Tianyu stirring up trouble again and targeting Xingmeng, she couldn't sit still anymore. But after only 2 steps, I hooked a finger into the back of her collar and pulled her back. Then let second sister deal with it, Jia Xiaoxiao blurted out. After pressing Jia Xiaoxiao back into her seat, I patiently explained. They're giving me free publicity. Why wouldn't I take it? Beside us, Yi Qingxuan asked. President Liu, do you mean? I looked at her seriously. Do you not trust yourself? Or do you not trust me? Can't you tell how good the album is yourself? Yi Qingxuan pressed her lips together. She knew the album was excellent. She felt she had performed well, and the lyrics and compositions were stunning. But when compared with the current top star of the music industry, she still wasn't confident she could beat him in sales. Zhu Feng felt much the same. But this publicity isn't just promoting her alone. If Yi Qingxuan's sales are far below Fang Zhikai's, she'll be mocked across the internet as well. I know what you're thinking. For some reason, a faint smile appeared on my lips. Don't worry, we'll definitely win this battle. Although the album I prepared for Yi Qingxuan in my previous life never got released, I still remember the sales figures of Fang Zhikai's album. Even without Yi Qingxuan's album for comparison, it had been mocked across the internet for quite a while. Now, with Yi Qingxuan's album sales to compare against it, I licked my lips at the thought. I was already getting impatient. Seeing the confidence on my face, the others exchanged glances. They all felt reassured. After so many successful turnarounds, they had unconsciously come to regard me as their pillar. Jia Xiaoxiao looked proud, as if she were telling everyone, that's my little brother. At that moment, Kaiming couldn't help asking. By the way, President Liu, why don't we clarify that we announced our album first? I glanced at her. There's no point in clarifying now. People will still think we deliberately tied ourselves to Fang Zhikai to ride his popularity. After all, in the entertainment industry, The truth isn't always important. Most of the time, whoever is more popular gets the final say. We'll clarify things after the sales numbers are out. After hearing that, they looked at one another again, their admiration for their CEO growing even more. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Soon, it was the day the albums were released. Because Tianyu kept spending money to keep the hype alive. The attention on Yi Qingxuan and Fang Zhikai's new albums remained high. Early that morning, the two of them once again shot to the top of the trending charts. Some people were waiting to buy the albums, some were waiting to laugh, and others who loved drama started placing bets online. They shouted, "Place your bets, no backing out." Naturally, the results were obvious. A full 99% bet on Fang Zhikai. Only 1% chose Yi Qingxuan. Whether out of curiosity or some other reason, the comments were equally one-sided. "No way. I got up early just to buy Fang Zhikai's album. Brother Kai's album will be a huge hit. Sales, go, go, go. I have money, not a mental illness. An album rushed out in less than a month, and you expect me to pay for it? Dream on." Are the online commentators ready? Fang Zhikai turned to look at his assistant. His sales crushing Yi Qingxuan's was practically guaranteed. But after creating all this hype, it wasn't simply about beating him. What he wanted was for Yi Qingxuan to never be able to make a comeback again. Assistant Xiao Zhang nodded. Everything is prepared. As soon as the sales figures come out, I'll have them start steering public opinion. I guarantee Yi Qingxuan will be too embarrassed to ever show her face again. Fang Zhikai smiled in satisfaction and continued staring at the clock displayed on his computer screen. Back then, he could only stand at the edge of the stage cheering for Yi Qingxuan. All eyes were focused on Yi Qingxuan. Not a single one was on him. When the clock struck exactly 8 o'clock, their digital albums officially went on sale. The sales graph representing Fang Zhikai shot upward instantly, rising almost exponentially. Meanwhile, Yi Qingxuan's graph showed almost no movement at all. The line representing his sales nearly overlapped with the horizontal axis. You could hardly see it unless you looked closely. Seeing this, everyone in Fang Zhikai's lounge burst into laughter. I knew he'd do badly, but I didn't expect him to do this badly. Are we sure that red line isn't frozen? Even an 18th tier singer wouldn't end up this pathetic. Now I finally understand why Brother Kai didn't even bother comparing sales with him. Isn't this basically insulting Brother Kai? I thought he still had some fans left. After all, the album was produced in less than a month. The moment he said that, the entire team burst into laughter again. Tianyu Entertainment CEO's office. Suzy stared excitedly at the computer and the data chart on the screen. "Sis, see? I told you that you were worrying for nothing. Forget competing with Fang Zhikai. With sales this low, the music platform will probably want to remove his album." Su Linyan leaned back in her chair and let out a long breath. The frustration from being proven wrong so many times before seemed to vanish at once. "Get the trending topic on album sales ready. We'll hold a celebration banquet for Fang Zhikai afterward." Some were happy, while others were worried. While Tianyu's lounge was filled with laughter and joy, Stardream was shrouded in gloom. Zhu Feng frowned deeply. Kai Min looked anxious. Yi Qingxuan's face had turned pale. Nothing was more painful than pouring your heart into something, feeling good about it yourself, only to discover that it was utterly worthless. And this album even contained Lu's hard work. In the end, she had still let her down. Unlike everyone else's reactions, I remained calm, as if it had nothing to do with me. Taking a sip of coffee, I raised an eyebrow. "What's the rush? Why are you all so discouraged already? Didn't I tell you to trust me?" Everyone quickly adjusted their expressions, but the cloud hanging over them remained. No one knew how much time had passed when Kai Min, who had been staring at the screen, suddenly lit up. It's rising. It's rising. The sales curve is finally going up. Yi Qingxuan, who had nearly shut herself off emotionally, abruptly looked up. I slowly curled my lips into a smile, as though I had expected this all along. Meanwhile, Fang Zhikai's team had already started playing cards in the lounge. From time to time, they glanced at the computer screen. Just then, a bodyguard approached Fang Zhikai. With a grave expression, "Brother Kai, our growth rate has started to decline, and Yi Qingxuan's sales are starting to rise." Everyone turned to look upon hearing this. Fang Zhikai casually glanced over, before returning his gaze to his cards. That's perfectly normal. My fans rush to buy it at the start. Once they've bought it, the growth rate naturally slows down. As long as the total sales are still increasing, there's no problem. As for Yi Qingxuan, he let out a mocking laugh. Her sales were flat as dead water the whole time. So what does it mean if they're suddenly rising? She couldn't stand losing face, and started buying fake sales. Don't worry. She hasn't worked in for years. She won't have enough money to keep it up for long. The manager beside him laughed as well. By the way, the director just sent me a message. Once the final sales numbers are in, President Su will personally host a celebration banquet for you. I heard. Fang Zhikai smugly threw down a pair of cards. When the time comes, all of you are invited. Thank you, Brother Kai. Everyone in the team thanked him enthusiastically and stopped paying attention to the computer screen altogether. However, after an unknown amount of time, a series of hurried knocks suddenly came from outside the lounge. Who's making such a racket? Are they trying to summon ghosts? Fang Zhikai didn't even look up. He waved for a bodyguard to open the door. The moment the door opened, the bodyguard froze in place. Manager Zhou Hai was the first to sense that something was wrong. President Su, what brings you here? Su Linyan glared at them, with an ugly expression on her face. You have time to play cards, but no time to check the sales figures and the online trends. What happened to the data? Isn't everything normal? Before she could finish speaking, Fang Zhikai noticed the data displayed on the screen. He rubbed his eyes, looking as if he had seen a ghost. What the hell? On the screen, the curve representing his sales growth had started declining after peaking. At first, the drop wasn't obvious, just like when the bodyguard had warned him, but afterward, it was like a roller coaster, plunging straight downward. It was practically about to crash. Even more unbelievable was Yi Qingxuan's album sales. From the very start, they had been rising steadily, although her total sales were still below his. The growth rate showed no signs of slowing down. At this pace, overtaking him was only a matter of time. How is this possible? Just then, Zhou Hai stared at his phone with a look of horror. Zhikai, hurry and check Weibo. Fang Zhikai was still immersed in his disbelief. A beat too slow, he took out his phone. The moment he opened Weibo, he saw the trending topics side by side. At the top of the homepage, hashtag so underscore bad underscore it underscore hurts hash. Hashtag my underscore ears underscore are underscore pregnant hash. Before this, you would have assumed the first tag was talking about Yi Qingxuan. How does she even have the nerve to release this and shamelessly sell it for 30 yuan? Are people really that easy to fool these days? Seeing those comments, Fang Zhikai's heart sank. Su Linyan snatched the phone away and looked at Fang Zhikai, as if she wanted to devour him alive. I gave you the best team possible, and this is how you repay me. Fang Zhikai felt his teeth chattering. He was completely stunned. It felt like a dream. How is this possible? Zhou Hai frowned deeply. Seeing that Yi Qingshuan's album had received unanimous praise, he couldn't help but buy a copy and put on his headphones. After listening to only the first song, his eyes narrowed. Was this really an album made in just over 20 days? As he listened to the second song, he muttered in disbelief. These lyrics and compositions alone couldn't possibly have been written in just 20 days. Where did Xing Meng find such an incredible songwriter? Hearing that, it was as if Fang Zhikai had a sudden revelation. The songs are the problem. There must be something wrong with the lyrics and compositions. Besides shifting blame, what else can you do? Su Linyan looked at him as though he were a clown. Besides, don't you know exactly where the problem lies? Who told you to interfere and tell the songwriters how to do their job? Do you not realize you're not a singer-songwriter? Fang Zhikai was immediately speechless, because Yi Qingshuan wasn't a singer-songwriter either. She relied entirely on professional songwriters, and he didn't want to be like her. This was the first album he had personally participated in creating. He had added many of his own ideas to it, and he had felt pretty good about it. But reality had given him a harsh slap in the face. Su Linyan no longer wanted to waste words on him. Investigate this. Find out who this songwriter K really is. We can't poach Yi Qingshuan anymore. After all, because of Fang Zhikai, when they shut her out, they were utterly ruthless. Besides, this turnaround in album sales had practically given her a new life. Anyone could tell she would never return to Tianyu. But this songwriter, who had suddenly appeared, was someone she had to recruit. Yi Qingshuan's album was simply too strong. Yi Qingshuan's voice was merely the icing on the cake. With a collection of songs like this, any singer in the traditional style music circle could become famous singing them, unlike the oppressive atmosphere on Fang Zhikai's side. Xing Meng was filled with laughter and had completely shaken off its earlier gloom. Looking at everyone grinning foolishly, I couldn't help but laugh. I told you not to worry. Yi Qingshuan looked at him gratefully. Thank you, President Liu. She knew that a simple thank you wasn't enough, but she couldn't think of any other way to express her feelings. I took a sip of coffee. You don't need to thank me. Everyone has seen how hard you've worked. Effort will always bring rewards. Yi Qingshuan shook her head. President Liu's songs were the key. Even if it wasn't me, someone else would have become famous. President Liu and Little Yi, stop being so modest. The songs and vocals were both incredible. Beside them, Kaimin was so happy. She seemed to spin in circles, but I just realized something. Why isn't President Liu's sister here today? For the past half-month, Jia Xiaoxiao had been almost inseparable from me, so her absence today felt strangely out of place. I smiled. She's attending the right awards ceremony. All right, everyone has worked hard lately. Tonight I've booked a private room at Lanyan for you all. Go have fun. Put everything on my tab. The room erupted into cheers again. After the excitement died down, they noticed that he had said you all. Kaiming couldn't help asking, President Liu, aren't you coming? I shook my head. You all go. I have something else to do. As he spoke, he opened a message box that had been flashing nonstop in the corner. When he saw the sender's note, he couldn't help raising an eyebrow. Su Linyan, may I ask if you're composer K? I wasn't surprised that Su Linyan had found me. After all, I had created an account for that identity, and it was completely public. As long as someone cared enough, anyone could find it. Thinking of this, she curled her lips into a smile and typed back, No, I'm not. May I ask what this is about? When Su Linyan saw the reply, she immediately felt hopeful. After all, she hadn't used an alternate account. The other party knew she was the CEO of Tianyu, and still chose to reply. That meant they weren't particularly loyal to Xingmeng. With that thought, she got straight to the point. Do you have time to meet in person? Some things are better discussed face to face. I was glad I wasn't drinking coffee at the moment. Otherwise, I might have spat it out from laughing. She deliberately hesitated for a while, just when Su Linyan was starting to get restless. She slowly sent a reply. I'll be free after work at 6. You choose the location. Su Linyan sent back an okay gesture. A moment later, she sent over an address. And it was still climbing. This stunning comeback completely revived Yi Qingshuan's career. Her Weibo followers surged. As for Fang Zhikai, not only had he ended up helping someone else gain fame, he himself became the laughingstock of the internet. After work, as soon as I stepped out of the company, I received a message from Su Linyan. I'm here. When are you coming? Thinking of Su Linyan, sitting there waiting for someone, I couldn't help laughing. I'll finish up a few things and head over. After replying to Su Linyan, he bent down and got into Yan Mengyao's car. What is you so happy? Yan Mengyao sat on his lap and pinched his chin. Look at this. As I showed her the chat window, I explained how I had come up with the identity of songwriter K. I've hooked a big fish. After reading the conversation and seeing the smile on my face, with not the slightest hint of reluctance, Yan Mengyao couldn't help feeling dazed. Do you really not like Su Linyan at all? I immediately became annoyed. You're still doubting my feelings for you? No, I'm just happy. Yan Mengyao leaned in to kiss him, but I turned my head and avoided it, not giving her a chance to brush it aside. Yan Mengyao, listen carefully. When I first chose to be with you, I did have some desire to make up for the past. But after spending all this time together, I've truly fallen in love with you. I don't have any feelings for Su Linyan. So, you don't need to keep dwelling on my past with her. From the moment Jia Mao appeared, he had realized that he loved Yan Mengyao in his previous life. Even after discovering that Su Linyan was still in contact with Luo Ning, he had never felt jealous. No matter whether you're a noble or some kind of royalty, since you've gotten involved with me, you're mine. No matter what obstacles we face, you are not allowed to give up on me and choose another man. Otherwise, I'll break your legs and lock you up. With every sentence I spoke, the smile on Yan Mengyao's lips widened. By the end, she felt like she was floating. Yan Mengyao reached out and held my hand. The affection in her eyes seemed capable of melting anyone. My Lu Yan is this possessive. The tips of my ears turned red. That's right. I've always been this possessive. What? You don't like it? How could I not? Yan Mengyao pulled me closer. Just dealing with you is enough to wear me out. How would I have the energy to spare anyone else a glance? Do you think I'm your second sister? After saying that, she once again captured the lips she had failed to kiss earlier. After a long kiss, Yan Mengyao went limp in my arms, suppressing the restlessness inside me. I asked in a husky, tempting voice, how about going to your place tonight? MHM. Hearing the desire in my voice, her body softened even more. Ever since third sister came back, she hadn't been to the estate once. That person's face had darkened countless times because of it. Now that third sister wasn't home, it was indeed a perfect opportunity. Just as she was about to nod, her phone rang. I glanced at the caller ID and swiped to answer. After saying a few more words to Mother Jia, I hung up and looked at Yan Mengyao with sparkling eyes. My second sister has a boyfriend now, since they were sitting so close together. Yan Mengyao had naturally heard everything Mother Jia said. She wasn't particularly interested in Jia Qingling's relationship. So, you're not coming back with me again? I playfully fiddled with her fingers. You can come back with me. Yan Mengyao raised an eyebrow. What? So I can meet your second sister's new boyfriend? Oh, get lost. I lightly punched her. My mom said, this is the first boy my second sister has ever brought home. She must be serious about him. That's good. Yan Mengyao held my hand and kissed it softly. Maybe once she has a boyfriend, she'll stop interfering with us so much. This woman really only thought about herself. I rolled my eyes at her again, just as I was about to say something. My phone suddenly lit up. Another message. Had arrived from Su Linyan. Not here yet. I remember the place I picked. Isn't very far from Xingmeng. I burst out laughing. Sorry. There's a bit of traffic, but I'm almost there. The other side replied. With an okay gesture. No rush. Take your time. We drove all the way back to the Jia residence, before I even got out of the car. Another message from Su Linyan arrived. The words practically radiated helplessness. Still not here? I chuckled. Almost. Just wait a little longer. After sending that, I turned off my phone and got out of the car. Su Linyan slammed her hand on the table. The people at the neighboring tables looked over several times in surprise. Her eyes remained fixed on the chat window. She couldn't help wondering who was bold enough to do something like this. Even if that person was talented, she was still the CEO of Tianyu. Didn't that person know what the consequences of toying with her would be? More importantly, she found the person's style and manner strangely familiar. Meanwhile, I didn't even need to think hard to imagine how furious Su Linyan must be right now. But I had no interest in worrying about her. At the moment, I was far more interested in my second sister's boyfriend. Filled with anticipation, I returned to the main villa with Yan Mengyao. The moment I stepped into the living room, someone rushed over and hugged me tightly. The line was almost identical to Jia Xiaoxiao's. Second sister missed you. I was completely dumbfounded. Yan Mengyao's beautiful face instantly darkened like the bottom of a pot. Before she could say anything, a man walked over. So this is the little brother you talk about every day. He's really handsome. As he spoke, he turned to Jia Qingling and teased jokingly, are you two always this close? I'm starting to get a little jealous. Jia Qingling immediately leaned into his arms. What are you jealous of? That's the love I have for my little brother. It's completely different from how I feel about my boyfriend. As she spoke, she shot Yan Mengyao a look. Only then did she notice how serious his expression was. Why are you taking it so seriously? Can't you tell I was joking? The man glanced at Jia Qingling. That makes me seem awfully petty. Then he extended his hand toward me. Stopped in midair. The smile on my face froze as well. Although I hadn't realized it in my previous life, I still knew a thing or two about what had happened in a powerful family like the Jia family. Rumor had it that the flirtatious second miss of the Jia family had dated countless men in her life, yet she fell for only one. However, that man didn't save her. He had approached her with ulterior motives. Because in my previous life, the Jia family went through a major upheaval. The entire family nearly collapsed because of it. Coincidentally, that man's name was Yao Peng. Lu Yan, what's wrong? Jia Qingling looked at me in confusion. Nothing. I came back to my senses and calmly shook Yao Peng's hand. Hello. Seeing that I didn't look too happy, Jia Qingling assumed her little brother was jealous. She cupped my face affectionately and said, even if your second sister has a boyfriend, I won't neglect you. Lu Yan, you'll always be second sister's precious sweetheart. That's right. Yao Peng chimed in. And Neng has already told me all about you. From now on, we'll spoil you together. As he spoke, He handed me a gift he had prepared in advance. I wasn't sure what you like, so I picked out a watch. It's not anything expensive, but I think it suits young men quite well. I hope you'll like it. I glanced at my second sister, who silently approved. I accepted it and said, "Thank you." Yao Peng smiled knowingly. "Just call me Brother Yao." Just then, Mother Jia walked over. "Dinner's ready." I hid my expression and followed my family toward the dining room, preoccupied with thoughts. After dinner, I found a chance when Jia Kingin was alone. During that trip to South Africa, Jia Kingin was very honest. At that time, your second sister almost ran into trouble. He appeared right at that moment. You could say he saved your second sister's life. My heart sank. What happened? Afraid of scaring me, Jia Kingin was unwilling to reveal too much. That's all in the past. Don't worry. Isn't your second sister perfectly fine now? My lips twitched slightly, and my headache worsened. With Jia Kingin putting it that way, Yao Peng had even saved her life. Still, I couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Second sister, don't you think his appearance was a little too coincidental?" Jia Kingin's expression softened. "Don't overthink it. Your second sister knows how to judge people." I returned to my room and sat at my desk. 3 minutes later, all of Yao Peng's personal information and records were spread before me, yet I couldn't find any connection to the Jia family. His background looked clean as well. Resting my chin on my fingers, I pondered quietly, wondering if there was something I had overlooked. Just then, with a click, the bathroom door opened. Yan Mengyao walked out in her bathrobe, holding a towel in one hand to dry her hair, while the other rested on the desk beside me. "What are you doing?" Seeing the information displayed on the screen, she raised an eyebrow. "You're investigating your second sister's boyfriend?" I turned around. "Do you know him?" "How would I know him?" Yan Mengyao immediately denied it. "Is there something unusual about him?" She knew I wasn't someone who casually investigated others, but ever since I heard that man's name, something had felt off. She could tell there was something on my mind. After all, I only suspected Yao Peng because of what I had heard in my previous life, and Yan Mengyao only knew about my ancient life memories. She still didn't know that in this lifetime, I had been reborn as well. Thinking of this, I asked instead, "Do you know whether the Jia family or my second sister has any enemies?" Yan Mengyao looked at me strangely for a moment, then said, "The Jia family's enemies are mostly business competitors. They can't really be called enemies. Back when you and father-in-law disappeared, those who tried to take advantage of the situation were all dealt with. As for your second sister's enemies, there are quite a lot. After all, she has spent years operating in gray areas. Naturally, she has made many enemies. I don't know all the details, but your second sister certainly does. But why are you asking about this?" "Nothing." I shook my head, not intending to tell her about my previous life. Otherwise, I couldn't guarantee what she would do if she learned that she had died at Su Linyan's hands. It's just that this guy gives me a strange feeling. Yan Mengyao knew I was hiding something, but since I didn't want to talk about it, she didn't press me. "I'll help you investigate." I nodded. Two people are always stronger than one. Seeing how obsessed my second sister seemed with Yao Peng, if we couldn't produce solid evidence, and simply told her that her boyfriend had problems, whether it would work was another matter. It might even damage our sibling relationship. "All right, let's stop worrying about them for now," Yan Mengyao said, pulling me toward the bed. Realizing her intention, I tried to get up. "I haven't showered yet." Yan Mengyao pressed me onto the bed without room for refusal. "We'll have to shower again afterward anyway." "No need now. My Yanyan smells good whether you shower or not." Before I could protest, she covered my lips. The next day, I indeed saw Yao Peng at the breakfast table, but he wasn't as flustered as he had been yesterday. He politely greeted everyone. Yao Peng also appeared gentle and refined, and compared to yesterday's restraint, today, he carried himself like the master of the house, constantly serving me food, playing the role of a good brother-in-law to perfection. Seeing how well he treated me, Mother Jia was very pleased. She then glanced at Jia Wanning, who was sitting across from her. Your second sister has already brought home a boyfriend. When are you going to make some progress? Jia Wanning was drinking milk and nearly choked when she heard that. Jia Qingyin crossed her arms and watched with undisguised amusement. Hear that? Even mom's dissatisfied with you. You're almost 30 and still single. I'd be embarrassed to tell people. Jia Wanning shot her a glare, then turned to Mother Jia. Mom, I just haven't met the right person yet. Mother Jia sighed. You've never made me worry about anything else. Only this matter. Forget it. Do whatever you want. Just don't end up giving me headaches like your second sister. The smile on Jia Qingyin's face froze instantly. Mom, is that any way to talk about your own daughter? What do you mean? Don't end up like me. Am I really that bad? Mother Jia glared at her. You know exactly what you're like. Yao Peng reached out and took her hand. Since we've decided to be together, I won't dwell on her past. The fact that she doesn't look down on my background is already something I'm grateful for. Jia Qingyin immediately became smug again. You're the only one who knows how to spoil me, with a sullen expression. I watched the scene and suddenly lost my appetite. After breakfast, I headed to the company as usual. But before I got there, I received a call from Zhu Feng. Mr. Liu, have you checked Weibo? From his tone, I knew it wasn't good news. As I exited the call screen and opened Weibo, I casually asked, what's going on? The entire internet is saying Yi Qingshuan bought fake sales. The key issue is that there really was a period last night when the sales data increased unusually. He didn't need to tell me. I'd already seen the hashtag sitting at number 1 on the trending list. When I opened it, the top comments were far from flattering. I knew it. How could an album from a washed-up singer possibly sell this well? Turns out the numbers were bought. I actually felt sorry for her before. But now, I should feel sorry for myself. With that much money to buy sales, why bother putting on street performances for publicity? I found it strange, whether an album sounds good or not. Everyone has their own judgment. People shouldn't completely dismiss it just because someone accused her of buying sales. Then I saw comments defending and supporting Yi Qingshuan. Comments that couldn't gain visibility, no matter what. At once, everything became clear. Going back to the top comments, I checked the accounts leading the narrative and found they were either Fang Zhikai's fans or paid troll accounts. The corners of my lips curled upward. What was there left not to understand? The fake sales attributed to Yi Qingshuan were probably orchestrated by the other side as well. With that thought, I calmly replied, don't worry. We'll talk when I get to the office. Then I hung up. Can this woman think about anything else? After arriving at the company, I sat down at the computer without a word and started working. After tracing the IP addresses of the accounts boosting sales, a faint smile curved my lips. At the same time, Fang Zhikai looked at the public opinion storm he had orchestrated. His gloomy mood after a whole day finally eased a little. But when he thought about the losses, he couldn't smile anymore. At first, he had wanted to boost his own sales, pushing them past Yi Qingshuan's. Even if the whole internet praised Yi Qingshuan's album, what difference would it make? Sales figures spoke louder than anything. Then he could buy negative trending topics and accuse Yi Qingshuan of using paid trolls for marketing. That would be enough to turn the situation around. But he had poured nearly all of his earnings from the past few years into it, yet still couldn't surpass Yi Qingshuan's sales. That left him both shocked and furious. So he decided to do the opposite. He bought fake sales for Yi Qingshuan instead. Then he hired internet trolls and paid for trending topics to expose it. That way, everyone would think Yi Qingshuan's high sales numbers were entirely fabricated. Even those who still supported Yi Qingshuan would gradually be influenced and might even start questioning their own taste. Fang Zhikai thought his plan was perfect. However, before he could celebrate for long, a series of urgent knocks came from outside the lounge. Remembering yesterday's incident, Fang Zhikai felt his heart skip a beat. After exchanging glances with his team, he got up and opened the door. It was as if yesterday's scene was repeating itself. Su Linyan stood there with a dark expression. Zhu Jian, the official account, had posted a clarification not long ago at Xingmeng Entertainment V. First of all, thank you to Fang Zhikai's team for spending heavily to support Yi Qingshuan's new album. Secondly, judging from the album announcement dates, there is no such thing as Yi Qingshuan riding on Fang Zhikai's popularity, because we announced ours first. Several images were attached below the post, including screenshots of the announcement dates, as well as the IP addresses of the accounts boosting sales. The images clearly showed that for both sides, the accounts used to inflate sales all belonged to Fang Zhikai's internal team. The only difference was that when boosting Fang Zhikai's sales, they paid attention to the scale, trying hard to make the growth look natural. But when boosting Yi Qingshuan's sales, they were much more careless. Almost as if they wanted everyone to notice it was fake. Although the post never directly stated that Fang Zhikai had framed Yi Qingshuan, and even jokingly thanked him, netizens weren't idiots. After seeing the evidence, what was there not to understand? Immediately, they rushed to their keyboards and joined the battle. That's a lot of information. Let me get this straight. Fang Zhikai deliberately tied himself to Yi Qingshuan, only to get slapped in the face? He boosted his own sales, while also smearing Yi Qingshuan. I knew what Yi Qingshuan announced first, but after the sales figures came out, people kept saying he was riding someone else's popularity. Some people are just willfully blind. His singing is bad enough, and now his character is just as disgusting. And this guy is supposed to be a top singer. As this clarification post spread, the public opinion online reversed once again. Fang Zhikai's follower count on Weibo also began dropping rapidly. If his album had merely flopped, he would only have been mocked online for a while. With Fang Zhikai's current status, it wouldn't have been fatal. Once he released another good work, this matter would have blown over. But once it was brought into the open, especially as an issue involving morality, the damage it could cause would be immeasurable. Fang Zhikai clearly realized the seriousness of the situation. Even his speech became incoherent. Suppress the trending topic. Don't let that clarification trend. You think suppressing it now will do any good? Su Linyan's voice was as cold as ice. Hurry up and delete that trending topic. Accusing Yi Qingshuan of inflating sales with the negative trend already out, it was impossible for the clarification post not to attract attention. And once the clarification was released, the negative trending topic he had arranged looked especially ridiculous. Didn't you hear President Su? Hurry up and delete that post. After being scolded by Su Linyan and suffering such a huge psychological blow, Fang Zhikai turned his anger toward his assistant. Assistant Xiao Zhang was terrified. She quickly pulled out her phone to delete the post, but after several attempts, the post was still there. In panic, she shouted, "Brother Kai, I can't delete it." "How can it not be deleted?" Fang Zhikai snatched the phone from him and found that, for some unknown reason, it really couldn't be deleted. What the hell is going on? Has something supernatural happened? Then he helplessly turned to Su Linyan. "President Su, what should we do now?" Su Linyan pinched the bridge of her nose in frustration. "Post a statement immediately, saying this had nothing to do with you, and that it was all the team's unauthorized decision, done behind your back." That was what she said. But she knew very well that such an excuse could only fool a handful of Fang Zhikai's die-hard fans. Once a stain on his character was exposed, They now admired me beyond measure. After sending them away, I turned to look at Jiaqi beside me. I crooked my index finger, and Jiaqi immediately tensed up. Young master, what are your orders? Seeing her look as if she were facing a great enemy, I found it amusing. Tell me, who is your master, my second sister or me? Hearing that, Jiaqi instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. Her premonition had been right. Whenever something was unusual, there was always a reason behind it. But she forced herself to stay calm. Since second miss assigned me to you, then naturally, you are my master. I curled my lips into a smile. What if I ask you to do something that might make my second sister unhappy? Would you be willing? Remembering how she had nearly been chopped up before, Jiaqi felt as if a knife were pressed against her neck. It was like being asked, "Do you want to die?" Could she really say no? From her reaction, I knew exactly what she was thinking. I didn't intend to make things difficult for her. I wondered whether I should ask Yan Mengyao, but then thought that tracking someone was better left to professionals. So I waved her away. Nothing for you to do here. Go keep watch outside. Jiaqi immediately felt as if a huge burden had been lifted. Yes, young master. After Jiaqi left, I logged in and contacted Jin Lan. Do me a favor. Jin Lan replied, Boss, I'm listening. Help me keep an eye on someone. I'll send you his information shortly. It wasn't impossible to ask people from Division 7, but when it came to tracking someone, none of them could compare to Jin Lan. One of the 4 elders. After all, she knew charm techniques and hypnosis. Even if she were discovered, she had plenty of ways to get away. As she spoke, she started playing the friendship card again. We've known each other for so long. It's not cool to keep hiding things from us. You know everything about the 3 of us. Yet we don't even know who you are or what you look like. That's too unfair. When I first joined Division 7, I was still young, and I hid my identity to avoid unnecessary trouble. After spending so much time together, the 3 of them had become like family to me. Besides, we had long become a community of shared interests. There didn't seem to be any need to keep hiding anymore. Thinking of that, I replied, all right. This time, Jin Lan was the one who lost her composure. She had only said it casually. She never expected this big shot to actually agree. A gentleman's word is his bond. I've already taken a screenshot. Don't even think about backing out. I laughed. I won't. I've already sent you the information. When you get to China, meet me at Lanyan in the imperial capital. Yes, sir. I smiled, cut the connection, and threw myself back into work. I knew Jin Lan was efficient, but I hadn't expected her to be this fast. At 4 in the afternoon, well before quitting time, she sent me a message. Boss, I'm here. Private room 007. I raised an eyebrow. Wait 15 minutes for me. Meanwhile, inside a private room at Lanyan, Keon excitedly rubbed his hands together. I finally caught him. What flashed through his mind was, beside his sat Wuchang with his eternally expressionless face. Are you sure he'll come? Yi Bai may be mysterious, but he isn't the type to break his word. Even Jin Lan sounded a little uncertain, unless his account was hacked. But do you think that's possible? Keon and Wuchang both fell silent. If the world's #1 hacker could get hacked, then that title would be a joke. I told you two not to join in on this excitement. Yi Bai only agreed to meet me. If I walk in alone and see the 2 of you here, what if you scare him away? Jin Lan was nervous, while glaring unhappily at the 2 men beside her. When that troublesome Yi Bai contacted her, these happened to be right beside her. They had seen their entire conversation clearly. So this time, they insisted on tagging along. Otherwise, they were prepared to go down together and make sure she wouldn't get to meet him either. Scare him away. If he runs, can't we just hold him down? Keon said shamelessly, as if he were proud of the idea. Hackers are basically homebound creatures. How could they compare to homebodies like me and Wuchang? Wuchang glanced at him. Didn't you say Yi Bai was some scruffy old guy? That's not a contradiction. Keon looked completely serious. A scruffy guy scratching his feet at home is still a shuttin. Do you think Yi-bai is actually poor? Ki-yeon recalled how someone who had once been so afraid of meeting people had agreed to show himself, just to save a commission fee. Jin Lan and Wu Chang exchanged glances. How about we help him out a little later? I had no idea that I wasn't walking into a meeting with just one person. All three founding elders had shown up. Nor did I know that in their eyes I was poor enough to need financial aid. After arriving at Lanyan, I headed straight for the private room. I pushed the door open and walked in, seeing the boy with his hands in his pockets suddenly enter. Ki-yeon, Jin Lan, and Wu Chang all froze. Little brother, did you walk into the wrong room? Seeing all three of them present, I narrowed my eyes but didn't leave. Instead, I swaggered over to the sofa opposite them and sat down. I crossed my legs and rested them on the coffee table. Then I called out, "Why are you here?" The moment my words fell, the entire room sank into an eerie silence. As founding members of Division 7, Ki-yeon and the others had seen every kind of storm. Yet at this moment, the three of them looked completely stunned. All three of them stared at me in shock, unable to say a word for a long time. What? Stunned? I grinned mischievously, as if I genuinely had no idea why they were reacting this way. Weren't you the ones who wanted to meet me? Why do you look like that now that you've seen me? The first to recover was Wu Chang. He cautiously asked, "Yi-bai?" I glanced at him. Ki-yeon is one thing, but you don't seem like the type to join this kind of excitement. Wu Chang was completely stunned. Ki-yeon stared at me without blinking. Yi-bai is actually a young guy. Then what about that voice we always heard during calls? Voice changer. I looked at him as if he were asking the obvious. Then I cleared my throat and deliberately lowered my voice. The sound immediately became rougher and deeper, like this. Ki-yeon, being a doctor, could only sigh. My mom was right. Handsome boys are the best liars. Oh, get lost. Jin Lan finally snapped out of it. Without another word, she got up and sat beside me, rubbing her hands excitedly. A younger brother is great. Way better than those three smelly old men. By now, Ki-yeon and Jin Lan had accepted that Yi-bai was actually a handsome young man. Only Wu Chang still seemed doubtful. What is my little brother's name? I raised an eyebrow. Testing him, I said, "Since when do you have a little brother? Did your parents think you were too fat and decide to raise another account?" Wu Chang's face immediately darkened. That reaction was understandable. After all, a certain someone had still been wetting the bed at the age of 10. No wonder his parents had been worried. Ki-yeon and Jin Lan immediately burst into laughter. Jin Lan immediately pulled out her bank card. She stuffed it into my hand. "Sweetheart, let me keep you." Jin Lan was still unable to understand why I was giving her such a complicated look. Then Wu Chang suddenly said, "None of you recognized who he is." The moment Wu Chang said that, Ki-yeon and Jin Lan froze. Earlier, they had been too shocked that Yi-bai was a young man. Now that they looked at me again, I did seem familiar. Holy crap, no way. A name was already on the tip of Ki-yeon's tongue. But he didn't dare confirm it. As the world's top intelligence organization, Division 7 naturally kept detailed records on influential figures from every field. For example, me, who founded U Group at 16 and built a business legend in just 3 years. Or the fact that this big shot was actually the young master of the Jia family and had revealed identities such as a Gukin master at the recognition banquet. And then there was the racing legend who had recently stirred up the automotive world. If it had been anyone else, they might not have bothered remembering their appearance, but this guy was simply too extraordinary. He had drawn their attention again and again. Through satellite surveillance, they had even uncovered secrets that no one else knew. For example, this man was in a relationship with another monster who had once fascinated them, namely Yan Mengyao. I pushed the card back to her. "I really don't lack money." The moment I said that, The three of them fell silent again. The CEO of U Group, the young master of the Jia family, Miss Yun's boyfriend, and they had actually thought he was poor, looking at the three people questioning their lives. I couldn't help but laugh. Why is no one talking? Jin Lan sighed. My face hurts from the embarrassment. The CEO of U Group, a racing legend and a hacker. What else are you hiding from us? Keep guessing. I've already fulfilled my promise to meet you. Just remember to take care of that matter for me. After saying that, I got up and left the private room, without waiting to see their reactions. When I returned outside the company, I saw Yan Mengyao's car already waiting. I simply skipped going back to the office and got directly into her car instead. As usual, Yan Mengyao sat in my lap. Where did you go? I went to see a few friends. Seeing that I had no intention of explaining further, Yan Mengyao didn't ask. More importantly, she smelled men's cologne on me, which put her at ease. I checked on your second sister's boyfriend today. There really is something suspicious. I immediately became alert. What is it? Did he fake his background? No. Yan Mengyao shook her head. Everything you found is correct. It's just that his uncle used to be a driver for Jia Dongmin's family. He retired and returned to his hometown 3 years ago. Afraid I wouldn't understand. She added another explanation. Jia Dongmin is Jia Mao's father, your granduncle, and the only branch of the Jia family that was allowed to remain. So you're saying, who knows? A dog that bites doesn't bark. Yan Mengyao knew what I wanted to say and picked up the conversation. But you should also know that this connection alone isn't enough to convict him or your granduncle's family, especially when your second sister truly loves him. As if knowing what I was thinking, she kissed me and said, you can come anytime you want. Just come home with me openly. Only then did Yan Mengyao feel satisfied, but that kiss was way too perfunctory. After saying that, she deepened the kiss. When I got home, I thought I would run into Yao Peng again, but Jia Qingning hadn't brought him home this time. There was nothing unusual in the information Jin Lan gathered either, but I wasn't in a hurry. After all, if Yao Peng really belonged to that side, it meant they had been planning this for a long time. Otherwise, they wouldn't have made my flirtatious second sister settle down for once. But as long as there's a problem, sooner or later a flaw will be exposed. I could afford to wait. That night, I stayed over with Mengyao as usual, which led to the next morning, when the cheerful Jia Xiaoxiao returned home and was stunned. She had originally wanted to show her trophy to her little brother and share her joy. But after knocking for a long time, the one who opened the door was Yan Mengyao wrapped in a bath towel, and judging from the reddish marks on her body, it wasn't hard to imagine what kind of night they'd had. Why are you here? The moment she saw Yan Mengyao, Jia Xiaoxiao nearly dropped the trophy in her hands. It was only because her hands were occupied that she restrained herself from throwing a punch. She knew the two had already crossed that final line, but she had assumed they were just a couple who occasionally spent the night together. But what was this? They were living together now? This woman had openly moved into her home. She had only been gone for 2 days. What the hell happened? Dressed in my pajamas, I looked at the thunderstruck Jia Xiaoxiao at the door and couldn't help rubbing my forehead. Lately, to spare my third sister's feelings, not only had I stopped going to the manor, but even when Yan Mengyao came over, she did so quietly. These past 2 days, my third sister had gone to attend an award ceremony, and I'd completely forgotten about that. Walking over to the two of them, I stared at the trophy in Jia Xiaoxiao's hand. Third sister won the Lightser Award. That's amazing, Jia Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Then she quickly continued, don't change the subject. Why is this woman here? You two are living together? I thought to myself, even my own third sister wasn't easy to fool, so I immediately pressed on. Breaking news. Third sister, do you know that while you were away, Second sister got herself a boyfriend these past 2 days? Jia Xiaoxiao scoffed. She changes men like she changes clothes. What's so unusual about getting a boyfriend? I'm asking about you two. I knew Jia Xiaoxiao would say that. So I quickly added. This time is different from before. Second sister is serious this time. The moment I saw her reaction, I hurriedly nodded. Of course it's true. If you don't believe me, ask Mom. Without a second thought, Jia Xiaoxiao blurted out. Whose son is that desperate? The moment the words left her mouth, she got kicked. A cold voice came from beside her. Are you looking for a beating? Jia Xiaoxiao staggered from the kick. Fortunately, she managed to keep her balance and save the trophy in her hands from disaster. Wasn't I just telling the truth? You're such a flirt who leaves broken hearts everywhere. A guy would have to be blind to want to be with you. After saying that, she saw Jia Wanning approaching and immediately hid behind her. Big sister, save me. Jia Qinglin reached out to grab her, but missed. Get out here. What kind of skill is hiding behind big sister? No way. Jia Xiaoxiao only dared act arrogant behind people's backs or when Jia Qinglin couldn't catch her. The moment the other side got serious, she instantly turned timid again. Then, Jia Wanning reached back and patted Jia Xiaoxiao on the head. Don't be afraid. Big sister will back you up. Besides, you're not wrong. Her chest rose and fell violently for a moment. She pointed at Jia Wanning several times. You just keep spoiling her. And it's one thing if she doesn't know, but you're pretending not to know too. Hearing that, I couldn't help but think. Jia Qingling's reputation as a flirt was well known. What Jia Xiaoxiao said about her might have sounded harsh, but it wasn't without reason. Then what did she mean by that? I couldn't figure it out for the moment, so I didn't think too deeply about it. As long as my third sister stopped obsessing over whether Yan Mengyao and I were living together. But just as she thought that, the next moment, Jia Xiaoxiao suddenly remembered something. Wait, what's going on between little brother and this woman? You're all just watching this woman move right into the family? Jia Qingming glanced at Yan Mengyao and me, then turned to look at Jia Xiaoxiao. With a cold laugh, she said, even Mom supports it. What can we do? If you can make this woman and little brother keep a proper distance from each other, I'll call you sister. What else could she do? If you can't beat them, join them. Although she was still unhappy with Yan Mengyao, even her two older sisters were helpless, so she stopped pursuing the matter. Only then did she remember to share the good news with her little brother. She carefully handed over the trophy she had been protecting. Little brother, your third sister won the Lightser Award. Third sister didn't let you down. Third sister is the best. I took the trophy and praised her enthusiastically. In fact, in my previous life, I already knew she would win the award. I also knew that at this very moment, the internet was flooded with praise for Jia Xiaoxiao, the youngest ever recipient of the Lightser Award. Look at you, getting excited over such a small achievement. Little brother has achieved so much, yet he never acted like you. Although Jia Qingling was teasing her, there was still a gratified smile in her eyes. That's because you never pushed little brother to accomplish anything. Jia Xiaoxiao looked up at her little brother. Why? Of course, I couldn't tell her that it was for Yan Mengyao's sake. I had indulged her clinginess for so long, to make up for the disappointment she felt after being deceived. If she kept clinging to me like this, I didn't even need to think to know that someone wouldn't agree to it, although that was what I was thinking. I said, third sister just won the Lightser Award. In a little while, a lot of media and reporters will come to the house for interviews. How can the main person be absent? Jia Xiaoxiao was stunned. How does little brother know that? You don't understand, do you? Jia Qingling walked over. Little brother is both a CEO and a racing champion. He's seen far more of the world than you have. Then she added, are you really planning to keep doing nothing and cling to little brother forever? Then what's the point of winning this award? Watch your mouth. Jia Xiaoxiao looked unconvinced. Not to mention that I can make money just by taking photos. Since last night until now, I've already received invitations from countless top magazines. Even the world's most prestigious foreign magazines have invited me to be their chief photographer. I just haven't decided which one to choose yet. Hearing her boast, Jia Qinglin's eyes suddenly lit up. Did you say those magazines are overseas? Jia Xiao immediately became alert. Little brother is at home. I'm not going to work abroad. You can give up on that idea. Jia Qinglin rubbed her nose. The kid's gotten smarter. After getting rid of Jia Xiao, I headed to the company, in Yan Mengyao's car as usual. When we arrived at the lobby, I saw Chi frowning anxiously, while Kaimin beside her was making phone calls. I stepped forward and asked, "What happened?" The moment Chi saw me, her eyes lit up. But the light quickly faded again. "President Liu, the dress Sister Ming borrowed from me has been slashed. I had almost forgotten that Chi had an event to attend. Strictly speaking, with Chi current status, she wasn't qualified to attend the Hangxi Gala. But Feng Dao was a major figure in Hangxi, and the organizers surely knew that Chi was the female lead for Feng Dao's next drama. That was why they wanted to win over this promising talent. However, the female lead had not yet been officially announced, and only a handful of people knew about it. In the eyes of the brands willing to rent out gowns, she was still an obscure nobody. Nobody-level actors had no standing in the entertainment industry. Forget having a gown taken away. Even having most of your scenes cut after finishing a drama was something that happened all the time. At that moment, Kaimin finished her phone call. What kind of people are they? It was already some no-name brand to begin with. It should be honored that an artist is wearing it on the red carpet. And now they're acting all superior. The worst part is that they agreed first, and then changed their minds. Whatever happened to keeping your word? I listened to Kaiman's complaints with an amused smile, then sized Chi up. Don't worry about the gown. We just need to find a stylist. Kaiman's eyes lit up. President Liu, do you have a solution? The corner of my lips curled up. Of course I do. By evening, I got the gown that had been flown in, and went to find Kaimin and Chi. To my surprise, they were still waiting on the first floor, anxiously staring outside. What about the stylist? Still haven't found one? We found one, Kaimin said after hanging up the phone, looking rather frustrated. But this person seems extremely busy. Every time we call, they're styling another celebrity. I don't know when they'll get to Chi. I pressed my lips together slightly. What time does the gala start? Kaimin answered honestly. 7 o'clock tonight. I frowned. We're almost out of time. At that moment, Kaimin noticed the box in my hands. Is that the gown President Liu prepared for Chi? Yes, I said as I opened the box. Oh my god. Kaimin's eyes widened as she stared at the gown inside. Even though only a small portion was visible, it was dazzling enough to leave her stunned. President Liu, may I take it out and have a look? I smiled and handed her the box. Just let Chi go change into it. It's getting late. Maybe the stylist will arrive by the time she's changed. Kaimin took the box and pulled Chi inside. Not long afterward, Chi emerged wearing the couture gown. Her expression was full of nervousness. Kaimin supported her as they walked out. President Liu, this gown is absolutely amazing. Kaimin could hardly conceal her excitement. Where did you get this for Chi? It looks even better than the couture gowns worn by top-tier celebrities. I thought to myself that it was indeed couture, and from one of the world's most prestigious luxury brands, but I didn't bother explaining all that to Kaimin. Instead, I looked at Chi and asked, does it fit? Chi nodded, then bit her lip. President Liu, isn't it a bit? She couldn't find the right word. Although she couldn't tell what brand it was, the gown was obviously extraordinary. Wearing it herself, she couldn't shake the feeling that she didn't deserve it. You're about to become Feng Dao's leading actress. Why are you still so lacking in confidence? I helped her straighten, a few strands of hair tucked into the gown. You can't be like this when you walk the red carpet later. Got it. Chi was instantly flattered. I won't embarrass you, President Liu. I smiled and glanced at my watch. It's almost 6 o'clock. Why hasn't the stylist arrived yet? Hearing that, Kaiman's good mood vanished instantly. I'll call again. After saying that, she took out her phone and dialed the stylist number. As soon as the call connected, she asked directly, "When are you coming?" It's already been 2 hours past the scheduled time. The voice coming from the receiver sounded perfunctory and lazy. Which artist needs styling? Kaiman took a deep breath. She nearly exhausted all her self-control to keep from swearing. Chikyu. Upon hearing the name, the person on the other end sounded even more casual. Soon. Once I finish this client, it'll be your turn. Stop rushing me, okay? Don't you know I'm busy? Without waiting for Kaiman to respond, the call was hung up. Listening to the disconnected tone, Kaiman became furious. This is outrageous. That's exactly what he said an hour ago. How can it take over an hour to style one person? I shouldn't have hired him in the first place. If we try booking another stylist now, it'll be too late. As she spoke, she looked at Chikyu. If all else fails, we'll just do a simple makeover ourselves. But when she saw Chikyu wearing that elegant gown, like a goddess descended from heaven, she couldn't continue. For an ordinary dress, a simple touch-up might work, but with a gown like this, not giving it proper styling would be like placing a chamber pot on a golden statue. The mismatch would be impossible to ignore. I found myself troubled as well. Just then, the glass doors were pushed open from outside. A coquettish voice rang out. Darling, did you miss me? The moment I heard that voice, my eyes lit up. Wasn't this exactly what I needed? Kaiman and Chikyu both turned toward the entrance. Then they saw a fashionably dressed woman with a braided ponytail, carrying a backpack in one hand and a suitcase in the other as she walked in. It was none other than Pei Lingshuan, a top stylist in the entertainment industry and a good friend of mine. I had no idea why she had suddenly appeared here. I only felt a huge sense of relief. About, we can catch up later. Help me style her first. As I spoke, I glanced at Chikyu. She has to attend the Hangshi Gala tonight. Who asks someone to work the moment they arrive? Although Abao said that, seeing how anxious I was, she resigned herself to the task and began examining Chikyu. At the same time, she planned a suitable look in her mind. A moment later, she made an okay gesture, then pulled out her pink-themed, girlish water bottle from her bag. Go find a place to sit first. I'll come after a drink of water. As she spoke, she waved her cute little bottle at me. I rushed all the way here, and I'm dying of thirst. At least let me have a drink. I smiled and led her toward the break room. Now that the styling issue was solved, Kaiman was delighted as well. After Kaiman left with Pei Lingshuan, I was about to take Chikyu to the dressing room too. Just then, the glass door was pushed open again. A heavy-set man, with a deliberately styled goatee, walked in carrying a case. Which one is Chikyu? Chikyu paused, then asked, Are you teacher Cheng Jun? You hired me and don't know who I am? Cheng Jun curled his lip. You're the one getting styled, right? Where's the styling room? If not, then take me somewhere I can work. Hurry up. Stop dragging your feet. I'm busy today. After I'm done with you, I have another job to get to. Chikyu looked at me helplessly. She had never expected to run into such an awkward situation. Wasn't this the same person who was supposedly styling another artist just now? Or had he been lying from the very beginning? I gently patted Chikyu on the head. Then I looked at Cheng Jun, who had arrived 2 hours late, yet still acted shamelessly. You won't be doing her styling. Hurry off to your next appointment. Cheng Jun froze, his expression darkening. Are you people messing with me? I said, think whatever you want. With that, I turned to leave with Chikyu, but Cheng Jun blocked our way. Stop right there. What kind of people are you? I've already come all the way here. Fine, cancel if you want, but pay me first. I let out a cold laugh. You missed the agreed time. You dragged things out until now. And you still dare ask for money? Keep causing trouble, and I'll call security. Hearing that, Cheng Jun realized they were upset because he had arrived late. He immediately found it amusing. In his eyes, an 18th tier nobody like GQ should be grateful that a stylist like him had even shown up. And yet they dared throw a tantrum. Ridiculous. Clearly, they had never experienced the harsh realities of the entertainment industry. Thinking this, he looked at them with even greater contempt. You're really not going to let me do the styling? President Liu wasn't intimidated by the threat in his words at all. I only found him annoying. The door's that way, take care. Cheng Jun snorted. You said it yourselves. Even if you come begging later and offer me 10 times the price, I won't come back. As he spoke, he rudely pointed at GQ's nose. With her level of fame, without me, you'll have to appear barefaced. What gives you the confidence to say that? The moment Pei Lingxuan appeared, Cheng Jun froze on the spot. It wasn't surprising that she didn't know him. After all, he was only considered average among stylists. But anyone in the industry would definitely know the styling goddess Pei Lingxuan, known as the thousand-faced ghost hand. How could a legendary stylist like her appear here? Thinking that, Cheng Jun couldn't help asking. Teacher Bao, what are you doing here? Everyone knew that Pei Lingxuan preferred being called by her English name. Calling her that was his way of flattering her. But Pei Lingxuan wasn't impressed at all. Your hearing doesn't seem very good. As she spoke, she pointed at GQ with her water bottle. Obviously, I'm here to do this girl's styling. What? It felt as if Cheng Jun had been slapped across the face. His cheeks burned with embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had claimed that GQ should feel honored to have hired him. Yet now, she had hired none other than Pei Lingxuan, the godfather of styling. Why are you still standing here? Get lost. Why yes. I'll leave right away. Before leaving, Cheng Jun glanced at GQ once more. Then he slunk away in disgrace. At the same time, he couldn't help wondering whether he had offended someone with a powerful background. Otherwise, how could they have invited Pei Lingxuan? After Cheng Jun left, I immediately brought GQ and Pei Lingxuan to the dressing room. While Pei Lingxuan was styling GQ, I finally couldn't help asking, what brought you here? Without even looking up from her work, Pei Lingxuan replied, what? Am I not welcome? He used to say that people should always aim higher. Following him was better than staying a waxing. But now, the Xingmeng he was running, let alone being compared to Tianyu, was still far behind even waxing, the company he used to be affiliated with. Asking someone to join him now felt a bit shameless. At that moment, Pei Lingxuan finally stopped what she was doing. She looked at me and smiled. That depends on whether you want me or not. I slowly curled my lips into a smile. What do you think? I was only feeling a little embarrassed. Not stupid. Besides, I had never been a saint. Back when Shang Qingqing refused to switch companies, I had even resorted to underhanded tactics. But Pei Lingxuan was my friend, so I naturally considered her situation more carefully. Now that she had given me an opening, there was no point in pretending anymore. Then welcome to Xingmeng. I extended my hand. Xingmeng may not be thriving right now, but I promise it won't disappoint you in the future. Pei Lingxuan reached out and shook my hand. How could I not trust you? You brought motorsports back onto the world stage. You'll succeed in entertainment too. Let's bring down Tianyu and turn that little mutt into a stray dog. My heart warmed. Almost everyone believed that comparing Xingmeng to Tianyu was like throwing an egg against a rock. Yet there was still someone like her who lowered herself to come help me and firmly declared that she believed in me. By the time GQ's styling was finished, the gala was about to begin. I had Kaimeni scored her away, then made arrangements for Pei Lingxuan. After returning to the company lobby, I saw Shang Qingqing arrogantly walking toward the exit. Known as one of the most beautiful women in the entertainment industry, Shen Qingqing was stunning even on ordinary days. Now, dressed to the nines, she was simply dazzling. I stopped in my tracks. It was as if she were accusing her manager of stealing her chance to talk to me. After glaring at her manager, Shen Qingqing turned to me shyly. President Liu, is something the matter? I didn't notice the small exchange between them. I had simply remembered something I had overlooked. When you run into GQ later, walk the red carpet with her. People usually walk the red carpet in pairs. It'll look awkward without a partner. Shen Qingqing's hopeful expression instantly fell. I chuckled. Why? You don't like having contact with other people? Then another thought crossed my mind. Could that previous incident have left her with psychological trauma? But then how did she film her dramas? Just as I was puzzling over it, Shen Qingqing spoke again. Unless you agree to one condition. What condition? Shen Qingqing licked her lips. You drive me there. Beside her, Qingqing practically rolled her eyes. Keep pretending. It was true that she disliked contact with strangers, but in the entertainment industry, avoiding people was impossible. At a time like this, saying something like that was just an excuse to spend time with President Liu. Only then did I remember that Shen Qingqing was obsessed with racing and greatly admired me. I could roughly understand the reason for her request. She probably wanted to experience the feeling of speeding around a racetrack. But driving on public roads isn't the same as racing. There are traffic jams, traffic lights, and speed limits. It doesn't matter. As long as you're there. Shen Qingqing looked at me with sparkling eyes, as if stars were shining in them. Can you? I really didn't understand the mentality fans had toward their idols. But GQ had already left some time ago, telling her not to come pick me up. After parking the car outside the company, Shen Qingqing eagerly opened the door and jumped into the passenger seat. Jiaqi stood beside the driver's door with a troubled look. Young master, let me drive instead. How could her young master be someone else's chauffeur? But what Shen Qingqing wanted was for me to be there. How could it work if Jiaqi drove? As I fastened my seatbelt, I said to Jiaqi, just sit in the back. We'll head home after dropping her off. Hearing that, Jiaqi shot Shen Qingqing a glare, as if to say, what a troublemaker. But Shen Qingqing had always been insensitive to the disapproving looks of others. Her mind was filled only with excitement that her idol was driving her. And I didn't disappoint her expectations. Instead of taking the busy downtown roads, with countless traffic lights and frequent jams, I chose a quieter route and drove as if the car were flying. Watching the scenery rush past outside, Shen Qingqing couldn't have been happier. The excitement on her face was like that of a child who had just been given a bag of candy. Jiaqi was used to riding with me and could handle this kind of speed. The unlucky one was Qingqing. Halfway through the trip, Jiaqi opened the car door, ran to the roadside bushes, and threw up repeatedly. She even insisted on taking a taxi herself, even if it meant being left in the middle of nowhere. Once we returned to a busier road, I steered with one hand and turned to look at Shen Qingqing. So, how was it? Shen Qingqing nodded vigorously. I loved it. I want to ride like that every day. Sitting in the back seat, Jiaqi felt like kneeling before her young master. The interaction between the two looked exactly like a rich heir driving a luxury car to impress a girl. Before she could get a good look, the car disappeared into the stream of traffic. At the same time, inside the car that had just passed mine, Yang Ting couldn't help letting out a puzzled sound. Yan Mengyao, seated in the back, was working on her laptop. Without even looking up, she asked, "What's wrong?" Yang Ting kept one hand on the steering wheel and scratched her cheek with the other. I think I just saw young Master Lu's car. Yan Mengyao turned to look behind them, but saw nothing. She didn't think much of it. He said he had something urgent to do, even if it was him. That's not strange. Thinking back to what she had just seen, Yang Ting hesitated over whether to tell her boss, sensing the frequent glances in the rearview mirror. Yan Mengyao rubbed her brow. If you have something to say, just say it. Well, Yang Ting said cautiously. I saw young Master Lu driving himself. And there was a beautiful woman in the passenger seat. Yan Mengyao met Yang Ting's gaze through the mirror. Her voice sounded like a demon from hell. What did you say? Yang Ting swallowed hard. She was so frightened she could barely speak. And maybe I saw it wrong. As soon as she said it, Yang Ting mentally slapped herself. Why did she have to open her mouth? Yan Mengyao let out a cold laugh. Her gaze returned to the laptop screen, a laptop that was cracked but still functioning. After typing for a moment, the traffic camera footage from that stretch of road appeared on the damaged screen. The car in the footage was indeed mine. Yan Mengyao immediately narrowed her eyes, and when she saw me in the driver's seat, smiling warmly at the woman beside me, her anger shot straight through the roof. She nearly punched a hole through the keyboard with the force of her fingers. Fortunately, she hadn't completely lost her reason. Instead, she zoomed in on the interior of the car. Seeing Jiaqi sitting in the back seat, she couldn't help looking up at Yang Ting. Do you have Jiaqi's contact information? Of course, Yang Ting replied. They had spent so much time in the same car, and even shared the revolutionary friendship of eavesdropping together. As a social butterfly, how could she not have Jiaqi's contact information? Yan Mengyao told her to ask what was going on. Yang Ting pulled the car over to the roadside and immediately sent Jiaqi a message. The moment Jiaqi received it, she straightened up nervously and glanced back guiltily. Miss Yun saw it. As my subordinate, Jiaqi would never normally reveal my whereabouts to Yan Mengyao, but no matter how rigid she was, she knew the situation was special. If she didn't explain it properly, her young master would probably suffer for it. After careful consideration, she explained the entire situation to Yang Ting, and even exaggerated things a little, placing all the blame on Shen Qingqing. She conveniently admitted my reckless detour to take Shen Qingqing out for a drive. After receiving the message, the anxious Yang Ting finally let out a long breath. Afraid she might explain it poorly, she handed her phone to Yan Mengyao. Miss, Fourth Xia has replied. Yan Mengyao took the phone and glanced at the message. The gloom on her face eased somewhat, but she still looked frightening. No matter the reason, the fact remained that he had driven a woman around. And though she hated to admit it, that woman was much prettier than the one she'd met before at Xingmeng. And he had even let her sit in the front passenger seat. Lu Yi, you've really outdone yourself this time. Thinking of this, Yang Ting cautiously asked, Miss, should we go home now or go find young Master Lu? After asking that, Yang Ting was already preparing to turn the car around and chase after him, but Yan Mengyao simply said, let's go home first. She was clearly holding it in and waiting to unleash a bigger move tonight. Yang Ting couldn't help but silently mourn for me for a second. Meanwhile, I had no idea that I'd already been caught taking my little fangirl around, nor did I know what awaited me when I got home that night. I simply drove toward the gala venue without a care in the world. At the gala venue, Chi Qiu said goodbye to Kaiman after getting out of the car and headed alone to the red carpet entrance. The fans gathered on both sides of the red carpet, and the reporters holding cameras were all stunned. They seemed to be wondering which celebrity she was and why they didn't recognize her. But judging from her outfit and styling, she looked every bit as impressive as an A-list star. Many people even raised their phones and cameras to take photos. Chi Qiu was afraid of embarrassing her president, so she tried her best to ignore the gazes and discussions around her. Fortunately, her acting skills were excellent, and no one present noticed anything unusual. They only felt that she carried herself with perfect grace. Just as Chi Qiu was about to step onto the red carpet, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out nearby. What are you doing here? Chi Qiu turned her head and saw Hu Xinrui, the woman who had once forced Feng Dao to replace her, walking over arm in arm with a male actor. I'm talking to you. Hu Xinrui stopped in front of her, staring at Chi Qiu as if she'd seen a ghost. Looking at her luxurious outfit. You're here for the Hangxi Gala too? How is that possible? Back then, she had even slept with the person in charge of the film base, yet still failed to steal Feng Dao's supporting role from Chi Qiu. In the end, she only brought trouble upon herself. Naturally, she hated Chi Qiu to the core, but she had more than one sugar daddy. Another one was extremely generous. He directly gave her the lead role in a web drama, and even secured her an invitation to this gala. She had originally thought she had already left Chi Qiu far behind. So far behind. But who could tell her why Chi Qiu was here? Chi Qiu didn't want to bother with her, so she simply answered yes and tried to move on. But Fu Xinrui refused to let it go, especially after hearing the confirmation. Her otherwise pretty face twisted with jealousy. What gives you the right to attend this gala? Chi Qiu remained calm and indifferent. In contrast, Fu Xinrui looked like a ridiculous clown. I don't think I have any obligation to tell you that. Fu Xinrui laughed in anger. You don't even have a single notable work, yet you get to attend this gala. Looks like you didn't get here through clean means either. As she spoke, she looked around behind Chi Qiu. So, you came alone? Didn't you notice that everyone else walks the red carpet in Paris? Chi Qiu pressed her lips together slightly. None of your business. Fu Xinrui immediately felt much better. So, you really are alone? Then, you'll be the only one like that today. Pretending to be considerate, she proudly pulled her male companion closer. Why don't you wait here? After Brother Hang finishes walking the red carpet with me, I'll come back and take you along. With that, Fu Xinrui stepped aside. Chi Qiu kept a cold expression and walked past the two of them. Watching Chi Qiu's stubborn back, Fu Xinrui sneered. You can act tough all you want, but you're still walking the red carpet alone. The fans and media reporters on both sides were kept behind security barriers, and the venue was far too noisy, so no one heard their conversation. Without looking at their expressions, people would have assumed they were acquainted celebrities greeting each other. However, the moment Chi Qiu stepped onto the red carpet alone, she instantly attracted a great deal of attention. Many people seemed puzzled as to why she was by herself. Quite a few people even began whispering among themselves. Seeing the strange looks everyone was giving Chi Qiu, Fu Xinrui almost burst out laughing. She knew this would happen, but since Chi Qiu had already gone ahead, Fu Xinrui didn't intend to linger either. She was just about to link arms with the male actor beside her and move forward, when a deafening wave of screams suddenly erupted. The fans gathered on both sides all turned toward the direction behind them. Everyone was shouting the same name. Shen Qingqing. Fu Xinrui turned around, her gaze fixed on Shen Qingqing, her eyes filled with undisguised admiration. Originally, she thought having Chen Hang beside her made her look quite impressive, but compared to Shen Qingqing, Chen Hang was nothing. She couldn't help wondering when she would ever be able to stand beside a woman like that. Chen Hang had no idea what Fu Xinrui was thinking. Otherwise, he would have coughed up blood. He naturally noticed the cool and ethereal woman walking toward them with the intention of currying favor. He stepped forward and extended his hand to Shen Qingqing. Hello, senior. I'm Shen Hang from Duyu. We've worked in the same production before. Back then, Shen Qingqing played the female lead, while he played a villainous supporting role. Shen Qingqing didn't even spare him a glance. She walked right past the two of them. Chen Hang's outstretched hand froze in midair. His expression darkened. The audience on both sides, although unable to hear what the celebrities were saying, could see this scene very clearly. If it had been another celebrity, they'd probably be getting cursed out by now. But this was Shen Qingqing. The venue fell silent for a moment, then erupted into even louder screams. She's so arrogant. I love her. I already didn't like that man and woman. Even though I couldn't hear what they were saying, I felt like they were bullying that pretty lady earlier. New fans, pay attention. The media will definitely make a big deal out of this. Get ready. Level 1 combat readiness on Weibo. Got it? Relax. It's not our first time. Listening to the fans around him, who treated this as a badge of honor. Chen Hang's expression grew darker and darker. Fu Xinrui comforted him. Brother Hang, don't stoop to their level. Her fandom is the worst in the industry. As she spoke, she looked at Shen Qingqing's back. Her tone was noticeably different from when she criticized the fans. Besides, you know what Shang Qingqing is like. She's the same with everyone. The moment she finished speaking, she saw Shang Qingqing walk up beside Chi-Qiu. Then she gracefully offered Chi-Qiu her arm. Not only did Hu Shenrui look as though she'd seen a ghost, Chi-Qiu herself was stunned as well. She knew her president had recruited Shang Qingqing to Xingmeng, but even so, her gesture still left Chi-Qiu pleasantly surprised. Could it mean what she thought it meant? Before she could ask, Shang Qingqing impatiently said, "What are you standing there for? Can't you see what I'm doing?" Chi-Qiu froze for a moment. Mechanically, she raised her hand and linked arms with her. "Thank you." Shang Qingqing remained expressionless. "President Liu asked me to walk with you. You don't need to thank me." Only then did Chi-Qiu stop finding it strange, thinking of how well I had treated her. A warm feeling flowed through her heart, faced with this unexpected duo. The sharp-eyed fans instantly went into detective mode. While discussing it excitedly, they searched online for the girl. Who had their idol accompanying her on the red carpet? Who exactly was she? Meanwhile, Hu Shenrui, walking behind them, was practically green with envy. She wouldn't even dare dream of walking the red carpet with Shang Qingqing, yet Chi-Qiu actually got to do it. What kind of luck was that? Chen Hang's feelings were equally complicated. He had lumped Chi-Qiu together with people like Hu Shenrui, thinking she was nobody important. Yet Shang Qingqing, who had completely ignored him, was now walking the red carpet with her. What a ridiculously dramatic turn of events. After I dropped Shang Qingqing off, I switched seats with Jiaji and headed home. But as soon as I sat down for dinner, I received a call from Kaiman, President Liu. Something happened. Chi-Qiu's dress matched Tong Ziji's outfit, and the topic is already trending. Everyone on Weibo is criticizing Chi-Qiu, saying she's shamelessly trying to piggyback off Tong Ziji's popularity. Hearing the name Tong Zij, I paused for a moment before remembering that he had once been Jia Qingming's close friend. In the end, his second sister ordered his face to be slashed, since he could appear at the Hangxi Gala. His facial injuries must have healed. "Lu Yan, what's wrong?" Mother Jia looked at me and asked with concern. The whole family had waited for me to come back before eating, seeing me lost in thought after the call. No one else touched their chopsticks, including Yao Peng, who sat beside Jia Qingming. One of the company's artists ran into trouble. "You all go ahead and eat." As I spoke, I stood up and walked outside, opening the trending topic. Just as Kai Min had said, the comments were almost entirely one-sided. Who does she think she is? It would have been one thing if she'd matched outfits with someone else. That's a top luxury designer gown, even on Tong Zij. That dress would be a perfect fit. What was she thinking? Including Tong Zij's fans. A large group of people didn't even bother to verify the facts. They directly assumed that Tong Zij's gown was authentic, while Chi-Qiu's was a knockoff. Even worse, Shang Qingqing's fans joined the battle. What the heck? Why is Goddess King walking the red carpet with someone like her? Is her new company out of its mind? They're burning through Shang Qingqing's popularity just to promote a newcomer. Is our Qingbao your tool for training rookies? Stay away from our Qingbao. Or don't blame my keyboard for showing no mercy. After reading all of this, I frowned deeply. I didn't even need to think to know. Hearing that, Director Yi Hong breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I'll wait for your good news. Once this issue is resolved, I'll officially announce GQ as the female lead." I acknowledged him and was about to send a private message to the brand's official account when I saw that half a minute earlier, they had already posted a statement. "We only lent the gown to Miss GQ. We believe our loyal customers can easily recognize our products." The statement was simple and direct, with a sharp edge of sarcasm. Seeing that powerful response, I smiled knowingly and found a contact I'd exchanged messages with that morning. Thanks. A moment later, the other party replied with a cute save me meme. As soon as the CIC official statement was posted, public opinion about GQ shifted dramatically. Holy crap, Tong Zij's outfit was the fake one. Am I seeing this right? Would the CIC official account lie about something like this? A bunch of people jumped to conclusions without knowing the facts. Shouldn't they apologize? Meanwhile, at the gala venue, Tong Zij was lazily sitting in a chair labeled with her name, waiting for the event to begin. At first, she had been nervous about the matching outfit incident. However, when she saw that the other party was just an obscure nobody, her worries disappeared. She assumed she was wearing a knockoff too. Even if her gown were genuine, her status in the industry was what it was. Even if the topic trended, no one would believe that she was the one wearing a fake. But while she was imagining everything going smoothly, she suddenly noticed many people at the venue looking at her with strange expressions. Then I turned around and went back to the dining room, only to find everyone still waiting for me. Is it something serious? Mother Jia asked. Before I could answer, Jia Xiaoxiao raised her phone and asked, is it about that outfit clashing incident? She had spent more than half a month around her younger brother and was already familiar with Star Dream's artist. So the moment she saw the trending topic, she more or less understood what had been troubling her younger brother. I nodded and answered Mother Xia's question as well. It's not serious, and it's already been resolved. Jia Xiaoxiao looked at her phone screen and clicked her tongue. Isn't this Tong Zij, second sister's former good friend? As she spoke, she turned to Jia Qingyin. Qingyin, your taste in people really has no standards. The moment she said that, Yao Peng, who was sitting beside Jia Qingyin, instantly turned red with embarrassment. Mother Jia shot Jia Xiaoxiao a glare, and only then did she realize she'd misspoken. Sorry, I wasn't talking about you. Yao Peng forced a smile. I know. Jia Qingyin shot Jia Xiaoxiao a warning look. Seeing that, Jia Xiaoxiao turned to me for support. Lu Yan, have you noticed that when second sister is with Yao Peng, she's like a completely different person? Before I could respond, she rubbed the goosebumps on her arms. People in love really are abnormal. That night, after taking a shower, I felt thirsty. So, I left my room to get some water. As I passed the study, I ran into Yao Peng. I paused. What are you doing here? I'm looking for the restroom. Yao Peng touched his nose awkwardly. You're still awake, Lu Yan? Isn't there a bathroom in your room? Yao Peng's face flushed slightly. Your second sister is taking a shower in there. I smiled. Pointing in a direction, I said, the public restroom is over there. Yao Peng thanked me, then turned and headed that way. I stood there for a moment, then returned to my room. I took out a device even smaller than a pinhole camera and headed to the study. After finishing what I needed to do, I was about to leave the study when a graceful figure suddenly slipped in through the window. The newcomer covered my eyes with one hand. Robbery. I'm only stealing beauty, not money. If you insist on resisting, I might take your life too. I raised a hand and pulled Jia Xi's hand away. Since Yao Peng is staying over tonight, there's no need to keep watching them. Go home and get some sleep. Jia Qi chuckled. I was just wondering how I was supposed to keep watch later. A lone man and a lone woman sharing a room. I have no interest in watching your second sister and that guy's bedroom activities. Thinking about my second sister's personality, if Yao Peng stayed the night, they definitely wouldn't just be chatting under the covers. Then head back. Be careful on the way. I just got here and you're already sending me away. How heartless. Although Jia Qi spoke in an exaggerated tone, she still walked out. Bye-bye, little Yanner. See you tomorrow. After Jia Qi left, I erased the surveillance footage from the study and turned to leave as well. When I returned to my bedroom, I was about to turn on the light when my hand suddenly paused. The light had clearly been on before I left. Just as I was thinking that, bang! The door behind me slammed shut. Even the faint light from the hallway was cut off. Before I could react, a sharp pain struck my lips, and I could no longer utter a single word. My instinctive grappling move, which had been ready to strike, stopped the moment I caught a familiar scent. Instead, I wrapped my arms around Yan Mengyao's head, lowered my head, and returned her kiss. But why was today's kiss so passionate? Only when I could barely breathe. Did I finally have to push her away? What's wrong with you today? Yan Mengyao didn't answer. She simply remained close enough for our breaths to mingle. Her soft breaths gradually steadied as she calmed herself down. But in the pitch-black darkness, those faint, alluring breaths seemed amplified. They teased at my nerves without restraint. My thoughts began to wander because of her breathing. I wanted nothing more than to pull her into my arms, but I hadn't completely lost my reason, or ignored the unusual mood of the woman before me. In the darkness, I raised my hand and traced the outline of her cheek. What exactly is wrong? Yan Mengyao grabbed my finger and bit it hard. I cried out in pain. Are you a dog or something? Yan Mengyao still didn't say a word. Now I was truly confused. In the past, Yan Mengyao had thrown little tantrums before, but never like this. So I began reflecting on what exactly I had done to upset this princess. The events of the day quickly replayed through my mind until my thoughts stopped. At the moment I drove Shang Qingqing to the Hangxi Gala. You saw it. Yan Mengyao still said nothing, but I could clearly feel the temperature around her drop. I immediately raised 3 fingers, looking utterly pathetic, as though swearing an oath to heaven. I can explain. The pressure around Yan Mengyao eased slightly. She signaled for me to continue. What I didn't know was that Jiaqi had already embellished the story while reporting it. So after hearing the details, the anger in Yan Mengyao's heart only grew stronger. She looked up at me and finally spoke. Your fan? She let out a cold laugh. You're quite doting on your fans. You took her for a drive, and even let her sit in your front passenger seat. That wasn't the point. I had explained everything in detail only because I was afraid she'd misunderstand. But somehow it seemed to have backfired. Were we even talking about the same thing? Besides, we usually had drivers. I hadn't even thought about the significance of the passenger seat. Still trying to argue? Do you really think you did nothing wrong? Hearing the ominous pressure in her voice, I immediately surrendered. I was wrong. Don't think that'll get you off the hook. Yan Mengyao grabbed me and pushed me onto the bed. She leaned over me. If you've done something wrong, you should accept punishment, shouldn't you? Thinking of her previous punishments, I couldn't help shivering. I was about to say something else when a finger pressed against my lips. The Jia family estate was enormous. The walls might not have been extravagant, but the materials used were absolutely top-notch. So, when it came to soundproofing, there was nothing to worry about. Yet that night, Jia Wanning couldn't fall asleep for a long time. Her room was next to Jia Qingqing's on the left, and mine on the right. That night, it felt as though she was listening to a strange duet. The commotion from Jia Qingqing and Yao Peng's room was one thing, but what was going on with her younger brother? Jia Wanning wasn't unfamiliar with Yan Mengyao sneaking over the wall. As for matters between men and women, she might never have experienced them herself, but she'd heard enough about them. She certainly didn't believe that a young woman would climb over the wall just to discuss poetry and philosophy with her younger brother, talking about life and philosophy. But perhaps because Yan Mengyao and my younger brother were too reserved, holding themselves back, she had never heard any strange noises from that room before. This was a first. If she hadn't been worried about embarrassing me, she would have knocked on the door already. Jia Wanning glanced down, ran a hand through her hair irritably, and got up to go to the bathroom. Although she hadn't met a boy she liked, she was still a woman. The next morning, Jia Wanning showed up with dark circles under her eyes. She stopped their mother and knocked on my door herself. Lu Yan, breakfast, inside the room. I answered with a stiff grunt and glanced at the woman beside me. Yan Mengyao parted her lips. You're the one who provoked me. She sounded a little guilty, but still tried to keep up her momentum. Why does it feel like I'm the one who bullied you? Yan Mengyao buried her face against me. You always make me angry and worry about you. No one torments me more than you. After a moment of silence, I stroked Yan Mengyao's head, as if comforting a child. Still mad at me, Yan Mengyao remained silent. What happened last night was my fault. I promise there won't be a next time. So, don't be angry anymore. MHM. Yan Mengyao responded softly. And you're not allowed to be angry with me either. I laughed and lifted her face. Could I ever be? When have I ever truly been angry with you? Seeing the look in Yan Mengyao's eyes, I immediately remembered my lesson. I hurriedly pushed at her shoulders. I'm going to take a shower. After getting herself ready, she went downstairs openly without trying to hide anything. When Jia Xiaoxiao saw Yan Mengyao, she wasn't as startled as last time, but she was still a little annoyed and didn't bother talking to her. Instead, when she saw me, she straightened up and asked, "What's going on today? Why do Lu Yan and Big Sister both look like they didn't sleep all night?" Jia Xiaoxiao could sleep through thunder. So even though they were on the same floor, she hadn't heard the noises coming from Jia Qingyin's room or mine. She had no idea her younger brother had been up until dawn, nor that their poor eldest sister had been kept awake all night. I looked at Jia Wanning and saw that she had two dark circles under her eyes. They were especially noticeable on her beautiful jade-like face. Thinking about how it was usually Mom who called everyone to breakfast, yet this time it had been Jia Wanning, I immediately understood everything. My ears turned red, and I didn't know where to look. Seeing her younger brother embarrassed, Jia Wanning couldn't help glaring at Jia Xiaoxiao. If you shouldn't ask, then don't. Jia Qingyin seemed to realize something from everyone's reactions. Her eyes narrowed slightly. Young people should conserve their energy. Otherwise, you might have problems later. So second sister is speaking from experience? Yan Mengyao replied with a smile. I'm not like second sister, who has met countless people and spread her affections everywhere. So there's no need for second sister to worry about Lu Yan's future happiness. Jia Qingyin's beautiful face instantly turned into a palette of colors, and she wasn't the only one whose expression darkened. Yao Peng beside her looked just as displeased. I saw Jia Xiaoxiao heading out with her gear, and couldn't help asking, "Third sister, where are you going? To work?" Jia Xiaoxiao lifted the camera hanging around her neck and snapped a photo of me. It's my first day on the job, Lu Yan. Want to come support me? Originally, I was debating whether to go back to sleep. After all, I'd been up all night, and I didn't think I had the energy to deal with company affairs. Going out with my third sister actually sounded nice. So I nodded. Okay. Jia Xiaoxiao was instantly flattered. She could tell that her younger brother didn't usually like her clinging to him, so she'd only ask casually. She never expected him to agree. Thus, under Yan Mengyao's resentful gaze, I got into Jia Xiaoxiao's car without looking back. The car drove all the way to the headquarters of Cover Magazine, the most famous magazine in the country. The general manager, Yu Yan, along with an assistant, was personally waiting outside to welcome him. Not only because Jia Xiaoxiao was a winner of the Lighter Award, but also because she was a daughter of the Jia family. Although the magazine held a leading position in the country, its market value was nowhere near that of the Jia family. When Yu Yan saw me, he paused slightly. This is my younger brother. He's just here to hang out with me. Jia Xiaoxiao shrugged, hands in her pockets, completely unconcerned that the magazine's general manager had come personally to greet her. Are we handling the onboarding now? At first, Yu Yan had assumed I was this young lady's boyfriend. After learning my identity, he immediately became more respectful. Hello, Mr. Lu. I nodded in acknowledgement. The siblings didn't look like they were here to on board at all. Don't worry about me. I'll just look around by myself. I raised a hand and declined our Yu Yan's courtesy. You all go ahead. Jia Xiao reached out and patted my head. Third sister will be back soon. The group entered the executive elevator. I crossed my arms and wandered around the lobby. Perhaps because they had arrived too early, the entire lobby was empty and quiet. As I walked, the revolving glass door suddenly turned. I turned my head to look. When I saw the familiar faces, I froze. Weren't you with the production crew out of town? The newcomers were none other than Chen Jing, whom I hadn't seen in a long time, and her manager, Ding Yi. Chen Jing was also stunned when she saw me, but she quickly recovered. We just got back. Why are you here, President Liu? Before I could answer, an arrogant voice sounded from nearby. What are you doing here? I turned to look. A female artist was standing at the corner of the corridor. She was someone I knew well too. One of Tianyu's top stars, an actress on par with Shang Qingqing. He Yuan. Not only had I known her in my previous life, when I managed Tianyu, but in this life she had even lowered her fee to compete with Chen Jing for the lead role in Kangyu. The only reason she failed was because I had invested in that drama. Chen Jing and He Yuan. What a small world. It was obvious that He Yuan's remark had been directed at Chen Jing. Before Chen Jing could respond, Ding Yi beside her couldn't help snapping back. Of course we're here to shoot a magazine cover. If you can be here, why can't we? He Yuan laughed, as if she'd heard the funniest joke in the world. Don't you know your own standing? They'll invite just anyone now. I narrowed my eyes. Yeah, they don't even care about a person's character anymore. So, why would they care about status? When He Yuan turned around and saw me, her breathing hitched. A flash of intense surprise crossed her eyes, along with a strange sense of familiarity, as if she had seen me somewhere before. Thinking that, she didn't even bother figuring out who my words were directed at. She stared at me and said, Handsome, have we met before? Do you work for Fengshang magazine? When Chen Jing saw He Yuan flirting with me in a teasing tone, she immediately snapped, That's our president. Watch your mouth. He Yuan froze. She looked me up and down several times. A president this young? At that moment, she remembered where she had seen me before. Back when she visited the set of Kangyu. I had been standing beside the director. But at the time, after being embarrassed by the director, she had been too shocked and angry to pay much attention to me. But even after learning I was the president, He Yuan showed no restraint whatsoever. Instead, her tone became even more suggestive. No wonder Shang Qingqing was willing to leave Tianyu, a company backed by powerful capital, and insist on joining a nobody company. So there's a handsome young president over there to keep those actresses around. You must work pretty hard, President Liu. The implication and humiliation in her words couldn't have been more obvious. Chen Jing immediately became furious. But before she could react, a sharp slap rang out. 5 finger marks instantly appeared on He Yuan's face. I shook my slightly numb hand. With a mouth that annoying, you must get slapped pretty often. That slap left Chen Jing and Ding Yi stunned on the spot. And even He Yuan herself was completely dumbfounded. He Yuan looked completely stunned, as if asking, what the hell did I just go through? It wasn't until her assistant, Xiao Cheng, noticed something was wrong and came over, that she finally snapped back to reality. Her expression immediately darkened. Are you looking for death? Another sharp slap rang out. I looked at her indifferently. I'm not looking for death. I think you're the one asking for a beating. Xiao Cheng was startled by my sudden action. She hurriedly stepped in front of He Yuan, who had once again frozen in shock, to protect her. How can you just hit people like that? Why don't you ask your master what she said first? At this moment, Chen Jing also came to her senses and immediately spoke up for me. He Yuan's expression turned cold. You dare lay a hand on me? Have you thought about the consequences? As she spoke, she turned to her assistant, Xiao Cheng. Take a photo of me and post it online. Make sure I look pitiful. I'm sure my fans will get justice from me. When she said that, she deliberately looked at me, clearly intending to direct her fans to cyberbully me. Yuan thought that after saying this, I would show fear. Instead, I remained completely calm and waved my phone at her. I bet your fans are also curious about why you got slapped. As I spoke, I pressed play. Every single word of Yuan's flirtatious and insulting remarks toward me rang clearly through the hall, reaching the ears of everyone present. Xiao Cheng had already taken out her phone to take a picture, but froze when she heard the recording. Yuan was equally shocked. She had been standing right in front of me. Apologize. Yuan's expression twisted in anger. Don't push your luck. I already got slapped twice, and now you want me to apologize? I'm a top-tier celebrity. When have I ever suffered such humiliation? Not apologizing is fine too. I held my phone in my hand, speaking in a leisurely, unconcerned tone. I'm sure your fans and the media would also be very interested in hearing your voice. Yuan immediately clenched her fist. The look on her face made it seem like she wanted to devour me alive. After a long pause, she finally relented. I'm sorry. What was that? I didn't hear you. I dug at my ear. Louder. Didn't you eat today? Yuan felt her blood surge with rage. Sorry. I shouldn't have spoken carelessly. Did you hear that? I blink. That's how you apologize. People who know better will think you're apologizing. People who don't will think you're collecting a debt. Yuan nearly choked on her anger. She forced out a smile, her teeth grinding audibly. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have spoken recklessly. Is this young master satisfied now? Good enough. I spoke as though granting mercy, smiling. But if you dare run your mouth again, it won't end with just a slaps. Yuan's eyelid twitched violently. The cheeks that had just regained feeling seemed to start burning again. At that moment, the stylist responsible for her look arrived. Oh my, teacher what happened to your face? What happened in such a short time? The staff member Xiao Meng noticed that Yuan was in a bad mood and temporarily suppressed her curiosity. She leaned in for a closer look. I'll give it a try. It should be fine. Even if I can't cover it completely, we still have professional retouchers. We won't let the marks on your face appear on the cover. Only then did Yuan breathe a sigh of relief. She then glanced at Chen Jing, who had already walked over, and sneered. So the magazine is inviting even lukewarm second-tier celebrities now. When Xiao Meng heard that, she immediately realized there was bad blood between them. Understanding what Yuan was implying, she sighed. Who knows? But this was a decision made by management. We don't really have a say in it. Since you know it was management's decision, then how dare you speak like that in front of an invited guest? Does your management know you're making decisions on your own like this? At that moment, another staff member, Xiao Dao, walked over. Ms. Chen, you're here. Upon seeing Chen Jing, Xiao Dao's eyes lit up. She gestured ahead. Please come with me for styling. Chen Jing nodded at Xiao Dao, then glanced at me. Since I had nothing else to do, I followed her to the makeup room. While the two of them were getting styled, to lighten the atmosphere, Xiao Dao gossiped with Xiao Meng beside her. Did you see the message in the group chat? That legendary photographer has already come to the company to complete onboarding. I heard from Molly that she's even prettier than in her photos. Really? Xiao Meng said enviously. She's beautiful, comes from a great family, and is so talented. She's practically a maxed-out character. Xiao Dao nodded in deep agreement. I just don't know why she chose to come here. I heard even the world's top magazines extended olive branches to her. The Jia family's young lady was never short of money anyway. Xiaomeng spoke as if she knew everything. Children from wealthy families can't even spend all their inheritance. She's probably just doing this for fun. No matter where she goes, it's all the same. Of course, she'd choose somewhere close to home. Chen Jing and I exchanged glances. A knowing smile appeared on both our faces. He Yuan curiously cut in and asked, "Are you talking about this year's Lease Award winner?" The news had shaken the entire country. It stayed on Weibo's front page for a whole day. That's right, Xiaomeng eagerly agreed. Interesting, He Yuan said lazily. Have her photograph me later. Xiaomeng paused. Sorry, Ms. He. The photographer assigned to your shoot isn't her. Isn't her? Can't you change it? He Yuan didn't think her request was unreasonable at all. If she's the best, why not have her shoot me? Are you looking down on me? No, that's not it. Xiaomeng looked troubled. She wanted to explain, but was afraid of offending He Yuan. How about I report it to management later and see if we can switch it for you? Make it quick. He Yuan looked impatient. Contact them right now. That way the photographer can familiarize herself with my shoot first. I'm in a hurry. All right, I'll call the director right away. Xiaomeng was about to take out her phone when Xiao Tao grabbed her wrist. She looked at her as if she wanted to say something. What's wrong? Xiaomeng asked in confusion. Xiao Tao shook her head slightly. That photographer is assigned to Ms. Chen's shoot. What? Before Xiaomeng could react, He Yuan exploded first. You've got to be kidding me. You assigned an ordinary photographer to me, but gave the best one to a second-tier actress. Xiaomeng was equally dumbfounded. Xiao Tao, are you sure there's no mistake? I already don't understand why Feng Shang magazine would invite a second-tier actress, and they're even assigning her the best photographer. The moment she finished speaking, Xiao Tao yanked her hard. She was signaling that Chen Jing and her manager were still present. Ding Yi let out a cold laugh. Since you're all so puzzled about why Feng Shang invited our Xiao Jing, aren't you curious why they invited her? Give you an inch and you take a mile, huh? Different levels of celebrities get different levels of photographers. That's the industry's rule. Don't you know that? He Yuan was already furious over being slapped. Now she was being treated differently and compared unfavorably to Chen Jing, whom she disliked. How could she possibly swallow that? No matter how your company arranged things before, switch that award-winning photographer to my shoot. Give her original photographer to Chen Jing. Otherwise, I'm not shooting. When Xiaomeng heard that He Yuan was threatening to stop working, she panicked. Ms. He, please don't be angry. I'll report it to management right away. Please rest assured. Xiao Tao grabbed her again. Wouldn't that be inappropriate? And you think this arrangement is appropriate? Xiaomeng disagreed. Maybe management made a mistake, giving a top-tier star an ordinary photographer, while assigning the best photographer to a second-tier actress. Do you really think that's possible? This time, even Xiao Tao had no response. At first, she had been surprised too. She had checked the photographer's name several times. It was indeed that famous photographer. If management had made a mistake, then it wasn't entirely impossible. Chen Jing and Ding Yi were furious. Even I started feeling annoyed. Sorry, but I don't agree to changing photographers. I specifically want Jia Xiaoxiao to shoot me. Besides, you've never outclassed Chen Jing. With your level of fame, our magazine is already doing you a favor by inviting you, and you still dare to be picky about the photographer. Shoot if you want to shoot. If not, leave. So, you don't waste our time. Xiaomeng had been trying her best to please He Yuan, only to be interrupted again and again. She was finally fed up. She felt Chen Jing was completely ungrateful. Just as her words fell, a cold female voice came from the doorway. What a big mouth you have. Everyone turned around at once. They saw Jia Xiaoxiao standing at the door, her face icy cold. Xiaomeng's eyes immediately lit up when she saw her. After recovering from her surprise, she smugly looked toward Chen Jing. Did you hear that? You're just a second-tier actress, and you expect photographer Jia to lower herself and shoot for you? Know your place. She thought Jia Xiaoxiao was talking about Chen Jing, but she failed to notice that Chen Jing and her group remained perfectly calm. She even turned to He Yuan and said, I knew management must have made a mistake. Ms. He can rest easy now. He Yuan snorted. She looked toward the person at the door. Though she wanted to curry favor with her, she still put on a proud expression. So, you're this year's Lease Award winner? And the young lady of the Jia family, Jia Xiaoxiao, didn't even spare her a glance. Instead, she turned to the woman standing nearby. These are your employees. And these are the models you've invited. Right now, I'm seriously questioning whether your magazine deserves the title of the nation's #1 fashion magazine. Only then did Xiaomeng realize something was wrong. The next moment, she saw President Yu Yan standing beside Jia Xiaoxiao, his face dark with anger. Who gave you the authority to make decisions on your own? Don't say another word. Pack your things and get out. Don't make me say it twice. He Yuan was also stunned by this sudden turn of events. What's going on? Before she could finish speaking, she saw me. Beside Chen Jing glance at my watch. Then I turned to look at the woman at the door. Third sister, didn't you say you'd be right back? Your right back took way too long. The moment I said that, He Yuan froze on the spot. Jia Xiaoxiao was a daughter of the Jia family, and the boy before her called her third sister. Didn't that make him the young master of the Jia family? But the bigger shock was yet to come. Chen Jing leaned back casually and spoke to Jia Xiaoxiao like an old friend. Not bad, little girl. You went upstairs for that long? Come on. I came right back after finishing the paperwork. Jia Xiaoxiao first answered her little brother, then turned to Chen Jing. But you're not doing so well. You've been in the entertainment industry so long, and you're still only a second-tier celebrity. Though it sounded like a jab, anyone could tell from her tone that they knew each other well. Only very close friends would tease each other like that. He Yuan was completely dumbfounded, and Xiaomeng, who had just been fired, wasn't faring much better. She had gone to great lengths to curry favor with He Yuan, only to offend a friend of this award-winning photographer. Regret churned violently inside her. Xiaomeng wished she could turn back time, but she knew it was too late. What are you still standing there for? Yu Yan glared at Xiaomeng darkly. Do I need to call security? Xiaomeng bit her lip and could only leave in disgrace. After Xiaomeng left, He Yuan no longer brought up changing photographers. However, her styling was only halfway finished. So she cleared her throat and said, I suddenly feel that you don't meet our criteria for cover models at Fengshang magazine. So there's no need to continue styling. Please leave. If Jia Xiaoxiao were just an ordinary photographer, she wouldn't have offended a top-tier celebrity who could bring profits to the company. But Jia Xiaoxiao was more than a photographer. She was also a daughter of the Jia family. Yu Yan still hoped to build a connection with the Jia family in the future. Naturally, he had to keep her happy. He Yuan was stunned for a moment after hearing that. Then she frowned. I don't meet your standards? That's not what you said when you invited me. Just because I had a conflict with someone you're trying to flatter, you're showing your true colors? Everyone understood the reality, but saying it out loud only made her seem immature. For someone who had made it to the top tier, that was rather surprising. Yu Yan adjusted his glasses. A cold glint flashed across the lenses. Since you understand everything, stop making a scene. Fengshang is still an industry leader in this country. If this gets blown up, it won't do you any good. That last sentence was clearly a threat. He Yuan knew there was no point arguing. She stood up resentfully, trying to preserve the last bit of dignity she had. She said stubbornly, even if you invite me again in the future, I'll never come back. With that, she left without looking back. After He Yuan and her assistant left, Yu Yan exchanged a few polite words with Jia Xiaoxiao before leaving as well. Only Xiao Tao remained, patting her chest in relief. She was thankful she hadn't said anything inappropriate. As a result, she became even more attentive to Chen Jing. "Ms. Chen, does this look okay to you? Just follow your original plan." He discovered two new things. Jia Xiaoxiao at work was like a completely different person. She directed everything with complete focus. From every angle she chose to every shot she took, she radiated an indescribable charm. It was worlds apart from her usual carefree demeanor. I finally understood why my sister had earned such honors in the photography world. The second thing was Chen Jing's camera presence, which was even better than I had imagined. Shooting a magazine cover isn't as simple as taking a set of photos. In many ways, it's similar to acting. In fact, because it's static, yet must convey multiple meanings, it's even harder than acting. But when Chen Jing faced the camera, she was completely different. From the impression she usually gave, she was like a crouching leopard, waiting for the perfect moment, always able to seize the key point immediately. The speed at which he switched states was astonishing. Jia Xiaoxiao said she'd only made it to second-tier status after being in the industry for so long. But in reality, Chen Jing hadn't been in the entertainment industry that long. Without relying on family connections, reaching second-tier status in such a short time was already very rare. Chi Q entered the industry around the same time as her and was equally talented. Yet before I took over Xin Meng, she had never truly stood out in the entertainment industry. That alone showed that Chen Jing was even more gifted than Chi Q. Although I had never analyzed her acting closely, I could roughly understand why she became a sensation through Kangyu. As long as the script was decent, someone with his camera presence was bound to become popular. By noon, I couldn't hold on any longer and went home to sleep. Just before reaching home, my phone suddenly vibrated. After checking it, I immediately sat up straight. I turned off my phone. Opening the car door, I said, "Let's climb over the wall and go back. You go wait in my room. I'm going to find second sister." Yan Mengyao raised an eyebrow. "You can't sit still anymore." I reached out and pinched her cheek. "You're so smart." Yan Mengyao grabbed my hand. "Can you still climb walls right now?" Looking down on me, I scratched her palm lightly, making her let go from the ticklish sensation. "I'm making my move first, before she gets away." As soon as I finished speaking, my figure vanished into the night. Yan Mengyao chuckled softly, then followed after me. So in the middle of the night, the oddball couple both chose the unconventional route and climbed over the wall to get home. Yan Mengyao obediently listened to her husband and returned to their little love nest. Meanwhile, I headed straight for Jia Qingyin's bedroom and climbed in through the window. The person on the bed immediately sat up, looking at the familiar figure in the moonlight. She couldn't help but freeze. I was equally surprised. "Second sister, you weren't asleep." Jia Qingyin rubbed her forehead and smiled bitterly. "I was asleep. But when someone suddenly appears in your room, who wouldn't wake up? Your second sister walks a tightrope for a living. If I didn't have this level of vigilance, I would have died hundreds of times already." I nodded. "Good. Then have you noticed that Yao Peng is gone?" Jia Qingyin turned on the light. Sure enough, Yao Peng wasn't on the bed. Yet she didn't seem surprised. "Lu Yan, what are you trying to say? Did you find something?" I took out my phone and showed her the study's surveillance footage. He didn't go to the bathroom. He sneaked into the study. "Second sister, he's stealing Jia family's confidential files." Jia Qingyin glanced at the phone. "Lu Yan, you even installed surveillance cameras in the study. How come I remember the study's surveillance camera wasn't positioned at this angle?" I was speechless. Seriously? Had my second sister really been blinded by love? The evidence was right in front of her. Yet she was pretending not to see it. "Second sister, are you still lying to yourself?" Jia Qingyin froze for a moment, then suddenly fell onto the bed laughing. I stared at her in complete confusion. Had she been driven crazy by the shock? Her shoulders shook with laughter, and she pinched my cheek. "Lu Yan, why are you so adorable?" I slapped her hand away. "Do you know how annoying you are?" After laughing enough, Jia Qingyin finally became serious. "Lu Yan, I bet you've been worrying about this the whole time, haven't you?" "That's my fault. I should have told you earlier. The next moment, Jia Qingyin revealed the truth behind everything. I know Yao Peng approached me with an agenda. I also know he's one of Tang Jiu's people. Bringing him home was simply giving him an opportunity. Everything he took was prepared by me. Only then did I realize why Jia Qingyin had been laughing. At that moment, I felt like an idiot. So that was the truth. Whether in this life or the previous one, it had probably always been like this. Thinking about it, although the Jia family had suffered a major upheaval, they never completely collapsed. In the end, the two Jia sisters turned things around. If they intentionally let the enemy obtain information to lure them out, then wiping them out in one sweep made perfect sense. Jia Qingyin reacted and reached out, only to grab empty air as she belatedly realized her little brother had already left. After returning to my room, I threw myself onto the bed and buried my face in the pillow. Seeing my reaction, Yan Mengyao was surprised. What's wrong? Couldn't you convince your second sister? I slowly shook my head. Then what happened? Yan Mengyao pulled my face out and stopped me from suffocating myself. I've completely embarrassed myself. I buried my face in her chest again and explained what had happened. In a muffled voice, Yan Mengyao froze for a moment, then burst out laughing. That's a good thing. At least it won't affect the relationship between you siblings. What kind of celebration is that? I suddenly raised my head. My reaction immediately made Yan Mengyao laugh again. She pulled me down onto the bed. The crisis is over. Shouldn't we celebrate a little? Before I could answer, my phone suddenly rang. Hurry, major discovery. When I saw Qi Lan's message, I realized I had forgotten to tell her about Yao Peng. What happened? Qi Lan replied. Yao Peng went to see Peng Jiu. He even handed him a folder. I already took photos. Do you need me to do anything else? No need. Mission accomplished. You can go back. Qi Lan sounded a little incredulous and a little hurt. I just finished the mission, and you're already chasing me away. How heartless. I laughed. Your legs are attached to your body. If you want, you can stay in Hua country a little longer. My Lu Yan is really capable. That made me wonder how much of that praise was sincere. After finishing that, I opened Weibo to check on recent developments. Instead, I suddenly received a flood of insulting DMs. After reading them, I realized they were related to Shen Qingqing. I clicked into a repost from an entertainment gossip account. My brows furrowed. One of Shen Qingqing's major endorsements had been snatched away by He Yuanyuan's team. The fans of both sides were naturally tearing each other apart in the comments. However, while fighting with He Yuanyuan's fans, most of Shen Qingqing's fans were cursing Xing Meng. Can this new company do anything right? How many endorsements has Qingqing lost since transferring? The others are one thing, but do you know how much preparation he did for this fashion endorsement? Although Tianyu had that scandal, their resources were always prioritized for Shen Qingqing. Even Anqing, which got snatched this time, was originally secured by Tianyu. Ever since Qingqing joined Xing Meng, has the company given her any worthwhile resources? If you can't properly protect Qingqing's interests, then just let her go. She'd be better off opening her own studio than being held back by this company. I rubbed my temples and pressed the intercom button. Not long afterward, Shen Qingqing and her agent entered the office. President Liu, why wasn't I informed about the endorsement being stolen? Qingqing froze briefly. President Liu, are you referring to this Anqing endorsement or all the previous ones? I choked on my words, feeling a little guilty. The previous ones weren't particularly important. Qingqing continued. The endorsement for the Anqing brand was negotiated by Tianyu. Now that I've transferred companies, it's understandable for them to choose someone else. Besides, He Yuanyuan and I are at roughly the same level of popularity. The brand had no objections either. King lowered her head and listened quietly. She didn't interrupt. The scene from last time, when she had been reprimanded for questioning her, was still fresh in her memory. On the other hand, King, that naive rich kid, didn't think much of it. My schedule is packed anyway. If I lose the Anking endorsement, then so be it. King sounded relaxed, but I knew that Anking was one of the leading brands in China. Its business covered clothing, perfumes, cosmetics, and many other fields. Although it was still far behind international luxury brands like Psych. For a domestic brand, reaching this level was already remarkable. If this endorsement hadn't been lost, it would have ranked among the top endorsements in King's portfolio. Claiming not to care was obviously not true. Even if she didn't care, King certainly would. With that thought, I lightly tapped the desk before either of them could say anything. I spoke first. Since one of your endorsements has become available, I wonder if you'd be interested in becoming Psych's global ambassador. Psych also operates in clothing, perfumes, and many other industries, but it was founded in Europe at the beginning of the last century. Its international influence was far beyond what Anking, a rising brand with only a little over a decade of history, could ever compare to. The moment I finished speaking, both King and King froze. They thought they had misheard me. Psych's global ambassador? She had chased the China regional endorsement for one of Psych's product lines for 3 years and only ended up with the brand ambassador title, let alone becoming the global ambassador of the entire Psych brand. I'm only asking whether you're interested. My tone left no room for doubt. Just answer that question. If you're interested, I'll go negotiate it. King said nothing. King was stunned. There probably wasn't an artist alive who could resist the temptation of becoming Psych's global ambassador, but it simply seemed impossible. Previously, Hong Zij wore counterfeit Psych because with her status, she couldn't even borrow authentic pieces. At that thought, she suddenly paused. Although Hong Zij's outfit had been fake, GQ's had been genuine. And what status did GQ even have? Seeing King lost in thought, I curled my lips into a smile. So trust me. I don't fight battles I can't win, and I don't make promises I can't keep. King swallowed hard, her eyes widening. If King could really become Psych's global ambassador, then Anking would be nothing in comparison. And those previously lost resources would mean nothing either. She could already imagine the sensation it would cause throughout the industry. Those agents who mocked her for following the wrong boss would be left speechless. Meanwhile, inside Tianyu, Yuan was browsing gossip about Hong Zij, while keeping an eye on the situation on her side. Looking at King's frustrated fans, the humiliation she had suffered at Fashion Magazine days ago vanished. Although she had lost her confrontation with Chen Jing, she was only a second-tier celebrity. She didn't think much of her. But King was different. Their popularity levels were similar, and their career paths overlapped. The two fan bases often clash, and her fans were fairly strong in online battles. Yet against King's fan base, they were constantly at a disadvantage. This time, she had finally vented some of her frustration. Just then, the manager beside her suddenly slapped his thigh and burst out laughing. Yuan glanced at him. What's so funny, Brother Chow? Ha 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 ha. Yuan, do you know what I just saw? In King's fan group, Zai Chao laughed so hard his eyes nearly disappeared. That fool King actually said King might become Psych spokesperson. She really dares to say anything to comfort fans. Yuan had just been about to take a drink, but the water had barely reached her mouth when she sprayed it out. You're serious? Don't you know I made a burner account in King's fan group? Zai Chao laughed until tears came out. King said it herself. He Yuan wiped the water from her lips. People really do become like those around them. After spending so much time with Shen Qingqing, she's become abnormal too. Why enjoy it alone? Zai Chao looked at He Yuan with a mischievous smile. I'm sure we're not the only ones who'll find this amusing. Brother Chao, you mean? Zai Chao took screenshots and prepared to send them to a bunch of entertainment marketing accounts. If Shen Qingqing is really going to endorse Psych, that's huge news. We should help publicize it. He Yuan immediately understood his intentions. She raised a hand to stop him. Not so fast. The internet is still flooded with news about Tong Zij. If you post it now, it'll get buried. Zai Chao smacked his forehead. Right, I got so excited that I forgot to think things through like a proper manager. Then we'll wait until Tong Zij's popularity dies down. And so, after Tong Zij was completely finished and the scandal faded, a piece of gossip reposted by entertainment accounts shot to the top of the trending list. Hashtag ShenKingKingKingsees. Everyone who saw the hashtag had the same first reaction. No way. After seeing that single message from King King in the fan group, people laughed their heads off. Is Shen Qingqing's manager okay? An endorsement from Psych. Why doesn't he just fly to the moon? I've seen people sell dreams to fans, but I've never seen anything this ridiculous. Does he even know what kind of brand Psych is? Have her brain-dead fans praised her so much that she forgot to look in the mirror? The #1 pretty-faced face in the industry. Even a domestic brand like Anking dropped her, and she's still dreaming about endorsing Psych. Just hearing it feels embarrassing. I think I get it now. She lost the Anking endorsement and wanted to save face. Even if you're trying to save face, at least be realistic. When has Psych ever hired a Chinese artist? As its global spokesperson, she wanted to one-up He Yuan, but ended up making a fool of herself. He Yuan is at least a Psych image ambassador. After this stunt, she probably won't even be able to borrow Psych outfits anymore. At Xingmeng Entertainment, King hurried into the CEO's office. President Liu, this was my mistake. I failed to keep things under control, but I truly didn't expect this to happen. What I said in the fan group was only to calm down the restless fans and stop them from spamming official accounts. After all, Shen Qingqing never reported losing the endorsement. The only way I could know about it was because some immature fans went online and caused trouble. And I didn't dare make any firm promises at the time. I only said it was possible. Besides, it was said inside our private fan group. Normally, outsiders would never notice. The topic had quietly trended online. But everything had remained calm for the past few days. So she didn't think much of it. Who would have thought that? As if someone had planned it. The moment Tong Zij's popularity started fading, this nearly forgotten matter would shoot back onto the trending list. You don't need to worry. I know what happened. I remain completely calm, but the fan group really needs to be cleaned up. Otherwise, we can't keep letting our rivals get the latest insider information. Qingqing looked ashamed. I'll deal with it as soon as I get back. Tell me which fan group it was. To investigate an account's background. You may not have the means that I do. Qingqing froze for a moment. She was about to say, there was no need to bother, but thinking of the previous comeback miracles, she obediently forwarded the fan group, where the trouble had started. After receiving it, I nodded. You can go back now. And don't bother with the online discussions on Weibo. Just wait for the official announcement. Yes, Qingqing responded, just as she turned to leave. Her body suddenly froze. Official announcement? Did it mean what she thought it meant? Is there a problem? I raised an eyebrow. The endorsement deal has already been finalized. I originally planned to confirm everything with Shen Qingqing before announcing it. But since this happened, making the announcement now isn't a bad idea either. No problem. Qingqing's chest rose and fell violently, as though she had been struck by a pie falling from the sky. She couldn't recover her senses for a long time. Even though I had sounded so certain before, and she had impulsively used it to reassure the fans. After calming down afterward, she hadn't held much hope. After all, it was Psych, not an ordinary domestic brand. After that, King finally calmed down a little. The way she looked at me now was practically glowing. President Liu, to be honest, and I hope you won't be offended, even though I never voiced any objections afterward, I've never been optimistic about Shen Qingqing joining Xing Meng. I always felt she had thrown away a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed. I couldn't help but laugh. I didn't take offense at her bluntness and graciously prompted her to continue. And now, King swallowed. Now I think the fact that she caught your attention is unbelievably lucky. She really hit the jackpot. I burst out laughing. All right, enough. I'm going to catch the mole in her fan group. You should head back first and reassure Shen Qingqing.